Plundering the Heavens chapter 1060 to chapter 1111. Blood splattered and screams rang out. More than 400 god race beings had been killed by Feng Xing until only 40 were left. Originally, they had all scattered around, hiding behind Gui Mu or as far away from him as possible. It was not easy for Feng Xing to kill them one by one. But at this time, they thought that Feng Xing was going to escape, so they all rushed over, determined to do their best to stop Feng Xing. This caused them to gather together again. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand, and they all took the initiative to approach the demon, and the situation where Feng Xing was determined to escape did not happen. Instead, the demon rushed towards them again. Escaping was not the goal, it was themselves. This group of god race beings were horrified to discover this fact, and then they hurriedly tried to escape, but unfortunately, Feng Xing was not going to give them this chance. At this time, Feng Xing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Not to mention his body full of injuries, the increasingly terrifying demonic chi had already begun to go out of control. Although it provided him with great combat power, it also caused his body to reach a critical point of collapse. He understood that this was not only the last chance to escape that Dao Wufang had mentioned, but also his last chance to kill. Therefore, his attack was different from before. He directly gathered all the demonic chi and attacked at the same time. Boom boom boom, the world suddenly darkened, as if the sun, moon, and stars had disappeared at the same time. A netherworld had descended upon the world. Feng Xing let out a soundless roar. His 3 heads and 6 arms were raised high into the air, and even his black hair was pointed towards the sky. Demonic chi surged out from him like a solid tide, sweeping in all directions. It forcefully turned the area within 100 feet of him into a domain that was filled with demonic chi. Within the demonic chi, one could even vaguely see countless living beings dragging their broken bodies and wailing miserably within the domain. They were the souls of all the living beings that Feng Xing had killed earlier. Ah, run, quickly, not good, I've been caught, I can't escape, Lord Gui Mu, save me, save me. These surviving living beings of the fallen god clan, one by one, screamed miserably. Their screams did not stop, and they desperately tried to escape. However, within 100 feet, they were all shrouded by the endless netherworld. Those horrible living beings suddenly rushed towards them, pulling their arms and legs, tearing with their hands and biting with their mouths. One by one, they were dragged into the rolling demonic chi. Only screams could be heard. Demon, how dare you? At this moment, Gui Mu felt a sense of fear. He could only watch as his last clansman ran out of the netherworld in panic, only to be pulled back by a giant hand that reached out from the devil chi. His panicked eyes were looking at Gui Mu, and there was a wild fire of despair rising in his heart. This made him recklessly rush forward. The shadow of the divine dragon in the sky was still there, but he directly collided with the dragon might, roaring and rushing forward. Pa! Pa! A kind of sound of space shattering resounded in the ears of the surrounding people. The dragon's might originally only lasted for a moment, and at this time, it was almost about to dissipate. As Gui Mu rushed forward recklessly, the shadow of the dragon in the sky gradually became dim. Then, beams of divine light scattered and flew into the sky. The shadow of the dragon also slowly disappeared in the sky, and the dragon's horn fell. Boom! After the dragon's shadow disappeared, the ghost tree's speed also suddenly increased, and he charged straight to the sky above the nether devil prison. Several bone blades fiercely chopped downwards, and the layers of demonic aura were dispersed, the rolling black smoke was dispersed, and the scene in the field was revealed. The surrounding Zhusho was stunned. The scene in the field was too miserable. The last 40 clansmen of the God-Lost clan had unexpectedly died in such a short time. Some of them were stiff, and still had the appearance of struggling before they died. The painful and frightened expressions on their faces were like stone carvings. Some of their bodies were torn apart, and some were even mutilated, as if they had been bitten by some wild beasts. There were also some who, for some unknown reasons, were in a stalemate with each other. One's iron spear pierced into the other's chest, while the other's bone saber cut into the other's neck. It seemed that they had killed each other. All in all, there was no one left alive. Everyone was dead. Except for the little devil sitting in the middle, who was laughing fiercely. It seemed that the little devil was also seriously injured by the last blow. At this time, it seemed that he didn't even have the strength to move. But he sat on the ground, smiling proudly at Guemu. He didn't say anything, but it was more irritating than thousands of words. It was clearly a provocation. It seemed that he was laughing at Guemu, who had a lot of skills, but was slaughtered by him, leaving no one alive. "I'll kill you," Guemu roared. All the bone sabers in the sky were controlled by him. They fell from the sky, and rumbled towards Fangxing. Even though he had always wanted to capture Fangxing alive, at this time, he couldn't care less. He had to kill this devil. Not far away, Yi Huntian also flew back. Seeing this scene, he only felt frightened, and his face turned pale. He felt a deep sense of panic, and began to regret fighting against Fangxing. Fortunately, seeing that the devil could not escape death, he felt a little relieved. He looked at Fangxing without blinking. Only when he saw that Fangxing's soul was destroyed could he feel at ease. Alas, why bother? Looking at Fangxing, who was surrounded by countless bone sabers, Dao Wufeng couldn't help but feel helpless. In order to save Fangxing, he even used the biggest trump card of Tianyi Palace. Unexpectedly, Fangxing gave up the last chance to escape and used it to kill the remaining clansmen of Guemu, and then completely put himself in a dead end. At this time, even Dao Wufeng couldn't help him anymore. It was already very lucky that he could escape successfully. As countless bone sabers fell, Dao Wufeng felt desperate. He couldn't help closing his eyes, and was ready to escape. Ha 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 ha, when the bone sabers fell on Fangxing's head, his complacent laughter suddenly came from below, which made Dao Wufeng's heart skip a beat. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. It was indeed Fangxing laughing. Even though he was in a dead end and had no hope of escaping, he was still laughing. His laughter was extremely arrogant. It was not the laughter of an ordinary madman facing death, but a very complacent laughter, as if he had just tricked someone, or done something wrong, and regarded his opponent as a fool. It was also this laughter that reminded Dao Wufeng, and made him realize something. That's not right. How could this devil so easily put himself in such a dead end? He is not a person who would disregard his own life for a moment of passion. Even if all the people of Tianyi Palace are dead, this devil will live well. All these thoughts made Dao Wufeng guess something. His eyes lit up, and he looked down. Boom! 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 Countless bone sabers fell on Fangxing's head, but at this moment, Guemu was also thinking of something. He had originally planned to kill Fangxing, but when the bone sabers were about to fall, he suddenly realized something. What was the point of killing this devil? 400 of his clansmen had been slaughtered. Even if he managed to kill this demon, to his clansmen, he would still have committed a great crime. It was impossible for him to escape. The only way to make up for his mistake was to capture this demon alive and force out the secret from him. Only then would he be able to make up for his mistake. This thought made him sober up very soon. With a thought, all the bone sabers turned into bone chains, layer by layer, and circled around Fangxing. They directly turned into an airtight bone cage, trapping him inside. Everything went smoothly. Fangxing, who had almost lost the ability to resist, did not even try to resist. He just let the bone cage take shape. Finally, I caught this devil. Although I paid the price of 400 clansmen, as long as I get the secret out of him, it's still a great achievement. 3,000 clansmen came to Tianyi Palace just to find that secret, but I accomplished it by accident. Thinking of this, he felt a little happy, which diluted the grief of losing all his clansmen. However, the moment the bone cage took shape, something unexpected happened. Although Fangxing, who had been laughing complacently, was not hit by Guemu's last attack, he was also exhausted. Especially when he released all his demonic qi and killed the last dozens of deities of the Godsfall clan, he suffered a strong backfire. As he laughed, the backfire kept getting stronger, as if it had consumed his last bit of vitality. His aura became fainter and fainter, like a wisp of smoke, gradually dissipating in the void. Clap, the last bone of the bone cage was put on, and it was officially formed. It also meant that Guemu had completely controlled the people in the cage. But at this time, there was no one in the cage. Fangxing had actually disappeared. All of his devil energy, all of his blood, all of his flesh and bones, all of them had disappeared without a trace. There was only a white bone relic the size of a goose egg left in the cage. Even this relic had been crushed into powder and scattered everywhere. The void was silent, and only Fang Xing's laughter seemed to be echoing in the air, endlessly arrogant and triumphant. What's going on? Guemu was stunned. He could sense everything in the bone cage, but now, he really felt that there was nothing in the cage. He had tried so hard to capture Fang Xing alive, and even sacrificed more than 400 clansmen, the devil of Tianyi Palace, the one who represented that he was about to make a great contribution, but now he had completely disappeared. Is that a doppelganger? Even Dao Wufang, who was not far away, couldn't help but tremble. Shock, surprise, fear, panic, all sorts of emotions intertwined in his heart. After what seemed like a moment, but also like a long time, he suddenly reacted. He turned around and ran, cursing as he ran, "Damn you little devil, it's just a doppelganger. Why didn't you say it was just a doppelganger and leave me here?" Dao Wufang was really stunned. He knew Fang Xing very well. When he was in the northern region of the Divine Land, he had fought with Fang Xing, and he had been defeated by him. He had also heard many stories about Fang Xing, so he knew him very well. Therefore, when he saw Fang Xing in danger, he was quite confident that Fang Xing must have some tricks up his sleeves, so he wouldn't be killed by ghost wood. Therefore, he didn't run away immediately because he wanted to see how this devil would turn the tide. However, when he saw it, he couldn't help cursing, "A doppelganger, the Fang Xing here was a doppelganger." No wonder he didn't panic in the face of a life-or-death situation, as if it had nothing to do with him at all. Anyway, it was just a doppelganger. If it died, so be it. It was also at this moment that Dao Wu recalled the incident that caused a great uproar during the Jade Lake Immortal Gathering. Fang Xing had fought to the death with young Master Fu Su on the arena, and at the same time, his real body had snuck into the Jade Lake Immortal Palace and stolen the Immortality Peach Forest. So he was playing the same trick again. Of course, even now, Dao Wufang still couldn't believe that it was Fang Xing's clone. There were countless techniques in the world, and there were many techniques to create clones. Some talented Heaven's favorites could create clones at the Golden Core stage, which others couldn't tell if they were real or fake. Nascent soul cultivators could create clones with just a thought. It was extremely simple. But Fang Xing's clone, no one would doubt it. Whether it was his qi, his flesh, or even his soul, it was flawless. He would rather believe that it was Fang Xing's brother who attacked him, than that it was a doppelganger. Of course, he had to believe it, because it was the truth. Thinking of this, Dao Wufang kept cursing in his heart, and ran away hurriedly. His face turned green. Why was his hand so cheap? Why did he care about that demon? Obviously, he had made up his mind and even used one of the most precious treasures of the Tianyi Palace in order to save the life of this devil. However, he didn't expect that the devil had a backup plan. Not only did he fail to save the devil, but he also got himself killed. What a great loss, young palace master. Now that things have come to this, where do you want to go? Before long, Yi Hunqian's cold shout came from behind him, which made Dao Wufang's heart sink. Seeing Fang Xing's disappearance, Yi Hunqian and Guemu were also completely confused. Yi Hunqian felt an endless lingering fear. He had seen Fang Xing's violent means and knew that he had offended Fang Xing. The reason why he had tried so hard to help Ghostwood just now was that, firstly, it was for the sake of his future position, and secondly, it was because he wanted to take the opportunity to kill this troublesome little devil once and for all. When he chose to come back to this battlefield and help Ghostwood capture Fang Xing, he knew that the hatred between them could not be resolved anymore. Either you die or I die. Fortunately, it was obvious that this little devil would die earlier, but when he saw that the little devil was actually a doppelganger, he felt endless panic. This devil didn't die, then, can I sleep well at night in the future? Moreover, when he thought of Fang Xing's strength, he felt even more uneasy. A doppelganger was so powerful, which could only mean that the devil's strength was far beyond his imagination. If the devil came to find him in the future, would it be good? Of course, Yi Hunqian didn't know that Fang Xing's doppelganger was different from others. The advantage of Fang Xing's body was that he had a profound foundation and a perfect celestial infant, which meant that his future was boundless. However, in terms of killing power, the doppelganger's strength was not as strong as his real body. Because of the sage's cultivation method, it was even stronger. If Fang Xing's real body showed up here, he might not be stronger than the doppelganger. Of course, Yi Hunqian and Dao Wufang were not as shocked as Guemu. this big shot of the fallen god clan was completely stunned by the fact. He felt as if his heart was being torn apart, and he even felt dizzy. He had paid such a big price, and none of the 400 clansmen survived. However, the one who was killed was just a doppelganger. He was doomed. Not only would his reputation among the 3,000 divine clans plummet, but he would also become a laughingstock. His father would never forgive him. With a rumbling sound, the flying bone sabers, the indestructible bone cages, and the bone trees all lost the support of their divine power. They all decayed and turned into ashes, falling to the ground with a sense of defeat and despair. At this time, he also turned into a human. He was still wearing the golden armor, but it looked dim. Hearing Xianxia chasing after Dao Wufang, he just raised his head and looked at him blankly. Then his body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was young, and he was considered a young genius in the divine clan. However, at this time, he was like an old man. Even when Xianxia went to chase after Dao Wufang, who had betrayed the divine clan, in order to make up for his mistake, he was not interested in it. 400 clansmen had died, and the result was nothing. So what if he captured the fat man? Compared to the devil Fang Xing, the fat man was not even enough for him to vent his anger. Lord White Emperor, you are such a loyal dog. Aren't you afraid that the devil will punish you in the future? At this time, Dao Wufang was running away in a hurry. Xianxia was chasing after him, which irritated him and made him curse. What's done is done. There's no need to regret it. Since I have decided to serve the divine clan, I don't want to be afraid anymore. Xianxia shouted in a low voice and hurried over. What he said seemed to be comforting himself. Before, he had pledged his allegiance to the God clan for a better future and to get rid of the control of the Fuyao Palace. More importantly, he had heard a secret that the sages who had been living in seclusion would never appear on the Tianyuan continent again. Therefore, he was sure that the Tianyuan continent could not resist the rule of the God clan. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative and pledge his allegiance to the God clan. However, after seeing Fang Xing's brutality, he was not so firm anymore. Of course, this uncertainty also made him more determined to cling to the divine clan, because he knew he had no other choice. He quickly caught up with Dao Wufang and immediately used all kinds of magic to entangle him. At the same time, he shouted, Lord Ghostwood, it's not your fault that the devil escaped. It's the Tianyuan Palace's fault. They secretly helped the devil and set up a trap. That's why the fallen god clan suffered so many casualties. Now, it's the right thing to do to punish him. Don't let your imagination run wild. Hurry up and help me, it's my own fault. It has nothing to do with the Tianyuan Palace. Hearing this, Dao Wufang was so angry that his eyes turned red. He snarled and wished he could kill Xianxia. Hee, at this point, this matter is no longer up to you to decide. Xianxia sneered and used all kinds of magic to resist Dao Wufang's attack. What? At this time, Ghostwood also had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Xianxia's words hit his heart. At this time, he was frustrated, regretful, and self-blame, but more than that, he was panic-stricken. He didn't know how to explain to his father, nor how to explain to the 3,000 divine clan that he had suffered so many casualties. This kind of thinking almost drove him crazy. However, after hearing Xianxia's words, he suddenly had an idea. That's right. If he lost many soldiers and failed to capture Fang Xing, it would be a big crime, a big mistake, a scandal that could not be covered up. But what if the reason why he lost so many soldiers was because of the Tianyuan Palace's plot? Because of the Tianyi Palace's plot, he had lost 400 of his clansmen, and that little devil had escaped. However, he had also discovered some important clues on him. Moreover, he had immediately captured the leader of the evil Tianyi Palace, Dao Wufang, and killed the entire clan of the Tianyi Palace, who had been harboring evil intentions. At that time, his scandal would be completely covered up. At the very least, his merits would offset his faults. Thinking of this, he even got excited. Of course, only Xianxia could feel that these creatures of the divine clan seemed to be powerful, but in fact, they were all simple and cruel. They even needed Xianxia's reminder to think of this simple trick of framing Jiangdong and finding a scapegoat. Of course, this was a good thing for Xianxia. He was more confident that he could make a name for himself in the future. The Tianyuan Palace betrayed the divine clan, secretly helped the devil. set up an ambush, and killed 400 clansmen. They deserve to be exterminated. Guimu's voice was cold. He slowly walked forward, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. At this moment, he looked a bit weak. Not only did he fail to kill the devil, but he also lost 400 of his clansmen. This was a big blow to him. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he looked like he was seriously injured. He almost fell down when he walked. Fortunately, Xianxia reminded him, which gave him a little hope. Otherwise, this simple young expert of the God clan would have suffered a great blow. Of course, even if his current strength was less than half of his usual strength, it would not be a problem for him to capture Dao Wufang. Seeing Guimu approaching, Dao Wufang also became anxious. He cursed the little devil who had made him become like this, and winked at Elder Hu Jun, telling him not to help him. After all, even if Elder Hu Jun helped him, he would not be able to do anything. At most, he would kill one more person. The most important thing was to ask Elder Hu Jun to hurry back to the Tianyuan Palace and find a way to send a message to his father in the Kanglan Sea, so that he could be prepared. He could not really sacrifice all the clansmen of the Tianyuan Palace just because of his own idea, could he? Elder Hu Jun understood what he meant. He hesitated for a few times, and finally, he turned around and ran away. At this time, Guimu also arrived. He spread his fingers and summoned countless bone chains to entangle Dao Wufang. Facing the joint attack of Guimu and Xianxia, Dao Wufang had almost lost all hope. He sighed in his heart and used all of his power to attack. He felt bitter in his heart. I didn't think it would cost me so much to be a hero. Fangxing, I don't know whether you will avenge me or not. Fangxing, you are a bastard. Dao Wufang was desperate. Whether it was Ghost Tree's bone chain or Xianxia's ancient jade, Dao Wufang had a feeling that he could not resist them. Seeing Elder Hu Jun had already escaped, Dao Wufang felt relieved. He was ready to accept the end of his ridiculous life. It was so shameful. He was smart, but why did he do such a ridiculous thing at the last moment of his life? It would be so shameful if it was spread out. He could only blame that bastard Fangxing. He made him, the young master of the Tianyi Palace, a laughingstock at the last moment. With that in mind, Dao Wufang used all the energy he could muster to curse out loud. His voice shook the entire area. At this moment, Ghost Tree's bone chain had entangled the space where Dao Wufang was, making it impossible for him to escape. Xianxia descended from the sky with the ancient jade in his hands. The two of them blocked all the possibilities of Dao Wufang's escape. It seemed that they were worried that the little devil would escape again, so they attacked at the same time. Dao Wufang had no chance of survival. Even he was prepared to die. Apart from cursing out loud, he had done almost nothing else, but just as the curse spread out, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void, like ripples of water spreading out layer by layer. The center of the ripples happened to be right above Guimu's head. Unexpectedly, a huge hand suddenly reached out from inside, carrying endless ferocious power and a kind of great immortal power. Smoke and clouds lingered around it, but it was silent at the same time. It directly grabbed towards Guimu. At this time, Guimu's mind was too agitated, and he was so angry that he spat out blood. This kind of injury to the lungs was the most detrimental to one's strength. Not only did it make his divine power chaotic, but it also made him feel like his soul had left his body. His reaction time was half a beat slower. Therefore, when that big hand suddenly appeared and reached his back, he didn't even notice it. He was still using all his strength to control the bone chains, wanting to take down Dao Wufang. At the same time, he was also absent-minded. Could framing the Tianyi Palace help him resolve the current embarrassing situation? This was a question that had been weighing on Guimu's mind. Xianxia didn't notice the giant hand either. At this time, he was also fully focused on Dao Wufang. He knew that if he wanted to have a meteoric rise, he had to step on the Tianyi Palace. However, the Tianyi Palace was involved with many powerful forces, and the relationship between them was not simple. Xianxia had already begun to plan how to achieve the best result. 3 people, 3 different thoughts, gradually appeared and disappeared, becoming more and more intense. Then, at the same time, they were interrupted by a large hand. That big hand grew out of Ghost Tree's chest, and in the palm was a bloody heart that was still beating. Puff! Guimu's entire body suddenly became numb. He stared blankly at the hand on his chest. For a moment, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He squeezed his eyes twice with a puzzled and surprised expression. He didn't understand what had happened. At this time, he was maintaining the appearance of a human being. The divine tribe's transformation into human beings was not just an illusion, but a real human being. It was the same inside and outside. Only in this way could they integrate into this world more smoothly. However, at the same time, there was a problem. After transforming into human beings, their vital parts became similar to those of human practitioners. Some injuries that couldn't hurt them at all could directly kill them when they transformed into human beings, no matter how tenacious they were. That was the case with the giant hand that suddenly grew out of his chest. In the giant hand, there was a bloody heart, which symbolized that his life had begun to dissipate. "What on earth is going on?" Ghost Tree said in a low voice, with a touch of confusion. But the owner of the giant hand didn't answer. He just clenched his 5 fingers, and with a bang, he crushed the heart. Ghost Tree's confused expression stopped there. He fell straight down, slowly falling to the ground. As his body fell to the ground, it began to change and showed its original appearance. It became bigger and bigger, and with a bang, it crushed a mountain. "I have said that I will kill all your clansmen. You are still alive. How can that be counted as killing all of them?" After Ghostwood fell into the void, he finally revealed the owner of the big hand behind him. He was wearing a pale white ancient robe, slender and well cut. There was an indescribable Taoist connotation and celestial demeanor in his body, which was the complete opposite of the devil chi that he had revealed when he was killing people. In his arms, there was an empty hand, holding the corpse of a woman. It was the female disciple of Fuyao Palace, Qingyu, who had died under his sword. At this time, she retracted the big hand that was stained with divine blood and gently shook it with a disgusted expression. The moment they saw this person, Yi Huntian was stunned, and so was Dao Wufeng. Even Ghost Tree, who was falling to the ground and had only a trace of his soul sense left, was stunned. That devil, Feng Xing, the devil, was back, or, he had never been here. It was just a doppelganger that showed up, and now his real body showed up. The shock in Yi Huntian's heart couldn't be described with words. Even if a sage appeared in front of him, he wouldn't be as shocked as he was now. After seeing the devil's doppelganger disappear in the sky, he had already guessed the devil's plan. He used the doppelganger as bait to deceive Beko Keikyung's army to come out of seclusion, and at the same time, put the blame on him. Presumably, when this fierce battle was going on, his real body must have led the people of Fuyao Palace to cross the line and safely sneak into the devil's abyss. It was precisely because of this that when they saw Feng Xing's clone disappear, even though they were filled with endless gloominess and lingering fear in their hearts, they had truly let down their guard. They had never thought that after the clone disappeared, the little devil's real body would actually appear again. Moreover, his attack was fierce and precise. He killed Ghost Tree, who was in the weakest state, with one blow. Yi Huntian had so many doubts in his heart, but he only shouted one sentence in the end. Why are you back?" As he shouted this, he turned around and fled into the sky like a flash of lightning. At this time, he had no intention to fight at all. He directly displayed his fastest speed, like a stray dog. "I've always been here," Feng Xing answered the question honestly. Then, looking at Yi Huntian's fleeing figure, he squinted his eyes and smiled. Then, he lifted the hand that had dried up the divine blood and gently protected Pomelo's body. Then, he took a step forward. It was a light step, but it contained the indescribable essence of the Great Way. His speed reached its peak in an instant, as if he had crossed a distance of hundreds of meters with one step. Then, he appeared in front of Yi Huntian in a strange way. Then, he raised his hand and directly grabbed Yi Huntian's neck. It seemed that Yi Huntian had taken the initiative to come to him while running for his life. Yi Huntian was lifted up in the air. His face had turned purple. He waved his arms and struggled helplessly. He wanted to fight back, but he only felt a strand of scorching fire rushing into his body. His cultivation and dharma power became empty at this moment. He was as weak as a commoner, unable to fight back at all. He could only be helplessly lifted up in the air. A sense of despair emerged in his heart. He even had a sense of self-mockery. When he saw that it was only his doppelganger that was forced into a desperate situation, he thought that the devil would come to him sooner or later because of what he had done. However, he did not expect that the devil would really come to him, and so soon. Seeing that Feng Xing did not speak for a long time, Xianxia tried to say something with all his strength. It was not that he wanted to run away, but he was not willing to die like this. He had to say something and do something. After thinking about it, I'd better kill you seriously. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Feng Xing. It seemed that he had finally thought of what to say. He looked down at Pomelo in his arms, and then his face became serious. He raised his head slowly and looked straight into Xianxia's eyes with his bright eyes. Then he said in a low and cold voice, with the majesty of a king, I'm Feng Xing, the 36th great Situ of Fuyao Palace. Xianxia, you betrayed Fuyao Palace and pledged your allegiance to the divine tribe. You have angered both humans and gods. Now I'm going to clean up the sect and restore justice. Do you have anything to say? Great. Great Situ? Xianxia's face changed instantly, with a look of disbelief. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. That explains it, she had thought that since the great elder of the Jade Pool, Duan Muki, had died, there would be no one who could keep her in check. Hence, she had seized the opportunity to betray the Fuyao Palace without hesitation. However, she had not expected that she had been too naive. She did not know who had given the Fuyao Palace the idea to betray them. In short, they had made the right choice again. They had lost the cunning Duan Muki and found a little devil who was full of tricks as a disciple. The funny thing was that she had actually looked down on that group of women. Xianxia used all his strength to speak. Feng Xing slightly loosened his grip, giving him a chance to speak. Xianxia looked self-deprecating. He shook his head and only said one sentence, I died because of my stupidity. Feng Xing was slightly taken aback by his abrupt question. Then, he nodded his head and said, yes. As he spoke, he exerted force in his palm. Suddenly, endless evil flames gushed out from his palm and burned Xianxia into ashes. Letting out a light breath, Feng Xing blew away all the dust in the air. Only then did he turn to look at Dao Wufeng. Looking at the fat man whose face was filled with joy, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Feng Xing's face. Who did you just call a bastard? This? I'm just kidding. Dao Wufeng, who had fallen into a desperate situation and thought that he would die today, was shocked by the unexpected appearance of Feng Xing. Feng Xing first killed Gui Mu with a sneak attack, and then killed Xianxia, the traitor of Fuyao Palace, as the first Situ of Fuyao Palace. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, but it made Dao Wufeng ecstatic. Originally, he was full of complaints about Feng Xing, but now he wanted to hug and kiss Feng Xing. However, when Feng Xing finally looked at him, he suddenly had a very bad feeling and cried in his heart. He was really unlucky. At that time, he had already made up his mind to die. Why did he have to scold Feng Xing again? With Feng Xing's vindictive character, scolding him was equivalent to courting death, wasn't it? Well, you helped me, which is a big favor. But you also scolded me. Let's call it even. Feng Xing did not attack him. He smiled playfully and very generously forgave Dao Wufeng. But Dao Wufeng almost cried again. How could it be easy for Feng Xing to owe him a favor? Besides, he had paid such a big price, and even almost lost his life. How could he call it even just because he scolded Feng Xing casually? If he treated this favor as a business, wouldn't it be a huge loss for him? How did you come back? Dao Wufeng didn't want to waste time on this matter. He just couldn't wait to ask this question. Like Xianxia and Gui Mu, after seeing Feng Xing's doppelganger disappear, he almost lost all hope. He did not expect that although Feng Xing had driven his doppelganger to such a fierce battle, his real body had also arrived. If he had decided to show up with his real body, why would he have spent so much effort? I've been here the whole time. Feng Xing smiled faintly, looked down at Qingmu, and said somewhat helplessly, although I used my avatar as bait, I also know that it is not easy to fool these people. My real body has always been hidden in the treasure offering alliance. Otherwise, do you think LV Jinhong and Huatutua would have the courage to lead people to besiege White Emperor City? Sigh, although I came here with my real body to ensure the smooth progress of the entire plan, more importantly, it is for this woman. I can't really let her die here for no reason, can I? At this point, he seemed a little disappointed. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He shook his head and said, "But I didn't expect that it would be a joke for me to ask her to take the initiative to die. But this woman really took the initiative to die. I didn't even have the chance to save her." The fairies of Fuyao Palace are loyal and righteous, truly worthy of respect and lamentation. Speaking of this, Dao Wufang's expression also became serious. Everyone had an innate respect for him. Yes, she is indeed worthy of admiration. At least, I definitely can't do this. Fang Xing said in a low voice, but his face suddenly showed a touch of doubt. He frowned and looked at Pomelo for a while. Suddenly, he moved closer to Dao Wufang and said in a low voice, "But, look at her now. Is she really dead?" Dao Wufang was taken aback and looked at Fang Xing with a strange expression. Pomelo, who was in his arms, was completely lifeless. Even her supernatural power had completely dissipated. She was clearly dead. How could there be any possibility of a difference? Looking at Fang Xing's puzzled expression, he even felt a little worried. Could it be that this devil had suffered a great blow because Pomelo had taken the initiative to die, and he had not been able to save her? Could it be that his brain had become a little abnormal? If she's really dead, then what did I just see? Fang Xing's expression became even more strange. He did not speak, but his mind recalled the scene that had just occurred. At that time, in order to arouse Fang Xing's murderous intent, Pomelo took the initiative to die. She pierced the demonic sword through her chest and fell to the ground. That scene really frightened Fang Xing. At that moment, his doppelganger was burning with a terrible murderous intent, but his real body at that moment chased after her. He wanted to bring her back as soon as possible and see if there was any way to save her. When Pomelo was only 30 feet away from the ground, he caught up and carried her to the back of the mountain. He immediately wanted to use his great mana to save her. However, the demonic sword was not an ordinary weapon. Once the sword pierced through her chest, it would not only take her life, but it would also rob her of her spiritual soul. Even if the sword only pierced through her chest, which was not a fatal wound for a cultivator, her spiritual soul had already dissipated and her mana had collapsed. Only a trace of spirituality was left. It was impossible to save her. At most, he could only maintain that bit of spirituality. Even if he could not save her, he would use that bit of spirituality to help her reincarnate. But just as Fang Xing was determined to do so, he unexpectedly saw a scene that terrified him. At that time, all the supernatural power in his body was poured into Pomelo's body to chase after that bit of spirituality. He was also trying hard to gather her spiritual soul that was about to dissipate. To a certain extent, he and Pomelo were one at that moment. He could see what Pomelo was looking at and feel what Pomelo was thinking. In a blur, he saw a vast world through Pomelo's eyes. It was a boundless void, surrounded by huge stars that adorned the dark void. It was deep and quiet. And in the middle of the void there was a huge stone platform floating. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was carved with strange and mysterious runes. Rays of divine light rippled on the stone platform like water. It looked sacred and desolate. On the stone platform, there were many figures walking forward in confusion. In front of the stone platform, there was an indescribable divine power calling them, "What is this place?" Fang Xing was shocked and confused. He even felt a sense of panic. This seemed to be a world after death, but there was no world after death. As a cultivator, Fang Xing understood this very well. The legendary Hall of the Nether did not exist. Even the reincarnation that people often talked about did not really exist. It was just a kind of power that coincided with the great Tao of heaven and earth. After death, if a person's spiritual soul was not damaged, it would be taken away by this power. All the memories and imprints would be cleansed, and then they would reappear in the world as a living creature of Tianyuan. This kind of power was the most powerful force in the world, and almost no one could resist it. At most, they could only use the characteristics of this power to achieve their goal of reincarnating as a human as possible while losing as little memory as possible. It could be described in this way. That power was like a great river, vast and mighty, with strong winds and high waves. Perhaps someone could lift a pole or a raft and walk on this great river to reach their destination, but it was absolutely impossible for someone to rely on their own strength to resist the power of that great river, or even seize the power of that great river for themselves. That was already a heaven-defying act, and theoretically impossible, but the stone platform gave Fangxing such an illusion. It was resisting the power of reincarnation, seizing away some of the souls in the reincarnation cycle. From a certain perspective, it was even resisting the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was because Fangxing could see from time to time that some endless spiritual light surged over from all directions, gathering on this stone platform, turning into a complete soul. Then, in a daze, it swayed as it walked forward. What did this mean? The stone platform was gathering some of the scattered spiritual souls. Who could do such a thing? It was only for a moment that Fangxing saw the stone platform. He chased after the spiritual light of Pomelo and saw the stone platform. But he soon saw Pomelo's figure appear on the stone platform. Her almost scattered spiritual soul floated over like smoke and quickly turned into a complete spiritual soul. She seemed a little surprised, but soon, she seemed to understand something. She slowly turned around and smiled sweetly at Fangxing. Then, she turned around and walked into the depths of the stone platform. "What is this place?" Fangxing shouted subconsciously, but he was quickly squeezed out by an irresistible force. He returned to the real world and even retreated from Pomelo's body. His face was full of shock and he was in a daze. He did not know if what he saw was real or not. Looking at Pomelo again, it was just an ordinary corpse. Her spiritual soul had dissipated, and her mana was gone. It was completely empty. But because of that one glance, Fangxing had a strange thought in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Pomelo was not dead, or perhaps, her death was not so simple. What's wrong? Fangxing, who was in deep thought, was awakened by Dao Wufang. This fat man was really starting to worry about Fangxing. He sighed and comforted him, "Don't be too sad. This fairy asked for mercy and got it. Today's world is facing a catastrophe. Who knows how many righteous people have been killed by the Protoss? As the living, we can't take care of them all. Let's relax and find a chance to drive all the Protoss out of Tianyuan. Avenging them is far more important than grieving for them." "Yes, it's not that simple," Fangxing said perfunctorily. He did not tell Dao Wufang what he saw. Firstly, he still didn't know whether the scene he saw was real or not. Secondly, if that scene was real, then the item that could resist the power of the world would definitely be extremely terrifying. He didn't dare to reveal it casually. "Where are you going next?" Dao Wufang sighed, then smiled bitterly and said, "I can't go back to Tianyi Palace anymore. If my father knows what I've done, he might kill me to show his sincerity to the Sea of Azure Waves. Fortunately, you killed Guemu and Yi Huntian. All the Divine Clan's creatures are dead, and those cowards who wanted to submit to the Divine Clan have already fled. Moreover, they are insignificant, and no one will take their words seriously. So, I won't bring disaster to Tianyi Palace because of what I've done. However, I have to choose my own path again. I'm going to take the disciples of Fuyao Palace to the Pure Land." Fangxing frowned and answered, "I'm going to find a little monk and ask him about reincarnation." The rumor of the battle at Bakokekyung spread throughout the Divine Land in the shortest time possible. Almost all the creatures of the Shin clan were shocked by the battle. At first, some people were disdainful and did not believe it. Later, when the news was confirmed, they were shocked and even panicked. The result of the battle was too frightening. More than 400 creatures of the Luoshan clan who guarded the line of defense at Bakokekyung were either killed or killed. The second son of the divine king of the Luoshan clan, Guemu, also died in the battle. In addition, more than 100 cultivators of White Emperor City who were loyal to the Luoshan clan and nearly 1,000 cultivators of the Treasure Offering Alliance were also killed. More than 1,500 people were killed. It was said that near One Line Sky, blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like a mountain, and ghosts cried day and night. Strictly speaking, many of them were not killed by Fangxing, but there were too few survivors in that battle, so it was difficult to find out the truth. Therefore, all the debts of human lives, including those of the Shin clan and the Human clan, were finally put on the head of Fangxing. More than 1,500 lives had been wiped out by him alone. How terrifying was this, Butcher? It turned out that the title of devil that Tianyuan Zhu Xiu put on Fangxing's head could no longer describe the hatred and fear of the world. Therefore, the title of butcher quietly spread and became a new title given to him by many creatures. Is he crazy? How could he kill so many cultivators of the human clan? Even if those people are immoral, they are of the same race after all. This kind of killing is too cruel. Countless human clan orthodoxies were shocked by this matter. They thought that although it was exciting that he killed more than 400 creatures of the Xin clan in this battle, he also slaughtered so many cultivators of the human clan. This matter was too terrible. If it was before the arrival of the Xin clan, such a killing would be enough to alarm the big shots of the Righteous Alliance to come out and get rid of him, the devil. After this matter was spread out, many virtuous and respectable old cultivators jumped out and accused Fangxing of killing too many people, and that he must suffer retribution. Putting aside the stance and attitude of the old cultivators, the reaction of the god race living beings was even simpler. Demon Fangxing, if I don't get rid of you, how can I resolve the hatred in my heart? After receiving this news, the deity king of the fallen god clan, who was in the northern demon land, flew into a rage. Overnight, he chopped off the heads of countless human slaves to vent his anger. Then, he issued a decree that Fangxing must be killed. Soon, many other clans, including the Lightning Clan, responded. Even though they needed manpower to stabilize the situation in the Tianyuan continent, they still sent 10 top experts and 300 divine soldiers to the demonic abyss through the teleportation arrays in various places. Their only goal was to capture Fangxing and bring him back to the Xin clan to be executed by the heavens. This time, you've made a big fuss. You don't have a good reputation among the human clan, and the Xin clan even sees you as a thorn in their flesh. They have to kill you. Elder Hu Jun sent me a message in private, saying that the Xin clan has sent 10 top experts and 300 carefully selected divine soldiers. They are determined to kill you. In the past, they would never send troops into the demonic abyss so casually. In the demonic abyss, under a waterfall, the fat Dao Wufang was holding a jade talisman and sighing. This old man is really interesting. You've already betrayed the Tianyi palace, but he still sent you a message in private. Fangxing squatted by the waterfall and washed his face. He turned around and said with a smile. After all, he watched me grow up. When he can help me, he will. But this is the only time. Elder Hu Jun said that because of this, the Tianyi palace is also under suspicion. Even if they didn't leave any evidence, they won't have a good time. He heard this news and was afraid that I would be in trouble if I followed you, so he sent me a message to stay away from you. Dao Wufang put away the jade talisman and heaved a long sigh. The fat on his face trembled. Then why don't you run for your life? Fangxing grinned and looked at him. Dao Wufang rolled his eyes and said, Do you think I'm stupid? Once we reach the Pure Land, I will immediately part ways with you and mind my own business. I can't let your reputation as a butcher affect me. Although the experts of the 10 great god race are terrifying, they won't dare to wantonly chase after you in the Pure Land. As long as we can escape into the Pure Land before they catch up, we can still escape this calamity. Run? Why should we run? Fangxing sneered and sat on a rock. He shook off the water on his hand and said, Stay and fight with them. Then he said confidently, My great butcher god technique has just made some progress, and I need someone to die for me. You? Dao Wufang looked at him strangely. After a while, he shook his head and said, Are you sure you know who your opponent is this time? Fangxing said proudly, I've killed the Child of Lightning, and this time I've also killed the Ghost Wood. I'm not afraid of him. You're really lucky to be able to survive. Dao Wufang gave a wry smile and said, Perhaps after you escaped from Kuaiji Mountain, you have been hiding in the deep mountains and didn't have a chance to truly understand the strength of the divine race, so you underestimated them. But I'm different, I have a general understanding of them. To be honest, the strength of the 3,000 divine race is so strong that it makes people feel hopeless. Not to mention the 10 divine kings whose strength is comparable to or even surpasses genuine immortals and the divine masters who are lofty and unfathomable. The divine princes and divine generals of the various races are also extremely terrifying. I didn't know until later that the divine race creatures that descended from Kuaiji Mountain were actually only a part of the army of the divine race, although they claimed to be the 3,000 divine race. Dao Wufang gave a wry smile and said, Perhaps after you escaped from Kuaiji Mountain, you didn't have the chance to truly understand the strength of the divine race, so you underestimated them. As he said this, Dao Wufang's eyes became even more terrifying. The 3000 Shin clan refers to the alliance of the 3000 foreign Shin clans. Although they are collectively known as the Shin clan, they are a mix of fish and dragons, weak and strong. The conflicts between them are hard to describe. But generally speaking, all the Shin clan's creatures are attached to the 10 divine kings, forming a faction called the 10 divisions of the divine kings. Back then, only the 9th Serenity God Kings group invaded the Tianyuan continent. The other groups of gods did not descend. They were only preparing for war in outer space, preparing for an open battle against the saints and some hidden experts of the Tianyuan continent. However, even they had never thought that the saints and even the tribulation ancestors of some clans would not show themselves. With just the 9th Serenity God Kings group and the tribulation cloud bestowed by the Divine Master, the power of the various Daos of the Tianyuan continent was reduced to a mess, easily winning the first battle. As he said this, Dao Wufang became rather grim. The main force of the army stationed in outer space is useless now. However, as they want to stabilize the situation in the Tianyuan continent, they are constantly increasing their numbers. 3 divine kings have already descended from the 10 divisions. They are stationed in the divine prefecture, Nanzhan, and the land of demons. At the same time, they have brought with them many peak experts of the Shin clan. Their objective is to deter the existences in the forbidden areas of the Tianyuan continent so that they will not dare to act recklessly. Among the top 10 experts who came to kill you this time, there are 3 divine sons of the royal family and 4 divine generals who are known for their bravery and fighting skills. The remaining 3 are said to be from the divine clan with strange powers. 2 of them are strong enough to be ranked among the top 10 young experts of the divine clan. The strongest among them is the divine son of the Night King clan. It is said that he is invincible below the perfected immortal level. With this lineup, they might even be able to kill a sage, let alone you. Do you still plan to stay and fight them head-on? Hearing this, Fang Xing's expression became solemn. After a while, he said seriously, let's go to the Pure Land first. Dao Wufang choked on his words. He was speechless. You sure have changed a lot. Fang Xing snorted. I'm not stupid. After saying that, he waved his hand and lazily laid down on the bluestone. He said, then you go and tell those women that we will depart after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. It's not convenient for me to show up now. Those women hate me to death because of Pomelo's death. Situ is really pitiful. Dao Wufang shook his fat body and got up to find the disciples of the Fuyao Palace. Fang Xing, on the other hand, was lying on the bluestone, staring blankly at the sky. Dao Wufang's words had truly worried him. He was not weak at the moment. After forming his immortal nascent, not only did he have a strong foundation, but he had also slain the divine soul with his sword, which was equivalent to having 2 nascent souls. Furthermore, before the battle at Kuaiji Mountain, he had received guidance from Bai Qianzhong. Using the immortal nascent and the devil shell, he had embarked on the unprecedented path of inner strength on the outside. The devil shell focused on all kinds of offensive techniques, while the immortal nascent explored the great Tao. Through this process, his strength had also skyrocketed. During the battle on Kuaiji Mountain, Xiaositu and Ye Qianhong of the Fuyao Palace actually had the strength to go through the heavenly tribulation, but Fang Xing was not at a disadvantage either. Later, he got the art of chaotic world and immortal massacre of the Fuyao Palace. After cultivating the sage's method, he comprehended the great massacre divine technique, and his attack power broke through again. Now, he thought that he was invincible under the heavenly tribulation. Even if he faced a practitioner who had gone through the heavenly tribulation, as long as the opponent was within 3 heavenly tribulations, he might still be able to fight. In the ancient saying, he was not an itinerant cultivator yet, but he already had the strength to fight a lower stage itinerant immortal head-on. But facing a stronger opponent, he was still not confident and did not dare to fight head-on, and this time, the Shin clan sent 10 experts to kill him. Among them, the most powerful ones might have the strength of a middle-stage itinerant immortal or a high-stage itinerant immortal. In front of them, it was better to be safe. After all, he had a wife and children. 3,000 Shin clan, 10 deity kings. As he walked, Fang Xing muttered to himself. He frowned slightly. Since the fatty said that the Shin clan was prepared to fight the sages, but in the end, it was all for naught. It means that the sage's disappearance has nothing to do with them. But in today's world, apart from the Shin clan, who else has the ability to make those old monsters leave without saying a word? Or could it be that they left voluntarily and left us to fend for ourselves? He muttered, but the expression on his face became somewhat helpless. This is troublesome. The living beings of the Shin clan are indeed very powerful. If what the fatty said is true, I'm afraid that if I don't go through the heavenly tribulation, I won't be qualified to stand in this chaotic world. And even if I do enter the heavenly tribulation, if I don't go through 9 heavenly tribulations and grow to a level where I can fight a divine king, I won't have the strength to defend an area. Could it be? Do those old monsters want us to go through the most difficult heavenly tribulation in the shortest time possible? The demonic abyss is fraught with danger, we can't barge in recklessly. There are only 3 relatively safe routes to pass through the demonic abyss. One is to borrow the 100-Break Mountain, the other is to cross the ancient wasteland, or take a detour to the White Bone Mountain in the east. Originally, we planned to pass through the White Bone Mountain because that is also the safest route. It is said that there is a mysterious existence that has awakened there not long ago and killed any divine beings that approached the White Bone Mountain. It has already been regarded as a small forbidden area by the divine race. In the past, when human cultivators passed through the White Bone Mountain, it was always fraught with danger. Holding a map in his hand, Dao Wufang carefully analyzed it with the ladies of the Fuyao Palace. This map was taken from the Tianyi Palace before he and Fang Xing entered the Demon Abyss. Judging from this map, he indeed had the intention to go to the Pure Land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially collected information to make such a map. While explaining, his expression was very serious. However, there are people chasing us. If we go through the White Bone Mountain, it's too far. It's not a good choice. Moreover, the 100-Break Mountain in the west has the divine race, so it's not safe there. Therefore, the only way for us to go through the Demon Abyss and get rid of the people chasing us is to go through the ancient wasteland. The disciples of the Fuyao Palace heard this and kept silent. They all looked at the 3 goddesses of the Yaoqi sect. The 3 goddesses looked at each other and furrowed their brows. Mu Xian said, if I remember correctly, the flat wasteland plains should be the gathering place of the royal clan of the Great Desolation species. The Great Desolation Bone Palace should be there. Can we safely pass through it? Dao Wufang put away the map and said, the Desolate Bone Palace is indeed in the center of wasteland. However, if we want to go there, we won't go through the center. Instead, we will go around the wasteland and follow the Spirit Water River. We should be able to avoid direct conflict with the desolate beasts. I've heard that after the god race came, the desolate beasts have all gone into hibernation. They rarely step out of wasteland. This is good news for us. But the most important thing is, more importantly. He paused and smiled bitterly, there are 3 paths in total. The 100-Break Mountain is very important to the divine race because of the mysterious coffin. Although the mysterious domain is sealed by the divine power and they can't enter, they've set up a heavy defense. It's even tighter than the defense of Beko Keikyang. The road to White Bone Mountain is too far and we have too many people. It's very likely that they'll catch up before we reach White Bone Mountain. At that time, I'm afraid we'll all be annihilated. The only choice is the wasteland. Moreover, the rules of heaven and earth there are broken, so it's difficult to fly. It's actually a good thing for us. If that's the case, we'll do as Xiaogong said. Mu Xian made up her mind and said solemnly. After all, he's from Tianyi Palace. Should we trust him just like that? She said with some hesitation. For them, of the 3 paths, putting aside the 100-Break Mountain range, the safest path was naturally the White Bone Mountain. The flat wasteland seemed to be the most dangerous path. After all, the terrifying surviving species of the Great Desolation lived there, and it was once a taboo. Existence of the Tian Yuan taboo. No need to say more. Xiaogong is trustworthy. He's Big Situ's friend. Mu Xi also made her attitude clear. She lightly scolded the female disciple. Big Situ, he's already, the female disciple was not convinced. Instead, she subconsciously talked back. She did not finish her words, but when the surrounding female disciples heard it, their faces showed a touch of anger. The news that Feng Xing had set up a plan to let Pomelo die had already spread among the female disciples. At first, the little princess of Yaoqi, Yao Shaoqing, and the three fairy ladies had explained that Feng Xing had gone with her to save her life. He would not really let her die. But no one had expected that Pomelo would really die in the end. Moreover, when the outside world heard that Feng Xing had killed thousands of creatures, someone came to ask Feng Xing if Pomelo had died in his hands. Feng Xing also admitted it with a smile. Since then, in the hearts of the female disciples of Fuyao Palace, it was difficult for them to be of one heart and one mind with Big Sidu. Fatty Dao Wufeng was the only one who wanted to explain. Feng Xing waved his hand and told him that there was no need to explain. Pomelo had indeed died under his sword. There was nothing to explain about this matter. If they wanted to blame him, they could blame themselves. Anyway, they could not become his wife. This made Dao Wufeng look at Feng Xing in a new light. Then let's go to the flat wasteland. After the discussion, it was Feng Xing who came back and made the decision. A group of more than 600 people rode the clouds and rushed to the flat wasteland in the depths of the demonic abyss. In the demonic abyss, the rules had collapsed, and the world had changed. At the edge of the demonic abyss, one could still ride the clouds. But after entering the depths of the demonic abyss, unless one had wings, it was impossible to ride the clouds. This was a good thing for the people of Fuyao Palace. After all, it was not only their speed that was affected, but also the speed of the god race experts who were chasing after them. The flat wasteland was located in the southeast of the demonic abyss. It was a vast plain, full of swamps and sparse mountain peaks. On the flat wasteland, a stream of water stretched around the flat wasteland, leading to a corner of the Pure Land. This was the area with the most surviving species of untainted land. It was said that the totem symbol of the surviving species of untainted land, the bone palace of untainted land, was in the depths of this plain, but no one had seen it. Before the creatures of the god race came, this was once the most dangerous forbidden area in the demonic abyss. No one dared to go near it. There were even rumors that there were too many strange existences in the flat wasteland. Maybe in an inconspicuous little puddle, there was a flood dragon that could devour a Yuanian great cultivator. A group of inconspicuous black flies could turn a group of golden elixir realm cultivators into skeletons in the blink of an eye. A dark cloud hanging low in the sky could drop terrible void lightning at any time. After riding on the clouds for a day and a night, all the cultivators landed on the clouds and began to walk. At this time, they could clearly feel that the void was filled with layers of murderous aura. They could not ride the clouds freely unless they had a pair of wings and could fly with the wind. If we follow the stream of water, we can enter the Pure Land before the pursuers catch up. So far, the creatures of the god race have not wantonly slaughtered in the Pure Land. This shows that they are very afraid of that place. If we enter the Pure Land, we will be safe. Moreover, if we follow the stream of water and do not go deep into the flat wasteland, we should not have any conflict with the surviving species of untainted land. When they came to the river, the water was as black as ink. Although it was called a river, there was no trace of the surface of the river. Dao Wufeng relaxed a little and then asked the disciples of the Fuyao Palace to take out the celestial devices that could be used to travel in the river. Some were wooden swords, which could be used to travel in the river. Some were gourds, which would not sink in the water, and some were able to freeze the water and turn it into a spiritual boat. It was quite a lively scene. Feng Xing watched coldly from the side. If no disciple of the Fuyao Palace spoke to him, he would not speak to anyone else. Seeing that everyone had made the proper arrangements and entered the river in groups of 3 to 5, no one paid attention to him, the big Situ, and he was still standing alone on the shore. It looked a little awkward. The 3 immortal ladies of Yaoqi were exploring the way in front and did not pay attention to the small things behind them. The young master of the Tianyi Palace, Dao Wufeng, was using a piece of dragon scale, which had turned into the size of a millstone and would not sink in the water. Unfortunately, the dragon scale was so small that he could not even stand on it. Naturally, he did not have time to care about Feng Xing and could only rush on his own. "Hey, little rascal, I have a magic weapon to cross the river. Why don't you come with me?" Among the people who stayed behind, a person walked up and said. He looked careless, but there was a hint of heartache in his eyes. It was the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Xiaoqing. She held a palm leaf fan in her hand and was carefully peeking at Feng Xing's face. Aren't you afraid that I will throw you into the river first when it's dangerous? Fang Xing turned his head to look at her and said with a smile, this river water is extremely poisonous. If your cultivation is low, you will die if you touch it. You dare? The little princess, who was a little hesitant at first, immediately became angry. She waved the palm leaf fan and said, I will definitely push you down first. Haha, Fang Xing laughed a few times, then took a step forward, grabbed her waist, and jumped into the air, straight into the dark river. The little princess was startled. Just as she was about to scream, there was a whoosh behind him. Two huge wings that almost covered the sky spread out and flapped downwards with a rumble, causing the river water below to surge. He steadied himself, held the little princess in his arms, and like a big bird, he rushed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was 1,000 feet away. Oh, to the little princess of Yaoqi, flying in the sky was naturally nothing new. But at this time, with the dark river water below them, and the densely packed disciples of Fuyao Palace below, coupled with the fact that it was unexpected, it made her feel a little surprised. She shouted excitedly, which made Fang Xing a little speechless. He thought to himself that she was really not afraid that he would throw her into the river, that. Actually, I know that you are unhappy. The big fatty that you brought back has already explained what happened to the 3 ants. I also secretly heard it and explained it to the others, but they did not understand, and I also did not know how to explain it to them. After a while, as if the initial excitement had passed, after a period of silence, it was Mu Shaoqing who hesitantly opened her mouth. Hee, I am indeed unhappy. Knowing that this little girl wanted to comfort him, Fang Xing laughed softly, shook his head and said, but it is not because of them. Then what is the reason? Mu Shaoqing was stunned, and asked subconsciously. Favors. Fang Xing gave a long sigh and said with a bitter smile, favors are really the most annoying thing in the world. You can't get rid of them and you can't throw them away. You can't even repay them over and over again. Instead, it's possible that the more you repay them, the more you repay them. What I'm thinking now is how to cleanly repay the huge favor I owe Fuyao Palace. As for whether they like me or not, it doesn't matter. Although serene water was called a river, in reality, it was wider than the sea in the eyes of mortals. Layers of waves slammed against each other, and the momentum was monstrous. Dark clouds covered the surface of the water, and contained unknown dangers. Waves of horrifying black wind swept over from afar, almost tearing everything apart. Even if one had a pair of wings and could ride the wind, flying in such an environment was still extremely dangerous. However, Fang Xing was skilled and daring. He flapped his wings, and his speed was as agile as a moth. He shuttled between the black wind and the dark clouds at low altitude, but he was not injured at all. Even those who were crossing the water with their treasures could not help but break out in cold sweat for Fang Xing and the little princess of Yaoqi. However, the two of them looked excited, especially Mu Shaoqing. She was brought along by Fang Xing to shuttle through the dangerous void. She was not worried that the little devil would accidentally harm her. Instead, she screamed excitedly from time to time. She was having a great time. Sigh, it's really a madman meeting a fool. These two are a match made in heaven. Even the 3 Yaoqi immortals below could not help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. They looked at each other and dispelled the idea of calling them down. Pomelo's death was actually her own choice. Situ has always felt guilty for not being able to save her. However, the ordinary disciples do not understand, and he is not willing to explain. I see that he is very depressed now, and I feel that I have let him down. However, I don't know how to persuade him. Those disciples have firmly believed that Pomelo's death was arranged by him, and it is even more difficult to explain. Mu Xiai Immortal spoke with some guilt, but it raised the 3 people's worries. The 3 immortals were silent for a moment. At that time, Fang Xing had deliberately said that he wanted Pomelo to die in order to protect the safety of the majority of the people. Although from the perspective of an orthodoxy, sacrificing one person in exchange for the safety of the entire orthodoxy was definitely an outcome that they could accept. Moreover, after Pomelo had set off, Fang Xing had already told them that he would think of a way to save her. However, no one had expected that Pomelo would actually die in this twist of events, which caused people to misunderstand him. Now, the dissatisfaction towards Fang Xing, the great Situ, had already spread among the disciples of Fuyao Palace. Even if the three of them explained, no one was willing to accept it. They only thought that the three of them were purposely helping Fang Xing for the sake of the overall situation. After a moment of silence, Xian Immortal took the lead to speak. Actually, speaking of which, he has always had a lively personality. It is just that the three of us used the grace of saving his life to tie him to the war chariot of Fuyao Palace. He does not really belong to Fuyao Palace, and we only gave him a title. In our hearts, we do not really treat him as the real Great Situ, right? But he has indeed fulfilled his responsibility. Not to mention anything else, just bringing all the disciples of Fuyao Palace into the demon abyss was already something that the three of us could not do. Forget it, let's not force him. When he enters the Pure Land, settles down, and finds out Hong Er's whereabouts, then we will consider that he does not owe Fuyao Palace anything. At that time, let him go. At this time, Xian Immortal was the most determined. She sighed softly and made a decision. But he has cultivated the sage's Dharma access of Fuyao Palace. Xian Immortal was startled and seemed to be a little hesitant. That Dharma access is the inheritance of the sage. We, Fuyao Palace, have only learned it. Let him go. Xian Immortal said softly, but her tone was unquestionable. The wind is strong and the waves are calm. We are moving very fast. At this speed, we can reach the Pure Land in about 10 days. Below, Tianyi Palace's young palace master Dao Wufeng stood on the dragon's scale with his hands behind his back. He was also relieved. Looking around, Fuyao Palace was indeed worthy of being the top orthodoxy in the Divine Land. Although the group of female disciples had different strengths, they were in groups of 3 to 5. Using magic weapons together, they were able to deal with the dangerous serene water. Looking around again, there was no trace of the surviving species of the untainted land. Looking at the clouds behind them, there were no traces of masters chasing them. It seemed that his plan was working. At this rate, it would not be a big problem to reach the Pure Land safely. Will you slip away after sending us to the Pure Land? Although the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Shaoqing, was having fun in the air, she still had something on her mind and asked quietly. If I leave, will I be considered as the great Situ who has been in the position for the shortest time in Fuyao Palace? Fang Xing did not answer her directly, but asked with a smile. Not really. In the past, Goli Great Sage was the great Situ of Fuyao Palace. He only stayed for 3 days and then left. Mu Shaoqing thought about it honestly and said with a smile. Then I can rest assured. Fang Xing laughed heartily and said, however, I won't leave just like that. At the very least, I'll return your favor. I don't like owing favors to others, especially to women. Either I quickly return it, or I'll renege on the debt and not return it. You, how can you go back on your word? It will affect your image in my heart. Little Princess Mu Shaoqing was very unhappy when she heard this and started to complain. However, Fang Xing did not answer her. He laughed and saw that there was a huge dark cloud in front of him. He flapped his wings and directly rushed over. Mu Shaoqing was so shocked that she screamed. However, just as they were about to pass through the dark cloud, Fang Xing's figure flashed and directly brought her through the narrow gap between the 2 huge dark clouds. This thrilling scene immediately made Mu Shaoqing excited. She pointed at the dark cloud in front of her and shouted, again. He is playing happily with the little princess in the sky. He is not afraid that he will not be able to explain himself if something happens. The laughter from above also caused some Fuyao Palace disciples to be dissatisfied. They laughed coldly. If he is careless and seeks his own death, I wonder if he will be sacrificed for our Fuyao Palace. He will only let others sacrifice themselves. Perhaps this is the only possibility that he will sacrifice himself for Fuyao Palace. I really hope that we can reach the Pure Land quickly and find Xiaositu, a female disciple sighed, which caused a few people to agree with her. Above the serene water, everyone had their own thoughts in their hearts. However, it was silent. However, no matter what, they were able to move smoothly on the serene water and not be caught by the experts of the God clan. They were relieved and their mood began to lighten up. However, it was as if God was playing a joke on them. Just when everyone began to look forward to reaching the Pure Land, there was a sudden change. The serene water that was originally calm suddenly became turbulent. A huge whirlpool appeared and blocked the way. Hmm? Although he was flying in the sky and having fun, Fangxing's reaction was extremely sharp. He immediately discovered this anomaly. With a flap of the wings on his back, he swooped down and blocked in front of the vortex. With a stretch of his hand, an invisible pressure enveloped the area, forcefully suppressing the huge wave that the vortex had created. The wave violently collided with the wave twice, and then it fell back. What is under the water? Come out and talk. With one hand holding the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Shaoqing, who was still in a panic, Fangxing shouted in a deep voice. There was a hidden fierceness in his voice. There is something under the water? Mu Shaoqing was shocked and stretched her head to look. She didn't care if the way Fangxing carried her was elegant or not. Her heart was filled with curiosity. One should know that this serene water was not an ordinary river. It was filled with malice and poison. Even if it wasn't the water of the Yellow Springs, it wasn't far from it. A normal cultivator would die if they touched a little of it. Even a Golden Dam cultivator would view it as a great poison. When the disciples of Fuyao Palace crossed the river, they all used their spiritual energy to defend themselves, afraid that they would touch the water. Only the three immortal ladies of Yaoqi and Dao Wufang, with their cultivation, could relax a little. Under such terrifying serene water, there was actually something alive. However, with regards to Mu Xiaoqing's question, Fangxing didn't need to answer. The scene in front of him had already changed. The serene water tumbled and the whirlpool grew larger and larger. It was as if the river was flowing backwards. From the center of the whirlpool, a black dragon with a single black horn on its head emerged. Its body was like a millstone, and its scales were black and shiny. Only a section of its body that was more than 30 feet long was above the water's surface. It was unknown how much more of its body was hidden underneath. On its head that was the size of a small mountain, a pair of yellow eyes glared at them. Not only was there something underwater, but there were also many black shadows in the sky. Rumble, a strange snake that was more than 30 feet long with a pair of wings on its back, came from the east. It circled in the sky and looked down with a murderous aura. A huge serpent with a wingspan of almost 700 feet shook off a strange cloud and descended from the sky, staring fixedly at the ground below. Soon after, giant toads and scaled eagles appeared one after another, surrounding the group of Fuyao Palace disciples so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Their gigantic bodies were like dark clouds, almost covering the entire sky. The ferocious aura emanating from their bodies and the increasingly dangerous black waves around them caused the group of Fuyao Palace disciples to panic. They did not even have the courage to summon their treasures to defend themselves. Faced with these lost descendants of the untainted land that only existed in legends, even if they encountered them, they would be as helpless as mortals encountering tigers and wolves. In the midst of their fear, even the three Yaoqi immortal nuns turned pale. They turned to look at Dao Wufang. Dao Wufang was also shocked and suspicious. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. It seemed that even he didn't understand why so many ancient species had suddenly appeared above the originally calm serene water. They had already deliberately followed the serene water and went around the flat wasteland. Logically speaking, it was difficult to encounter even one ancient species. Why did they encounter so many at once? Moreover, anyone with good eyesight would be able to tell that these prehistoric species seemed to have specially come to wait for them. Amidst the shock of the cultivators, Fangxing's brows also furrowed tightly. His gaze fell on the strange winged snake, and he stared at it for a while. His eyes were filled with doubt, but more than that, shock. It was as if he could sense a familiar aura from its body. Disciples, be careful. The appearance of the surviving species of the untainted land made the surface of the serene water silent. Many people subconsciously took out their magic treasures. Even the three fairy ladies of the Jade Pool immediately gave the order to prepare for battle. At the same time, they felt especially terrified. The surviving species of the untainted land had always been a nightmarish existence in the Tianyuan continent. Even an ordinary surviving species had the strength to compete with a nascent soul cultivator. And with the royal bloodline, the surviving species could fly, and their strength would increase exponentially. In particular, the place where they appeared was too terrifying. They quietly appeared on the serene water and had already trapped them in the most dangerous place. They were absolutely doomed. The gloomy water was evil. The strength they could use on the surface of the gloomy water was probably less than half. However, not only were there many descendants of the ancient times, they were powerful, and they could even borrow the power of the gloomy water, causing the difference in strength between the two sides to grow larger and larger, if they really did start fighting here. With this thought, the hearts of the three ladies sank. It's possible that the entire Fuyao Palace will be wiped out. However, in their hearts, there were countless thoughts. Why would the descendants of the ancient times suddenly appear on the edge of the plains, and why so many of them? Hee, I've been waiting for you for a long time, human cultivators. Just as they were surprised and doubtful, a human voice rang out in the distance. Afterwards, streaks of silver light pierced through the dark clouds in the surroundings. A creature the size of a small mountain with golden scales flew over, sticking close to the gloomy water. The surrounding descendants immediately opened up a path for it, allowing it to fly in front of Zhu Xiu. It landed on the head of the horned black serpent. It was actually a silver scorpion with wings. The silver lump on its head was like a crown, giving it the dignity of a king. The moment they saw it, the expressions of the three ladies of Yaoqi and Dao Wufeng all changed greatly. Despair filled their eyes. With their knowledge, it was naturally impossible for them not to recognize that this silver descendant was a member of the royal family. He did not possess the bloodline of the royal family. Instead, he was truly a pure-blooded royal member of the primordial remnant species, a living being of the primordial bone palace lineage. In the face of everyone's terrified gazes, the royal creature's face, which was covered in fine scales, seemed to reveal an indescribable pride. The faint might of a king was released from its body, flattening the waves on the surface of the water around it. Its golden pupils slowly contracted, sweeping across the crowd below. It spoke slowly, speaking in human language. Among you people, who is Fang Xing? Many people were already surprised to hear the surviving species of the untainted land speak. After hearing its words, they were even more astonished. They felt that it was a very strange thing for a person's name to come out of its mouth. They subconsciously looked at Fang Xing. Are you here for me? Hearing this, Fang Xing retracted his gaze from the winged snake and asked with a frown. You are Fang Xing? The Fang Xing who went on a killing spree in Bako Keikyang? Hearing Fang Xing's voice, the creature of the royal family tilted its large head backwards. Its pupils shrank to the size of needles, as if only by doing this could it clearly see what Fang Xing, who was the size of an ant, looked like. However, its tone did not reveal any joy or anger. However, when it mentioned this the expressions of everyone in Fuyao Palace instantly became even more solemn. The other party had indeed come with a purpose. If you have something to say, then say it. I am in a hurry. Fang Xing also seemed to have something on his mind. He raised his head to look at the king and spoke in a low voice. Haha, in a hurry? You won't be able to. The king seemed to have heard a joke. It snorted twice and let out a long sigh. It sneered and said, ever since I received the message from my friends from the Shin clan, I ordered my generals to guard this serene water. I was wondering if you would choose to cross the demon abyss from here. Now it seems that my luck is not bad. You have indeed chosen to pass through here. At least I can answer to them, friends from the Shin clan? These 4 light words caused the expressions of everyone in Fuyao Palace to change greatly. All kinds of treasures were activated. For a moment, divine light interweaved in the air. It was extremely beautiful and contained divine might. The surviving species of the untainted land that were eyeing them all stood up at this moment. They released their ferocious might and immediately caused the atmosphere to become oppressive. It was filled with murderous intent, as if a massacre would break out at any moment. The surviving species of the untainted land have also submitted to the Shin clan? Fang Xing was also slightly taken aback. He looked at the creature from the royal family in disbelief, and then at the strange snake. There is nothing to submit to. The origins of the untainted land and the Shin clan are similar. We are both races that were born in the world at the beginning of chaos. Our bloodlines are similar to the Great Way and we are born with divine power. Based on this, we, the untainted land, are also a kind of Shin clan. Moreover, with the strength of the untainted land bone palace, why do we need to submit? The king laughed coldly and seemed to be proud. The divine master has already issued a decree. He intends to confer my father the untainted land's divine king, the 12th place after the 3,000 divine kings of the Shin clan. The 12th divine king, everyone's heart sank when they heard this. The most unexpected and terrible news appeared. The surviving species of the untainted land had actually chosen to stand on the side of the Shin clan. This news was hard to accept, but it seemed to be within expectations. Before the Shin clan descended, the surviving species of the untainted land had always been the common enemy of Tianyuan. The gods and demons had once set up a division to suppress the surviving species of the untainted land to prevent them from rushing out of the demonic abyss. When the saints' plan to pull down the mysterious coffin was realized, the surviving species of the untainted land had also attacked Baekokkyung and fought with the cultivators of the human clan. It could be said that the surviving species of the untainted land had always been the great enemy of the human clan. Thus, it was not difficult to understand why they chose to stand on the opposite side of the human clan. Moreover, the Shin clan had offered such generous conditions? So you have come to capture me on behalf of the Shin clan? Fang Xing's face showed neither joy nor anger. After a long silence, he asked with a faint smile. Of course. The royal clan answered very naturally. Although its body was huge, its voice was somewhat feminine. It said with a smile, "You are one of the 7 evils, one of the human clan cultivators that the Shin clan wants the most. After the battle at Baekokkyung, you have become the person they want the most. No matter who captures you, they will have made a great contribution. If you were outside, the untainted land of the untainted land Bone Palace would be too lazy to send people out to find you. But since you have taken the initiative to deliver yourself to us, how can we give up on this great contribution? Protect Big Situ." Lady Mu Xian shouted in a low voice. She took out an ancient sword that floated above her head. It was enshrouded in a mortal aura, ready to stab out at any time. When the surrounding disciples of Fuyao Palace heard this, they immediately used their magic power. For a moment, divine power lingered in the air, and they could not resist it. At this point, there was no need to say anything else. However, Fang Xing waved his hand, indicating for them to calm down. He furrowed his brows tightly and then relaxed them. His gaze swept across the living creature of the royal family and the surviving species of the untainted land that were eyeing him covetously. His expression became even more carefree. He actually put his hands behind his back and stepped forward, taking 2 steps towards the living creature of the royal family. Then, he said with a smile, "I have heard of the power of the surviving species of the untainted land. I have also dealt with them in the past and fought a few times. However, things are different now. You, a silver-skinned 4-legged snake, are really so confident that you can stop me?" Silver-skinned 4-legged snake. For a moment, many people felt a chill in their hearts and felt uneasy. That was the legitimate royal clan of the untainted land Bone Palace. This demon actually called it a 4-legged snake. Is your family's 4-legged snake so big? However, as Fang Xing spoke, he also secretly used his magic power. The originally faintly discernible aura on his body seemed to have opened the floodgates at this moment. It rumbled and began to circulate. The Taoist connotation of a celestial aura illuminated the void, causing his entire body to seem to be wrapped by the celestial aura. The celestial aura that emanated from his body was especially like a spring breeze and rain. It completely swept away the ferocious aura of the royal clan creature. Even the Fuyao Palace disciples below who were terrified seemed to have gained more confidence at this moment. They took out their Dharma treasures and steadied themselves. Compared to the royal clan creature, his height was not even a finger's length, but his aura was not inferior at all. In fact, it even faintly overshadowed it. As expected of the infamous devil. Unexpectedly, in the face of Fang Xing's provocation and arrogance, the royal clan creature did not become angry. Instead, it laughed sinisterly. "To be honest, with your abilities, you can probably escape. Although I might be able to keep you here if I risk my life, I'm too lazy to do so. However, have you really thought it through? Although we have no confidence in keeping you here, what I can guarantee is that if we really rely on killing to solve this problem, then other than you, there will definitely not be a second person here who will leave this place alive." Roar. As its voice fell, the surrounding royal clan creatures suddenly roared at the sky at the same time. Huge waves of sound swept in all directions like a violent gale, shaking some people to the point that they could not stand. The dark river water under their feet at this moment rolled into giant waves that were tens of thousands of feet high. They were like giant city walls that surged in midair, as if they would charge towards the surrounding Fuyao Palace disciples. It was extremely terrifying. Thump, thump, it was unknown how many people's faces turned ashen at this moment. Their hearts beat wildly. They realized a fact. The creature was speaking the truth. On this dangerous serene water, if they started a battle with this group of royal clan creatures, it was possible that they would all be wiped out. You have two choices. You can either follow me obediently. I can't be bothered to make things difficult for this group of women and let them leave. Or, you can speak with your true abilities and fight a great battle here. If you have the ability, you can escape, but this group of women will have to stay behind to appease my anger. Oh, that fatty looks not bad. He can be eaten as a fatty meatball. I reckon he won't get stuck in my teeth. Its calm yet cruel words were like a joke. However, it caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. Some people thought of the terror of this group of royal clan creatures and felt anxious. Some people had the hope of escaping and subconsciously looked towards Fengxing. At this moment, more people were in a dilemma. They could not make a decision at all and could only look around blankly, not knowing how to react. On the other hand, Fengxing's reply was surprisingly quick. He calmly turned his head and glanced at the strange snake with the twin palaces on its back. Then, with a relaxed expression, he waved his large sleeves and said with a smile, "You should have said so earlier. Then let these people leave. I will go back with you. Big Situ, don't take any risks." Hearing that the primitive remnant species was trying to use the lives of the Fuyao Palace disciples to threaten Fengxing, the faces of the three goddesses of Yaoqi turned pale. Aunt Mu Xian didn't have time to think and shouted. At the same time, she jumped into the air and used her spiritual power to resist the invisible killing intent in the air. At the same time, she stood in front of Fengxing, ready to help at any time. Alas, this started because of me, but I can't stay out of it. At this time, Dao Wufeng also sighed softly. Dragon scales rose from the soles of his feet. He jumped into the air and smiled bitterly. It was his mistake that caused this group of people to fall into such a desperate situation. He couldn't refuse and had to participate in this battle. Little bandit, in the stories that have been passed down in the world, there are many powerful people who were threatened by their enemies. In order to save the lives of their family and friends, they gave up resisting. Although they were all heroes, none of these heroes had a good ending. Don't be silly. Right now, the rare treasure of Yaoqi is in my hands. Come with me and fight. Let's capture the leader first. The little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Shaoqing, seemed to be afraid that Fengxing would try to be a hero. She hurriedly said and waved the treasured fan. You're really stupid. Do you only grow steamed buns and not a brain? Fengxing glanced at Mu Shaoqing and smiled bitterly. But seeing that she was protecting him, he felt a little comforted and wasn't too disappointed. However, just as the murderous aura filled the air and the battle was about to begin, the living being from the royal family laughed softly. His gaze seemed to sweep across everyone with some mockery and he said softly, "There is indeed a reason why a group of women from Fuyao Palace can dominate the central region of the Divine Prefecture for so many years. However, are you sure you want to fight to the death with us, the surviving descendants of the untainted land, for the sake of a demon despised by the world?" Haha, if the real Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace heard about it, she would probably be. At this point, it paused slightly, as if it was deliberately keeping them in suspense. But after hearing its words, the female disciples of Fuyao Palace were shocked, and someone anxiously shouted, "Do you know where Xiaositu is?" Haha, I don't know where he is. However, half a month ago, I heard a rumor that Eternal Darkness Holy Son of the Sun Moon tribe had a huge battle with a young expert from the human tribe on the ice field in the extreme north of the Pure Land. In the end, both of them were severely injured and Eternal Darkness Holy Sun was rescued by the Divine Tribe. However, the young expert with the surname Nye escaped with injuries and disappeared on the ice field. Sigh, I don't know if he is dead or alive or what his identity is. However, there was an eyewitness who said that the skill that person used was similar to the finger-pointing technique. The living being of the royal family said with a faint smile as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. But when these words entered the ears of the disciples of Fuyao Palace, it was no different than rolling thunder. For a time, their expressions changed, and they were both worried and happy. Since the young expert of the human tribe had the surname Nia and knew the finger-pointing secret skill, who else could it be other than Xiaositu? On one hand, they finally felt relieved. After knowing that Xiaositu had appeared in the Pure Land, it naturally meant that he had not died in the chaos of Kuaiji Mountain. But at the same time, they heard that after Xiaositu had fought with the divine son of the Sun Moon tribe, he had disappeared. Endless worry arose in their hearts. Some cried, some laughed, and for a moment, it was a mess. Ayaya, the poor fellow from the human tribe with the surname Nia. At this time, he is probably hiding somewhere in the ice field to recuperate, or maybe he is seriously injured and on the verge of death. He is hoping that an elder from his sect will save him, but he doesn't know that his elder is sacrificing himself in the demon abyss for someone else. I don't know what he will think when he hears about this. The living being of the royal family laughed softly, and the mockery in his voice became more and more obvious. Shut up, you, what you said is true. Mu Xian Fairy shouted loudly, but her complicated eyes also showed that she was hesitating in her heart. I am the son of the Chaos Divine King, how can I lower my status and lie to others? The living being of the royal family laughed coldly and did not bother to answer Mu Xian Fairy's words. Instead, he spread his wings and sneered, Today, I have led people here only for this demon. I do not want to argue with your Fuyao Palace. Now I will give you a chance. Either you stay out of this matter and continue your path to the Pure Land ice field to find your Xiaositu, or you all stay here. As his voice fell, the surrounding atmosphere became even more strange, and everyone's heart became heavy. Mu Xian Fairy did not speak for a long time, her brows knitted into a knot, and she hesitated. Mu Xian Fairy, beside her, there was already a disciple of the Fuyao Palace crying, looking sadly at Mu Xian Fairy. Even the other two female immortals had complicated expressions. There were hundreds of thoughts in their minds, and they hesitated for a moment. And if the three of them were already in such a difficult situation, there was no need to mention the disciples of the Fuyao Palace. After hearing the news about Xiaositu and Ye Qianhong, their hearts were already in a mess, and even the magic treasures they had taken out were trembling. Countless sorrowful eyes looked at the three female immortals, hoping that they would make a decision as soon as possible. There were even people who looked at Feng Xing with pleading eyes. They did not speak, but there were too many requests in those sorrowful and complicated eyes, but they could not say them. Sigh, there is indeed a difference in distance. At this time, Dao Wufeng could not help but feel sad for Feng Xing, but he did not know how to intervene. He could only imagine that if the three female immortals really made a decision, then Feng Xing's situation would be extremely awkward. Alright, now I am still the first Situ of the Fuyao Palace. Just as the three female immortals were in a dilemma, Feng Xing suddenly frowned and spoke. He secretly channeled his mana, and his voice spread in all directions. Then, he glanced at the people of the Fuyao Palace, and looked at the living creature of the royal species of the untainted land. He laughed disdainfully, As long as you don't abdicate, my words are the law. Does anyone dare to disobey? Now, I will go with you. Let them go. Don't play such tricks in front of me. Do you believe that if you make me angry, I will tear off your silver skin and use it as boots? Humph. The living creature seemed to be a little angry, but he did not lose his temper. As for the three female immortals of the Yaoqi Palace, their expressions were filled with surprise. The female disciples of the Fuyao Palace were even more ecstatic. Many of them shouted, Thank you, Xiaositu. Some of them even took out their magic treasures and hurried on their way. They wished they could grow wings and fly to the ice field to find Xiaositu and Ye Qianhong. Are you really stupid? Beside him, only the little princess of the Yaoqi Palace, Mu Xiaoqing, cried out anxiously. Her face was full of anger. My friend Feng Xing, you should. Dao Wufeng also wanted to say something, but he stopped. He obviously wanted to persuade Feng Xing no need to say more. I have made up my mind. Feng Xing was too lazy to talk to them anymore. He shook his arms, and the little princess of the Yaoqi Palace, Mu Xiaoqing, was scattered by an invisible force. She fell into the arms of Mu Xian Fairy. Unknowingly, a layer of binding force was placed on her body. She could not break free and could not speak. Then, Feng Xing strode toward the living creature of the royal species of the untainted land. His voice was directed to Dao Wufang, "Damn fatty, if you bring these women safely to the Pure Land, I will owe you a favor." I will obey your orders." Dao Wufang looked hesitant, but he finally nodded. "Haha, you don't have to worry about these women. Since I let them go, no one will dare to touch them. They will have a smooth journey to the Pure Land." The young master of the untainted land smiled faintly. He spread his wings and took the lead to fly into the sky. Beside him, all the surviving species of the untainted land flew up at the same time and accompanied Feng Xing. They were like guards or escorts, preventing him from escaping. The strange snake with wings on its back laughed strangely and looked at Feng Xing from afar. The dark cloud-like existences soared into the sky, stirring up a fierce wind and stirring up another chaotic scene on the serene water. It took a long time for it to calm down. The three fairy nuns of the Jade Pool looked at Feng Xing, who was among the surviving species of the untainted land, and gently bowed to him. The three ladies of the Yaoqi Palace thanked Situ on behalf of the Fuyao Palace. "We will never forget this in this life." Before they could finish their words, an object suddenly came across the sky like lightning. Even with the ability of the three fairy nuns, they could not catch it. Before they could use their Dharma power, the object was already standing in front of them. In an instant, the divine power contained in it changed in an instant and formed a floating object in the air. It floated lightly over the serene water, only a finger's distance from the water's surface. It had an ancient fragrance and was enshrouded in Taoist qi. It was the sword of the Grand Minister of Fuyao Palace. It was originally with Feng Xing, but he had returned it to them. He has given up the position of Great Situ. Lady Mu Xian looked at the sword and was stunned for a long time before she spoke. "No, he is using this to repay the favor to the Yaoqi Palace." Lady Mu Xian stood up and gently took the sword. Her expression was sorrowful as she said in a low voice. "Three ladies, let's hurry up and go." After the surrounding Fuyao Palace disciples were quiet for a few breaths, someone finally spoke up impatiently and urged them in a low voice. When the three ladies turned around, they only saw magic treasures lined up on the surface of the tranquil water. They were filled with magic power and were only waiting for their orders to leave this place. Everyone's faces were filled with anxiety. It was obvious that they were rushing to the Pure Land to find someone. "You." Sigh. The three ladies sighed, but did not say anything. They could only wave their hands and give the order. In fact, in their hearts, it was not easy for the three of them to hear news of Xiaositu. How could they not be extremely anxious? The disciples heard the order and immediately controlled their magic treasures. Like arrows released from a bow, they quickly flew forward. And among these people, the little princess of the Yaoqi, Mu Shaoqing, who had finally broken free from the restraining power that Feng Xing had cast on her body, jumped up and stepped on the banana leaf fan that she had taken out. She said coldly, "I won't go with you, Shaoqing." "You." Lady Mu Xian frowned slightly. She wanted to scold her but stopped herself. She could see that her expression was serious. "Although that guy is a bastard, although we saved him, he also brought us across half of the divine prefecture and safely entered the demonic abyss. He even helped us eliminate the traitor and rescued our fellow sect members. Although senior sister Pomelo died, it was not something he could control. He is not an immortal king, how could he control everything in his hands?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and the rims of her eyes reddened. "All of you blame him. He didn't even try to defend himself. But think about it. Even if he used one person's life in exchange for everyone's safe passage into the demonic abyss, and even rescued his fellow disciples who were trapped in White Emperor City, and even executed the traitor of Fuyao Palace, what wrong would he have done to you? Did he let down the title of Big Situ? Now that you heard news of Brother Hong, you abandoned him just like that. Do you still have a conscience?" After venting her anger, she suddenly turned around and rode the banana leaf fan in the direction that Feng Xing had left. She was not even afraid of the murderous aura in the air and the danger in the dark clouds. Her voice came from afar. "You go find Brother Hong, but I will go find that bastard. I will tell Brother Hong that I have let him down. But if I also go find him, Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace will really be left with a group of ingrates." As the Fuyao Palace flowed downstream towards the Pure Land, Fangxing was being guarded by many surviving species of the Untainted Land. They went deep into the flat wasteland. Along the way, the creature of the royal kinsman flew at the forefront. Its speed was neither too fast nor too slow. Wherever it passed, the dark clouds on the flat wasteland would disperse, the swamps would shift, and the weeds would bend. Even the sparse wild forests would disperse as it passed, revealing a piece of solid ground. The creature of the royal kinsman revealed its astonishing majesty. And Fangxing was trapped in the middle of it. The strange snake and giant dragonfly flew on his left and right, forming an encirclement. They guarded him all the way deep into the flat wasteland, as if to prevent him from escaping. Go faster. As Fangxing silently followed the group of surviving species of the Untainted Land towards the depths of the flat wasteland, the strange snake with 2 wings in the north kept staring at him with its sneaky eyes. Sometimes its eyes revealed a murderous glint, as if it had thought of some ruthless method, and sometimes it looked hesitant, as if it had recalled some unpleasant past events. However, in the end, it could not restrain itself. After entering deep into the flat wasteland, it saw that the surrounding people were silent, so it approached Fangxing, shouted fiercely, and swung its tail into the void. Fangxing turned his head and glanced at it. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry, and he did not say anything. He just increased his speed slightly. Seeing that he was so cooperative, the strange snake became complacent and became even bolder. After the group of people had traveled for another 100 miles, it once again approached them boldly. It flapped its wings in the air and shouted at Fangxing, "Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Slow down." Haha, Fangxing laughed in a low voice. He still did not speak, but slowed down a little as he was told. Instead, the surviving species of the Untainted Land that had been surrounding Fangxing looked at the strange snake with a strange expression, as if it was blaming it. However, the strange snake paid no heed to its companion's gaze. Seeing that Fangxing was obedient even after it had scolded him twice, it couldn't help but be overjoyed. It grew bolder and began to size up Fangxing with its head tilted to one side. No one knew what it was thinking. As it went deeper and deeper into the wasteland, a huge bridge made of white bones appeared in front of him. It spanned across a large lake, and there were already several ferocious beasts standing guard in front of the stone bridge. It immediately had an idea in its mind, and it couldn't help but laugh softly. "The guests are here, please invite the king lord out." When the king clan's creature that led the way arrived in front of the bone bridge, it paused for a moment and instructed the creature guarding below. Then, it stopped and turned to the side of the bone bridge. After calmly giving a command, the creature guarding below immediately flew up and rushed to the other end of the stone bridge. Fangxing looked at the surroundings and also landed on the ground. He waved his sleeves and looked around as he stepped onto the bone bridge. From the looks of it, he was naturally crossing the bridge when he came across it. "Did I let you cross the bridge? Come back here." The winged snake immediately found an opportunity. It laughed wildly and flapped its wings. At the same time, its long tail suddenly swept out like a flexible whip, wrapping around Fangxing's abdomen. At the same time, it had already tugged, as if it wanted to pull Fangxing back and throw him into the lake, causing him to tumble. The strange snake could not help but become excited when it thought of the demon emerging from the lake like a drowned rat. It even spat out its saliva and trembled. "We haven't seen each other for so many years, but you're still asking for a beating." But no one expected that Fangxing, who had been silent and had no intention of resisting, would suddenly look at it coldly at this moment. Just as its long tail was about to wrap around his waist, the demon suddenly took a step back and moved. It was as if he had crossed the void in an instant and appeared directly on top of the snake's head. Then, he raised his foot and stomped down. The palm of his ancient cloth boots seemed to have become as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. With the power of a mountain, he stomped down on the strange snake's head. "Brat, you dare to be dishonest?" The strange snake let out a shrill cry, and in its haste, it shrunk its head, and with a flap of its wings, strange gray clouds suddenly appeared above its head, filling the surroundings and blocking everyone's line of sight. Then, Fangxing stomped down with a loud bang, and a huge crater was formed on the solid ground, but the strange snake had already disappeared without a trace. It had actually escaped at some point in time. Then, without waiting for Fangxing to react, within the thick fog, a black snake tail silently swept over. It was fast and urgent, and it contained a great amount of supernatural power, wanting to trap Fangxing. Just the snake tail alone was as thick as a millstone. Coupled with the power of the strange runes and the terrifying power it contained, it was as if a mountain had been smashed horizontally. In comparison, Fangxing's thin figure was not even as sturdy as a stalk of wheat straw. The surviving species of the untainted land and even the young master of the untainted land, who was lying lazily next to him, could not help but widen their eyes and look over. In their eyes, there was even an uncontrollable hint of worry, as if they were really afraid that Fangxing would be smashed to death by the tail. However, just as the tail swept over, Fangxing only smiled faintly and suddenly took a breath. Then, his figure rapidly grew. Almost in an instant, he had already become more than 100 feet tall. His body was covered with a faint golden light, and he looked like a celestial being. He stood on the ground like a jade pillar that reached the sky. His whole person seemed to have the aura of a towering mountain, rooted in the earth, unchanging and eternal. Pa! The strange snake's seemingly unstoppable tail seemed to have become a straw rope in front of Fangxing. Fangxing grabbed it with one hand, then held it tightly and pulled it backward. He sneered and said, "Those who are dishonest will be beaten now." Pung pung. When the strange snake's tail was pulled by Fangxing, it was shocked and angry. It screamed and suddenly turned around. Its house-sized head opened eerily, revealing a mouthful of terrifying fangs, and directly bit towards Fangxing. At the same time, its divine thoughts vibrated, and it shouted anxiously and angrily, "You still want to bully me now? Tell me that you've grown up, and it's time for me to find you for revenge." Before it finished saying the word pung, Fangxing seemed to be a little impatient. He suddenly pulled its tail and slammed it heavily towards the ground. With two pung-pung sounds, the strange snake had already become dizzy and could no longer care about biting Fangxing. However, since Fangxing had already moved, he did not stop for a moment. He slammed left and right, and slapped the ground 5 or 6 times in succession until the strange snake's body was cramped, and it seemed that it did not even have the strength to get up. Only then did he step on it with one foot, and then with one hand, he pulled up the thin cicada's wings on its back. He sneered and said, "In my hands, you will always be the one to be bullied." Ouch. Seeing that the strange snake had been severely beaten, the surviving species of the untainted land were dumbfounded. For a moment, they did not know whether they should go forward to help. When they saw Fangxing step on the strange snake and was about to pull off its wings, someone finally could not help it. The huge green dragonfly flew up and was about to rush towards Fangxing to save the strange snake first. However, beside it, a silver wing stretched out and stopped it. It was the young master of the untainted land. He shook his head lazily and said, "You don't need to save it. It deserves it." The green dragonfly was stunned. It did not dare to disobey the words of the young master of the untainted land, but it still looked a little surprised. What if the strange snake's wings are really torn off? But fortunately, the scene he was worried about didn't appear in the end. Just when Fangxing seemed to be anxious and wanted to tear off one of the strange snake's wings, he suddenly heard a clear and melodious cry. "Father, have you really come?" Hearing this voice, Fangxing was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at the other end of the bone bridge. "Boo-hoo. Little master, come and help me. Your father has really gone crazy." Hearing this voice, the strange snake directly burst into tears and looked pitifully at the other end of the bone bridge. At this time, on the bone bridge, there were a few terrifying remnant species that were not weaker than the tribulation-passing realm slowly walking over. They were all huge, like small mountains, and the smallest one was 4 or 5 feet tall. On the head of the red toad in the middle, there was a little girl that looked like she was carved from jade. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, and she wore a white dress. There were a few pieces of jade in her hair, and they swayed mischievously next to her head. When she saw Fangxing, her eyes were filled with surprise. "Little thing?" At this time, Fangxing was also slightly stunned, and his expression relaxed a little. Suddenly, he raised his hand and threw the strange snake far away. With a plop, it fell into the big lake. Then, with a shake of his body, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he had already turned into the size of an ordinary person. Standing on the head of the red toad, he gently bent down and picked up the happy girl. Why are you with these people? Did they bully you? After carrying the girl, Fang Xing's expression also became fierce, and he glanced around coldly. This girl was none other than Fang Xing's daughter. Back in the Jade Lake Fairy Society, when the Dragon Lady appeared with her, Fang Xing had already recognized her as his daughter. However, what followed was the challenge from Xiaoxitu of the Fuyao Palace, and the descent of the god race. They had only been together for a few days before they were separated. Originally, Fang Xing thought that she would be together with the Dragon Lady, but he did not expect that when the surviving species of the untainted land appeared, he would see the flying serpent, which was also the divine beast that the mother of the little thing obtained in the mysterious region. Although it had already grown up and was completely different from when it was young, Fang Xing still recognized it at a glance. At first, he thought that the little thing had fallen into the hands of the surviving species of the untainted land, so he quietly followed them. However, at this time, he found that the little thing was not being held hostage, and there were no injuries on its body. Hee, fellow Taoist Feng, it is a joyous occasion for father and daughter to meet again. I have no choice but to use this method to invite you over. Please forgive me. Before the little thing could answer, a vigorous voice had already sounded from the other side of the bone bridge. Fang Xing was slightly startled. The newcomer was too strong. Fang Xing had seen countless masters in his life. There were unfathomable old monsters like Uncle Jen, who did not seem to have any tricks up his sleeves. There were also mysterious beings like Lotus Girl, whose strength was indescribable. He had even witnessed a fierce battle between sages. However, no matter how strong these people were, his cultivation was relatively weak at that time, so he could not deeply feel how terrifying they were. Until now, when he stood at one end of the bone bridge and saw a creature slowly crawling over from the other end, he could not help but be alarmed. He held Little Thing in one hand, while his other hand had already quietly moved to his waist, ready to put up a defense at any time, in case the other party rushed over. The newcomer was also a surviving species of the untainted land, and it was a standard royal one. It had 2 horns on its head, and its appearance was ferocious. It was no less than 30 meters tall, like a mountain of flesh. Its eyes were the size of a house, and as its gaze wandered, it emitted a terrifying aura. It slowly crawled over the wide bone bridge. The bone bridge, which was made of white bones that were harder than steel, creaked at this moment, as if it could not bear the burden. A faint breath of fire was puffing out of its nostrils, drifting into the distance, forming a strong gust of wind hundreds of meters away. It was also the moment he saw it that Fang Xing understood. On this flat wasteland, there was a terrifying gust of wind blowing all year round, sweeping away everything. It seemed that the source of the gust of wind was actually here, and it was caused by the old monster's breath, too strong. With just one look, Fang Xing concluded that this old man most likely had the strength that surpassed the tribulation stage. He even vaguely recalled that there had been a great battle between sages in Beko Keikyung. The Pure Land Saint, Yang Mo, had ridden a surviving species of the untainted land to battle. Its combat strength was astonishing, and it could almost kill a sage. And that surviving species seemed to be the one in front of him. Roar, the mutated dragon walked over with heavy steps. Everywhere it passed, all the surviving species of the untainted land turned around and knelt on the ground, growling in a low voice to show their respect. Should I call you Divine King, or Dragon King of the untainted land? In such a large field, only Fang Xing and Little Thing in his arms did not kneel down. Compared to the huge surviving species of the untainted land, they were not much bigger than ants. However, Fang Xing's face showed no fear. He carefully observed the surrounding environment, and then unscrupulously sized up the mutated dragon. He asked with a faint smile, and his tone seemed to be a little mocking. Fellow Fang, you should have seen that we invite you with no ill intentions. The mutant dragon spoke in human language with a serious expression. He glanced at the soaring serpent, who was crawling towards the shore from the lake, and said helplessly, "The soaring serpent king seems to have an old grudge against you. He wanted to scare you, but it wasn't my idea. Perhaps you can ask your daughter. Although she is young, and has to say, we, dragon, Fang, and Xing, and dragon." The little silver dragon king by the side also smiled and said calmly, "Daddy, although Grandpa Golden Horned Dragon King and Uncle Silver Scaled Little Dragon King are ugly, they are very good." Back then, the bad guys descended from the sky and killed many people. It was them and Little Ting Ting who rushed out from the demon abyss and killed many bad guys. Then, they brought me here. They even went out to help me find news about Mummy and you. It was only until a few days ago that they said that you would pass by here and that you were in danger. I begged them to help you and they agreed. Then, they said that when you passed by, they would definitely bring you here. The little guy cupped Fang Xing's face with his chubby little hands and told him everything he knew. Of course, these words caused the expressions of the Gold Horn King and the Silver Scale King to become slightly unsightly. What did he mean by "although they were ugly"? After listening to it, Fang Xing asked a few more questions in a low voice and finally understood. When he was preparing for the duel with Xiaoxitu of the Fuyao Palace, the Dragon Lady and the others were worried and wanted to come to watch the duel. However, the little guy was too young and didn't want her to see such a scene, so she stayed in the temporary imperial residence of the Tribulation Immortals Association and arranged for people to take care of her. Later on, the creatures of the god race descended and the world was in chaos. The Tribulation Immortals Association was also attacked. The little guy was terrified and could only escape under the protection of the disciples who robbed her. However, when the creatures of the god race arrived, the people around her were all killed. Fortunately, the flying serpent appeared in the demon abyss with the surviving species of the untainted land and saved her. The flying serpent was originally obtained by the mother of the little guy in the Xian domain. Later on, it was taken away by the dexterous sect of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. Fang Xing destroyed the dexterous sect and took back the flying serpent. From then on, the little guy inherited his mother's Taoist origin and had a bloodline imprint with the flying serpent. He was its little master. After Fang Xing stole the great cauldron of the pilgrimage mountain and escaped, the Dragon Lady brought the little guy to live in seclusion in the South Sea. It was inconvenient to bring the flying serpent with her, so under the guidance of the dragon god, she sent it to the desolate bone palace in the demon abyss to cultivate. During this period, the flying serpent and the little guy hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. However, this relationship of blood was not affected. Therefore, when the creatures of the god race descended, the flying serpent was the first to sense the little guy's danger and rushed out to save him. Of course, the flying serpent was loyal to the little guy, but it was different for Fang Xing. This fellow had grown quite a bit, but it was still vengeful. It still remembered how Fang Xing had beaten it half to death when it was young, and how it had been treated like a dead mouse and hung on his belt. Thus, when it invited Fang Xing, it had a mischievous heart and wanted to take revenge. Of course, the result was that he suffered another vicious beating. The situation was too chaotic at that time, it scared you. Fang Xing pinched the little guy's face and looked at the silver-scaled king seriously. At that time I saw that you didn't have any killing intent. I saw the strange snake and felt the little girl's aura, so I followed you. However, if you really didn't have any ill intentions, why didn't you just tell us the reason? Why did you deliberately put on such a show in front of the Fuyao Palace? I did that because I didn't want the Fuyao Palace to know the true attitude of the desolate Bone Palace, and secondly, the silver-scaled king smiled faintly and said, I have never liked the human clan. I also wanted to take the opportunity to see the ugly side of those women. Oh, there's another question. Fang Xing nodded and looked at the golden-horned old king. He frowned and said slowly, according to what you said before, the surviving species of the untainted land have already received the Divine Master's decree and are conferred as the 12 Divine Kings. Is this true? He had always been suspicious. He didn't believe that the desolate Bone Palace was a friend and not an enemy just because of the little guy and the flying serpent. After all, when they forced him to come here, they treated him politely. He didn't understand what this group of monsters was planning. The situation was very complicated. Even he couldn't tell if they were friend or foe. Therefore, he simply asked this question based on principle. Upon hearing his question, the golden-horned old king chuckled and said, This matter is true. Fang Xing frowned and looked at the golden-horned king's face like a sword. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became solemn. There was an invisible chilly wind gathering and drifting. The Divine Master has conferred me as the desolate Divine King to guard the demonic abyss. This matter is true. The golden-horned king said in a low voice, I have received his decree. This matter is also true. Fang Xing raised his eyebrows. He heard a different meaning from the golden-horned king's words. Sure enough, when the golden-horned king said this, there was a hint of mockery in his big eyes. He laughed coldly and slowly raised his body. He was like a mountain rising into the sky. Feng Xing's eyes darkened for a moment. He blocked the light. The deterrence was almost indescribable. The golden-horned king looked down at Feng Xing quietly. His voice carried the dignity of a king that couldn't be blasphemed. But the desolate bone palace's betrayal of Tianyuan is false. It's also false that they are prepared to work for the divine master wholeheartedly. You are pretending to submit? Feng Xing raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Hee, it's hard to tell whether it's true or not. The silver-horned king laughed softly and continued, the god race has shown great sincerity and confidence in winning over our desolate bone palace. After all, our desolate bone palace has always been pressured by the human race. We have been holed up in a corner of the demonic abyss, and it's becoming increasingly difficult for us to survive. Moreover, our hatred for the human race is probably deeper than that of the 3,000 gods who were once immortal slaves. To some extent, we are natural allies. We have 10,000 reasons to join hands with the god race and kill all the human race, even I agree with what you said. But why didn't you do it? Feng Xing faintly took over the conversation, and the expression on his face was indeed a little puzzled. The hatred between the various races that coexisted on the Tianyuan continent could not be described with words. The human cultivators, the demons, the primordial races, the dragons of the Neptunian Sea, and even the Buddhists who had different ideologies of cultivation were innumerable. In terms of blood feuds, any two races would have a blood feud. After 1,000,000 years, who knew how many slaughters and battles had occurred? Who knew how many bones and blood had been spilled? It was impossible to describe all of them, for survival. The silver-horned king replied without any hesitation. He was extremely serious. He glanced at the golden-horned king and only said with a deep voice after obtaining his permission, in order to obtain the loyalty of our desolate bone palace, the god race even promised that once they achieved their goal, they would even leave the Tianyuan continent and have our desolate bone palace guard the entire continent. In the eyes of others, this is probably the wish of our desolate bone palace for several tens of thousand years. Unfortunately, they're all wrong. The Tianyuan continent is no longer suitable for our race to thrive. He fell silent slightly when he reached there. He did not finish his sentence before looking at Feng Xing and saying, all in all, you just need to believe us. The desolate bone palace is unwilling to be slaves, and the conditions that the god race has offered won't help us either. Feng Xing did not get to the bottom of the matter. He only smiled rather strangely and said, then why have you come to find me? The golden-horned king slowly made his way over when he heard that. He stared at Feng Xing with his huge eyes and seemed extremely stern. His voice seemed to ring out from everywhere, mysterious and profound, we need you to do something. Save our race and save the human race. His words were far too solemn and far too serious, stunning Feng Xing. Only after quite a while did he reply. His voice was extremely firm, he. I won't do it. Isn't this refusal a little too straightforward? Feng Xing's answer directly confused the group of surviving species of the untainted land. They blinked their big eyes and didn't know what to say. The surging feeling that had been brewing just now was completely messed up by Feng Xing's straightforward answer. Why? Why not? After being stunned for a long time, the silver-scaled young king continued, this is a big matter related to the fate of the human clan and the god clan, that's why I won't do it. Feng Xing replied as if it was a matter of course, and even had a little disdain as if he was looking at a fool, even the golden-horned old king can't do it, how can it be an ordinary matter? This matter is related to the fate of the human clan and the god clan, but you still specifically came to me. This can only mean that this matter is too difficult. The more difficult it is, the higher the risk. If you want to risk your life, why should I just listen to a few words from you and do it? I might as well not listen to you at all. You'd better find other fools. I'll take my daughter away, but that snake monster is not pleasing to the eye. You guys can stay. After saying that, he was unusually straightforward. He actually really carried the little thing and was about to leave. He was really leaving. In an instant, he had leaped hundreds of feet away. His speed was even faster than lightning. Wait, the golden-horned old king sighed. He soared into the sky and landed in front of Fangxing. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at Fangxing with a pair of big eyes. After being silent for a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "At least listen to what we have to say, right? It seems that this is not a free transaction." Fangxing let out a long sigh. His expression was slightly bitter. He knew that if this old monster didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to leave. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. He didn't even have the interest to probe. "It's not that I'm trying to force you, but I've thought about it for a long time. I'm afraid you're the only one who can do it." The golden-horned old king sighed softly before looking at Fangxing seriously. He said with a deep voice, "I don't want to be an alarmist. I just want to tell you that the influence of what I'm about to say has even exceeded the imaginations of most people on the continent. Even I had only learned about it by accident. It's also because of this that I was forced to feign civility and accept the Divine Lord's decree. You can choose not to agree to this, but once the God clan achieves their objective, the human race will probably never be able to rise again. At that time it'll be too late for regrets." "I don't doubt your words," Fangxing smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "but can't you find someone more stupid to do this?" His interest was piqued. He counted with his fingers and said, "I can recommend a few people to you. One with the surname Nye, one with the surname Liu, and one with the demon race called Jin Liuzi. They are all very powerful. Why don't you go and discuss with them? Only you can do this. F***K, you're still relying on me." Fangxing almost became frantic. He felt that this golden-horned old king just did not listen to his advice. "If I say I'm relying on you, that's not wrong, because no matter how I think about it, you're the most suitable person for this." The golden-horned old king was rather magnanimous. He just said it seriously. This time, Fangxing was directly speechless. He looked at the golden-horned old king and the primordial species beside him. They did not have any intentions of letting him go, so he knew that it was impossible for him to swagger away. He needed to think of another way to escape. With no other choice, he could only sigh deeply in the end. He rubbed the center of his eyebrows and said, "Don't speak so mysteriously first. Tell me what it is." "Hee, please come into the primordial bone hall and talk, fellow Fang." The golden-horned old king was overjoyed. He invited Fangxing with a chuckle. Fangxing's heart instantly sank. The old monster is behaving strangely. I'm definitely not going to end well. He had no choice but to go. The golden-horned old king smiled like a fox, but his abilities were not for show. Fangxing reckoned that if the golden-horned old king really wanted to kill him, it would only take a swipe of his claw. After all, the golden-horned old king was an existence that had surpassed the crossing calamity realm. Strictly speaking, Fangxing had not stepped into the crossing calamity realm. The huge gap between the realms was not something that could be made up for by any foundation or magical powers. As a person, he could not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He could only obediently follow them to the primordial bone hall before the golden-horned old king used force. Impressively, the primordial bone hall was located on a black mountain at the other end of the bone bridge. It was indescribably magnificent. Its entire body was actually made of white bones. The white bones were usually dozens of feet long and as thick as a small mountain. It could be seen how magnificent it was. With Fangxing's physique, he was like an ant in front of the primordial bone hall. In particular, the surging evil aura and invisible whirlwinds that were emitted from the primordial bone hall made this region seem like the legendary Azura hell. "Hee, little friend Fang, please." Even the golden-horned old king's physique seemed ordinary in front of the primordial bone hall. He smiled and invited Fangxing to enter. In tens of thousands of years, fellow Fang is the first person to be invited into the primordial bone hall by the primordial royal family. The silver-scaled young king also smiled and chimed in. This was not a lie. Even Little Thing had never entered the primordial bone hall before. Instead, she had built a temporary imperial residence next to the lake at the other end of the bone bridge. The soaring serpent accompanied her to live in the temporary imperial residence. Furthermore, the primordial bone hall had always been the ancestral land of the remnant species of the primordial world. The palace was where the totem was located. Ordinary cultivators had not even seen it before, let alone come in. I would rather not have been invited, Fangxing muttered. He took Little Thing with one hand and helplessly stepped into the legendary bone hall. Fellow Fang, please have some tea. The golden-horned old king sat at the seat of honor and invited Fangxing to have some tea with a smile. Hee, have some tea, have some tea. Looking at the huge teacup that seemed like a house, Fangxing smiled bitterly. The primordial royal family really did treat their guests politely. Probably only people with the golden-horned old king's body size could use such a large teacup. Little Thing would drown if thrown into it, so how was he supposed to drink it? Should he hold it with both hands and pour it into his mouth, or should he just bury his head in and gulp it down? Fellow Fang, let's start from the beginning. Do you know why I've come to find you? The old king did not force Fangxing to taste his tea. After a series of pleasantries, he stopped smiling and looked at Fangxing sternly. After a while of silence, he said sternly, answer a question of mine first. In the current world, including the humans, demons, and monsters on the Tianyuan continent, just how many people have the right to compete with the juniors of the god race? Fangxing was slightly stunned when he heard that. He said sternly, probably less than 10, but I'm definitely not the only one. That's right. Among the young experts of the human race, there are Nya, Feng, and Lu, who are known to be invincible. Among the Buddhist sect, there is also a son of Buddha. It is said that his magic power is unfathomable. Among the demon race, it is said that the Golden Crow Prince of Fusang Mountain has great luck. No one knows how strong he is. In my wilderness bone palace, there is also my son Aogu who can be his opponent. In addition, I also heard that there is a woman in the Pure Land who is invincible. There is also a dragon prince in the Blue Wave Sea who dominates the 4 seas. The golden-horned old Wang counted the young experts of Tianyuan, but in the end, he smiled and said, but among these people, who is the leader? It's definitely not me. Fangxing immediately began to laugh. He waved his hand without any hesitation and did not continue the conversation. Let's put it in another way. The golden-horned old king was also slightly speechless. He had already prepared a set of excuses, such as inviting, provoking, instigating, and so on. He had used almost all of them, but this little demon had no intention of taking the bait at all. This caused him to be at a loss. He thought to himself, I've read so many books of the human race sages, but the principles in them are completely useless. I'll just burn them later. He simply threw away all of his thoughts and said directly, the descent of the god race is not just to take revenge on the Tianyuan continent and enslave all the human cultivators. They're looking for something. If they find it, they'll be able to control the fates of all living beings in the Tianyuan continent. Even the sages won't be able to do anything to them. My friend Fang, let me ask you this. Will you watch them obtain this treasure? Control the fate of the Tianyuan continent? Even the sages can't do anything to them? When Fangxing heard this, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Is it that serious? It's probably even more serious than what I said. The golden-horned old king said in a deep voice, that item is just too important. Right now, it's already very difficult to say who refined it. Some people say it was the immortals, while others say it was the ancient sages. In short, all the immortal weapons in the great Tianyuan continent added together are not as important as a single inscription on that treasure. After the god race descended, I've collected many clues. I can conclude that the beings of the god race are nominally conquering the Tianyuan continent, but in reality, they're looking for that item. If they find it, his voice became deep. The beings of the Tianyuan continent will never be able to rise again. What's so powerful? Fangxing was stunned. Although he warned himself not to be too curious, he still could not help but ask. Some people say that it's a complete inheritance left behind by a few ancient sages. Some people also say that it's a treasure that was refined by a group of immortals in the Archean era. If you obtain it, you can shake the world and become invincible. Some people even say that it's a contract that the immortals signed with the 3000 god race in the Archean era. If you obtain that contract, the 3000 god race can only be controlled and become slaves for eternity. In short, that treasure was born in the Tianyuan continent. Then, it was brought to the great immortal world. Now, it is returned to the Tianyuan continent with the 9 coffins. If you obtain this item, you can control tens of thousands of races, reverse karma, kill powerful enemies, and unify the world. The golden-horned old king's tone seemed to be a little excited. He suddenly stood up with his head on the dome of the bone hall. His voice was deep, as if it had descended from the 9 heavens, causing people's hearts to tremble. That treasure has countless origins, but it only has one name, and that is, the investiture of the gods. Investiture of the gods? When Fangxing heard this name, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He felt that it was extremely familiar. However, after calming down and thinking about it carefully, he realized that he should have never heard of this name before. This inexplicable sense of familiarity was very strange. It was as if this name had been circling in his heart for a long time. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was empty. For a moment, he became silent. He muttered the 3 words investiture of the gods in a low voice and didn't raise his head for a long time. The primitive bone palace seemed to be extremely quiet for a moment. The 3 big words investiture of the gods seemed to have some kind of magical power that made people's hearts palpitate. From the very beginning, the true purpose of the 3,000 god clans' descent was to find that rare treasure. They wanted to dominate Tianyuan and turn all the living beings in Tianyuan into slaves. They wanted to take revenge on the ancient immortals for defeating them in the past. Instead, it was just a matter of convenience. Moreover, according to what I know, the Divine Master has already used his great magical power and has already found some clues. At most, it will take 3 years, or at least 1 year, for the investiture of the gods to fall into their hands, the golden-horned old king said in a low voice. His voice was extremely deep and echoed in the empty primitive bone palace. Wait, however, Fangxing seemed to have suddenly discovered something. He said with a strange expression, "That's what the Divine Master wants. You want me to snatch it from him?" At this moment, he still didn't know what the golden-horned old king was planning, but he already wanted to jump up and fight with him. What kind of realm was the Divine Master in? He was probably in existence that far surpassed the true immortal realm. Since it was something that the Divine Master wanted and had already deduced the location of that thing, wouldn't it be like stuffing a steamed bun into a dog's mouth if he ran over to snatch the treasure from him? I'm not asking you to snatch it from him. I'm asking you to help the Divine Master get it. The golden-horned old king said in a deep voice. His words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning Fangxing. However, he seems to be afraid of something, so he doesn't dare to descend on the heaven's origin so easily. Now, 3 god kings have descended on the heaven's origin continent. Instead of protecting the 4 provinces, it's more accurate to say that they're helping him search for that item. According to an old friend of mine, they've already made some progress, but the Divine Lord won't personally descend for it. Even the god kings won't be able to personally take action, because the item possesses intelligence. It will immediately retreat into its minor world when it's threatened, so if the Divine Lord wants it, he can only rely on the juniors of the God clan to search for it. This is our chance. You want me to snatch this treasure from the junior experts of the God race? Fangxing pondered for a while and thought that it was more reliable than snatching it from the Divine Lord himself. Of course, it was just changing from completely impossible to possible. In fact, all the juniors of the God race had powerful bloodlines and were ferocious. They would not be at a disadvantage in a head-on battle with cultivators who had passed the calamity stage. Some of the best among them were even known as invincible below the perfected immortal. This meant that they were confident to kill anyone who had not passed the 9 thunder tribulations. In this way, the possibility of success was still not high if he snatched the item from them, and the risk was extremely high. The whereabouts of the treasure was deduced by the Divine Lord through the void. We don't even know where it is, so how can we snatch it? After listening to Fangxing's words, the golden-horned old Wang smiled bitterly. Then, his expression became solemn, and he said frankly, "What I mean is that you should pretend to submit to the God race, and then search for the investiture of the gods with the junior experts of the God race. Then, after you find it, either by robbing, stealing, or deceiving, you will get the treasure, destroy the Divine Lord's great plan, save the living beings of Tianyuan, and save the untainted land." Looking at the golden-horned old Wang's sincere face, Fangxing was directly dumbfounded. That's it? After a long while, he murmured with a face full of disbelief. Yes, that's it. The golden-horned old Wang replied in a deep voice, and his expression was extremely magnanimous. F***ck, I'm going to fight with you today. Fang Xing looked at the golden-horned old Wang's sincere big face, and the more he looked, the angrier he became. Suddenly, he jumped up, waved his old fist, and smashed it at the golden-horned old Wang. He roared incessantly, "Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think those living beings of the god race are fools? They believed me just because I said I'd submit. I said I'd submit, and they agreed to let me search for the investiture of the gods. They even snatched, stole, or swindled that treasure into their hands. Why don't you let me kill them all and snatch that treasure? You want to save Tian Yuan? Who's going to save me?" This time, Fang Xing was really anxious. The golden-horned old Wang's plan was too deceptive. Was he trying to fool him like a child? This kind of plan was full of loopholes. Wasn't it just sending him to his death? Knowing that his strength was inferior to this golden-horned old Wang's, he decided to throw caution to the wind and give it 2 punches first. "Oh, calm down, little King Ao Gu, soaring snake," and the other living beings were frightened when they saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to persuade Fang Xing, who was riding on the golden-horned old Wang's head, to calm him down. Even Little Thing ran over and patted his father's chest, trying to calm him down. The golden-horned old Wang's face was so thick that it wouldn't hurt even if he was beaten, but it would be bad if he angered his father. "Hey, don't worry, you haven't heard my specific plan yet." Even the golden-horned old Wang looked a little embarrassed. He didn't expect this little devil to really dare to attack him. It had to be known that in the past, with just a glare from him, even human race transcending tribulation cultivators could only lie on the ground and shiver, yet this little devil actually dared to cup his fists. "Specific your uncle." Fang Xing was still panting with anger as he cursed, "Can you still find someone in the human race who has the greatest hatred for the god race? I just slaughtered more than 400 god race beings in Beko Kekyang, and now there are 10 masters of the god race chasing after me, yet you want me to pretend to submit to the god race? You might as well just cut off my head and send it over. Which grandson came up with this bastard idea?" Little King Ao Gu's face was full of embarrassment as he muttered, "Well, I thought of it." Fang Xing's face immediately filled with anger as he turned his head and glared at him fiercely. Little King Ao Gu hurriedly said, "Don't worry, listen to me, it's not that we haven't considered this matter. It can even be said that it was because we heard about this matter that we finally decided on this plan. When you were in Kiji Mountain, you first killed the little king of the lightning race, and then in Beko Kekyang, you also killed 400 bone race beings, including the second Prince Gue Mu, who had the bone race's king bloodline. Speaking of which, they naturally hate you to death. However, although these 2 races hate you, it doesn't mean that the other god races also hate you. The strife and struggle between the god race is far deeper than you think. You have become enemies with these 2 races, but to a certain extent, it is equivalent to gaining the goodwill of the other races. If you pretend to submit to the god race, these races will definitely accept you." After saying this, little King Ao Gu let out a long sigh and continued, "More importantly, the god race worships the strong. Even if ordinary people submit to the god race, they will only be slaves and servants. Although you have killed many god race beings and formed a deep hatred with the fallen god race and lightning race, you have also shown your ability, enough to earn their respect. Even if you are their enemy, you can still be on an equal footing with them." Such remarks stunned Fang Xing for a moment and he subconsciously asked, "Are the god race all worthless wretches?" Little King Ao Gu nodded, "Yes." Fang Xing suddenly didn't know how to refute. After thinking about it for a moment, he angrily said, "Do you think they will believe me if I say I submit to them? Are you sure they won't kill me as soon as they meet? Also, even if they don't kill me as soon as they meet, are you sure they will let me participate in such a big event as searching for the seal of the gods? We have also thought of this problem." The golden-horned old king solemnly said, "For the god race, you didn't suddenly submit to them, but rather when you were being hunted and captured by my desolate bone palace. This old man will pretend to form a blood contract with you and use the entire desolate bone palace as a guarantee for your loyalty. As for whether the god race will let you participate in the plan to find the seal of the gods, you don't have to worry about it. There are many rumors about the seal of the gods, but one thing is certain. The seal of the gods was created by the human race immortal saints. Many of the human race's heaven's chosen juniors have condensed their destiny on it. Only these chosen juniors can approach the seal of the gods without alerting it. Therefore, if the god race wants to obtain this treasure, they will inevitably look for a human race heavens chosen who is willing to serve them. Moreover, it must be a top human race heavens chosen. Little King Aogu added, then looked at Fangxing with admiration and said, "Look at how suitable you are." Fangxing glared at him and warned, "Praise me again and I'll get angry with you. You don't have to worry about your safety. With my desolate bone palace acting as your guarantor and requesting a decree from the God Master, even the Lightning Clan and the Fallen God Clan will not dare to harm you openly. Perhaps there will be some hidden threats, but my son Aogu will go with you. With the two of you supporting each other, ordinary tricks will not pose a threat to you. Moreover, when you carry out that important task, this old man will certainly arrange for people to support you. I am willing to make a sacred oath that even if the desolate bone palace is destroyed by the god race, I will not abandon you." The golden-horned old king said in a deep voice, his expression becoming unusually dignified. It seems that this group of bastards is serious. Listening to the father and son pair's words, Fangxing became even more vigilant, staring at them without saying a word. "If you succeed, you will become a hero of Tianyuan. Your name will be passed down for thousands of years, won't you be tempted?" The golden-horned old king waited for a moment before saying in a deep voice. Fangxing stared at him, not saying a word. "If you succeed, the rise of the human race will be possible and the expulsion of the god race will be just around the corner, won't you be tempted?" Little King Aogu said with an impassioned look. Fangxing stared back, still not saying a word. No matter what kind of magic tool the divine seal decree is, it is bound to be mysterious and full of good fortune, won't you be tempted? Fangxing snorted disdainfully, not saying a word. The golden-horned old king and little King Aogu both glanced at each other, not knowing how to persuade this stubborn fellow. "Daddy," little Ting Ting said that Grandpa Golden Horn and Uncle Silver Horn have prepared a lot of good things, piling them up like a mountain in the back hall. In the awkward silence, little Ting Ting cupped Fangxing's face with his meaty little hands and whispered. What kind of things are there?" Fangxing, who was like a wooden statue, finally reacted. He couldn't help but glance at the back of the hall. The primitive bone palace had been passed down for a long time, and it was almost impossible to verify its age. It was one of the most ancient and mysterious places in the heavenly Yuan Empire. The treasures and classics it contained were naturally not something that ordinary people could speculate about. Just the various treasures and classics that it had collected over the years was already a Taoist treasure that the top orthodoxies in the divine continent coveted, not to mention the various divine substances and bone treasures they had collected over the years. More importantly, the power of the primitive descendants came from their bloodline. Thus, they consumed very little resources. Thus, although they did not deliberately collect things like other orthodoxies, they slowly accumulated a rather rich collection. Your generation of juniors is already the strongest generation since ancient times. Your luck and even your natural endowments have already surpassed those of the past. Furthermore, you are a top figure among the juniors of this generation with a solid foundation and extraordinary strength. However, I have also calculated that there is still a gap between you and the juniors of the Protoss with extraordinary talents. After all, their power comes from their bloodline and cannot be created by accumulating resources or making up for with hard work. To a certain extent, you can only rely on time to accumulate advantages. The golden-horned elder king sighed in a deep voice. The golden-horned elder king sighed deeply. "However, what you lack the most now is time. In this chaotic world, even I feel a little lost. I don't know what the general situation will be like in the future. The only thing you can do is to increase your strength as quickly as possible. This time, I have thought about it for a long time and have chosen you to do this important thing. Naturally, I can't let you go empty-handed. Whether it's a reward or a helping hand, if there's anything you need in the Great Wilderness Bone Palace's Taoist scriptures, you can take it. This. I can take it as I please?" Even with Fangxing's eyesight, he was a little stunned at this moment. He slowly walked in front of the treasure vaults behind the primitive bone palace, and his eyes seemed to be shining. It was said that the dragon race loved treasures. Regardless of whether they could use it or not, they always liked to collect good things. He had already seen this at the Dragon Lady's place. There were many treasures in the small treasure vault of the Glaze Palace in the South Sea. However, now that he had seen the collection of the primitive bone palace, he realized that these mutated dragons did not lose to the Kanglan Sea in this aspect. The Taoist treasure of the primitive bone palace is divided into 10 halls. The first hall is the world's rare treasures, all-encompassing. The second hall is the world's divine abilities, containing no less than 10,000 techniques, including all kinds of pills, tools, talismans, and arrays. The third hall is the world's treasures, containing all kinds of treasures. The fourth hall is the world's spirit pills and medicines, not losing out to the great families of the divine continent. The fifth hall is the ancient sage's bone treasures, containing all kinds of divine abilities and talismans. Young King Ao Gu followed at Fang Xing's side and slowly introduced, a proud expression on his face as he advised, "Fellow Taoist Fang Xing, from the news of the battle at Beko Keqiang, it can be seen that you now have at least the strength to fight against a low-level loose immortal, but now that I have seen you, I find that you have not actually crossed your tribulation yet. You have only used some kind of wonderful method to give yourself a foundation that is not inferior to that of a loose immortal. In my opinion, it is best to take this step as soon as possible. Even if you have only crossed a single thunder tribulation, the increase in your cultivation is extremely terrifying. Haha, after crossing a tribulation, you will become an immortal. Although you are only a loose immortal, just having the word immortal can be regarded as a heaven-defying good fortune. Haha, crossing tribulation, if it was so easy, it wouldn't be called a tribulation." Fang Xing knew that Ao Gu was telling the truth, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but feel angry. Ever since Uncle 11 by Qianzhang used his life's blood, sweat, and tears to point out the cultivation path of both holy and demonic dual cultivation, Fang Xing knew how to improve his own cultivation realm and strength. However, it was easier said than done. His offensive technique was a combination of the great art of slaughter, the sword demon inheritance, and even the Fuyao Palace's art of chaotic world slaughtering, and with the path pointed out by Uncle 11 as the foundation, he had finally transformed into the embryonic form of the great slaughter god art and set foot on the right path. But for him, these two paths of cultivation could not be biased and needed to complement each other. What was restricting him now was the cultivation method of the immortal nascent. The immortal nascent soul was an ancient immortal cultivation method. Although he had formed the immortal nascent soul and taken the first step, he was still a little confused as to how to proceed. On this point, he really admired Fuyao Palace's Xiaosutunya Qianhong. That fellow had been in seclusion for 3 months and had crossed tribulation in 1 step, already walking ahead of him. This was something that could not be learned by others. Now, the biggest obstacle on Fang Xing's path of cultivation was the immortal nascent soul's tribulation, not using the Samadhi true fire to replace the beam with the pillar, but the real immortal nascent soul's tribulation, using the thunder tribulation to cleanse the immortal nascent soul. After bathing in the thunder tribulation, one would become a loose immortal. Even if there was an extra loose in front of the word immortal, it was still a kind of transcendence. Ao Gu could see the problem. But he still did not understand Fang Xing, so his words caused Fang Xing to feel very disdainful. "I am not from the human race, so my path of cultivation is different from yours. However, I also understand that human race cultivation is nothing more than wealth and dharma. Wealth is resources and dharma is dharma, both are indispensable. In my great desolate bone palace, there are a variety of resources, how could it not have what you need? There are all kinds of dharma and dharma, so why can't they solve your doubts? If you are worried about the crisis of crossing your tribulation, then there is no need to worry. Whether it is this little king or my father, both of us can protect you. So, isn't my great desolate bone palace a great opportunity for your cultivation?" Little King Ao Gu was quite unconvinced, thinking that with the heritage of the great desolate bone palace, helping a human race cultivator step into the crossing tribulation realm would not be a problem. "Haha, I'm stuck at a bottleneck. Even the 3,000 grand Daos can't compare to a single wisp of spiritual opportunity." Fang Xing smiled bitterly and was too lazy to explain anything to this little King Ao Gu. Speaking of which, compared to the great desolate remnant races and the 3,000 god races, the human race was indeed at a disadvantage. Those races were born with innate bloodlines, so all they needed to do was grow up honestly. What they needed to hone was nothing more than some fighting skills and even the operation of their innate divine abilities. But the human race was different. Every step they took was filled with obstacles and bottlenecks. If they wanted to grow up, they would need to cross one obstacle after another, almost without end. Ah, that's a pity. I thought that with the Tao scriptures of my great desolate bone palace, I would be able to help you. Seeing that Feng Xing had already looked through all 10 halls but had not found anything that could help him, little King Ao Gu also felt slightly regretful and was about to leave with Feng Xing, but unexpectedly, Feng Xing stopped and turned back to the first hall, smiling as he said, "But there are still some things that I can use. Since you are so generous, I'll reluctantly take some." Little King Ao Gu's spirit rose. For their great desolate bone palace, they weren't afraid of Feng Xing taking things, they were only afraid that he wouldn't take them. After all, since this little devil had accepted their things, there was no need to worry about him disagreeing with the golden-horned old king's arrangements. Therefore, when he heard Feng Xing's words, he smiled, his silver wings slowly sweeping across the ground as he said, "No need to be polite, if you need anything, just ask. And I need a storage-type artifact, preferably a big one." It's a pity that my ivory tower isn't with me," Feng Xing sighed and said. Although little King Ao Gu felt it was a bit strange, he still ordered someone to bring over a cosmos sack, which Feng Xing accepted with a smile. Holding the little thing in one hand, he began to point out the items in the first hall with his other hand. "That thing is good, it might be useful in the future. That thing is also good, it's a good collection. Little girl, you're about to get married, so preparing a dowry is not a bad thing. Right, put on a good act. Our Feng family's motto is to never be lenient when robbing an enemy." Little King Ao Gu's originally smiling face gradually changed, and after a while, he could no longer cry. Didn't this little devil just say that these things couldn't help him? Now, he had actually started to loot without any restraint. Moreover, he had chosen the most valuable items from each hall. It was unknown where he got his vicious eyesight from, to actually be able to pick out the most valuable items from this dazzling array of magic treasures. "Daddy, never be lenient when robbing an enemy, but Uncle Silverhorn isn't an enemy." Apparently, the little thing still had some conscience, and her words moved little King Ao Gu greatly. But Feng Xing's next words immediately angered him. "So we don't plan to empty it. Oh, I see, the enemy takes everything, but the friend leaves half." The little thing very cleverly wrote down everything Feng Xing said, just like how Dragon Lady used to teach her. Ao Gu, who was following behind, wanted to cry but had no tears, thinking about how he had taught such a good child. "Hey, what are those things?" Walking all the way to the 7th hall, although Feng Xing's actions were ruthless, the number of things he actually collected was not much, less than 30% of the entire collection in the ancient desolate bone palace. The main reason was that his vision had become much higher now, and ordinary things were no longer of interest to him. Moreover, although the storage artifacts brought by little King Ao Gu weren't small, they couldn't compare to the ivory tower. If he took too many things, it would become full, and its weight would also increase. Right now, the soaring serpent was already tired from carrying the storage bag, but it didn't dare disobey Feng Xing's orders. Right at this moment, Feng Xing inadvertently noticed a treasured carriage in the corridor, and it was piled high with some old books, damaged weapons, and other things. Moreover, there were even some immortal herbs and spirit seeds on it, causing it to be in an extremely disorderly state. It wasn't like the other palaces that were separated into categories and were clearly arranged. Moreover, the auras of the various things on it were extremely heterogeneous, causing it to seem like a carriage of junk and seem extremely inconspicuous. "Oh, those are some of the profound coffins from the Demon Abyss Xian domain. We managed to retrieve them, but they haven't returned to the treasury yet," little King Ao Gu casually said, only hoping that Feng Xing would leave their treasury as soon as possible. "Profound coffins?" Feng Xing was slightly startled and involuntarily walked over. The more he looked at it, the more he felt it was strange. Among the pile of old things, there seemed to be something calling out to him, and it even exuded a familiar aura, causing his blood to surge and a faint sense of joy. It was a very strange feeling. When he didn't look at the pile of old things, he didn't feel anything at all. The first time he walked past this place, he didn't even notice it, but now that he had accidentally glanced at it, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart, as if he had heard some kind of call. As he walked towards the treasure carriage, Feng Xing had already figured out the origins of these treasures. When the profound coffin had descended into the demonic abyss, most of the good fortune had fallen into the 100 Break Mountains, which had been concealed by the great Buddha array he had left behind, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. However, the scope of the mysterious domain was not limited to the 100 Break Mountains. Outside the 100 Break Mountains, there were also some small pieces of good fortune that had long since been snatched up by others. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the great desolate bone palace would also be able to snatch a part of it. It seemed that they did not attach much importance to it and had not yet sorted it out. Although they had not yet sorted it out, it was clear that this treasure carriage was quite ordinary. After all, when they had first arrived, the golden-horned old king and little King Ao Gu had already inspected them. If there was anything of value, they would have already picked it out. The reason why they had left them here was because there was nothing too extraordinary in this batch of treasures, so they were just keeping them as ordinary collections. Their thinking was actually quite reasonable. After all, the 100 Break Mountains was the core location of the profound coffin's good fortune, and what fell outside the 100 Break Mountains were just some small pieces of good fortune. Zhu Shou understood that the more central the mysterious domain was, the more precious the good fortune would be. Most of these treasures that had fallen to the periphery were of ordinary quality. However, when Fang Xing saw this group of small pieces, he felt a strong sense of danger. He walked towards the treasure carriage step by step, the blood in his body beginning to boil uncontrollably. At the same time, a faint light began to shine from the pile of ancient treasures in the treasure carriage, and the whole pile of treasures began to tremble slightly, as if something was trying to fly out. As Fang Xing walked closer and closer, the pile of treasures also began to tremble more and more violently. Little King Ao Gu, who was carrying a huge bag on his back, and little King Ao Gu all remained in the distance, their eyes filled with surprise. Whoosh! When Fang Xing was only around 30 feet away from the treasured carriage, his blood surged, and he suddenly stretched out his right hand. He spread his 5 fingers and lightly pressed towards the void. At this instant, all the old items in the treasured carriage suddenly surged, and a grey-white jade plate flew out from within. It emitted a misty brilliance and floated in the air, facing Fang Xing's 5 fingers from afar. It trembled lightly, and it seemed to contain an indescribable intelligence as it cheered and communicated with Fang Xing. So, "It's you." Fang Xing sensed something and muttered to himself. After a moment of hesitation, he stretched out his index finger and lightly touched the jade board. The magic power at the tip of his finger rippled out like a wave and spread to the jade board. His purple Dharma power that contained immortal will flowed across the surface of the seemingly empty jade board, but it rendered the invisible runes on it. From top to bottom it flashed and quickly disappeared. However, the traces that were full of Tao were deeply imprinted in his mind in an instant, and could not be erased. Seeking Tao. At first glance, it seemed to be just 2 words, but when he touched it carefully, he felt that every stroke and stroke of the word contained boundless principles, profound and unfathomable. An ecstatic expression appeared on Fang Xing's face as he muttered, "So that's how it is, that's how it is, the 7th scripture of the sovereign inheritance, the sovereign seeking Tao scripture." Even he did not expect to find the sovereign seeking Tao scripture in the primordial bone palace when his immortal nascent cultivation had reached a bottleneck. The moment his fingertip touched the white jade board, the 2 words seeking Tao were imprinted in his sea of consciousness, and he instantly understood the origin of the white jade board. One of the sovereign 9 scriptures, the sovereign seeking Tao scripture, was recorded on the white jade board, and it suddenly appeared in front of him in this way, as if it had opened a door for him. The sovereign 9 scriptures, the 3 scriptures were one, and they formed a system with each other. The first 3 scriptures, the sovereign spirit transforming scripture, the sovereign sensing scripture, and the sovereign undying scripture, were used to build a strong Tao foundation. The middle 3 scriptures, the sovereign unfettered scripture, the sovereign formation breaking scripture, and the sovereign single energy scripture, were used for cultivation, and were invincible in all directions. From the moment Fang Xing saw the sovereign seeking Tao scripture, Fang Xing finally understood the direction of the last 3 scriptures of the sovereign scripture. These scriptures had already surpassed ordinary cultivation concepts, and were beginning to step into the category of the great Tao. He did not know what principles the last 2 scriptures of the sovereign scripture contained, but after this Tao-seeking scripture was imprinted in Fang Xing's heart, it was as if the great Tao was rumbling, and it shook incessantly. The countless cultivation questions and problems in Fang Xing's heart were vaguely resolved. This scripture did not have any dharmic formulations or magical powers. It only contained the principles of the great Tao, and it could shake one's soul. For a moment, Feng Xing was immersed in this feeling of being cleansed by the sounds of the great Tao, and he did not have the slightest thought. However, to outsiders, they were surprised to find that at this time, Feng Xing was quietly standing there, motionless, and above his head, there was a 9-finger-long little man sitting cross-legged, silently chanting some kind of scripture, manifesting countless immortal qi and starry runes. No way, he actually found a treasure from a pile of garbage? Is his luck really that good? Little King Aogu was dumbfounded, feeling both jealous and somewhat unable to believe the scene in front of him. He had personally seen the carriage of treasures and found that there was really nothing worthy of his attention, so he had casually piled them up and waited for the servants to take them into the treasury. It was also because of this that when he saw Feng Xing easily find a seemingly ordinary white jade plate and mysteriously step into the Tao Enlightenment realm, the shock in his heart was even more difficult to describe. He felt as if he had thrown away a treasure like it was garbage, only to be picked up by someone else. It's not that he found a treasure from the garbage, but that treasure originally belonged to him and automatically came to recognize him as its master. Just as little King Aogu was filled with depression, the golden horn old king's voice sounded behind him. At some unknown time, he had also been alarmed by the abnormal aura here and had rushed over. Looking at Feng Xing standing in the void, wrapped in an immortal qi, he also understood what had happened, but his view was different from little King Aogu's. He did not believe that this was Feng Xing's luck. Rare treasures have their own spiritual nature, and some divine abilities are the condensation of a great spirit master's life's blood and sweat, so they also have their own spiritual nature. If this king's guess is correct, little friend Feng Xing must have cultivated other divine abilities related to this method, and he is the master of this method. It seems that he accidentally discovered this method in our Great Desolate Bone Palace, but in fact, this method might have come to the Great Desolate Bone Palace to wait for him. This is impossible. Even if that white jade plate has its own spiritual nature, how could it know that he would come? Little King Aogu found this hard to accept and couldn't help but refute. All the coincidences in your eyes, in the eyes of some existences, are nothing more than an arrangement, the golden horn old king chuckled. You're still too young to understand the depth of the Tao. Think about it, even an existence like the Divine Master has a cultivation and strength that this old master can't even fathom, so how strong were the ancient immortals who once defeated and enslaved the divine race? Their methods and divine abilities are far beyond our understanding. This generation of human geniuses has been influenced the most by the 9 coffins, and they also have the most fortuitous encounters. From a certain perspective, it can be said that they are the inheritors of those ancient immortals. Saying this, he sighed in a low voice, Aogu, this time I chose to stand with the heavenly origin race because of this reason. Never underestimate the human race. Their path of cultivation is far more difficult than ours, and they have to advance step by step, facing 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. They are extremely fragile, and it seems that their path may be severed at any time, but you have to understand that although their path of cultivation is difficult, they can walk it step by step. There is almost no upper limit. Compared with us, with the divine race, they are the true children of the Tao. Young King Aogu did not speak for a while, and after a long time, he nodded stiffly. Like the divine race, the great wilderness remnant races had always been accustomed to the strength of their bloodline. As long as they grew up, they would naturally possess earth-shattering power. Therefore, they had always been contemptuous of the human race who needed to cultivate step by step, believing that their innate bloodline was the darling of the heavens. But from the mouth of the golden-horned old king, he found it difficult to accept for a while. The golden-horned old king did not try to convince his son with a single sentence and simply stopped there, letting him slowly comprehend. Looking up, his gaze seemed to pass through the tall and thick dome of the bone palace, seeing the dark clouds that had begun to gather from all directions. Sighing deeply, he said to Aogu, you take the little girl from the Feng family out first, this old master will stay here to protect this boy. His current cultivation has already reached a critical point, and if he doesn't move, he may stay here for 100 years, but if he moves, the thunder tribulation will descend. He's going to cross his tribulation? Aogu was also slightly surprised, not daring to be careless, and immediately took the little thing and the soaring serpent away. Human race cultivators crossing their tribulations had always been a major event, and even the great wilderness remnant races felt pain for them. If they could avoid contact, it was best to stay as far away as possible. But at this moment, a loud croaking sound suddenly came from outside the great wilderness bone palace. It was clearly the cry of a toad. Hearing this cry, little King Aogu's complexion immediately changed. He folded his giant wings and placed the little thing on the back of the soaring serpent, then whispered to them to go to the side hall. Flapping his silver wings, he turned into a stream of light and flew out of the great wilderness bone palace. Strong winds rose as several great wilderness remnant races followed him, heading straight in the direction of the bone bridge outside the palace. So fast? The golden horned Old King also heard the cry and knew what was happening outside. Looking at Feng Xing, who was wrapped in a sage-like Tao accumulation, and then looking up at the tribulation clouds that had already gathered in the sky above the bone palace, he also sighed in a low voice and smiled bitterly. I haven't heard this boy personally agree yet, but we have to make a choice first. At this time, outside the great wilderness bone palace, on the other side of the 10-kilometer bone bridge, the sky was already covered in dark clouds, obscuring half the sky. Vaguely, several figures with tyrannical auras could be seen leading hundreds of troops, led by 4 people. One had the head of a wolf and the body of a human, carrying a huge iron whip. One was wrapped in thick black smoke, wearing a cloak that made it impossible to see what he looked like, and the last person had the appearance of a woman, but he was much taller than an ordinary human. Behind him was a blue scorpion tail that resembled a spirit snake. Beside the 4 of them stood a tall man. His skin was dark, and he was as strong as a small mountain. His body was covered with chains, and he wore a pair of iron boots. His eyes were like a tiger's, and he stood silently beside the 3 of them. He was even stronger than them. Haha, fellow Taoists, I wonder what brings you to my great wilderness bone palace. On the other side of the bone bridge, young King Aogu also led several great wilderness remnant beasts, flying over from afar, one from the south and one from the north, rapidly approaching, stopping on either side of the bone bridge, facing each other from a distance, causing the clouds in the sky to tremble. Seeing that young King Aogu had come to greet them, the newcomers also stopped, but from within the dark clouds, a man stepped out and saluted young King Aogu, loudly calling out. Silver-scaled horn, young god King Aogu of the great wilderness bone palace, right? Haha, this one is the young patriarch of the Black Marsh clan, Chi Kong, under the orders of the young god king of the Night King clan, has come to capture the traitor of the human race, Feng Xing. Now he should have been intercepted by you, yes? Haha, please hand him over to us, we will escort him back to the unlucky king palace for punishment. The unlucky king palace will surely reward him. The young god king of the Night King clan didn't come? Young King Aogu glanced at these people for a moment before relaxing slightly and smiling. So it turns out to be fellow Taoist Chi Kong. Hee, that devil lord has committed a great crime in Bakokekyung and escaped into the demonic abyss. My desolate bone palace has also heard about this matter and has stationed a large number of troops above the serene water to assist you, but he has never passed through here. You coming to my desolate bone palace to ask for him, are you mistaken? Hee, there is more than one way to pass through the demonic abyss. In my opinion, shouldn't you look elsewhere? He was quite smart. He knew that the god race's pursuers had come too quickly, and everything had not been set up yet. Thus, he simply pushed them away. Suddenly hearing this, the god race pursuers could not help but pause for a moment. The smile on their faces also stiffened. They looked at each other before the wolf-headed creature stepped forward again and said with a hollow laugh, "Why would young god King Aogu make such a joke? We chased him all the way into the demonic abyss, then we split into 3 groups. The young god king of the Night King clan went to White Bone Mountain, the Red Flame Divine General went to 100 Break Mountain, and we followed along the serene water. Along the way, we determined that they should have come to the flat wasteland. Weren't they captured by the desolate bone palace? No, I didn't even see a shadow." Young god King Aogu put on an innocent look and then asked the toad next to him, "Did you see them?" Croak, the toad let out a loud cry like muffled thunder. Young god King Aogu turned to Chi Kong and said with a smile, "You see, he didn't see them either." The god race's pursuers could already see the faint mockery in young god King Aogu's eyes. They looked at each other, and their faces sank. They did not speak for a moment, only discussing in low voices. They were unwilling to retreat, but under young god King Aogu's refusal, they felt that they had no place to start. However, when young God King Aogu saw their expressions, he sneered and made up his mind. In any case, no matter what they said, he would just push them away. As long as he could force them to leave, he would have enough time to arrange everything. Divine King Aogu, it's fine if you don't go too far, but it won't be good for anyone. After the other side's discussion, a person suddenly said in a deep voice, walking out of the black cloud, looking at them with a deep gaze. Who are you? Young God King Aogu glanced at him, but his interest was lacking. With just a glance, he could tell that this tower-like man was not from the god race, but a human race cultivator. Towards the god race, he would at least show some respect on the surface, but towards the human race cultivators, he was too lazy to care about them. Firstly, the other party's act of pledging allegiance to the god race made him look down on them. Secondly, as the Desolate Era's remnant race, they had been enemies with the human race for generations. There weren't many humans who could receive their respect. The devil Fengxing was definitely an exception among exceptions. This one's Western Tomb World's first disciple Xueling is a divine general personally conferred by the Nine Nether God King, the tower-like man replied in a deep voice, his voice rumbling like muffled thunder. Hee, so it's someone from the small immortal world. Why do you say I'm joking? Do you have the qualifications to make me joke? Young God King Aogu directly interrupted him and asked with a sneer. This one naturally doesn't have the qualifications to make young God King Aogu joke, but I have some questions to ask. In the face of young God King Aogu's sneer, Xuelingtu's expression didn't change in the slightest. He asked coldly, on the way to the Desolate Bone Palace, we saw a few female cultivators sneaking towards the Desolate Bone Palace, so we casually captured them. But when they were making their move, they mentioned coming to the Desolate Bone Palace to rescue some big situ. This one is a little curious. Following his voice, from the black cloud, armored soldiers brought out more than 10 women with divine chains tied around their bodies. Each and every one of them had disheveled hair, scars all over their bodies, and talismans stuck on their bodies. They looked like walking corpses, muddle-headed. It's them. After young God King Aogu saw this group of women, his face immediately sank, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes. Although these women's clothes were tattered, he still recognized them at a glance. They were the disciples of Fuyao Palace. After he picked up Fengxing, he let this group of women go, and even used the whereabouts of Fuyao Palace's Xiaositu and Nie Qianhong to lure them, because he didn't want them to affect the Desolate Bone Palace's plan. But he didn't expect that most of these women would go directly to the Pure Land, and secretly sneak back, and directly run into the hands of these god race beings. Remove their god-binding talismans. Xuelingtu coldly ordered. Immediately, armored soldiers came forward and removed the talismans on the foreheads of these women. These women were originally muddle-headed like walking corpses, but when the talismans were removed, they gradually woke up and subconsciously looked around, but their bodies were bound by iron chains, and their necks were pressed down, so they could only look forward. This time, they just happened to see young God King Aogu facing them. Thinking of the reason why they were captured, and knowing that they were not lucky enough to escape, one by one cursed loudly, "Let our big situ out, Fuyao Palace will not forgive you," causing young God King Aogu to frown. Your Highness Aogu, just now we thought that they were plotting against the great Wilderness Bone Palace, so we helped you capture them, but now it seems that they are here to save the devil. Fuyao Palace's big situ has passed away for a long time, and Xiaositu is in the Pure Land, so the big situ they mentioned must be the devil Fengxing. I have also heard that at Kuaiji Mountain, it was them who rescued the devil, and with the shrewdness of the women of Fuyao Palace, they chose the devil as their big situ, and made him serve them loyally. Previously, I went to investigate the past of Beko Kekyung and found that the battlefield was thousands of miles east of Beko Kekyung. After some investigation, I learned that at that time, the devil had lured the fallen god clan stationed in Beko Kekyung to another place to fight, emptying the troops of the defensive line. This seems to be to lure the tiger away from the mountain for some people to safely enter the defensive line. Now it seems that it should be for the group of Fuyao Palace soldiers, right? Haha, Your Highness Aogu, did you just capture their big situ and imprison her? This person looked rough, but his mind was actually extremely meticulous. In just a few words, he had already deduced many truths. His words had already caused young divine King Aogu's face to turn uglier and uglier. As for the other god race lifeforms, their faces were even more gloomy. They tilted their heads and looked at young divine King Aogu. They didn't say anything, they were just waiting for young divine King Aogu to give them an explanation. With the words of this group of women as evidence, young god King Aogu could no longer act shamelessly. Young god King Aogu had been frowning all this time. After a long time, he relaxed his brows and smiled helplessly. Haha, you really want to force me to tell the truth. Well, I will tell you. Fangxing was indeed brought back by me, and now he is indeed in my desolate bone palace, but it is impossible for me to hand him over to you. Looking at the shocked and angry god race beings, he simply said it directly. To tell you the truth, that devil was indeed captured by my desolate bone palace. Originally, we planned to hand him over to you, but we changed our mind just now. After he fell into our hands, he knew that if we hand him over to you, he will die without a doubt. In addition to our teachings, he has decided to choose a good bird to choose a good tree to nest in, so he submitted to my father. Now, he has been conferred the title of Divine General of Desolate Bone Palace by my father. He can be considered as one of us, but I am afraid that you can't accept it, so I wanted to hide it from you. To tell you the truth, my father also plans to recommend him to Divine Firmament Palace to have an audience with the Divine Master. You, young god King Aogu's words were too shocking. Whether it was Qi Kong and the other god race beings, or the female disciples of Fuyao Palace, they all raised their heads in shock. One side did not dare to believe it, the other side did not want to believe it. How could Great Situ surrender to the god race? How could Desolate Bone Palace protect that devil? After a long time, from the dark clouds behind the bone bridge, a god race being rushed out and shouted that devil killed the child of lightning and slaughtered the fallen god race. He is already the mortal enemy of the infinite god king and the immortal god king. His crime is unforgivable, even 10,000 deaths cannot atone for it. Your desolate bone palace actually dares to surrender to him. Do you want to start a war with two god kings at the same time? Haha, start a war. Young god King Aogu sneered. Without the Divine Master's decree, would they dare to start a war between god kings? Young divine King Aogu's sneer shocked Qi Kong and the other god race beings into silence. Now that the 3,000 god race had formed an alliance, all of them listened to the orders of the god lord, and when they descended to Tianyuan, the god lord had already issued a decree that the god kings were not allowed to attack each other. Although the primitive bone palace had only recently received the god lord's decree, it was still a standard god king, and its status was not inferior to the god king Wu Jian and the immortal god king. If they were to attack each other, perhaps the god lord would personally punish them. Since it was related to such a major matter, they naturally did not dare to casually express their attitude. The life of the son of the god king Wu Jian, the life of Lord Guemu of the fallen god clan, and the 400 lives of the god race being stationed in Beko Keikyung, what kind of crime is this? Does the primitive bone palace really have the confidence to protect the life of this little devil in front of the furious god race? Xianxia said in a cold voice. His calm attitude caused the god race beings to calm down. The god race beings were still not very good at dealing with complicated relationships, but Xianxia's words had hit the nail on the head. After becoming a god king, one naturally had the power to protect a group of orthodoxies, and was also qualified to appoint 9 god generals, but it depended on who it was. If it was an unknown human race cultivator, or someone who had only committed some minor crimes, then the primitive bone palace could do whatever they wanted, muddle along, and no one would care about it. But if it was this little devil, with his fierce reputation and grave sins, who would dare to protect him, the primitive bone palace's actions were simply standing on the opposite side of all the god race. So what if it's the child of lightning? So what if it's the 400 lives of the fallen god clan? After young divine King Aogu decided to carry out the plan of the primitive bone palace, he instead felt relaxed, and the words that he had long thought about came out one by one. Compared with the important matters of the Divine Lord, what are the lives of a few people? Let me tell you, the Divine Master has ordered all the godly monarchs to find a suitable person as soon as possible to do that important thing. I don't know if you care about the Divine Master's decree, but my great desolate bone palace has treated it as a serious matter. This demon happens to be the person my royal father has chosen for the Divine Master. In order to complete that important matter, He is even willing to write to the Divine Master and request for an amnesty. That big event? The expressions of Qi Kong and the others sank slightly. They didn't dare continue, and their faces were filled with bewilderment. As for whether our great desolate bone palace can protect him in front of the furious god race? Young Divine King Aogu sneered and continued, what a joke, this little king would like to ask, since when did the infinite godly king and the immortal godly king have the qualifications to represent the entire god race? Even in the current Tianyuan continent, the god race has 3 godly kings, and Tianyuan has 2 godly kings, a total of 5 godly kings. Are you sure that these 5 godly kings will not hesitate to go against my primitive bone palace just to take this little demon's life? Hehe, as far as I know, the Eternal Darkness Godly King and the 9 Serenities Godly King don't get along well with the Immortal Godly King. You. Shut up, how dare you talk about the relationship between the Godly Kings? The God Race beings. On the other side of the bone bridge were furious and shocked, and couldn't help but shout. However, after listening to young Divine King Aogu's words, they really couldn't help but think along the lines of his words. Currently, on the Tianyuan continent, a total of 3 godly kings of the god race had descended, namely 9 Serenities Godly King who guarded the Divine Continent, Eternal Darkness Godly King who guarded the Nanzhan, and Immortal Godly King who guarded the Land of Demons. As for the beings on the Tianyuan continent, there were also 2 who were bestowed the title of king, namely the Lord of Tsanglan and the Master of the Primitive Bone Palace. Among the 5 godly kings, the immortal godly king was the patriarch of the fallen god clan, and Guimu was also his son. He had sworn a blood oath to kill Feng Xing, but 9 Serenities Godly King and Eternal Darkness Godly King did not have any selfless hatred for the demon, they were just carrying out their official duties. To put it bluntly, among the 3,000 god race and the 10 great godly kings, only the father of the Child of Lightning, Infinite Deity King, and the Immortal Deity King wanted Feng Xing's life. But Infinite Deity King was not in the Tianyuan continent, so his influence was relatively weak. If the Primitive Bone Palace expressed their determination to protect the little demon, and even used the name of working for the God Master, then there was a high chance that 9 Serenities Godly King and Eternal Darkness Godly King would not continue to insist on killing the little demon, and there was no hope for the Tsanglan Sea. In this way, it would be really difficult for the Immortal Deity King alone to act willfully. Let's stop here. Since we are all working for the God Master, if you come to my primitive bone palace as a guest, then we will welcome you warmly. If you want to capture my bone palace's divine generals, then we will have to see how strong you are. With the bone bridge as the boundary, you can come and try. After young godly King Aogu made up his mind, he didn't restrain his domineering aura. He pointed his sharp claws at the bone bridge, turned around, and left. He was actually prepared to completely ignore the pursuers sent by the Immortal Deity King. This arrogance immediately caused Qi Kong and the rest, and even the God Race soldiers under their command to clamor. There were even some who brandished their weapons and wanted to rush over. However, young godly King Aogu coldly glanced back with a gaze as sharp as a sword, which immediately scared a group of people, and they didn't dare to approach the bone bridge. Old Shui, hurry up and give us an idea. That little demon actually submitted to the god race, what should we do? If we can't bring him back this time, when the Immortal Deity King blames us, we won't have a good ending. Sigh, this primitive bone palace is really audacious. How long has it been since he submitted to the Immortal Deity King? Does he really think he's a god king? Qi Kong and the rest didn't dare to chase after them. Seeing that young godly King Aogu was about to leave, they hurriedly said to Xuelingtu. Does that demon really want to submit? Xuelingtu coldly snorted as he looked at the departing figure of young godly King Aogu. This? Didn't the primitive bone palace say? Qi Kong and the rest were slightly startled. They didn't know much about Feng Xing, and they were even prejudiced against the entire human race, thinking that they were cowardly and unrighteous. Therefore, the reason given by the primitive bone palace was completely believable. After all, if Feng Xing was captured, only death awaited him. Under such circumstances, it wasn't impossible for him to agree to submit to the god race in order to save his life. The primitive bone palace isn't necessarily trustworthy. Xuelingtu sneered. His words were shocking to the extreme. Old Shui, what do you mean? Hearing this, the other god clan divine generals were stunned and looked at him in astonishment. since the primitive bone palace refuses to release him, we'll force that demon out. Disciple Shue's brows creased as an idea came to his mind. He glanced at the dozen or so female disciples of the Fuyao Palace who were raped, then strode forward and shouted at young God King Aogu, "Your Highness, please wait, this Shue still has something to say." He, that demon Feng Xing is also a famous figure in Tianyuan. If we can really get him to surrender, even if it's not for the God Master's great matter, it will still be a great help to our God race. It can be said to be a great merit. When we return, we can also give an explanation to the immortal God King. But, Your Highness, are you sure that he is sincere about surrendering? What do you mean by that? Young godly King Aogu slightly stopped and turned to look at Xuelingtu, not concealing the disgust in his heart. It's nothing much. If he's sincere, then it's not something we can make a decision on. We can go back and report to the immortal deity king, but if he feigns civility, I'm afraid the immortal deity king won't forgive us. How about this, young godly King Aogu, please ask him to come out and prove his sincerity to the god race. This way, we can go back and report to the immortal deity king. Young godly King Aogu took a step forward and cupped his fists respectfully. Young godly King Aogu instantly saw through his intentions. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "My primitive bone palace doesn't have the ability to determine whether he's sincere or not. Do we still need to prove it in front of you? Get out of my sight and tell us how you want to explain." He didn't want to give Xuelingtu and the others a chance to speak, so after a cold shout, he directly drove them away. Young godly King Aogu's attitude seemed to have confirmed something. Laughing loudly, he gathered his magical power and transmitted his voice in all directions. "We naturally have no right to force the godly generals of Primitive Bone Palace to prove anything. Since young godly King Aogu wants us to leave, then we can only leave. However, on the way here, we've captured these Fuyao Palace female cultivators. It'll be troublesome to bring them back. Why don't we just kill them here and get some peace? In any case, Taoist Feng Xing has already submitted to the god race, so he has nothing to do with these women, right?" After saying that, he shouted, "Bring them up." The god race soldiers behind him immediately brought the dozen Fuyao Palace female disciples to the front of the bone bridge and lined them up. Young godly King Aogu's heart trembled as an extremely bad premonition rose in his heart. Xuelingtu sneered, "As long as that demon can't sit still, it means he can't sever his relationship with the human race orthodoxy, so what loyalty is there to speak of? I'd like to see how the primitive bone palace will protect him. Or, no matter if his allegiance is sincere or not, as long as he's forced to come out, we'll use the lives of these women to force him to go back with us willingly." "Haha, this is a great plan." Chi Kong and the others also clapped their hands and laughed, then coldly ordered the soldiers around him, "Kill them one by one, there's no hurry." "You dare!" Young godly King Aogu also realized something was wrong. He coldly turned around and glared fiercely at Xuelingtu. "We didn't cross the bone bridge, nor did we disrespect the primitive bone palace. We're just punishing a few female cultivators, isn't that too much?" Xuelingtu's words almost choked young godly King Aogu to death. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. The fact that he didn't make any arrangements in advance was revealed at this time. He was forced to reveal his plan in advance. At this time, it was already very dangerous. If Feng Xing couldn't stand the provocation and was forced to jump out, then the primitive bone palace's plan would fail before it even started. Even the primitive bone palace, who had just been conferred the title of divine king, would be suspected because of this. After all, he had represented the primitive bone palace to express their attitude. If Feng Xing was forced to reveal himself, it would also prove that they were disloyal. Now, young godly King Aogu really hated Xuelingtu, the descendant of the small immortal world. Only a human cultivator could come up with such a vicious plan. His only hope now was that the demon was wholeheartedly crossing his tribulation and didn't sense what was happening here. "Don't be distracted, focus on crossing the tribulation." At this time, in the primitive bone palace, the golden-horned old king was also looking at Feng Xing worriedly. In order to help protect Feng Xing, he had already exerted his great magic power, leaking the dome of the entire primitive bone palace and shifting the bone walls. After a series of transformations, the huge rear palace had already turned into a huge white bone altar. The Taoist qi that had accumulated in the primitive bone palace for an unknown period of time gathered along the white bone patterns of the bone palace like streams of water, and then flowed into the altar, evaporating, and became a part of the power to help Feng Xing resist the tribulation thunder. In the sky above the white bone altar, the golden-horned old king even exhaled a few breaths of evil qi, which turned into substantial black clouds in the air, dividing the void into two halves, and blocked the tribulation cloud. It was also because of this that Xuelingtu and the others, who had been standing on the other end of the bone bridge, could not discover the strange phenomenon of the tribulation cloud gathering here. Just as Xuelingtu raised his butcher's knife towards the female disciple of Fuyao Palace on the other end of the bone bridge, there was a thunderclap in the sky. The tribulation thunder, which was purple in color, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, had already descended with a rumble, and struck down towards Feng Xing, who was sitting cross-legged on the white bone altar. Seize the great way from the heavens, turn the body into a magical power. At this time, Feng Xing's expression was also rarely solemn. In the face of the terrifying tribulation thunder, he just slowly stretched out his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and pressed towards the sky. The tribulation thunder, which was like a stream of water, had already struck his head in an instant, and then submerged his whole body. Countless tiny thunder snakes wandered around him, and even drilled into his meridians. Like ordinary magic power, they wandered in every inch of his meridians, tearing every inch of his skin, destroying pieces of bones, shaking every wisp of divine thought, and filling every acupoint, pain. At this moment, Feng Xing's whole face was deformed by the pain. It was truly unbearable. He felt as if he was being roasted on a fire, or as if he had been locked in a pill furnace, and was being refined as if he was refining a spirit pill. He had embarked on the path of cultivation, and his strength had grown stronger and stronger. He, who felt more and more able to control his own fate, now had an incomparably small and fragile feeling. It was as if he could disappear at any time, never to exist again. Life is like duckweed, the great Tao is like the sea, and I am like the sand. As the lightning tribulation descended, it felt like the entire world was pressing down on him. One person, one wisp of soul, was fighting against the entire world. At this moment, a great terror descended, causing one to be unable to help but want to fuse with that world. It was like when a person was facing an enemy army, he subconsciously wanted to become a member of that army so that he would not be alone and become the enemy of that army. For this, he was even willing to give up his position and the blade in his hand. However, Feng Xing also understood that if he really did that, he would fail the tribulation. If he wanted to give up, then he would really fuse with that world, but he would also lose himself. However, he could not completely resist it, because in the face of the lightning tribulation, resisting it meant that he was fighting against it. Even if he managed to resist it and survive, it did not mean that he had successfully transcended the tribulation. It was just that he had resisted the lightning tribulation and did not die. He could not be assimilated by it, nor could he completely resist it. There was only one point between success and failure. Cultivation is to cultivate oneself. To cultivate an undying consciousness, to cultivate the everlasting existence of one's self. Amidst the surging lightning tribulation, Feng Xing spoke in a low voice. This was a concept from the highest Tao-seeking scripture. At this moment, it turned into his own language, and he spoke it out to strengthen his beliefs. During this process, he simply gave up on resisting and opened up everything, allowing the lightning tribulation to drown him, allowing the power to wash over him. If his meridians were broken, they would be repaired. If his bones were broken, they would be reborn. If his consciousness was destroyed, he would be reborn through a bit of spiritual consciousness. This cycle would continue without end. This lightning tribulation is actually a great gift from the heavens to cultivators. Gradually, the pained expression on Feng Xing's face faded. Instead, he smiled softly and spread his arms. There was a great horror in the lightning tribulation, and he was using this horror to train himself. He used the lightning tribulation to wash away the impurities in his body, and used his foundation to protect his true spirit. Although he had not cultivated for a long time, his good fortune was endless, and his foundation was solid. Furthermore, the highest Tao-seeking scripture had pointed out the way to the great Tao, so he was extremely calm in the lightning tribulation. There was no sense of urgency, and he just calmly accepted the lightning tribulation. He calmly accepted the lightning tribulation that Zhu Xiu's expression changed at the mention of it as a great gift, and used it to cultivate himself. Boom. 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 Wave after wave of lightning tribulation descended from the sky, striking on top of Fangxing's head. The white bone altar had already emitted waves of ripples. It was the foundation that the primordial bone palace had accumulated for countless years, helping him resist the lightning tribulation. The countless lightning tribulation that descended from the sky was like a spiritual consciousness, helping Fangxing connect with the heaven and earth. To a certain extent, he could fuse with the heaven and earth, but he still maintained his autonomy, prying into the mysteries of the heaven and earth to his heart's content. There's no problem, he should be able to pass it safely. The old godly King Xianxia maintained a safe distance, quietly watching Fangxing undergo the lightning tribulation, and his expression was slightly comforted. Even he could not help but sigh. This generation's young generation was indeed extraordinary, and it was even possible for them to reproduce the splendor of the ancient immortals. After all, the heaven and earth had changed greatly, and the path of cultivation was so difficult. Even for those old cultivators who had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years, how many could safely pass the lightning tribulation? And this little devil's lifespan was so young, but he had already embarked on the path of tribulation, and even walked very steadily. His foundation was deep, and it was almost equivalent to accepting the baptism of this lightning tribulation, so the danger was not great, and at the same time, he looked worriedly outside the primordial bone palace. Compared to the crisis of Fangxing's tribulation, he was more worried that the things outside would affect him. At this moment, he had already used his great magic power to create a black cloud, isolating the white bone altar from the outside, not letting the sound from outside in, and also not letting Fangxing sense what was happening. At the same time, he thought that even if he wanted to kill, he should kill quickly, and it would be best if everyone was killed before Fangxing's tribulation ended. At that time, they would not have to worry so much. You're courting death. However, just as Fangxing's first lightning tribulation was about to end, a hint of anger suddenly appeared on Fangxing's calm face. Then, he blinked his eyes, and at that moment, even the Desolatian king felt as if he was hallucinating. It was as if he saw an eye blinking above the 9 heavens, looking in the direction of the bone bridge. That gaze was not something that he could block. Oh no, Primordial King realized that he had overlooked something. He had used his great magic power to seal the white bone altar because he did not want Fangxing to sense what was happening outside and disturb his tribulation. However, he was not a human cultivator after all, and he did not know the mysteries of tribulation. When Fangxing was undergoing tribulation, he was one with heaven and earth to a certain extent. The tribulation cloud in the sky could even be said to be his eyes. He could isolate himself from the outside world, but he could not isolate himself from the tribulation cloud. At that moment, he had completely seen the actions of the god race creature on the other end of the bone bridge, and even angered him. Fortunately, Fangxing's lightning tribulation was about to be over. Little friend Fang, listen to me. Little friend Fang, listen to this old man. Those who want to achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Those people have set up this evil plan to provoke you to go out. Once you step out to save him, our plan will be ruined. Even my wilderness bone palace will not be able to stay out of this. Don't talk about protecting you, I'm afraid that we will not be able to protect ourselves at that time. This time, you must listen to this old man. Don't fall into their evil plan. As he anxiously persuaded Fangxing, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. The primordial bone palace had forcefully protected Fangxing and wanted to help him clear his name as a member of the god race. It was already a little difficult. Because of this, Fangxing's performance was even more important at this moment. Once Fangxing could not bear to save the girls from Fuyao Palace and stepped forward to save them, the god race would have something to use against him. At that time, not only would the matter of protecting Fangxing become empty talk, even the primordial bone palace would not be able to clear their name. The successor of the small celestial realm was too ruthless. It was equivalent to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I know what I'm doing. Fangxing obviously did not listen to the golden-horned elder Wang's words. He had already stood up unsteadily and was about to walk out. The golden-horned elder Wang was very anxious. His eyes narrowed, and he even had the thought of forcefully keeping Fangxing here. Even though Fangxing had now passed through 1 thunder calamity and was a proper loose immortal, he was still not considered an expert in front of Lao Wang. The golden-horned elder Wang was confident that he could forcefully keep Feng Xing here. However, after Feng Xing stayed, it would not be easy to deal with the subsequent matters. Unfortunately, the primordial elder Wang did not even have the time to carry out this plan. While he and Feng Xing were distracted by this matter, they didn't notice that after the first wave of tribulation lightning had passed, not only did the tribulation clouds above the white bone altar not disperse, they had even thickened. After the first wave of tribulation lightning dispersed, less than 3 breaths of time later, the tribulation clouds suddenly surged once more, descending down like a vortex, and an enormous pillar of lightning rumbled as it struck down once more. Not only was this wave of thunder calamity more urgent, its power was obviously more terrifying. The second wave of thunder calamity? The golden-horned elder Wang almost cried out at this moment. The scene in front of him was too strange and too terrifying. Even he did not expect this at all. At this moment, Feng Xing was also obviously a little stunned. He looked up at the sky with a look of surprise. He had just passed through the first thunder calamity and had not had the time to gather his magic power, but the second wave of thunder calamity came. Tribulations are tribulations. As expected, it is not so easy to pass through. Feng Xing even laughed bitterly in his heart. I have a deep foundation and countless opportunities. The first thunder calamity is not a threat to me at all. In addition, with the guidance of the supreme Tao-seeking scripture, I thought that I could safely pass through this tribulation, which was like a scourge or a ferocious beast. However, I did not expect that there would be tribulations in the unseen world. Since one thunder calamity was not enough, the heavens actually gave me 2 at the same time. Outside, the lives of the Fuyao Palace disciples were hanging by a thread. Inside, the second thunder calamity attacked fiercely. Inside, Feng Xing was only stunned for half a breath's time before he suddenly jumped up. Damn it, let's fight. Rumble. At the other end of the bone bridge, Xianxia came up with a vicious plan to force Feng Xing to show himself, but he suddenly heard a heart-shaking thunderclap coming from the dark clouds in the distant sky above the wilderness bone palace. Due to the isolation of the golden-horned old king with his great magical power, coupled with the distance, Xianxia couldn't feel the aura of the tribulation clouds condensing behind the dark clouds. Just listening to the movement, it seemed like there was an ancient giant god raging behind the clouds. Linking it to what he was doing, he couldn't help but think of a person. His heart became even more certain, even his black stone-like face also revealed a trace of a smile. Then he coldly walked over with the saber. If you don't come out, I will kill them. These people are all here because of you. I don't believe that you can hold back before killing them all. As he spoke, he had already arrived in front of the row of female disciples of Fuyao Palace. He raised his knife and his long and narrow eyes swept over them coldly, as if he was looking for a suitable target to attack. The people that his gaze swept over were already crying. Under the threat of life and death, they finally revealed the side of a little girl. However, among these people, there was a beautiful girl whose appearance and clothes were clearly different from the other girls. She struggled and cried out, "Bastard, don't touch them. If you have the ability, come and kill me first." Hee, little princess of Yaoqi, during the immortal gathering, you were high and mighty. I was ashamed of my inferiority and didn't dare to come forward to salute you. But I didn't expect to see you here. Don't worry, it will naturally be your turn. But let's start from here first. Xianxia laughed softly, but called out Mu Xiaoqing's identity. He then walked past her, grabbed the hair bun of a Fuyao Palace female disciple beside her, pulled it up forcefully, revealing her ivory-like neck. Then, he placed the knife in his hand horizontally in front of her throat, like a mortal slaughtering a chicken, the sharp blade rubbing against her white and tender skin, then looked towards the distant sky. Bastard, don't touch her. Come and kill me. I am the main culprit. Come and kill me. The little princess of Yaoqi was anxious, but she was held down by someone, unable to move. Tears flowed down her face. Little martial Aunt Qing, you don't have to force yourself. On the other hand, the female disciple of Fuyao Palace laughed softly. Her expression was a bit sad and she said in a low voice, "From the moment we came with you, we had already risked our lives. Just like what the 3 nuns said, with the abilities of the few of us, how could we save people from the great desolate bone palace? But I didn't expect that we would be caught before we even saw Big Situ. I'm not afraid of death, but before I die, I still have a question that I want to clarify." Big Situ, really? Her voice trembled. She closed her eyes and used all her strength to ask, "Has Big Situ really submitted to the God clan? We were actually willing to die for him, but I want to know, the person we were willing to die for." "No, it can't be, he definitely. Mu Xiaoqing naturally understood the thoughts of the female disciple of Fuyao Palace. She wanted to save Feng Xing herself, but among the female disciples of Fuyao Palace, there were also a few hot-blooded people who felt that the elders of Fuyao Palace were too indifferent to Feng Xing. Thus, they decided to follow Mu Xiaoqing to rescue him. In fact, their thoughts were, firstly, they didn't want Fuyao Palace to have such an indifferent reputation. Secondly, they were afraid that Mu Xiaoqing would be impulsive and lose her life in vain. Therefore, they came to watch over her. However, no one would have thought that they would be captured by the God clan after carefully avoiding the surveillance of the remnant species and sneaking into the flat wasteland. Now, losing their lives was not the thing they were most afraid of. However, after hearing the conversation between Xueling Tu and young divine King Ao Gu, they began to worry about Feng Xing's choice. They were not afraid of losing their lives, but they were not willing to lose their lives for a person who had submitted to the God clan. Mu Xiaoqing subconsciously wanted to comfort this female disciple, but when the words were at the tip of her tongue, she couldn't say them out. Was she really sure that Feng Xing wouldn't submit to the God clan? After all, Fuyao Palace had just betrayed him, using his life in exchange for the opportunity for all the disciples of Fuyao Palace to safely cross the serene water. Would such a despicable thing really shake his mentality and cause him to turn to the God clan? In the midst of all kinds of worries, she also raised her head and looked in the direction of the desolate bone palace. Although there were layers of dark clouds blocking her view, inexplicably, she seemed to see Feng Xing's gaze behind the dark clouds. For a moment, her heart was filled with sorrow. "Little bastard, I didn't betray you. Don't betray the human race, okay? After all, I just felt that being your Taoist companion is actually quite good." Tears gently slid down her face. Mu Xiaoqing suddenly cried like a little girl. "Fellow Taoist Feng Xing, since you have already submitted to the God clan, won't you come out and thank me for helping you cut off your past?" At this moment, Xueling Tu looked at the dark clouds above the desolate bone palace and shouted loudly. His voice traveled thousands of miles, and then he waved his butcher's knife. "I hope he doesn't notice what's happening here. I hope he can successfully cross the lightning tribulation first." Young divine King Ao Gu's face was also ashen. He looked at the desolate bone palace worriedly. However, he didn't expect that both of his ideas would come to nothing. 2 lightning tribulations actually descended one after another. What should I do? Above the desolate bone palace, beside the white bone altar, the golden-horned old king's expression was already distorted with shock. Although he wasn't a human race cultivator and didn't need to cross the tribulation, he was extremely familiar with the cultivation path of human race cultivators. He even had some dealings with those tribulation-transcending old monsters of ancient families and great Tao orthodoxies. He knew how difficult it was to cross the tribulation, but he had never heard of 2 lightning tribulations descending at the same time. It should be known that crossing the tribulation was the tribulation and fortune of the human race's cultivation path. Every time one crossed the tribulation, there were many dangers, but there were also many benefits. Take lifespan for example. Once an old cultivator's lifespan was exhausted, they would immediately have an extra 500 years of lifespan after crossing a lightning tribulation. However, the timing of each lightning tribulation was roughly 300 to 500 years. Normally, old cultivators who crossed the tribulation would go into seclusion all year round to prepare themselves for the next lightning tribulation. 2 lightning tribulations descending one after another was unheard of. If everyone had to cross the tribulation like this, then the number of cultivators in the world would be reduced by 70%, and all of them would be dead. At the same time, it couldn't help but feel endless worry in its heart. The little devil was in danger. His lightning tribulation had descended abruptly because he had accidentally obtained a manual, which triggered the shackles of cultivation and caused the lightning tribulation to descend. Fortunately, he had a deep foundation and a stable Taoist foundation. In order to protect himself, he did not hesitate to use the Taoist connotation of the desolate bone palace for tens of thousands of years to protect him. Thus, he easily crossed the lightning tribulation that was abnormally terrifying for cultivators. However, that was only one lightning tribulation. In the first lightning tribulation, he had almost exhausted all his foundation. Now that the second lightning tribulation was descending one after another, what could he use to cross it? Not to mention, there was still a group of god race living beings outside the great desolate bone palace, causing Feng Xing to be distracted. Could it be that the heavens really bless the Protoss, and it's time for them to unify the universe? At this time, even the golden-horned Elder Wang began to doubt his previous judgment of the fate of heaven and earth because of this small matter. However, this thought only flashed past his mind, and he quickly strengthened his conviction. At his realm, his heart was originally as solid as a rock and would not be easily shaken. After a moment of absent-mindedness, his pupils immediately shrank, and he shouted at Feng Xing, "Little friend Feng Xing, quickly restrain your thoughts and do your best to cross the tribulation. I will use the Taoist connotation of the desolate bone palace for tens of thousands of years to help you, and in addition to my tens of thousands of years of cultivation, I don't believe that I can't help you cross this tribulation. Although it's unheard of for two lightning tribulations to descend one after another, the heavenly axiom will not kill you. There will definitely be a chance for you to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his two large golden wings and was about to launch endless magic power towards the lightning tribulation in the sky. Now, how can I go all out to cross the tribulation? What made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that Feng Xing actually laughed softly at this time. "That bastard is killing my people. In such a big Fuyao palace, there are only a few people who care about my life and death. They risk their lives to save me, so how can I not care about their lives?" As he spoke, he actually stood up directly and rushed towards the sky above the desolate bone palace. "Nonsense, you don't want your life anymore?" The golden-horned Elder Wang was greatly shocked. He hurriedly wanted to stop him, but he was obstructed by the monstrous lightning tribulation. "Little friend Feng Xing, once you go out, not to mention whether you will be controlled by those living beings of the god race, just based on your unwillingness to give up on the old orthodoxy, you will give the other divine kings something to use against you. It will be even more difficult for my desolate bone palace to recommend you again. If the divine master becomes suspicious, it will be even more impossible for him to choose you to search for the investiture of the gods. You must think twice before you act. The plan that we have set is the only hope for the human race to obtain the investiture of the gods. If you panic at this time, isn't it the same as offering the investiture of the gods to the divine master with both hands?" At this moment, the panic-stricken golden-horned Elder Wang could only roar angrily, hoping that he could persuade Feng Xing to change his mind. He was even a little regretful. Previously, he had only considered Feng Xing's ability and reputation, and had always been bold and careful in doing things. However, he did not expect that this fellow would be so impatient. The other party's little trick had forced him into a panic. "Haha, who said that I'm going to offer the investiture of the gods to the divine master with both hands?" Feng Xing laughed softly. His figure rushed straight into the void, and his voice reverberated. "Only by letting them kill my people can we guarantee that the divine master won't be suspicious?" As he laughed loudly, he had already directly faced the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky. His figure was shaken by the second lightning tribulation and staggered, but he quickly stabilized himself. He forcefully resisted the lightning tribulation and rushed in the direction of the bone bridge. Behind him, the endless lightning tribulation was immediately attracted by him. It changed its direction and rushed forward as he moved. Its speed was even faster, and its power was even stronger. What a joke! How stupid would a person be to do this? Feng Xing, have you really betrayed us? When Xuelingtu raised the butcher's knife, all the disciples of Fuyao Palace cried out in sorrow. They were in despair, not only because of the butcher's knife that was about to fall, but also because of the doubts in their hearts. Now that things had come to this, they were not afraid of death. They were only afraid that they would die for a person who had betrayed Tian Yuan. If that was the case, their deaths would be worthless. Among these people, the one who felt the most pain was Mu Xiaoqing. She, who was in the midst of her first heartbeat, had almost completely fallen into despair at this moment. She cried silently. Seeing that the butcher's knife was about to fall, her mood also fell to the bottom of the valley. Self-blame, remorse, confusion, and all kinds of thoughts surged, causing her heart to tighten violently at this moment. The only thing she wanted to do now was to answer the question in the heart of the disciple of Fuyao Palace who had risked his life to come with her, but she could not answer. However, at this moment, another answer came. Fang Xing, will you come out? Xianxia raised the butcher's knife and shouted sternly. He was also looking in the direction of the primitive bone palace. However, just as his blade was about to land and behead the beautiful head, he suddenly saw the layers of black clouds above the great desolate bone palace suddenly churn, as if there was a huge beast stirring up the wind and clouds. Then, after a few breaths, the black clouds suddenly shook, and a huge lightning beast drilled out. A large ball of terrifying lightning charged over, like a meteor, dragging a long tail as it charged in the direction of the bone bridge. It's coming. Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at a figure in the lightning. The figure was skinny, his ancient robe fluttered, and his hair fluttered in the wind. All the lightning wrapped around him, and behind him, bolts of lightning were flowing from the void, connecting to his body. From the looks of it, it seemed as if he was coming with thousands of lightning bolts. The dim world of the flat wasteland was illuminated at this moment. Between heaven and earth, he was the most dazzling. Of course I didn't betray. What is the Shen clan? Is it worth my loyalty? Fang Xing crossed the distance of several hundred li in a single leap. He was already above the bone bridge, looking down. He saw the disciples of Fuyao Palace who were being held by the god race soldiers. He also saw Mu Xiaoqing, who had tears streaming down her face. Although they did not speak, at this moment, he was in a mysterious state of transcending the heavenly tribulation. His mind resonated with the heavens and earth. He actually sensed the questions that echoed in each of their hearts. Without any hesitation, he gently smiled and answered the questions in their hearts. Phew, with just one sentence, it was unknown how many tears fell from the eyes of the Fuyao Palace's disciples and how many hearts were set at ease. Young Divine King Aogu wished he could strangle Fang Xing to death. Mother Ker, saving people was one thing, but why did he have to say the truth directly? Xianxia and the others were even more shocked. He didn't expect it to be this easy. They had gone through so much trouble to force this little devil out, but in the end, before they had even killed a single person, he had come. No one knew how many words they had prepared in their hearts. They wanted to pry out Fang Xing's words, but before they could do so, he had already said it. Inexplicably, these god race beings even felt that they liked Fang Xing a little. He really knew how to cooperate. You, Devil Fang Xing, you really are treacherous. You didn't sincerely pledge your allegiance. The sudden good news made Xianxia stutter. He was overjoyed. He kicked the female disciple of Fuyao Palace to the side, but he didn't put away the saber in his hand. He walked towards Fang Xing and shouted. Of course, I didn't sincerely pledge my allegiance. This young master has already vowed to kill the entire god race. Do you think I'm joking? Fang Xing's answer was straightforward, without the slightest hesitation. Xianxia and the other god race generals around him were even more overjoyed. With excited expressions, they stepped forward at the same time and secretly ordered the god race soldiers to line up and surround Yang Kai. They then shouted, Good, you devil is really bold. You dare to say the words in your heart. Now that we have all heard it, let's see how the desolate bone palace will protect you. Young Divine King Aogu's face was already as black as water. How else could he help? This devil was so reckless that he had said all his thoughts. Not to mention the desolate bone palace, even the 10 great divine kings would not be able to protect him, but he didn't expect that Fang Xing's next words would be even more shocking. No matter what I say or do, the desolate bone palace will definitely protect me, because we were the ones who originally discussed how to deal with your god race. This idea was also put forward by them. *CK. Xianxia and the others were directly stunned. At the same time, they looked at the desolate bone palace with shocked and strange eyes. Did this devil just admit that there was a conspiracy between him and the desolate bone palace? Xianxia had originally suspected the loyalty of the desolate bone palace, but he didn't point it out. Now that he heard it, it confirmed his thoughts in his heart. But at the same time, an incomparably strange feeling rose in his heart. It was too easy. From the moment Fang Xing appeared until now, only a few breaths of time had passed, but every word he said was what he wanted to hear the most, or what he wanted to confirm the most. But these words came too easily. Instead, it made him feel an indescribable feeling of suspicion. His heart thumped rapidly as he realized some kind of mystery. Take down this devil, send him to the Immortal King Palace, and torture him. Qi Kong and the others behind Xueling shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to take action. Fang Xing, you actually slandered my desolate bone palace? Even young divine King Aogu's face was full of anger at this time. He didn't expect that Fang Xing would recklessly reveal the truth, and even drag the desolate bone palace into the water. This was going to be a big trouble. The desolate bone palace was originally a Tianyuan life form, and was originally suspected of being a Tianyuan life form. Even if it was the 12th divine king, it was difficult for it to be on the same side as the other divine kings. It was only maintaining the balance on the surface. Now, if this matter were to be spread out, it would be difficult to maintain the balance on the surface. Under the shock, he even had the thought of quickly killing Fang Xing, to deceive others. Ha 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 ha. However, just when all the living beings were enraged and wanted nothing more than to beat Fang Xing, who had a big mouth, to death, he laughed loudly. It was also during this delay that the tribulation lightning that he had temporarily left behind caught up to him at an incomparably fast speed. More and more of them gathered, and like a great river rolling down from the heavens, it rumbled towards him. Within the terrifying lightning, Fang Xing's voice reverberated in the surroundings, your great desolate bone palace is simply an idiot. Who said that you have to watch your own people die after passing through this tribulation? Boom, with a loud roar, he directly rushed towards the life forms of the God clan, dragging endless lightning behind him, like a river of lightning. Compared to gaining their trust, I think it's better to kill them all. With a loud roar, he suddenly rushed in front of the God clan soldiers that were surrounding him. With a loud bang, he formed a seal with his hand, and with a monstrous lightning force, he directly attacked. This attack of his already contained the power of passing the tribulation, and with the addition of countless tribulation lightning behind him, it was equivalent to the tribulation lightning following him wherever he went. The power of the tribulation lightning would sweep through the entire domain, increasing its power by more than 3 times. Almost as soon as his seal fell, the bones of those life forms of the God clan were broken, and a large number of them were swept away by him. Bold demon! When Xueling, Qi Kong, and the others saw this scene, they were shocked and angry, and at the same time, they cast their arts and rushed forward. What is this son of a bitch trying to do? Young divine King Aogu was still at the other end of the bone bridge, and he was fuming with anger, and at the same time, his heart was filled with doubts. Do it! A vigorous voice came from behind. It was the golden horn old king who spoke from the desolate bone palace. Royal father, what do you mean? Young divine King Aogu was startled, and he hurriedly turned around and asked. This little B***** really has a vicious mind. I've never heard of him being so murderous before. But he's right. We didn't make enough preparations this time. The creatures of the God clan came too quickly. Even if you say that Fang Xing has submitted to the God clan, it'll be hard to convince them. Now, they've already become suspicious. Even if we watch the disciples of Fuyao Palace be killed, it'll only make them unable to find an excuse for a while. After that, there'll be great trouble. Why don't we kill them all first and buy more time? The desolate old Dragon King's voice was calm, but there was a hint of cruelty in it. Kill them all. This, young divine King Aogu was simply stunned by the old Dragon King's words, and for a moment, he felt that this matter was not feasible. Those were life forms of the God clan, and they were also the emissaries representing the Immortal King Palace, but now they wanted to kill them all. If this matter were to spread out, the desolate bone palace would immediately be doomed to a divine master. Those who had already agreed to be loyal to him, and then betrayed him, would definitely end up worse than those stubborn enemies. There is no other choice. This little bastard told us everything, just to force us to help him. There was a hint of annoyance in the desolate old Dragon King's voice. Damn this little bastard, he hasn't even agreed to our plan, but he wants to force us to take a stand first. Is this AF** king proof of allegiance? I reckon that he also doesn't trust us, that's why he came up with such a dirty trick. After this matter, not only will the danger in front of us be resolved, he will also have a handle on our desolate bone palace, and he can use this opportunity to threaten me. But now, we have no choice but to do as he wants. Do it cleanly, don't leave a single one alive." The desolate old Dragon King's words made young Divine King Aogu dumbfounded, but after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. At this time, they had no choice but to make a move. If any life form of the God clan escaped, the desolate Bone Palace would be in big trouble. If they wanted to carry out that plan, and if they wanted to protect themselves, they had to help Feng Xing kill them. After all, if these life forms of the God clan were all killed, the desolate Bone Palace would be able to push the blame away. After all, there would not be a single witness, and it would be easier to weave a lie. On the contrary, if one or two of them escaped, it would be hard to explain, but after killing them, that demon would also have a handle on the desolate Bone Palace. This demon is really not a good thing. Young Divine King Aogu closed his eyes in annoyance, and when he opened them again, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "Then do it." Rumble, Feng Xing took the lead and rushed into the group of God clan creatures. With every move, he exerted an irresistible force and wiped out more than a dozen God clan creatures. He directly crushed them into minced meat with great force, and these minced meat turned into flying ashes in the following tribulation thunder. In the flying ashes, there were black lines drawn out, vaguely turning into the vague appearance of the God clan creatures when they were alive. They were bound by a mysterious force beside Feng Xing, struggling and crying, but there was no possibility of escape. "Kill this devil." Xianxia and the others were very shocked and angry. They attacked at the same time. The four masters came from all directions. With a bang, the red liquid in the mouth of Qi Kong, who had a wolf head and a human body, gushed into the void and turned into a 300 feet tall blood wolf. Its hair was like red glass, with a strange blood-red color. Its huge claws were as sharp as fine steel, and it fiercely slapped down at Feng Xing. "Qi." The tall woman's eyes turned cold, and the scorpion tail behind her suddenly straightened. The scorpion tail that seemed to be only a few feet long actually stretched out dozens of feet in an instant. The tip of the tail flickered with a dark blue light, and a tiny black hole appeared in the void wherever it passed. It was like a poisonous spear that appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and it directly pierced towards the space between Feng Xing's eyebrows. It was incomparably strange. Whoosh! The God clan warrior, who was wearing a black cloak, leaped into the air and disappeared in an extremely strange way. At the same time, Feng Xing's feet seemed to have suddenly fallen into a swamp. He looked down and saw a pair of black arms sticking to his feet. It was the God clan creature. He did not know what method it had used, but it had escaped to the ground under his feet, locked his body, and its arms turned into black smoke, spreading to his body. "Is that the tribulation thunder?" When Xianxia was halfway there, he was slightly stunned when he saw the lightning that followed Feng Xing. He was different from the living beings of the God clan. He had a deep understanding of the tribulation that cultivators needed to go through. Very soon, he could see that the lightning that filled the sky was not an ordinary divine art of lightning. It was clearly the tribulation thunder. For a moment, no one knew what he was thinking of. His expression suddenly became angry and resentful, even mixed with indescribable jealousy. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "The world is unfair. Why? Why should you go through the tribulation?" Boom, he was afraid of the tribulation lightning, so he didn't really rush up. Instead, he swung his arms, and the huge iron axe flew out of his hands. It spun rapidly, turning into a huge black wheel that chopped straight at Feng Xing wherever it passed. The void cracked like a frozen river. "Haha, this is the first time I feel that the God clan creature is so weak." Besieged by 4 people, Feng Xing laughed. Facing the black shadow that bound him, he suddenly stretched out his palm, and a terrible flame was ignited in his palm. He slapped the black shadow directly. At this moment, the black shadow let out a shrill cry. It seemed to be tangible but intangible, but it was directly pulled out by Feng Xing as if it was a rope. Feng Xing held one end of the black shadow with both hands, struggled hard, and tore it in half. Then, he threw it directly into the tribulation thunder behind him. Swoosh! 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 As soon as he was free, he used the Xiaoyao footwork, and his figure flew as if he was flying. He was so fast that he turned into a shadow, like a person constantly using the art of teleportation. He was so fast that the cultivators of the same realm could only catch a few shadows of him from time to time. At the same time, his supernatural power also surged at an amazing speed. To some extent, the tribulation thunder had been entangling him, and he was constantly resisting the pain of the tribulation. But to those with high cultivation, they would find that he had vaguely shaken off the tribulation thunder. The tribulation thunder had been chasing him, but it could not fully support him. This also allowed him to resist the tribulation thunder, and at the same time, he could use powerful martial arts to resist the enemy, the supreme formation-breaking scripture, "I am invincible on the battlefield." A sound like a war drum burst forth from his chest, shaking the 9 heavens. At the same time, Fangxing turned around and arrived in front of the Crimson Wolf. He looked as small as a fly, but at this moment, he waved his jade-like palm, and then fiercely slammed it down on the hill-like wolf's head. With a rumbling sound, the incomparably huge wolf's head was slammed onto the ground. Half of its head was directly embedded into the rocks, causing stone fragments to fly in all directions. The wolf's head was also directly smashed into pieces. Bang! After pressing down on the wolf's head, Fangxing suddenly turned around and reached his hand into the air. The giant axe that was thrown by Xianxia with all his strength was firmly caught in his hand. The violent power contained in it was actually dissolved by the divine power in his palm. Except for the axe blade still buzzing, the huge axe in his hand became motionless. It did not look like Xianxia had swung the axe to launch a sneak attack, but more like he had taken the initiative to give the axe to Fangxing. And Fangxing also directly took the axe, turned around, and directly chopped down. The strange scorpion tail had already reached a foot into his body, but the tip of the tail was directly chopped by the axe, and the sound was sharp and clear. Is the strength of this fierce man so strong? The woman who displayed the scorpion tail cursed under her breath. She hurriedly retracted her scorpion tail in an attempt to temporarily avoid Fangxing's fierce attack. However, at this moment, Fangxing directly reached out and grabbed her scorpion tail. Then, he pulled forcefully. The tall woman turned pale with fright, and her body involuntarily flew towards him. Fangxing carried Master Ju horizontally and rushed towards her. With a chi sound, the giant axe had already split her in half, and milky white liquid gushed out from her broken body. Ah! The scorpion woman let out a miserable shriek, and her broken body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The immortal general of the scorpion woman tribe has been killed? At this moment, there was a dead silence between heaven and earth. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. No one had expected Fangxing to be so ferocious at this moment. The joint attack of the 4 gods had been fiercely dispersed by him, and he had even counterattacked and split the immortal general of the scorpion woman tribe in half. This was simply a fantasy. Retreat, retreat quickly. Both Qi Kong and Xianxia's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly shouted. Before this, they had been showing off their abilities, worried that the primordial bone palace would not hand over Fangxing. It was only now that they realized that they were not facing the usual human cultivators, but Fangxing, the leader of the 7 devils of heaven's origin, the terrifying existence who had once killed the son of the infinite deity king, the child of lightning, and the terrifying existence who had killed more than 400 bone race beings in the battle of Beko Kyung. Haha, you want to retreat, but you can't. When Fangxing heard their words, he laughed coldly and flew over. Qi Kong and the others suddenly heard the sounds of fighting coming from the surroundings. When they turned around to look, their eyes immediately popped out of their sockets. Unknowingly, hundreds of primordial remnant species had appeared, each with an unparalleled aura, blocking their way in all directions. Impressively, they had already completely surrounded them and the hundreds of god race soldiers. Moreover, they were currently charging towards the center under the leadership of young divine King Ao Gu, squeezing their battle circle smaller and smaller. Indeed, as Fangxing had said, they did not dare to fight, and could not retreat even if they wanted to. Primordial Bone Palace, are you going to betray the god race? Qi Kong roared angrily, if the Divine Lord knows about this, he will definitely punish your Primordial Bone Palace. Haha, if you all die, who will know whether we have betrayed the god race or not? Young divine King Ao Gu had already made up his mind, and his attacks became even more ruthless. As he spoke, he killed with even more vigor. Primordial Bone Palace, as I said, has long been disloyal. Today, escaping from here and reporting to the immortal God King is the most important thing. Xianxia was also furious. The primordial bone palace and the devil's actions were really beyond their expectations. Who would have thought that the primordial bone palace would be so bold as to want to silence them? This immediately turned their initiative into an abnormal situation. Fortunately, his reaction was extremely fast. As soon as he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately had an idea. He directly transmitted a divine sense to Qi Kong, and actually took the initiative to withdraw his forces. He quickly withdrew the god race soldiers, forming a central army, and directly rushed towards Fangxing. Now that things have come to this, the most important thing is to successfully escape. As long as we can escape, the primordial bone palace is destined to be doomed. Gather all our forces and kill that devil. He is actually in the midst of a heavenly tribulation, and he is relying on his powerful blood qi to fight while undergoing the heavenly tribulation. In a short period of time, he actually borrowed the power of the heavenly tribulation to display more power than usual. However, since the heavenly tribulation is called a heavenly tribulation, how can it be so easy to avoid? Right now, he is borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation, and at the same time, he is also consuming his foundation. The more power he exerts now, the harder it will be for him to resist when the power of the heavenly tribulation changes. He will definitely turn into ashes in the heavenly tribulation. When he fails the heavenly tribulation and loses control of the heavenly tribulation, it will spread for thousands of miles. At that time, we can take advantage of the chaos to escape. In the blink of an eye, many divine senses entered the minds of Qi Kong and the others, and also decided on their grand plan. Fortunately, old Shui is here. Alright, let's do it this way. This way, not only will we kill this devil, but we will also expose the primordial bone palace's conspiracy. We have made a great contribution. After a discussion, they immediately worked together and rushed towards Fangxing Kill. Groups after groups, the living beings of the god race all rushed towards Fangxing. The sound of killing filled the air. I want to see how much ability you have to divide your attention to fight while undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia hid among the god race soldiers, sneered, and mobilized his troops, looking for an opportunity. Haha, I'm starting to like you. Looking at Xianxia from afar, Fangxing also laughed at this time. When the god race soldiers changed their movements, he immediately guessed the thoughts of Xianxia. He only felt that it was funny, but he didn't care about it at all. He rushed towards the god race creatures as if he was receiving a big gift. With a wave of his hand, he killed people as if he was mowing grass. It seemed that he had even forgotten about the heavenly tribulation behind him. If it weren't for this massacre, this young master really wouldn't know how to survive the second heavenly tribulation. Boom. 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 With Qi Kong as the leader and Xianxia as the backbone, the four divine generals of the god race only wanted to distract Fangxing when he was going through the heavenly tribulation, causing him to fail the heavenly tribulation. Then, they would take advantage of the chaos when the heavenly tribulation went out of control to escape. Therefore, they had driven all the god race armors over. There were more than 100 of them, and they were all selected to hunt down and kill Fangxing. They were the best among the ordinary god race creatures. In terms of individual strength, perhaps each of them was not weaker than the human race cultivators in the Middle Yuanying realm. They were terrifyingly strong. However, at this time, Fangxing also showed his terrifying strength that even the god race creatures called him a devil. He was so excited from killing that he dashed everywhere, slashing with his claws and palms, or directly transforming into flying swords to kill all the god race creatures in front of him. The speed at which he harvested people's lives was simply indescribable. The foundation of his martial arts was originally the Supremacy Scripture-breaking formation, the strongest of the Supremacy 9 scriptures. The more opponents there were, the stronger the strength he could exert. At this time, he was simply killing in and out of the god race creatures, invincible. At the same time, every time he killed a person, a gray and hazy remnant soul would appear behind him. As he killed more and more people, those remnant souls had already gathered into a group behind him, and they followed behind him like a dark cloud. Is he crazy? He doesn't want to protect himself in the face of the heavenly tribulation? In the face of Fangxing's crazy attacks, even Xianxia and the others were a little confused. The best situation they had thought of was naturally to distract Fangxing, making it difficult for him to pass the heavenly tribulation. However, Feng Xing's distraction was too great, and it made them a little uncertain. He seemed to have forgotten the existence of the heavenly tribulation, and was focused on killing the god race soldiers, thinking of the rumor that he had killed 400 people in Beko Keqiang, Xueling too, and the others could not help but be suspicious. Was he addicted to killing? What is he trying to do? Young Divine King Aogu sucked in a breath of cold air. In the midst of the battle, there was a small area left for the desolate remnant beasts to surround the periphery and did not continue to charge inside. His heart was filled with suspicion and even anxiety. Even if he wasn't a human cultivator, he also knew the importance of transcending the tribulation. He was very surprised why Feng Xing didn't focus on dealing with the lightning tribulation, but instead focused on killing the deity race. After all, with the experts of the desolate Bone Palace on the side, it didn't matter if Feng Xing took action or not. Crack! 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 Just as everyone was feeling suspicious, the dull sound of thunderclouds came from the 9 heavens. Behind the dark clouds, there seemed to be a sea of thunder surging. Light penetrated through the gaps between the clouds, causing the world to sparkle. This kind of feeling actually gave people the feeling that there was an endless army behind the clouds, preparing to crush the enemy in one fell swoop. The strongest lightning tribulation is coming. Seeing this scene, Xueling too only felt a chill in his heart and roared in a low voice. Even without his reminder, Qi Kong and the others rushed to the periphery. There was only one thought in their mind, and that was to get as far away from Feng Xing as possible. The strongest lightning tribulation was about to descend, and the impact was bound to be widespread. They didn't want to become cannon fodder in Feng Xing's tribulation. Hua hua hua. Not only them, but the deity race soldiers were also not stupid. At this moment, like flowing water, they rushed to the surroundings, leaving an empty space in the middle of the battlefield. At the center of the empty space was Feng Xing, who was covered in blood from head to toe. On his body, there was a lightning tribulation, like a silk thread, connecting him to some kind of great Tao above the 9 heavens. Above the dark clouds in the sky, the lightning tribulation aura that was getting more and more violent was pointing straight at him, as if there was a spear of the heavens aiming at his chest. Ha 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 ha, it's about time, come. Feng Xing also sensed the changes in the 9 heavens. He stopped chasing the deity race soldiers and looked up. At this time, he didn't sit cross-legged, didn't chant, didn't sacrifice anything, and didn't have any intention of stirring up his spiritual power. He just had a high fighting spirit, as if he regarded the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens as an opponent, and was fiercely challenging the 9 heavens. Boom! 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 The 9 heavens did not disappoint him, nor did it disappoint those who were waiting to see him go through the tribulation. After a few breaths of silence, there was a sudden burst of bright light, and the sound of thunder was deafening. Then, the dark clouds were swept away, and the tribulation lightning as thick as a person's waist gathered together. It was as if there was a living being hanging upside down from the sky, and it rushed towards Feng Xingquang, boundless and endless. If the lightning tribulation just now was a trickle, then the lightning tribulation now was a great river. The layers of lightning tribulation seemed to form waves at this time, one wave after another smashing towards Feng Xing. Is this still lightning tribulation? It's like the heavens wants his life. Little Divine King Aogu subconsciously cried out. His expression became extremely strange, and even a little confused. Even if he wasn't a human, and hadn't seen many people cross the tribulation, he still felt that Feng Xing's lightning tribulation was a bit too strong. How is this possible? How is this possible? At this time, Xueling too was also gnashing his teeth. His eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. His lifespan is not as long as mine. Why does he have this kind of fortune? Why is the distance between us so far apart? When I saw him fight with the son of the Yuan family in the Jade Lake Fairy Society, I felt that I had a 70% chance of taking him down, and now it's only been less than half a year. How did he grow so much? Unfair. Unfair. The heavens are unfair. There was a voice roaring in his heart. We people from the small immortal world, the heavens don't accept us, the earth don't want us, forgotten by the great immortal world, abandoned by heaven, exiled alone in the outer domain, suffering all kinds of hardships, even the path of cultivation is left behind by others? Among the curses, he angrily scolded the heavens, but when he saw the lightning tribulation getting more and more turbulent, his heart faintly felt a little calmer. Or maybe, the heavens are fair, I once saw Master cross the tribulation in the outer domain. The lightning tribulation came from the void, terrifying and turbulent, but it seems to be less fierce than this demon. Looking at this lightning tribulation, even a 1,000-year-old monster may not be able to resist it, let alone this little dog. This lightning tribulation he won't be able to resist at all. 9 out of 10 will be his death. The heavens have eyes, want to take back the luck on his body. When you have too many debts, you don't need to worry. When there are too many lice, you don't need to bite. I owe you a debt of injustice, can you still bear to kill me? While Xianxia was thinking about it in a short period of time, Fangxing was also laughing. To some extent, he had the same opinion as Xianxia, that was, he could not resist the lightning tribulation that the Cloud Empress had been brewing for a long time, and his situation was even more serious than Xianxia had imagined, because he had just crossed the first lightning tribulation, and his foundation was almost exhausted. The second lightning tribulation was completely unexpected, just like a poor man who had just paid his debt, and suddenly a creditor came to him. However, this poor man, Fangxing, had a backbone, looking at the sky without fear, and his momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Come out! He suddenly roared, and his arms shook, as if he was going to pull out a world from the void. As he moved, the group of vengeful spirits that followed behind him after he killed the god race's life warriors were involuntarily pulled out by him, lined up in a formation, and blocked in front of him, but this was not all. As he chanted, more and more vengeful spirits came out of the void, as if they were summoned by him, and more were left. Each of them was only a remnant soul, crying mournfully, and carrying the shadow of when they were alive, full of resentment, but they had no choice but to block in front of Fangxing obediently. There was a black mass, no less than 1,000, there were human figures, and there were also spirits. Looking at it, it was like an army, setting up a formation, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey, called Xiao Jiutian. Those are the living beings that died in his hands. Little Divine King Aogu looked at it with rapt attention. From the countless afterimages, he had already guessed the origin of this group of vengeful spirits. They were the living beings that died in the hands of this devil in the Battle of Beko Keikyung. In addition to more than 400 bone race living beings, he had also killed countless human race cultivators. Some people had calculated that the number of living beings that died in that battle was no less than 1,000, and at this time, the 1,000 or so vengeful spirits were summoned by him, and he set up a great nether spirit formation. This kind of evil means, even my desolate era race shudders when they hear about it. What is this guy trying to do? Before this thought flashed through his mind, a thunderous roar resounded in the field. The tribulation lightning that had been brewing in the 9th heaven for a long time finally arrived. Like a tide, each wave was higher than the last, and it slammed towards Fangxing amidst rumbling sounds. The power seemed to be able to instantly smash Fangxing's thin figure into pieces. But at this moment, the dense mass of Yin spirits around Fangxing were also pushed forward by an invisible force. They bore the brunt of the attack and collided with the monstrous river of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The vengeful spirits that were struck by the river of lightning were almost instantly destroyed by the tribulation lightning, turning into a kind of annihilating force after the soul dissipating into nothingness. Any vengeful spirit in the face of the tribulation lightning was almost unable to resist, but there were too many vengeful spirits, one by one, group by group, and for a time, they formed an effective barrier, forcibly blocking the impact of the tribulation lightning. I borrow the heavenly lightning to wash away my sins. I borrow the vengeful spirits to help me seize the mysteries of heaven. At this time, Fangxing was already standing among the vengeful spirits, facing the monstrous tribulation lightning with his eyes slightly closed, like a pure bodhisattva. The vengeful spirits around him turned into flying ashes, disappearing between heaven and earth, while the weakened tribulation lightning flew towards him, hovering around him like nimble spirits, resonating with the qi, blood and Taoist foundation in his body, and the sonorous voice of the Great Way resounded in the void. This scene was really too evil, and the surrounding people stared blankly, and no one spoke for a long time. Even in the direction of the desolate bone palace, two people looked over in surprise. It was the golden-horned old dragon king. And the first one to speak was Xianxia. His face was full of grief, and he shouted angrily, What kind of cultivation is this? This is clearly robbery. Cultivation should be steady, one step at a time, and not be swayed. Many cultivators believed that the foundation was more important than magical powers, magic pills, and weapons. When Fangxing was learning Taoism in the Blue Cloud sect, he was favored by Bai Qianzhong. The intelligent Uncle 11 didn't teach him many advanced magic arts, and he didn't teach him any magic arts from the beginning to the end. He only did one thing, which was to build a solid foundation. The advantage of this approach was obvious. A solid foundation benefited Fangxing a lot. No matter what realm he was in, he was half a head higher than others. If he wanted to not hurt his foundation and take every step steadily, he needed to do it step by step and be upright. The reason why the diabolism was called as a devil was that it often did things that ordinary people despised and had a bad reputation. More importantly, the methods of the diabolism often had some miraculous effects but would hurt the foundation. That was the main reason why it was called devil. That was why Xuelingtu was shocked and even hated it. In his view, Fangxing's method at this time was no longer just a devil, but a devil among devils. Tribulation lightning was a calamity on the path of cultivation. It was unavoidable. As for the sins on his body, they were the result of Fangxing's wanton slaughter and the karma of cultivating the demonic path. Originally, Fangxing would not be able to avoid these two things, and he would have to honestly suffer. But at this time, he had used some sort of heaven-stealing method. He had used the vengeful spirits to resist the tribulation lightning, and then used the tribulation lightning to wash away the sins. It was the same as returning the backlash of the sins to the heavens, and the great horror of the tribulation lightning was given to those vengeful spirits. This was absolutely opportunistic, although he didn't know how Fangxing did it. As a cultivator, it didn't stop him from hating this kind of method. Of course, Xuelingtu's hatred and indignation towards Fangxing could, to a certain extent, be understood as the grief and indignation of a scholar who had admired a certain woman for a long time, but saw a hoodlum using shameless methods to deceive that woman into his hands. What do you know? At this moment, Fangxing was standing quietly in the air, concentrating on the tribulation. His mind was in a mysterious state. On one hand, he was immersed in the great terror and fortune contained within the tribulation lightning. He was motionless and silent, like a piece of white jade. On the other hand, his mind was flying rapidly. It was as if he had become one with the 9 heavens. He was extremely sensitive to everything around him, like the heavens looking down on the earth. Xuelingtu's change naturally didn't escape his eyes, and he sneered in his heart. Now, he was no longer the ignorant and incompetent little bandit in the Blue Cloud sect. Even now, he was a little bandit who had comprehended countless truths on the road of cultivation and almost formed his own sect. Whether it was Iron Like Madness, Bai Qianzhong, Uncle Zhen, Dragon King in the Sea of Blue Waves, Daphne in the Sea of Consciousness, Demon Ancestor who had been asleep for a long time, and so on, everyone he met who gave him pointers on cultivation treated him sincerely, preserved their essence, and taught him the most precious truths of cultivation. When all these truths were added up, it was far from what a young master of a unified family could compare with. This was a kind of great fortune and great luck that couldn't be replicated. Even if it was Fangxing, if he were to travel the world again, he wouldn't necessarily meet so many predecessors who treated him sincerely and taught him all their knowledge without any false pretense. Cultivation is not about seeking stability all the way. Because the road of cultivation itself is full of dangers and crises. If you want stability, you should not cultivate at all. That is the right way of the right way. The real right way is to seek the unexpected instability. Although the foundation is important, the means and some links are even more important. Along the way, I'd been at the forefront of ordinary cultivators from the immortal foundation building to the Dharma core formation, to the immortal nascent soul. In terms of foundation, how many cultivators in the world have a foundation that is comparable to mine from the perspective of these 3 realms? And after laying a solid foundation in the 3 realms of foundation building, golden core, and yuanying, it's time to use the brain. Transcending the tribulation, what is transcending? It's transcending if you can get through it. If you can't, everything will be for naught. Then what's the point of cultivating? Reconstructing vitality in destruction and comprehending the truth from horror are the true meaning of transcending the tribulation. However, this doesn't mean that you have to bear all the injuries of the tribulation thunder honestly. Stealing the sky and stealing the heavenly secret with the tribulation thunder is also transcending the tribulation. Those idiots were so arrogant after seeing me use this evil method to go through the divine retribution. How could they know that the foundation of my evil method comes from 2 sources? One is Uncle General. He taught me the method to use sin to increase my cultivation, which is equivalent to fighting poison with poison. The other is the ancestor who created the chaotic world and celestial slaughter spell. Using killing to quell chaos, using evil to raise sages. How could a mere nascent soul realm cultivator understand the principles of these two people? Boom. 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 Amidst all kinds of complicated thoughts, the most unreasonable tribulation in history unfolded in front of the primitive bone palace and the creatures of the divine clan. The tribulation thunder was fierce and terrible, but the layers of evil around Feng Xing were also strange and terrible. It should be known that the unfathomable great master spirit slaughterer of the spirited mountain temple was ruined by these kinds of evil. He did not care about ordinary tribulation thunder at all. But now, it was like a fierce tiger meeting a lion. It was incomparably tragic, and Feng Xing became the safest person in the storm. Bolts of tribulation thunder struck, and the evil dissipated one by one. Only the remnant of the great Tao flooded the world and surged towards Feng Xing. Strictly speaking, this tribulation thunder was not transcended by Feng Xing, but by those evil spirits. However, after the evil spirits resisted the tribulation thunder, they dissipated, and all the benefits were taken by Feng Xing. From this point of view, it was not in vain that Xueling Tu said that Feng Xing was not cultivating, but robbing. It was even an ordinary robbing, which was simply robbing the benefits of the dead. With one vigorous effort, there would be no decline, and 3 exhausted, the way of battle formation was the same for the tribulation thunder. The turbulent tribulation thunder came from the 9th heaven with unstoppable momentum, but was blocked by the evil spirits. When the first wave of tribulation thunder passed, almost half of the evil spirits around Feng Xing had been killed. Then came the second wave of tribulation thunder, which was also like the tide of a great river, washing away more than 300 evil spirits. After the last round of accumulation, another wave of tribulation thunder, which looked fierce and terrible, rolled down, but it was strong in appearance, and soon disappeared. At this time, Feng Xing was already sitting in the void with his legs crossed, exuding the ancient Taoist connotation and lingering immortal qi. The purple spots vaguely formed 2 halos, rippling and floating, like 2 purple ribbons, gently hanging on his body, fluttering without wind. That was not the illusory purple, but the real immortal qi. Passing the tribulation was also called individual immortal, which meant that after passing the tribulation, one would have immortal qi, and begin to be different from ordinary cultivators. It was a kind of extraordinary realm, a kind of change more obvious than the change between Foundation Establishment and Gold Core and Yuanying, and that was from a human to an immortal. From now on, Feng Xing had the real immortal qi, and had really stepped out of the realm of mortals to immortal qi. Does it mean that he has passed 2 thunder tribulations? Seeing this scene, Xueling Tu's eyes bulged, and he almost swallowed his tongue in shock. I thought he would definitely die, but he has passed it just like that. The golden-horned old dragon king had also come out of the primitive bone palace, and was looking over in a daze, his eyes full of disbelief. He actually used this method to steal the heaven's secret. Who taught this little bastard? Goli, Song Wu, and Wuxing didn't have such a method, and even Yang Yan couldn't teach such a disciple. Could it be that he is a personal disciple of those secluded sages, or some method obtained from the mysterious coffin? Evil, evil, evil. Strange, strange, strange. This little bastard's future is unimaginable. Did he pass the tribulation successfully? At this time, the female disciples of Fuyao Palace and the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Shaoqing, and the others were also surprised. Just now, when Feng Xing passed the tribulation, they couldn't understand the secrets and the principles of the great Tao involved, and they couldn't even understand the method Feng Xing used to pass the tribulation. Until now, when they saw the 2 immortal qi flying behind him, they finally understood. Besides being surprised, they even felt a little shocked. After all, even Xiaositu, who was invincible in their hearts, was only born to pass the tribulation, and took the first step of becoming an individual immortal, but this great Situ, who had become an immortal halfway through, actually passed 2 thunder tribulations in 1 step. The immortal qi floated, and the sound of the great Tao resounded. Feng Xing also sat in the void, and spoke softly. All the voices fell silent, and they quietly listened to him speak. It was said that all the cultivators who passed the tribulation would listen to the principles of the great Tao and comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth when they passed the tribulation. Therefore, the first sentence they said after the tribulation was the closest to the great Tao, and it would be very helpful to their cultivation if they could comprehend it well. Especially since Feng Xing had passed 2 thunder tribulations in a row, what kind of Tao connotation would his words have? In the silence, Feng Xing let out a long and then he opened his eyes, and the bottom of his eyes was purple. He slowly raised his head and stared at the sky. His appearance was extremely sacred and celestial, and he actually looked handsome and outstanding. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. After that, he spoke softly, but his voice seemed to come from all directions. It contained an aura that could suppress everything, and it resonated with the great Tao. His laughter rumbled like thunder in the surroundings. Ha 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 ha, do you think it's that easy to kill me? As long as you can't kill me, then the more you do, the more powerful I will be. Damn you, if you can, come at me again. Boom, the people around him who were waiting for him to speak the truth of the great Tao all fell to the ground. What kind of cultivator would curse in the street after passing the tribulation? However, something even more unexpected had yet to happen. After Feng Xing cursed, he shook his sleeves and wanted to stand up, but suddenly his expression changed, and he looked to the sky. At this time, in the 9 heavens, the dark clouds did not disperse, but gathered again, and the darkness covered all the light in the sky. The world seemed to have fallen into a dark night in an instant, and only the faint traces of lightning between the clouds made the world bright and dark. Holy sh*t. Really? Really? Feng Xing was so scared that he directly stuttered. At such a young age, he had already stepped into the tribulation realm, which was already rare in the world. 2 consecutive thunder tribulations were even more appalling. When the 3rd thunder tribulations came, Feng Xing really had no other way to deal with it except cursing, not to mention that his own accumulation had been used up, even the sins accumulated through killing had been used up. That was Feng Xing's biggest trump card to deal with the thunder tribulations. Originally, he had used this trump card to successfully pass the unexpected 2nd thunder tribulations, so he felt quite complacent. However, he didn't expect that the 3rd thunder tribulations would come after he had used up his trump card. Apart from being shocked, he couldn't help but cry out in pain, "God, do you really want to kill me?" In his haste, Feng Xing jumped up and ran as fast as he could. His eyes were fierce, and he rushed in the direction of Xianxia and the others. It seemed that he wanted to find some people to kill, but Xianxia and the others were not fools. Seeing this scene, they hid among the Protoss soldiers around them, and didn't dare to fight with Feng Xing. The 3rd thunder tribulations came much faster and fiercer than the previous 2. During the 2nd thunder tribulations, Feng Xing could still play hide and seek with the thunder tribulations for a while by relying on the extreme speed of the supreme unfettered scripture. But now, he didn't have the time to do that. Just when he rushed to the front of the Protoss soldiers, the thunder tribulations had already arrived behind him before he could make a move. The thunder tribulations struck his body, and his whole body became stiff. F***ck, Feng Xing was struck by the thunder tribulations. Even his bones were exposed, and only his sorrowful cries echoed in the surroundings. As soon as the thunder tribulations came, all the thunder tribulations followed. One after another, the thunder tribulations surged, and directly drowned Feng Xing. "God, why did you strike me 3 times in a row? Boom. 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 Why don't you just strike all 9 thunder tribulations at once? Aren't you being shameless? Boom. 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 Are you being reasonable or not? Boom. Boom. Boom." Countless bolts of tribulation lightning descended, turning the area Feng Xing was in into a lightning lake. Outsiders couldn't even see Feng Xing's current situation. They could only hear curses coming from the center of the lightning lake, mixed with Feng Xing's angry and frightened cries. At first, he was cursing loudly, but later, he even began to beg for mercy. "God, I was wrong." Boom. 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 "I shouldn't have scolded you." Boom. 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 "I shouldn't have done so many bad things." Boom. 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 "I won't rob anymore." Boom. 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 Damn you, I'm already pretending to be a grandson, and you still won't forgive me? Boom. 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 The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time they saw someone negotiating with God during a thunder tribulation. However, it seemed like the negotiation wasn't going well. Whether that demon was cursing or begging for mercy, the power and speed of the thunder tribulation didn't slow down at all. The area within a 100-mile radius had already turned into a lightning lake. The hard sand on the edge of the lightning lake had already melted and turned into a kind of crystal clear glass. No one knew how terrifying it was inside. Father, this. Is it possible for him to cross it? Young Divine King Aogu had already escaped far away, not wanting to be affected by the thunder tribulation. He looked at the old Dragon King with a strange expression. 3 thunder tribulations in a row, this is unheard of. If this little bastard can't cross it, he will naturally disappear. If he can cross it, I'm afraid his achievements will be limitless. Even God is taking care of him. I'm more confident in him now, the golden-horned old Dragon King said in a deep voice. His eyes revealed a hint of playfulness. Taking care of him? The heavens must be itching to take his life. Young Divine King Aogu glanced at the lightning lake. Fang Xing's painful cries were coming from it, making him shudder. The thunder tribulation is terrifying, but it is also very precious. Do you really think that everyone can attract the thunder tribulation? Not to mention attracting 3 thunder tribulation at the same time? The old Dragon King smiled deeply. Between heaven and earth, there is a great Tao. It won't extinguish a person's life force. Even if there are 4 or 9 heavenly tribulations, there is still one that can escape. Not to mention, this is the thunder tribulation of a cultivator. The more we see that this little bastard has no chance of surviving, the more it shows that we have neglected something. I have a hunch that he will definitely have a chance to turn things around. He said in a low voice. His eyes swept across the surrounding creatures and sighed softly. It's just that we don't know where he is hiding. God is helping us. That demon will definitely not survive this thunder tribulation. When he turns into ashes, it will be the time for us to escape. At this time, outside the lightning lake, surrounded by the primitive species, Shuelingtu, Qi and the others were also whispering to each other. Their eyes lit up. When they saw that Fang Xing had survived the second thunder tribulation, they were almost in despair. However, when they saw the third thunder tribulation, they were pleasantly surprised. That demon was strong, but now that the heavens wanted to deal with him, it was equivalent to them taking advantage of the situation. How could this be? The female disciples of Fuyao Palace were also in a state of confusion. They stared blankly at the lightning lake. Originally, they were captured by the celestial race and tied up with iron chains. However, after Fang Xing appeared, he broke the iron chains around them with a casual strike and temporarily regained their freedom. However, there were too many celestial race soldiers around them, so they were unable to escape the encirclement. At this time, they were gathered in a corner, not far from the lightning lake. The lightning snakes were too terrifying for people of their realm, causing them to turn pale with fright. You guys, send me in. Just when they were about to lose all hope, suddenly, someone stood up with a determined look on her face. She then looked into the depths of the lightning lake. It was the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Xiaoqing. At this time, no one knew what she was thinking about, but her eyes revealed a trace of determination. She was not as innocent as she usually was, as if she had made a serious decision. Little aunt, you want to? A disciple of Fuyao Palace looked at her hesitantly, her expression was confused. With my strength, it will be difficult for me to break into the lightning lake. I need you guys to help me, push me in. Mu Xiaoqing said seriously. She placed her hands in front of her abdomen, looking elegant like a lady from a painting. Absolutely not. The lightning tribulation is too terrifying. If you go in, how will you be able to come out? The disciple of Fuyao Palace beside her was frightened and hurried over to persuade her. They did not want Mu Xiaoqing to die for nothing. I don't have time to explain. If I don't go in, I'm afraid he will, Mu Xiaoqing sighed. She suddenly walked towards the lightning lake and shouted, "Help me!" As she spoke, her speed became faster and faster. Her dress fluttered in the wind as she rushed towards the terrifying lightning lake. Soon, she was enveloped by the lightning. The terrifying lightning spread all over her body, causing her to be severely injured in an instant. However, she did not feel the slightest bit of regret as she rushed towards the lightning lake as fast as she could. "Let's do it." The eyes of the disciples of Fuyao Palace turned solemn when they saw this. They naturally did not want Mu Xiaoqing to take the risk, but seeing that she had already made up her mind, they had no choice but to follow her wishes. More than 10 of them circulated their arcane energy at the same time, forming a giant hand that pushed towards Mu Xiaoqing, who had just rushed into the lightning lake. The power of more than 10 people gathered on her body, immediately increasing her speed as she rushed towards the depths of the lightning lake. Is that woman tired of living? Young Divine King Ao Gu and the others naturally noticed what she was doing and their eyes narrowed. In the face of such a terrifying lightning tribulation, even with his cultivation level, he was not willing to go near it, but that woman actually rushed in. Wasn't she courting death? Could it be? The prehistoric old dragon king was also slightly startled, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He suddenly flapped his wings lightly, and a terrifying whirlwind appeared in the sky. The whirlwind spun and flew towards the Thunder Lake. Wherever it passed, even the spreading thunder tribulation was temporarily split apart by it, and it actually rushed to Mu Xiaoqing's side. At this time, she had already rushed into the Thunder Lake, and was about 1,000 feet away from Fang Xing, who was in the center. However, her body was injured, and every step forward was extremely difficult and painful. The whirlwind sent by the old Dragon King was just in time. It gently swept Mu Xiaoqing into it and protected her from the lightning tribulation. Then, it floated in the air and rushed towards Fang Xing, who was at the center of the lightning lake. It's really over this time. At this time, in the lightning lake, Fang Xing was lying weakly in a pool, sighing lazily. The place where he was at was originally a piece of sand and stone, but after the tribulation thunder descended, this was the place where the lightning power was the most concentrated, and the ground had turned into glass. Under the heavy strike, a glass pond with a circumference of 3 zhang was formed. After that, the tribulation thunder power struck down one after another, and even turned into a pool of lightning liquid, which flowed along the terrain into this glass pond. Fang Xing was lying crookedly in the pond, half of his body was soaked in the lightning liquid, and his 2 legs were propped on the edge of the pond. He looked like he was soaking in a hot spring, and was so lazy that it made people's hair stand on end. This was really hopeless. He thought that since he was going to die, he might as well change to a more comfortable position. He had already used up all his strength, and even the vengeful spirits were all dead. The third lightning tribulation was endless, and it was impossible to defend against it. At this time, he didn't even have the strength to pretend to be a grandson to the heavens. He could clearly feel that under the endless lightning tribulation, the internal order of his body was starting to collapse, and his recovery speed was far from being able to keep up. His vitality was like a candle in the wind. Facing the lightning tribulation and the might of the heavens, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. He couldn't hold on, couldn't win in an argument, and there was no point in pretending to be a grandson. It seemed like he could only accept his fate and wait for death to come. Everything in front of him was starting to blur, and Fang Xing felt a little sleepy. He was about to slowly sink into this lightning pool. However, it was like a dream. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he saw a beautiful face moving closer to him. She had an extremely beautiful and blurry feeling. 2 soft lips covered his mouth, and a cool feeling entered his mouth. Fang Xing's entire body was enveloped by the scorching heat of the lightning tribulation that could almost turn everything into ashes. It was as if he was being suppressed in a fiery hell. This kind of feeling and the cool sensation on his lips formed a sharp contrast, causing his already muddle-headed mind to slightly wake up. It was as if he had fallen from a burning nightmare into a gentle and beautiful dream in an instant. He slowly opened his eyes, and then saw the face that was right next to his, with its eyes closed. Looks like I really haven't touched a woman for a long time. The first thought that came to Fang Xing's mind was that it was inconceivable. He was surrounded by the terrifying lightning tribulation, and he was about to lose his life. But at this moment, he had fallen into a beautiful dream. This showed just how hungry and thirsty he had become. He couldn't even pick the right time to have an erotic dream. However, Why wasn't he dreaming of one of his 3 wives, but this little steamed bun that he usually didn't like, just as he was secretly despising himself for being so hungry that he couldn't be choosy, and not even looking at anyone when he was having an erotic dream, a divine thought entered his mind. Little bastard, I'm here to save you, don't die. It was also this divine thought that caused Feng Xing to gradually wake up. He quickly realized that this wasn't a dream. The face in front of him was actually real. Right now, he was in the midst of the lightning tribulation, surrounded by a sea of lightning, and the violent energy seemed to be able to destroy everything. But in this kind of place, that little Xianxia princess actually rushed over and lightly kissed his lips. Was this little girl really that hungry and thirsty? Even at this time, she still wanted to take advantage of him? But at this time, even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't. He could only make muffled sounds. At this time, Mu Xiaoqing was passing a breath of cool air into Feng Xing's mouth, causing the scorching power of the tribulation lightning to calm down a lot. And behind this cool air, there was a round bead that she gently pushed into Feng Xing's mouth with the tip of her tongue. It was slippery, and with a light push, it rolled into Feng Xing's stomach. Then, a cold air spread throughout his body, causing the surrounding lightning power to weaken. After placing the bead into Feng Xing's mouth, Mu Xiaoqing's body softened as she gently leaned against Feng Xing's chest. The whirlwind protecting her gradually disappeared, and the terrifying lightning snakes began to spread towards her body. What did you do? Feng Xing had completely woken up. He looked at the little princess who was lying on his chest in shock. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. That is my fate pill. The little princess's expression had become a little gray. The lightning snakes caused her body to ignite into flames. However, there was no trace of pain on her face. She only stared at Feng Xing and softly said, "From now on, your heart is my heart. I will never be able to separate from you in this life. In the future, don't bully me. What are you talking about? Did you come in just to confess to me?" Feng Xing anxiously shouted and hugged her tightly. He channeled all of the remaining spiritual energy in his body in order to protect the little princess from being corroded by the lightning snakes. However, it was obviously futile. In the Thunder Lake, everywhere was filled with the power of tribulation lightning. Even his body was filled with this power. Even though he was hugging the little princess, he couldn't protect her at all. Don't worry about me. Quickly refine it and defend against the lightning tribulation. Under the frightened eyes of Feng Xing, the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Xiaoqing, whispered these words, and her figure began to drift away. Like flying ash, or like broken porcelain, it shattered bit by bit and disappeared. You. What's wrong with you? Feng Xing's eyes were filled with fear. Don't joke with me, big sister. He forcibly held on and channeled his remaining spiritual energy to create a defensive force field to protect Mu Xiaoqing. Are you going to die? Feng Xing's defensive force field was only half set up before it was destroyed by the thunder tribulation. Facing the endless thunder tribulation, Feng Xing even felt a sense of helplessness. Looking at Mu Xiaoqing's body disappearing bit by bit, he could only anxiously sweat. He clenched and unclenched his fists, and almost hysterically shouted, "What the hell is going on? Who let you in? We're not that close. Do you really have to risk your life to save me?" Towards the end, Mu Xiaoqing's words were almost incoherent, but Mu Xiaoqing still disappeared bit by bit. His arms were still in the position of hugging someone, but his arms were empty. He didn't need to concentrate on refining it. After the pill entered his abdomen, the Supreme Spirit melting scripture had already begun to run on its own. Very soon, a huge clear stream began to gush out of his body and flowed to his limbs and bones. Feng Xing's body, which had been emptied by the 3 consecutive thunder tribulations and had no foundation, also began to gush out wisps of spiritual power. It was like spring water. At first, it didn't seem magical, but very soon, it gathered little by little and poured into his body bit by bit, slowly forming a power that could resist the power of the thunder tribulations. The lightning tribulation continued to fall from the sky. The lightning lake became more terrifying and violent, but Feng Xing already had a chance to survive. He sat in the glass lake with his upper body bare, allowing the lightning liquid to wash over his body and soul, but his entire body was already numb, and he could only stare blankly at his empty arms. Why did she do that? Why did she not hesitate to sacrifice her own life to rush into the lightning lake to save me? these various questions were like a large bell and drum that rumbled and shook Feng Xing's sea of consciousness, and the sound lingered in his ears. Father, why did you send that Fuyao Palace disciple in? Outside, young Divine King Aogu's face was full of astonishment as he asked old Divine King Jin Jiao in doubt, with her cultivation base, entering the range of the third lightning tribulation is simply courting death. She might even distract the demon lord, perhaps, the chance of survival that I guessed is on her. Old Dragon King said faintly, his eyes still focused on the center of the lightning lake, as if he had seen through something. Her? Impossible. Young Divine King Aogu smiled bitterly, shaking his head. That girl's cultivation is not bad, but that's only compared to her peers. She has the aptitude to form an immortal nascent soul, but she hasn't formed her nascent soul yet, so I'm afraid she doesn't know anything about the tribulation, not to mention resisting the lightning tribulation. In my opinion, she was moved by that little demon and was worried about his safety, that's why she rushed in recklessly. Old Dragon King only chuckled at young Divine King Aogu's analysis. Do you know who she is? Isn't she just a Fuyao Palace disciple? Young Divine King Aogu was stunned when he heard that. Old Dragon King seemed to have let go of the worries in his heart. He laughed and shook his head. She is a Yaoqi disciple. What's the difference? Young Divine King Aogu was stunned. He looked at Old Dragon King in confusion. Everyone in the world didn't know that Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace were two sides of the same coin. Rather than saying they were two major orthodoxies, they were more like two branches of a major orthodoxy. Moreover, they were different from the branches of other orthodoxies. There was no competition between them, instead, they complemented each other. When cultivators in the world mentioned Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace, they usually referred to them as Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace. There was no clear distinction. Of course there is a difference. Old Dragon King laughed. He slowly shook his head. The disciples of Fuyao Palace are destined to be the concubines of Great Situ. They cultivate some kind of secret technique. It is known as one of the top secrets in the cultivation world of Tianyuan. But have you ever heard that Yaoqi is the master behind Fuyao Palace? And the secret techniques cultivated by Fuyao Palace's disciples are derived from one of Yaoqi's secret techniques. Young Divine King Aogu was startled. He looked at Old Dragon King but didn't say anything. Old Dragon King said, there is one more thing. I don't know if you have noticed, but there are 10 princesses in Yaoqi. The eldest princess is in charge of Yaoqi, and the youngest princess is the one I just sent in. Everyone knows that these 10 princesses are the daughters of the previous Great Situ of Fuyao Palace. However, the previous Great Situ of Fuyao Palace disappeared 700 years ago when she was pursuing the Immortal Palace, and this little princess of Yaoqi is only in her 20s. How could she be the daughter of the previous Great Situ of Fuyao Palace? These secrets stunned young Divine King Aogu. Primitive Bone Palace and Fuyao Palace didn't have any interaction, so he knew very little about the secrets of Yaoqi. If Old Dragon King hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have noticed these problems at all. Father, can you see through the origin of this little princess of Yaoqi? I can't, but at least I can guess a little. Old Dragon King said in a low voice. In addition to Yaoqi's immortal peach forest and the short lifespan and powerful strength of every Great Situ of Fuyao Palace, almost everyone in the world knows about the 3 rare treasures of Fuyao Palace. This old man has heard about them since he was young, but until now, I only know of 2 of them. One is the green moon lamp, the other is the banana fan. The third treasure has never been mentioned before. This, young Divine King Aogu was even more confused after hearing Old Dragon King's words. How could a little girl in her 20s be related to the 3 rare treasures of Fuyao Palace that had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years? The sky was clear, the clouds dispersed, the thick black clouds in the sky finally dispersed, and the terrifying lightning lake also gradually faded away. Traces of lightning disappeared in the void, gradually revealing the scene inside. Everyone, whether it was the creatures of Primitive Bone Palace, the generals of God Race, or the disciples of Fuyao Palace, all looked at the scene nervously. At the center of the place that was turned into a land of glass by the tribulation lightning, they saw Feng Xing. Feng Xing was still alive, which meant that he had successfully passed the tribulation and didn't turn into ashes. But what made everyone's heart sink was that in the center of the lightning lake, there was only Feng Xing. He sat cross-legged in a depression, 3 strands of immortal energy flying around like a god, but his head was lowered, and he didn't speak for a long time. His body was filled with sorrow. Run! As the thunder lock faded away bit by bit, someone in the crowd shouted. Then, a group of god race beings rushed towards the surroundings at the same time. No one thought about attacking Fangxing anymore, and no one had the heart to continue fighting. They were just in a state of chaos, using all means to flee in all directions. This was the new decision made by Xuelingtu and the others. They originally wanted to wait for Fangxing to fail the tribulation, and when the lightning tribulation was out of control, they would take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now, Fangxing had already succeeded, so they could only run for their lives. The betrayal of the primitive bone palace was a fact. The 3 lightning tribulations that the devil had gone through had left a terrible impression on them. They no longer wanted to capture Fangxing, nor did they want to talk to the primitive bone palace. In this situation, escaping with their lives would be a great victory for them. Dozens of armored warriors, Qi Kong, Xuelingtu, and the other 2 generals of the god clan simultaneously turned into flowing lights and flew in all directions. It was very lively for a moment, giving people a dazzling feeling. The surrounding surviving species of the untainted land roared in unison and chased after these escaping god clan creatures without any mercy. For a moment, they swallowed and killed, leaving only a mess of flesh and blood. Hee, you still want to escape after entering the flat wasteland? Young Divine King Aogu laughed. He didn't wait for the primitive Dragon King's order and attacked with a sneer. A pair of huge silver wings suddenly unfurled, covering the sky and the sun. With a flap in the air, the body that was like a small mountain had already risen into the air. Stretching out its neck and letting out a long roar, it spat out a stream of blue fire blue from its mouth. Like dye, it dyed the seemingly empty space in the northwest corner into a faint blue color. Unexpectedly, under the blue dye, in the empty space, a figure with a wolf's head and a human body actually appeared. It was currently beating the blue flames on its body in shock and anger, roaring continuously. Great desolate bone palace, have you really made up your mind to betray the god race? That was Qi Kong, who was preparing to flee in stealth, but was forced out by young Divine King Aogu. He simply roared and rushed over, his figure growing larger and larger, impressively turning into the appearance of a giant wolf the size of a small hill. Stepping on clouds, his fiendish aura shook heaven and earth. Betrayal? Young God King Aogu sneered. His silver claw swept across the void, tore apart a large cloud, and grabbed Qi Kang's neck. Then, he ferociously pressed Qi Kong to the ground. His unfathomable eyes flashed as he sneered, in the entire universe, no one is qualified to make the desolate bone palace swear allegiance. How can you talk about betrayal? You will regret this, you will definitely regret this. Qi Kong furiously brandished his claws in retaliation. It shook the heavens and the earth, and surging baleful energy formed into black clouds. Let's talk about regret later. Young Divine King Aogu replied coldly. Then, he looked into the Divine King Aogu's eyes and spat out a dragon's breath. Hiss, amidst the chaos, layers of divine light and strange flames were endless. All the god race beings panicked and wanted to escape, but there was a wisp of black smoke that was lightly hovering and flying, sometimes lurking in the chaotic shadows, sometimes hiding in the black clouds in the sky, moving further and further away. This kind of strange escape method was actually the one that was the easiest to be discovered. Whether it was the surrounding desolate era remnant beasts or young Divine King Aogu who was slaughtering without restraint, none of them noticed it. They could only watch helplessly as it got further and further away from the bone bridge. And the desolate old Dragon King, who had been watching coldly from the side and did not make a move, seemed to have noticed something. He glanced at the empty space, startling the wisp of black smoke, almost exposing its identity. However, after the desolate old Dragon King glanced at it, he only smiled gently. After which, he withdrew his gaze, as if he did not care. The wisp of black smoke was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly fled. Where are you going? Just as he had escaped less than 100 feet away, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. The black smoke was shocked. With a sweep of its divine sense, it saw a huge strange snake in its way. It had a pair of wings and was flying in the air. On the back of the snake sat a cute little girl who was looking at it curiously. Courting death. The black smoke was furious. It flew up and like a silk thread, it went straight for the little girl's neck. Little Ting Ting, bite him. The girl wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing a Protoss warrior who was much stronger than her. Her courage was so great that it made people's hair stand on end. She pointed at the black smoke with her tender little finger, and the winged serpent on its back roared. Its millstone-sized head immediately opened its mouth that was as big as a small house, and it actually swallowed the black smoke into its stomach in one gulp. "Little Ting Tang, well done." The little girl praised the strange snake excitedly. The strange snake burped and wagged its tail, as if it was very happy. Under the full force of the Desolation Bone Palace, the celestial soldiers that had been killed by Feng Xing had no hope of escaping. Each and every one of them turned into the food and prey of the Desolation surviving species. They were either killed or captured, leaving not even a trace behind. Amidst the chaos, there was not a single living celestial being in sight. Little Divine King Aogu frowned tightly. His eyes swept around and was surprised to find that Xianxia was nowhere to be found amidst the chaos and battle. In terms of strength, Xianxia, who had not crossed the tribulation, was not as good as the god race god generals who came with him. However, this person was extremely cunning. No one knew where he had escaped to. This also made young Divine King Aogu's expression become a little dignified. The Wilderness Bone Palace had done such a big thing. It must not be leaked out. If Xianxia escaped, father, young Divine King Aogu hurriedly looked back at the Wilderness Old Dragon King. "I'm looking for him." The Wilderness Old Dragon King was also very anxious. His cold eyes swept around, and his face was solemn. However, his clear yellow eyes swept back and forth, and he'd practically seen every single speck of space, yet he was unable to notice a single shadow. This caused his expression to grow more and more unsightly while a wisp of worry couldn't help but arise in his heart. "Little friend Feng Xing." Old Dragon King of the primitive era suddenly shouted and looked at Feng Xing when he couldn't find any trace of Shui's disciple. At this time, he did not hesitate to ask Feng Xing for help. The wilderness remnant species were different from the human race. They did not have a huge divine ability system that had been deduced by all kinds of peerless geniuses over a long period of time. They were just born with a divine bloodline. When they grew up, they would grasp great power. However, because of this, their divine ability was incomplete. Compared to the human race, they could even be said to be extremely rare. They only had some inherited instinctive power in their bloodline. It was almost impossible to deduce other aspects of divine ability. Even if their strength was far stronger than Feng Xing, but in some aspects, they were not necessarily stronger than a junior cultivator of the human race. In the past, when the human race cultivators were weak, they often used this method to deceive them. After being yelled at by the primitive Dragon King, Feng Xing, who had been maintaining his original posture after going through the heavenly tribulation, seemed to be a little livelier. He also seemed to have noticed the massacre around him. He glanced at his surroundings and then stood up. With a shake of his body, he seemed to have crossed a distance of more than 10 miles in an instant. He appeared on a barren slope. The Wilderness Old Dragon King and young Divine King Aogu looked over in surprise, their faces full of doubt. Both of them had extraordinary eyesight, and with a glance, they could see that in that direction, there was absolutely no one hiding there. Their hearts were even more confused. However, Feng Xing seemed to be very calm. He stood quietly on that barren slope and looked down. "You really want to force me like this?" An angry voice sounded. Unexpectedly, it did not come from the void, but from the ground. Along with the angry voice, a figure drilled out from the ground. His body was like an iron tower, and he attacked Feng Xing, who was standing on the barren slope. The Wilderness Old Dragon King and the others were shocked. Xianxia was really in that direction. He was not hiding in the void, but sneaking underground. He had already escaped more than 10 miles away. If he had been a moment later, he would have really escaped. The ancient escape technique was an ancient divine ability that relied on the power of the 5 elements to travel. In the past, Feng Xing had seen this kind of ancient divine ability in the Divine Continent's Lu family. It was extremely difficult to track and find someone by relying on the earth veins. In his entire life, only the little monk had the ability to see through the earth veins. Now that he had crossed 3 tribulations, he was already in existence comparable to a middle-level loose immortal. His divine sense was powerful, and his senses were infinite. He could see the 9 heavens above and the ethereal palace below. Finally, he had the ability to see through this kind of divine ability. Xueling too, whose whereabouts had been seen through, was extremely angry. He threw a punch at Fangxing. You killed my woman, and you still want to leave? Facing the fierce and violent punch of Xueling too, Fangxing did not care at all. He just raised his hand to block. That strike that contained an indescribably violent power suddenly stopped motionlessly in midair, as if it was stuck to Fangxing's hand. It could not be struck out, nor could it be retracted. His entire body seemed to be frozen in midair. Under the impact of the faintly discernible qi dynamic on Fangxing's body, his entire body's mana seemed to have dried up, disappearing without a trace. Xueling Tu's face finally showed a look of horror. He understood that Fangxing was already in a completely different realm from him. I didn't kill your woman, Xueling Tu stuttered and subconsciously refuted. If Fangxing had said anything, he would probably have accepted it calmly, but he couldn't help but retort this sentence. That woman rushed into the Thunder Lock by herself. What did it have to do with him? I have to find a scapegoat, otherwise my conscience will be uneasy, Fangxing replied softly, then slowly raised his other hand and gently pressed toward Xueling Tu's head. Don't kill me, I'm very useful. Xueling Tu's face was full of horror, and he could not help but roar in despair. Oh. If you can bring my woman back to life, I won't kill you. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Fangxing's face. His palm slightly slowed down, and then he continued to slap down. Xueling Tu was instantly in despair, and his face showed a trace of deathly stillness. How could the dead come back to life? This devil was determined to kill him, wasn't he? A sense of despair rose in Xue's heart. He really didn't want to die, but his head full of schemes and tricks couldn't save him. If it was someone else, as long as he could hear his words, he would still have the confidence to continue to persuade the other party. However, this devil was obviously here to kill him. What he said was also true. It was obvious that he wanted to use him as a scapegoat and a punching bag. Under such tyrannical strength, how much chance did he have to win with one slap? In despair, Xue heaved a long sigh and prepared to die. However, just as he was about to close his eyes in despair, he suddenly opened them again, and his eyes widened. His eyes suddenly burst out with panic and fear, as if he had seen a strange scene. At this time, Fangxing's eyes also rose a cruel killing intent, and he slapped down without hesitation. The little princess of Yaoqi died in front of him, which made his heart empty for a while. Only killing could slightly relieve the loss. Before turning into flying ashes, the tear stains at the corner of the girl's eyes and her miserable expression were destined to become a nightmare that haunted him for the rest of his life. With one slap, the divine light swept across, and was about to slap Xue's head into a rotten watermelon. However, at this time, suddenly a curious voice came from the side. Which woman of yours? Upon hearing this, Fangxing felt as if he was hit by a heavy blow, and he suddenly turned around to look. Just a few feet away from him, there was a beautiful woman standing on tiptoe and looking at him. Her eyes were unusually strange, as if she was a little unhappy when she heard Fangxing mention other women. She pretended to be indifferent but a little jealous, and with a little bit of genuine curiosity, she looked at Xue with her big round eyes, and then looked at Fangxing. Fangxing was startled, and he jumped 4 or 5 feet away. But soon, he jumped back excitedly, and reached out his trembling hand to touch the face that looked very real. Am I dreaming? That woman was obviously frightened by his excitement, and let him touch her cheek with his fingertips. The touch was cool and smooth, and it was a real feeling, but, was this really not a dream? Fangxing almost couldn't believe his eyes and the touch of his fingertips. How could a dead person appear in front of him? How could a person who had clearly turned into ashes in his arms reappear in this world? A feeling that he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or reality caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. His hand that was gently caressing that smooth little face paused for a moment. Then, he suddenly pinched it forcefully and pulled it outwards with all his might. This action directly stretched that little face. Her cherry lips were pulled so wide that they looked like a huge bloody mouth, but it still didn't break. It was real. Bastard, you dare to pinch me? That dainty little face suddenly overflowed with anger. She lifted her skirt and charged towards Fangxing. Ha 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 ha. It's true, it's actually true. Fangxing laughed excitedly. He hugged the little girl, and regardless of her struggling in his arms, he kissed her forehead with all his might. Then, he hurriedly let go of his hand that was strangling Shue's neck, and took a step back. He made a long bow and said with emotion, "I really didn't expect you to have such great ability. My apologies, my apologies. Thank you very much. Why don't we become sworn brothers?" Shui, who had escaped from death, was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know how he escaped. When he was grabbed by Feng Xing just now, his eyes were looking behind Feng Xing, and he clearly saw that terrifying scene. Just when a sense of despair rose in his heart, and he was waiting for Feng Xing's palm to land, he suddenly saw a flash of spiritual light behind Feng Xing. Then, all kinds of energy between heaven and earth gathered around that spiritual light. Then, as if a god was born in the chaos, the milky white chaotic energy faded away, and a figure appeared. That figure was alive and very real. Who else could it be but the little princess of Yaoqi who had just died in the Thunder Lake? The dead person really came back to life. Shui, who was at a loss, was put down by Feng Xing. Then, he stared blankly at this devil who was so excited that he bowed to him to express his gratitude. Not only did he have no intention to kill him, but he even made a bow and said enthusiastically that he wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Needless to say, he was so shocked that he almost cried. When did he have such heaven-defying luck? Since when did the heavens treat him so well? It was clearly an impossible result, but he actually managed to do it? Bastard, let go of me. There are so many people watching, aren't you ashamed? The little princess of Yaoqi who was in Feng Xing's arms struggled with all her might, wanting to hit Feng Xing a few times. In the end, her forehead was kissed, and she was stunned. After a while, her face turned red, and she struggled again like a living fish. How is this possible? Young Divine King Aogu, who saw this scene, was completely dumbfounded. He cried out involuntarily and looked at desolate old Divine King. How can a dead person come back to life? The untainted land old Divine King also fixed his eyes on the little princess of the Jade Lake. His eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. After a while, he suddenly chuckled and said in a deep voice, "Of course, the dead can't be resurrected. But what if she is not dead?" Not dead? Then just now. Young Divine King Aogu's strength was not ordinary, and his knowledge was not shallow. But now, he was completely confused. You, how did you come back to life?" Feng Xing held the little princess of Yaoqi tightly, afraid that she would run away again. His face was full of surprise and confusion. What come back to life? The little princess of Yaoqi was dumbfounded. I'm not dead. Feng Xing was speechless, and after a long while, he shouted, "Why aren't you dead? Just now in the lightning lake, you were clearly dead, and even your body turned into ashes." "I was protecting myself, I didn't see wrongly. Are you a ghost now?" As he said, he pinched the little princess's face, and said in surprise, "It's real, you're the ghost." The little princess slapped away Feng Xing's hand in annoyance. "Who told you that you'll die if you turn into ashes? Even if your family turns into ashes, they're still not dead." Feng Xing almost wanted to cry but had no tears. "I'll just turn them back." The little princess, on the other hand, was relaxed. She answered logically, and looked at Feng Xing as if he was an idiot. Feng Xing didn't know what to say. The scene of the little princess of the Jade Lake dying and coming back to life completely confused him. Especially when he heard this girl confidently saying that she would come back again, he didn't know what to say for a long time. Who could casually die and come back to life again? This was simply too incredible. Usually, he would think she was a lunatic. But now that he had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he had a strange feeling that he didn't know what to say, so he could only shut his mouth. "Luckily I saved you in time, but I've suffered a great loss this time." The little princess of Yaoqi looked at Feng Xing with lingering fear, and then smiled, as if she was very satisfied. When you saved me just now, weren't you prepared to die?" Feng Xing could not help but ask again, his face full of suspicion. "It's a little dangerous to rush into the lightning lake to save you, but it's not to the extent of dying." The little princess of Yaoqi looked at Feng Xing strangely, and muttered, "We're not close enough for me to risk my life to save you." "Then why do you look so hopeless?" Feng Xing blurted out, and looked at the little princess with more suspicion. Sigh, after helping you this time, I've decided to follow you for the rest of my life, The little princess of Yaoqi sighed softly, as if she was very disappointed. Fangxing was even more perplexed, and shouted, but you were clearly crying. Nonsense, you were struck by lightning a few times, don't you cry when you're in pain? Fangxing shook his head, feeling a little confused. What he saw this time was really beyond his understanding, and after being answered by the little princess of Yaoqi, he did not know what went wrong, and only felt that his outlook on life was going to collapse. After a long silence, he finally sorted out his thoughts, and asked solemnly, "What did you use to save me just now?" He could still remember clearly that he could not pass through the third lightning tribulation, but this girl rushed in, kissed him softly, and put a bead into his mouth. It was also with the power of the bead that he successfully passed through the third lightning tribulation. If she said that she used her life to help him, Fangxing could still believe it, but if she said that she was unharmed, and easily helped him through the third lightning tribulation, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. The lightning tribulation was a tribulation on one's path of cultivation, and others could not do it for him, even if a true immortal was here. He was afraid that he would not be able to help him pass through the lightning tribulation so easily. This little girl in front of him had not even formed her immortal infant, it was even more impossible. Give me my heart. After hearing Fangxing's question, the little princess of Yaoqi was silent for a while, and then she said in a serious tone, I've already given my heart to you, it has taken root in you, and there's no way to get it back. I can't not follow you for the rest of my life. If you don't die, I'll be fine, but if you die, I'll die with you. Fangxing, I'm warning you, treat me better in the future, don't bully me, and don't let your other wives bully me, or I'll. As she spoke, she wanted to find some threatening words, but after thinking for a long time, she still could not think of anything. It was as if she just realized that she had rashly given her heart to Fangxing, and if he did not treat her well, there was nothing she could do. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. She could not help but pucker up her little mouth, and her eyes turned red. She shouted at Fangxing, or else I'll give you my heart for nothing. Fangxing subconsciously wanted to come back, but the situation was too strange, and he did not know what to say at the moment. However, Xianxia, who was next to him, could not bear it anymore, and said with a sad face, Can we talk to each other later? You really won't kill me? The one who was most excited about the little princess of Yaqi's strange resurrection was not Fangxing, but Xianxia's disciple. The little princess's resurrection was just too timely. It was just when Fangxing had made that unbelievable request to Xianxia when all his hopes were dashed. This made Xianxia feel as if the heavens were helping him. Because of this, when Fangxing was so excited and focused all his attention on the little princess of Yaoqi, Xianxia did not try to escape. Firstly, in front of Fangxing who had gone through 3 lightning tribulations, Xianxia did not have the confidence to escape. Secondly, Xianxia felt that there was no need for him to escape. Of course, his heart was burning with worry and he could not help but interrupt and ask. This question immediately attracted the attention of Fangxing and the little princess of Yaoqi who were talking excitedly. Why is he still alive? Chop him to death. Little Princess Mu Xiaoqing's words scared Xianxia half to death. His knees gave way and he almost knelt down. Fortunately, Fangxing did not listen to her immediately. Instead, he laughed and said, This person cannot be killed now. The little princess of Yaoqi immediately turned to look at Fangxing angrily. Why not? You don't know how despicable this person is. When we were about to enter the flat wasteland to rescue you, he was the one who first discovered us. Then, he asked those divine race fellows to capture us. Just now, he wanted to torture and kill the disciples of Fuyao Palace to lure you out. How can I not kill him? I am a man of my word. Fangxing replied boldly and confidently. He looked at the little princess with some lingering fear and said, I told him that as long as I can resurrect you, I won't kill him. In the end, you came back to life right after I said that. This is a great favor, how can I have the nerve to kill you again? You. I didn't die in the first place. You were the one who thought I was dead. The little princess of Yaoqi widened her eyes and complained in dissatisfaction. I think I'm lucky, and this luck was brought to me by this guy. Fangxing, on the other hand, gave Xianxia a satisfied look, which made Xianxia almost kneel down in gratitude. Fang Xing, who had previously seemed like a fiend, had now become a benevolent bodhisattva. The little princess of Yaoqi did not expect Fang Xing's attitude to be so resolute. She rolled her eyes and took out her trump card. She sighed softly, and when she raised her head again, she already had an expression that looked like she was about to cry. She whined, "How dare you bully me like this?" Fang Xing stared blankly at the little princess of Yaoqi's inattentive performance. "I've given you my heart." The little princess of Yaoqi held her chest, showing a look of self-pity. All right. I'll find another reason to kill him." Fang Xing rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He vaguely felt that he had inadvertently caused a big trouble, and it was not easy to get rid of it. However, Xianxia almost burst into tears when he heard this. He had just obtained a slim chance of survival with great difficulty. How could he be roasted on the fire all of a sudden? Moreover, this devil was so honest that he said in front of him that he would find another reason to kill him. For a moment, Xianxia felt like sifting chaff. He was so frightened that he stood there obediently, fearing that Fang Xing would find an excuse to kill him. "Congratulations, little friend Fang, for going through 3 consecutive tribulations and becoming an immortal. From now on, the world will see you as an immortal." The primitive old dragon king and young divine king Ao Gu slowly flew across the sky and cupped their fists to congratulate Fang Xing. "Haha, you're too polite. Thank you, old dragon king, for protecting me." Fang Xing also laughed and went forward. He did not see a pair of wings, but he naturally took a step into the void. 3 immortal belts appeared around him, fluttering in the air as if they were real. An indescribable immortal aura lingered in the air. Compared to before, although his appearance did not change much, his temperament was completely different. Standing between heaven and earth, he seemed to have a kind of arrogance that transcended heaven and earth. Every movement of his seemed to be able to shake the void, emitting a kind of rumbling sound that contained the principles of the great Tao. "The lightning tribulations have been overcome, and the enemies are all dead. Please enter the Bone Palace and discuss the important matters together," young divine King Ao Gu said, then led the way, leading Fang Xing and the little princess to the primitive Bone Palace. At the same time, he ordered people to clean up the battlefield. All the corpses of the god race were collected and refined, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, he glanced at Xianxia and saw that he was following closely behind Fang Xing. Not only did he not have the slightest hope of escaping, he did not even dare to take half a step away from Xianxia. He felt that it was strange, but that person was Fang Xing's captive, so it was not appropriate for him to overstep his authority. He could only wait and see how Fang Xing was going to deal with it. "Fellow Taoist Fang, the pursuers of the god race have arrived ahead of time. We have no choice but to take action. There has been a change in the plan, so we have to reconsider." After taking their seats, young divine King Ao Gu, Fang Xing, the primitive old dragon king, the little princess Yaoqi and the others sat opposite each other. There was a worried look on their faces. The god race had arrived at the flat wasteland so quickly, which was beyond their expectation. Then, they were forced by Fang Xing to help him kill all the pursuers. This caused the primitive Bone Palace to sink deeper and deeper. Now, they had only killed one of the 3 pursuers. When the other 2 arrived, they were afraid that they would be in big trouble, and, not only do we have to gain the trust of the god race, but we also have to deal with the pursuers. It is indeed a little troublesome. Fang Xing smiled, then looked at Xianxia playfully and said in a low voice, "Fortunately, we have a helper, An." The primitive old dragon king and young divine king Ao Gu both glanced at Xianxia. Fang Xing's eyes became more and more playful. There was even a faint murderous intent in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Brother, I want to serve the god race. I want to erase the sin of killing so many god race creatures and offending so many divine kings. I also want to gain the trust of the god lord so that when he is going to search for a legendary treasure, I can blend into his team and seize it. Do you have a good plan?" This, cold sweat dripped down Xianxia's back. Every word Fang Xing said made his heart tremble. He had never thought that this devil would reveal all his secrets so generously in front of him. He understood that the reason why Fang Xing dared to tell him so was because he was not afraid that he would escape. Now, Fang Xing was like a cat playing with a mouse. Fang Xing seemed to be asking him politely, but in fact, if he did not answer well, Fang Xing would really find an excuse to kill him as he had promised the little princess Xiaoqi. Look at him hesitating, it's obvious that he has bad intentions. Let's just kill him. The little princess Xiaoqi said beside Fang Xing. Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As if he could finally complete a task, he got up and said, "All right." Xuelingtu trembled in fear and hurriedly raised his voice, there's a way, speak." Fang Xing was too lazy to say another word. He just looked at Xuelingtu's head with an unfriendly gaze. Young Divine King Aogu frowned and said, "Be careful, don't spill any blood on the ground. This is my primitive holy palace." Understood. Don't worry, not to mention blood, there won't even be dregs left. Fang Xing waved his hand, looking as if he already knew what to do. Each and every one of them looked calm and relaxed, but it scared Xuelingtu half to death. He knew that he couldn't show any fear at this time. If he was a little careless, the devil would make his move, and there wouldn't even be a dregs left. He didn't even have time to think, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape death. He could only raise his head in a hurry, revealing a confident and solemn look, and said loudly, "Since Lord Tongtian has asked, this Shui dare not think carefully. Although it's not easy to cover up everything, it's not impossible. This lowly one has served the god race for many years, and I still have some understanding of him." In my opinion, seeing that the people around him were indeed listening to him, Xuelingtu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't immediately speak out his idea, but solemnly asked young Divine King Aogu a few questions, such as what their previous plan was. Young Divine King Aogu understood that Xuelingtu was trying to stall for time, but he didn't care and simply answered a few questions to see what Xuelingtu would say next. The more Xuelingtu spoke, the more confident he became. This person's wisdom was not weak. After listening to young Divine King Aogu's original plan, he already had a well-thought-out plan. He said in a deep voice, "The Desolate Bone Palace's plan is very complete, and we can carry it out now. We just need to push back the time when Lord Tongtian meets His Highness Aogu. We can say that it was me and the other 3 divine generals who first caught up with Lord Tongtian." Unexpectedly, Lord Tongtian had crossed 3 lightning tribulations in a row, and his strength greatly increased. In the end, we suffered heavy casualties and only I was rescued by the Desolate Bone Palace, while Lord Tongtian was captured by them. His chances of survival are slim, so he decided to surrender. In this way, not only is there no flaw in the story, but I can also testify for these things, and the possibility of winning people's trust will greatly increase. Hearing this, young Divine King Aogu and Fang Xing looked at each other and nodded lightly. Old Shui also wanted to persuade them to spare his life. So, he spared no effort to propose to testify. If Fang Xing and the others really agreed to let him testify, then his life would naturally be spared. However, this argument was still considered reasonable. Old Shui's expression changed. In terms of surrendering to the god race, the original plan of the desolate old dragon king was to send a message to the Divine Lord, and then use the Desolate Bone Palace as a guarantor to gain the Divine Lord's trust. This lowly one doesn't agree with this method. Rather than gaining the Divine Lord's trust, it's better to gain the god race's trust. After speaking, Ling Tu Shui gradually sorted out his thoughts. His voice became louder and louder, and he spoke faster and faster. Even if we gain the Divine Lord's trust, if the entire god race doesn't believe that Lord Tongtian will surrender to us, this plan will still be as fragile as thin ice. However, if the entire god race trusts us, then the Divine Lord will naturally believe us. This matter is actually not difficult to do. First, spread the news that Lord Tongtian has been captured by the Desolate Bone Palace, and is on the verge of death. Then, spread the news that in order to save his life, Lord Tongtian has the intention to surrender to the god race, but the desolate old dragon king is not willing to accept his surrender, and only wants to hand him over to the immortal divine king. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but applaud loudly. That's it, alarm the Divine Lord, let him take the initiative to issue the decree. Originally, everyone's attitude towards Xuelingtu was mainly to ridicule him. No one really thought of listening to this captive. Although it was necessary to make use of him, the key link was still to be decided by themselves. However, no one thought that Xuelingtu was so afraid of death that he actually seriously proposed a plan. Most importantly, some of his words really touched the hearts of the ancient Dragon King and the others. They fell silent for a moment, carefully calculating the feasibility of the two plans. The bigger the matter is, the more the God race will believe in the true intention of Lord Tongtian's surrender, and the more likely the Lord God will know about it. At that time, the ancient Dragon King and the immortal God King will stand on the same side and refuse to accept Lord Tongtian's surrender. Among the other God Kings, there will certainly be someone who will suggest to accept Lord Tongtian's surrender. These God Kings are fighting fiercely in private. If one God King agrees, there will definitely be another God King who will oppose it. Well, it's best to offer some treasures when Lord Tongtian releases the news of his surrender to show his sincerity. This will also give those God Kings who support accepting Lord Tongtian's surrender some reason. In the silence of the others, Lingtu knew that this was his only chance. The longer the better. The more time it takes, the more discussions between the God race and Tianyuan Zhuxiu will be dispelled. Not only will it dispel some of the God race's suspicions, it will also give the Lord God enough time to know about this matter. At that time, if the Lord God King hints that he can accept Lord Tongtian, then the ancient Dragon King will do him a favor. Not only will he not offend the immortal God King, but he will also make a great contribution to the Lord God King. If the Lord God King doesn't express his opinion, we can also add fuel to the fire in the dark. We can use Lord Tongtian's treasures to change his mind and ask him to protect the ancient bone palace. These words, whether it was a deduction or an analysis, were actually very detailed, causing the desolate old Dragon King and the others to fall silent. Compared to the plans they had made before, Lingtu's words were indeed more detailed and thorough. What if the Lord God King directly orders the execution of Taoist Fengxing? After a long while, young Divine King Ao Gu asked coldly, but his question hit the nail on the head. No. Lingtu shook his head and said firmly, the Divine Lord is making use of human resources. If we want to find that treasure, we need the help of a true Heaven Origins Pride warrior. That person must be a true Heaven Origins Pride warrior. Even the people from our small immortal realm can't do that. Lord Tongtian has shown up at the right time. Plus, the Divine Lord won't give the order to execute Lord Tongtian. After all, the immortal God King and Wu Jian Divine King have a personal grudge against Lord Tongtian. Even if Lord Tongtian is killed, it will only be a way to vent their anger. It won't do any good to the big picture. However, the God race accepting Lord Tongtian's loyalty is a big deal. It can frighten Zhuxiu of Heaven origin and show the dignity of the Divine Lord. In the end, he said in a powerful voice, I'm at least 70% sure that the Divine Master will accept Lord Tongtian. Only 70%? That's too little. You must have ulterior motives. Hurry up and kill him. The little princess of Yaoqi spoke with a murderous look. Fengxing said, all right. Then, he raised his hand and looked at Lingtu Shui. Lord Tongtian, I've really tried my best. I'll definitely be able to help you in the future, Pa. Disciple Shui knelt down with a begging expression on his face. I can think about it first. Fengxing slowly retracted his palm and smiled in a low voice. No one knew what he was thinking. I think what this man said is reasonable. Although there are still some details that need to be perfected, it's not difficult to achieve such a result on the whole. However, we need to be careful. Our little friend Fengxing's safety is the most important thing. In my opinion, the key of this plan is how to make the Divine Lord issue the decree himself. The previous plan was that I would go to the Divine Lord to issue the decree when it was necessary. But now, it seems that the decree that I ask for will not be very valuable. Then, we need to, the prehistoric old Dragon King said in a low voice. His eyes revealed a look of contemplation. What he said was right. Their previous plan was to ask the ancient Dragon King for the decree from the Divine Lord. The core of Lingtu Shui's strategy was to make the Divine Lord take the initiative to issue the decree to accept Fengxing. Although according to what he said, there was a 70% certainty that the Divine Lord would agree to Fengxing's surrender, there was still a 30% uncertainty. Moreover, it was related to Fengxing's life. Even if there was a 30% uncertainty, they still needed to be cautious. Let's do it. At this time, Fengxing suddenly opened his mouth slowly. A hint of a smile flashed across his face. It's a matter of life and death. It's best not to take any risks. Young Divine King Aogu said to Feng Xing slowly with a solemn expression. I won't take any risks. I have an idea that will definitely make the Divine Lord pay attention to me. Then, he will personally issue an order to pardon me. Feng Xing said in a low voice. His expression was leisurely, but his tone was unquestionable. Seeing the seriousness in his words, the ancient Dragon King and young Divine King Aogu and the others looked at each other and did not ask any more questions. At this time, other than little Princess Yaoqi, the other 10 female disciples of Fuyao Palace were also present. They deliberately let them listen carefully to what Feng Xing was going to do, so that they could bear witness in the future. However, it was one thing to bear witness, but when it involved some core secrets, it was not convenient to let these people know. Now, they had only decided on a general plan. After that, they would need to plan carefully to ensure that every link was safe. If the plan is set, then how should we deal with this person? Young Divine King Aogu sighed. He moved his wings and pointed to Ling Tu Shui, who was standing in the middle of the field with an excited expression. His only use now is to prove that the ancient bone palace appeared after I killed most of the pursuers. Feng Xing looked up and smiled. I don't think this proof is very important, right? Even if we put a restriction on him, there is no guarantee that he will not cause trouble later, the ancient Dragon King said in a low voice, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. Just kill him. Little Princess Yaoqi was even more straightforward. She raised her slender palm and made a chopping motion. Plop. Ling Tu Shui directly knelt down in front of Feng Xing and begged with tears and snot, this lowly one is willing to serve Lord Tongtian wholeheartedly. I am willing to form a blood contract with Lord Tongtian and be an eternal slave. I only ask Lord Tongtian to let this lowly one live for the sake of my usefulness. Even if the blood contract is formed, there is no guarantee that everything will be fine. The blood contract is a kind of ancient blood talisman. Although it is powerful and cannot be violated, in the eyes of great mediums, it can be traced. At that time, if fellow Taoist Feng Xing pretends to surrender, he will definitely be scrutinized by the celestial race, and you are one of the witnesses. If someone investigates when the two of you are present at the same time, they may capture the blood connection between the two of you, or even directly use a trace of blood to deduce the blood talisman between the two of you. At that time, how will you explain? The ancient Dragon King was indeed a shrewd old man. With just a few words, he pointed out a potential crisis. There was no cultivator in the world who did not believe in the blood contract. Once this kind of contract was formed, it was almost impossible to be dissolved by external force. It was one of the strongest contracts, but although it was strong, it was not without a trace. After all, the current Feng Xing's cultivation was no longer comparable to that of the little Taoist boy of the Blue Cloud sect in the past. The people he came into contact with were all people with profound cultivation. Although the blood contract was secretive and hidden in the depths of the bloodline, it was impossible to detect it when there was only one person, but if the master and the slave appeared at the same time, there would be a faint bloodline reaction, revealing a flaw. Even now, they could not guarantee that Ling Tu Shui did not deliberately leave this flaw, being able to cultivate to this level. Which one of them was not a shrewd person? If one was not careful, there was a possibility that the boat would capsize in the ditch, so it was useless to be careless. I am willing to accept all the restrictions. Hearing this question, Ling Tu Shui was speechless for a while. Even if he was intelligent, he did not know how to save his life. If I place a restriction on you, the possibility of being discovered is higher, and it is even more secure than signing a blood contract. Young Divine King Aogu said, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. It was reasonable to say that Ling Tu Shui's survival could prove that the Wilderness Bone Palace indeed arrived after Feng Xing and the God Race's pursuers, which was beneficial to them, but in order to avoid those potential risks, they would rather kill this person first. Let's spare his life. Feng Xing also bowed his head and pondered for a while. He felt that it was better to keep Ling Tu Shui alive, not for anything else, but as a backup plan. In the future, if there really was a gap between him and the Wilderness Bone Palace, this guy was a suitable witness. As long as he kept him alive, it was tantamount to firmly grasping the Wilderness Bone Palace's weakness. As for the problem of the blood contract being easily discovered, he thought about it and came up with a plan. He looked at the little Yaoqi princess who was waving her fist in support of killing Ling Tu Shui. "Can you sign a blood contract?" "Blood contract? I can sign it, what do you want?" The little Yaoqi princess was stunned for a moment, as if she was a little angry. She pinched her face and said, "I told you, I'm a living person. Look, my blood and flesh are all real, even my cultivation method is the same as yours, why can't I sign a blood contract?" Alright, I know it's real, it's not like I haven't touched it before." Fangxing helplessly pressed down on the girl's head and pushed her away. He felt a little helpless in his heart. To be honest, after experiencing the kiss during the third lightning tribulation, he really had some doubts about the girl's true identity. According to the girl, after he refined her heart, she would be inseparable from him for all eternity. If he died, she would die with him. However, if she was heavily injured in some other place, or even turned into ashes by others, as long as he was fine, she could be reborn by his side. This was simply too incredible. If he had not witnessed her rebirth from the lightning tribulation, Fangxing would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. He even suspected that the girl was not a human at all, and that she must be some other kind of creature. However, the little Yaoqi princess obviously did not think so. She felt that she was a living person, no different from others, and she did not seem to understand why she was like this at all. It was just that Elder Auntie had once told her about this matter, but she had only touched on the topic, talking about her heart, but saying that she was too young, and that she would only tell her the specific reason when she really grew up. And now, the great immortal aunt of Yaoqi, the great elder, and the others had all passed away in the Battle of Qiji Mountain, and did not have the time to leave behind any last words. Fangxing even began to suspect that there was no one in Yaoqi or even Fuyao Palace who knew the real secret of this girl. Of course, even if they did not understand what was going on, it was still possible to make use of her talent. If it's possible, then you can sign a blood contract with him. If anything happens to me, then I will die, and you will die. Fangxing looked at Xuelingtu with a smile. Naturally, he won't be any better. Another sensational event had spread throughout the 4 regions of Tianyuan. There was a rumor in the world that the demon of heaven origin, Fangxing, had used himself as bait to lure away the troops at Beko Keikyang in order to protect the disciples of Fuyao Palace to safely cross the defensive line at Beko Keikyang and enter the demon abyss. This event was known as the Bloody Battle at Beko Keikyang. However, after the battle, the disciples of Fuyao Palace and the demon, Fangxing, had entered the demon abyss safely. However, they had angered the immortal deity king in the land of demons. Under the rage of the immortal deity king, he had sent 10 experts and 300 Protoss warriors to hunt down Fangxing. After entering the demon abyss, the 10 experts had split into 3 groups to hunt down the demon, Fangxing. Unfortunately, one of the groups was ambushed. It was another battle. A sea of blood overflowed the sky. 3 experts of the god race and more than 100 armored warriors of the god race were killed by the devil above the serene water. Only Xuelingtu, the divine general from the small immortal domain, managed to escape with his life. He was chased by the devil for thousands of miles. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the desolate Bone Palace received the news and rushed to the serene water. They saved Xuelingtu and trapped the people of Fuyao Palace. The demon did not want to annihilate the entire Fuyao Palace. He was willing to be captured and imprisoned in the primitive Bone Palace. In a few days, he would be escorted to the immortal deity King Palace. This news shook the entire Tianyuan. Countless people felt sad and sorrowful. Although Fangxing did not have a good reputation, and almost everyone subconsciously called him a demon, the world was not the same anymore. It was a chaotic world. A demon like him could play a greater role than other cultivators who followed the rules. For example, the battle at Beko Keikyang. Although it was too bloody and shocking, it was still an uplifting event for the declining orthodoxies of Tianyuan. Although the people of Tianyuan were still used to calling Fangxing a demon, to a certain extent, the meaning of this title had changed. Because of this, when they heard that Fangxing was imprisoned, they felt heartache. For many people, it was truly heartache. He felt that it was a pity. It was unknown how many young and impetuous people were cursing the desolate Bone Palace for relying on the god race. Moreover, they even wanted to form an alliance to head to the demon abyss, kill the desolate old dragon king, and rescue the righteous human warrior Fangxing. Of course, these impulsive youngsters were all stopped by their elders without exception. They were angrily rebuked for their recklessness and absurdity, and forcefully ordered to stay in the Pure Land. How could they afford to provoke the desolate Bone Palace? Lao Wang from the primordial remnant species was an existence that could fight alongside a saint. What realm was a saint in? In the past, people always talked about sages and sages. They knew that they were the top great mediums in the world, but they didn't know how strong they were exactly. It was only until the descent of the god race that people started to truly consider this question. That was, how strong were the sages exactly? Could they resist the 10 great divine kings of the god race, and even that legendary divine master who had unparalleled divine powers that no one could guess at his realm? A knowledgeable old cultivator answered everyone's doubts. Saints are people who should have become immortals, but haven't become immortals. Cultivators could become immortals after going through 9 thunder tribulations, but now, the road to heaven had long been cut off. Not to mention the difficulty of going through the thunder tribulations. Even if they went through 9 thunder tribulations, they still couldn't become immortals. As for those great mediums whose strength and realm weren't inferior to immortals, they were forced to stay in the human world. They were the sages. The reason why there was such a name was because it originated from the ancient legends. At that time, the great divines went to the outer world to seek immortality as immortals, and those who stayed behind to break the immortality were called saints. Although the saints of this era did not stay in the human world willingly, they still stayed. Therefore, the people called them saints. Ordinary people could only barely see that their realm had surpassed the normal meaning of true immortals, but they did not know the details. Compared to the 10 great divine kings of the god race, who would win and who would be weaker, but in short, there was a battle, but now, the sages had gone missing. The desolate old dragon king who stayed in the human world almost represented the most powerful lord of heaven's origin sector. It would be fine if he protected the human race. But since he chose to serve the god master, the human race of heaven's origin sector was almost in despair. If Fang Xing was captured by others, there was still hope for him to be saved. But if he was captured by the desolate old Bone Palace, it was no different from falling into the hands of an immortal king. Besides, the desolate old Bone Palace had announced to the world that it had accepted the decree of the God Master. It was indeed an immortal king. Under such circumstances, no one could save Fang Xing. The world was filled with mourning. Some people felt sorry for the loss of a great general of the human race. Some people felt that the demon Fang Xing had finally used his own life to pay off the debt he owed in the past. There were even people who were secretly gloating. They felt that Fang Xing, who had been taking risks for a lifetime, had finally suffered the consequences. However, these emotions did not last for too long. Another rumor shocked all the regions. Fang Xing knew that he was going to die. He was actually prepared to serve the god race to save his life. This news was spread by the god race as a joke. It was said that after the desolate Bone Palace captured Fang Xing, they did not kill him. Instead, they locked him in the iron prison and prepared to be personally escorted by the desolate old king to the immortal divine king palace in the demon land. There, he would be sentenced to death. In the process of waiting for death day and night, he finally could not bear the torture of fear and began to beg, hoping to submit to the god race. He only asked to be spared from death. However, this request was rejected by the desolate Bone Palace. The desolate old dragon king had already treated the demon as a great gift to befriend the immortal divine king and the infinite divine king. Obviously, he wouldn't accept his surrender. In fact, befriending the 2 divine kings would greatly benefit the desolate old Bone Palace who had just joined the god race, wanting to surrender but failing to do so. This had already become a big joke in the Tianyuan continent, especially among the living beings of the god clan. Countless people had already started cursing Fang Xing. They felt that no matter how malicious he was in the past, he was still a man at any rate, and he'd even done countless inspiring things before his death. It could be considered as washing away some of the stains on his reputation. But they never imagined that a devil would always be a devil, and a good-for-nothing would always be a good-for-nothing. He'd actually groveled and groveled before his death and performed such a shameful act. Of course, there were also a few people who tried their best to defend themselves. They believed that Fang Xing's surrender could not be trusted. As for the voices defending Fang Xing, they also became weaker as the rumor became more and more intense. Even many god race beings began to discuss they felt that accepting the demon's surrender was not a bad idea. At the very least, it would deal a heavy blow to the human cultivators who were hiding in a corner of the Pure Land and were clearly about to die, yet they still refused to admit their mistakes. After all, the desolate old Dragon King's intentions could not be changed by regular god race beings. It was said that the desolate old Dragon King treated this matter with great importance. He decided to personally escort Fangxing to the land of demons after he emerged from seclusion. The immortal Divine King wrote many letters to express his gratitude. Even the infinite Divine King in the outer world had asked the God Master for a decree, hoping that he could descend to the Tianyuan continent once. It was for no other reason than to personally reduce Fangxing, the demon who had refined his son to death, to ashes so that he could vent his hatred. To the entire god race, Fangxing could only be considered as an ant. However, for some reason, the influence of this ant gradually grew with the hatred of the human cultivators and the schadenfreude of the god race beings. Unknowingly, the entire Tianyuan continent and even the god race beings stationed in the outer world were discussing this matter. The immortal Divine King already felt that something was off. He only hoped to capture Fangxing as soon as possible and grind his bones to ashes. He did not want this matter to become so big. However, the matter was slowly spiraling out of his control. The desolate old Dragon King was rather easy to talk to. He sent young Divine King Aogu to deliver a message, saying that he would immediately escort Fangxing to the God King Palace as soon as he emerged from seclusion. However, the infinite Divine King sent many letters, firmly requesting the immortal Divine King to wait for him to descend to the Tianyuan continent before killing the demon together. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the immortal Divine King. After all, he had lost one of his sons, while the infinite Divine King had lost his only son. As a result, the immortal Divine King really did not want to get on the infinite Divine King's bad side. Coupled with the fact that the desolate Bone Hall wanted to wait for the infinite Divine King's return, the matter actually dragged on like this. The time when the desolate old Dragon King would escort Fangxing to the God King Palace was set for half a month later. If that child is really willing to join our god race, it's not impossible to consider. Right now, the Divine Master needs the prodigies of the human race to serve him. Whether it's his identity or cultivation, he's met the requirements of the Divine Master. Although there's some conflict between him and the infinite Divine King and the infinite Divine King, we're all serving the Divine Master. There's no reason for us to forsake the public for personal reasons. I hope the old king will consider it well. On the 10th day after the news spread, an envoy came to the desolate Bone Hall. He represented the God King of 9 Serenities and sent a letter to the primordial king. If the old king feels that it's inappropriate, you can send this bastard to the God King Palace of 9 Serenities for custody. Sure enough, it was exactly as Schwellingtu's analysis. After the news spread, there were indeed people who suggested accepting Fangxing. The 10 great divine kings formed their own factions and attacked non-stop. If there were people who supported something, there would definitely be people who opposed it. The God King of 9 Serenities' actions angered the immortal Divine King. He slammed the table and shouted, "Whoever dares to stop me from killing this child will be my eternal enemy." However, his anger did not scare the other God Kings. Very soon, even the God King of Eternal Darkness, who was on the same side as him and even sent his son to help him kill Fangxing, had a vague attitude. During a banquet, he vaguely expressed that if he could accept Fangxing, who had wholeheartedly submitted to him, it would be very helpful for the God race to gather those human cultivators who were hiding in the Pure Land. If the God race could let go of this demon who had committed such a great crime, what did the others have to be afraid of? After that, there was news about the existence in the Azure Billows Sea who was conferred the position of God King but had always been in hiding. That little demon Fangxing and the Azure Billows Sea were old friends. In the past, he stubbornly went against the God race, so the Azure Billows Sea naturally could not tolerate him. However, now that he had the intention to forsake the darkness for the light, the Azure Billows Sea could not just sit by and do nothing. They hoped that the immortal Divine King could consider the big picture and spare his life. In order to appease the immortal Divine King and infinite Divine King's anger, the Azure Billows Sea was willing to offer a number of treasures and so on, out of everyone's expectations. Just for a human cultivator, there were actually 6 God Kings who expressed their attitude. "Your Highness Aogu, hand over the demon to us." In the main hall of the primordial bone palace, a green-robed man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was kneeling on the ground. He spoke to the young divine king Aogu, who was almost 10 times his size. His tone was indifferent and distant. The current situation is too chaotic. There are people who disregard the interests of the celestial race and distort the truth. The longer this matter drags on, the more troublesome it will be. We need to end this quickly, so there's no need to trouble Hall Master Aogu to make a trip here. Our immortal Divine King Palace will naturally remember this favor and repay it in the future. I didn't think that Divine Sun Puffing would come personally, but this matter. Sigh. Young Divine King Aogu gently shook his head and sighed in a low voice, seemingly helpless. He didn't dare to look down on the person in front of him, because the identity of this green-clothed man wasn't ordinary. He was the most outstanding son of the undying Divine King, the older brother of Guemu, who was stationed in the White Jade capital back then. He was viewed as the future successor of the undying Divine King, the young Divine King. His name was Broken Edge, and he came from the demon land to the desolate Bone Palace in order to immediately detain him. Haha, disregard the interests of the celestial race. I'm afraid the one who disregards the bigger picture and only wants to vent his anger is the one who distorts the truth. A person beside him spoke. He was wearing a black cloak embroidered with golden threads, revealing only half of his face. His voice was indifferent and unhurried as he spoke to young Divine King Aogu. I'm also under the orders of my father to persuade the primordial Bone Palace. You are loyal to the Divine Lord, so this is a good thing. However, this little demon is of great importance and involves many people. Keeping him alive will be of great use. Sending him to the immortal Divine King to vent his anger is a waste of a heavenly treasure. Why don't you let me take him away and train him? This, Dao Brother Taiyuan, represents the will of the Nine Serenities Godly King, so I naturally don't dare to refuse, but, young Divine King Aogu didn't agree and only shook his head with a wry smile. The person before him was not simple either. He was the successor of the Nine Serenities God King, and his name was Taiyuan. His cultivation was extremely profound, but at this crucial moment, he had the same thoughts as the undying God King. The undying God King had sent his proudest son here, wanting to take Feng Xing away in advance. However, the Nine Serenities God King had also sent his proudest successor to the primordial Bone Palace. It seemed like he did not just want to spare Feng Xing's life. He wanted to take him away and use him for something else. He had been at odds with Pafeng for several days now. Between the 10 great divine kings, there were constant conflicts, open and covert. Naturally, the outstanding figures of the major races didn't get along well with each other. Their words were full of sarcasm, but the little divine King Aogu was suffering. These people's status was not inferior to his, and in terms of strength, they were comparable to rogue immortals. There were even rumors that some of the best among them had the strength to kill true immortals. People with such strength were already qualified to be conferred the title of God King. It was just that their aptitude wasn't enough, so they could only be called little divine kings. And what gave little divine King Aogu a headache were the other few people who didn't say a word. At this moment, in the hall, other than him, little divine King Breaking Edge of the immortal Divine King Palace, Taiyuan of the Nine Serenities Godly King Palace, there was also a tall and skinny man wearing a long black robe. Half of his body seemed to be hidden in the darkness. That person was called Twin, the successor of the Eternal Darkness Godly King, and he represented the Eternal Darkness Godly King Palace. Previously, he had received the invitation of the immortal Divine King to come out and hunt down Feng Xing. However, after entering the demon abyss, he chose to go in the direction of the White Bones Mountain. It was said that there was a great battle between him and a mysterious existence that lived in seclusion in the White Bones Mountain. No one knew the outcome, they only knew that he returned with injuries that weren't fatal, but because of this, he temporarily returned to the Eternal Darkness Godly King Twin. When he returned, his attitude had changed drastically. He was no longer a member of the hunt for Feng Xing, but he represented the Eternal Darkness Godly King and wanted to protect Feng Xing, who had submitted to the celestial race. Beside the twins of the Eternal Darkness Godly King sat a swordsman. He wore an ancient robe and hemp shoes. There was a long sword with a bone hilt by his hand. He sat there quietly without saying a word. This person was a rare immortal seedling of the small immortal world, the senior brother of Xianxia. It was said that he was a genius sword cultivator cultivated by the combined efforts of the 12 young immortal seedlings. His name was Fierce Tao. This time, the small immortal world received a message from the infinite deity king. If they didn't snatch Fangxing back to him, then all the young people in the small immortal world would have to pay with their lives for the child of lightning who died in the battle of Kuaiji Mountain. Thus, the small immortal world released this treasure, hoping to snatch back Fangxing and appease the anger of the infinite deity king. As for the last one, it made people not know whether to laugh or cry. He was sitting lazily on a huge jade bed not far away. On top of it was a thick and soft rare animal skin. The pale young man had a pair of scarlet eyes. He only cared about flirting with the beautiful maidservant beside him. Even in the face of these 3,000 celestial races, all of them had an extraordinary status. They could be said to be the strongest generation below the deity king, the divine sons or the descendants of the deity king, but he still had a disdainful and arrogant look on his face. He was insufferably arrogant. And this person was from the Xianxia. He was ranked 4th among the dragon children, Ao Kuang. He was also the most famous person among the dragon children, dragon lady, other than the eldest princess, Ao Zhen. He also represented the Xianxia and came to the Wilderness Bone Palace to ask for the person. It could be said that in the current Tianyuan continent, other than the deity king, the most honorable and powerful people were all here. This was the reason why young godly King Ao Gu had a headache. Back then, Xuelingtu suggested that the bigger the matter of Fangxing's surrender, the better. At that time, the immortal godly king and the infinite godly king would definitely kill Fangxing to vent their anger. However, there would definitely be other deity kings appearing, hoping to protect Fangxing. This guy was right. Things progressed as he expected. However, no one would have thought that this matter would become bigger and bigger. The immortal godly king swore to kill Fangxing. The infinite godly king also swore to kill Fangxing. However, the 9 serenities godly king who guarded the divine region and the eternal darkness godly king who guarded the Nanzhan both showed the intention of accepting Fangxing's surrender. Even the ambitious person from the Xianxia also participated. In the beginning, they only revealed their intentions to test each other. However, in the end, they directly sent people to snatch him. It was not good for them to directly come to the Wilderness Bone Palace, so they sent their strongest juniors over. There was only one purpose, and that was to snatch him, or to prevent others from snatching him. The Bone Race's god Sun Pafeng and the small immortal world's genius Sha Dao represented the immortal godly king and the infinite godly king's will to kill Fangxing. On the other hand, the Night Race's god Sun Twin, the Nether Race's descendant Taiyuan, and the Xianxia's 4th prince Ao Kuang advocated accepting Fangxing's surrender. What was even more tragic was that young godly King Ao Gu discovered that he seemed to be standing on the side that advocated killing Fangxing. These clans were really evenly matched. They were all god clans that had godly kings. They were high and mighty noble clans among the 3,000 god clans. The Bone Race had the immortal godly king, the Lightning Race had the infinite godly king, the Night Race had the eternal darkness godly king, and the Nether Race's godly king was even more familiar to the people of Heaven Yuan. It was the 9 Serenities godly king who had led the God Race's army to descend on Kuaiji Mountain. Not only were they individually powerful, the clans behind them were also extremely powerful. It could be said that none of the clans could be compared to the Wilderness Bone Palace. After all, they had stood out from the 3,000 god clans, while the Wilderness Bone Palace and the Xianxia were, to a certain extent, conferred by the God Lord to rope in the forces of Heaven Yuan. In terms of overall strength and influence, they could not keep up. No matter what, the 6 representatives of the godly monarchs were in a stalemate, and they were evenly matched. He's just a human cultivator. If my Bone Race wants to kill him, I don't believe anyone can stop us. The Windbreaker Godson's face was already filled with anger as he shouted coldly. The one in charge of breaching the Pure Land and gathering all the cultivators of Heaven Yuan is my master, the 9 Serenities godly king. The immortal godly king is only guarding one region of the demon land, so he naturally doesn't care about the big picture. However, we're different. This little demon has made some mistakes, so if we accept him now, it will be good for us to break through the defenses of the cultivators of the Pure Land. That's why my master will consider the big picture and protect this kid's life. Does the immortal godly King Palace really not understand? To be honest, with me here, you won't be able to take that kid's head. Taiyuan shouted coldly. His attitude was also firm. The immortal godly King Palace and the Nine Serenities godly King Palace happened to be the two sides with the most firm attitude on this matter. Hee, you guys can't come to a conclusion no matter how much you argue. Do you really dare to fight in the Wilderness Bone Palace? The twin godsons laughed softly, as if they were trying to fan the flames. Hee, we can't come to a conclusion no matter how we discuss it. Do you want to ask the God Lord to make a decision himself? Not far away, someone spoke lazily. It was the Tsung Lanxi's fourth prince, Ao Kuang. A mere human cultivator is worthy of the God Lord's order? The Windbreaker godson sneered and didn't care. We need people right now. The God Lord might give a decree to pardon him. Taiyuan's face was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. I don't believe it. My father, the immortal godly king, and the lightning race's infinite godly king have both made great contributions to the God Lord. Will the God Lord ignore the dignity of the two godly kings and protect this kid for a mere human cultivator? The Windbreaker godson sneered and didn't think about it at all. Just as I thought. The situation that I predicted back then has come true, young godly King Ao Gu sighed in his heart after hearing that. Back then, Xuelingtu's suggestion only worried him about one thing. Even if the God Lord really needed the human race's genius to help him, would he really ignore the dignity of the immortal godly king and infinite godly king and personally give a decree to pardon Feng Xing? Now it seemed that his concern was right. Even the Windbreaker godson had said so. This meant that the immortal godly King Palace had enough confidence to guarantee that the God Lord wouldn't give a special pardon. The situation had become rather tricky. It was also at this time that he secretly calculated, knowing that it was time to take out Feng Xing's trump card. Everyone, speaking of the God Lord, I also have something to discuss with you. Originally, the desolate Bone Palace wanted to hand him over to the immortal godly king and infinite godly king and didn't plan on accepting his allegiance. However, during the interrogation the day before yesterday, that demon said that he had a treasure to offer to the God Lord. He also said that this treasure is something that the God Lord needs and will definitely be able to exchange for his life, young divine King Ao Gu said softly, then turned to look at the others. Why don't we look at it together? What kind of status does the divine Lord have? Why would he be interested in a human cultivator's treasure? Hearing this, divine Sun Puffing was the first to sneer. The others were also a little surprised. Why would young divine King Ao Gu bring this up? Offering a treasure in exchange for a life was a very normal thing. However, what realm was a divine lord? It was like heaven and earth compared to this little devil. How could this little devil have something that a divine lord needed? As for Feng Xinghui offering treasures in exchange for his life, they didn't care too much about it. People would probably do anything in a life or death situation, but young divine King Ao Gu actually believed his nonsense, and even said it on such an occasion, which made them feel a little strange. Young divine King Ao Gu's heart turned cold when he saw everyone's surprised eyes. However, he showed a bitter smile on his face and sighed, I thought so too, but after listening to the little devil's words, my father said that this matter is too important for others to make the decision, and the divine Lord must make the decision himself. I'm also puzzled, so I wanted to ask everyone to help me look into it. What treasure is it? Listening to young divine King Ao Gu's words, the rest of the group also narrowed their eyes and looked over. Young divine King Ao Gu deliberately put on an indifferent look and said softly, it's said to be a treasure, but it's actually a technique. It's said that this technique was passed down by a human race saint in ancient times. It's called the art of chaotic immortals. Have you heard of it? Saint's technique? The atmosphere in the hall was slightly dark. After a while, a tense atmosphere suddenly arose, and a vicious aura suddenly arose. Is this true? Bone Race's god Sun Pafeng suddenly stood up and stared fiercely at young divine King Ao Gu. In the current Tianyuan continent, there's still an ancient saint's technique being passed down? Dark Race's god Sun Twin's eyes were like torches. His gaze was like a venomous snake. Could it really be that one can wear out iron shoes and fruitless searching only to find it by chance? Small immortal world's descendant Fierce Dao's eyes turned cold as he sighed in his heart. He was more excited than the others. Your Highness Ao Gu, have you confirmed this? The Nether race's successor, Taiyuan, straightened his back and looked at young divine King Ao Gu anxiously. That little devil is right. Just a name alone is enough to make these people unable to restrain themselves. Young God King Ao Gu's pupils shrank imperceptibly. Before they decided to accept Xuelingtu's proposal, they had thought about it. Now, in order to ensure the safety of Fengxing's surrender, Fengxing said that he had something, and as long as he presented it, he would definitely gain the favor of the God Lord. Young God King Ao Gu was a little curious, and only after asking did he learn that it turned out to be an ancient sage cultivation method. He also had some doubts in his heart. The human race and the celestial race were very different, and their path of cultivation was also very different. The celestial race was more inclined to stimulate and grow the power of their bloodline. The cultivation methods that the human race valued highly were of little use to them. Some of them couldn't be cultivated at all, or after cultivating, they wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, the celestial race preferred the divine weapons, talismans, and medicinal treasures forged by the human race. They didn't care much about cultivation methods. When people offered treasures to the celestial race, they rarely offered such things. Under such circumstances, how could Fengxing be so sure that the God Lord would value the cultivation method he offered? At that time, he didn't say anything. When he saw that Fengxing was confident, he listened to his suggestion. Only now did he realize that it was indeed the case. From the reaction of these celestial race's young geniuses, it could be seen how much the celestial race valued this cultivation method. The human race's cultivation methods are mostly created according to the characteristics of the human race's physical body. Even our primitive races don't think much of it, let alone the celestial race, right? To be honest, when that demon told me about it, I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. I just wanted to seal his mouth. But since my king father has instructed me to do so, I'm here to ask. Fellow Taoists, is there anyone who can help me clear up some of my doubts? Young divine King Ao Gu's heart was at ease as he asked with a smile. Hearing his words, Song Lanxi's fourth Prince Ao Kuang nodded lightly and looked over with a playful expression. Among everyone present, it seemed that only he and Ao Kuang didn't know about this matter. The few celestial race's prodigies looked at each other as if they weren't sure if they should reveal this matter or not. After a slight hesitation, it was the Nether race's god's son Taiyuan who spoke. There's nothing to hide about this matter. Both of you are the sons of divine kings, so there's no harm in telling you. Truth be told, even I don't know what use the human race's cultivation method has. However, the divine court did send a secret decree to the divine kings that descended to Tianyuan to look for the inheritance of the human race's ancient saint. The divine court sent a decree to look for the ancient saint's inheritance. Young divine King Ao Gu didn't say anything, but he firmly remembered this matter in his heart. He even thought that the God Lord was determined to look for the legendary investiture of the gods because it was related to the ancient saint. Your Highness Ao Gu, this matter is of great importance. Is that cultivation method real? Night Race's god's son Twin asked in a low voice. His eyes shone brightly and he seemed very anxious. I don't know about this. Young divine King Ao Gu gently shook his head, seemingly a little helpless, and said with a wry smile, the secret edict of the divine court was not given to us, the primitive bone palace. I didn't know that the divine lord needed this thing. I didn't ask about it at all. Moreover, that little devil is not a fool. Do you think it's possible for him to hand over the saint's technique to me before his life is guaranteed? The celestial race's prodigies were silent for a long time. Suddenly, several of them spoke at the same time. Where is that little devil? He's in the rear hall. Young divine King Ao Gu replied softly. He knew that they were eager to verify the authenticity of this matter. Quickly bring us there. The celestial race's prodigies were already rubbing their palms, looking impatient. Young divine King Ao Gu didn't say much. He smiled and assured them that they wouldn't harm the other party so that he wouldn't be put in a difficult position. Then, he led the way and quickly passed through the layers of passageways in the primitive bone palace, arriving at a natural underground cave. The cave was about 1,000 feet in radius and was extremely vast. There seemed to be several spiritual veins converging around it, causing the cave to be filled with dense spiritual energy. There were even some natural spiritual stones that were exposed on the rock walls. Purple light lingered around it. It was a spectacular sight. At the bottom of the cave, a spiritual stream flowed quietly. There were several piles of bones around it, each pile was dozens of feet high. It was obvious that these were all huge living beings when they were alive. Everyone, don't make any noise here, and don't make any moves. This is the resting place of our desolate bone palace's ancestors. Our ancestors' heroic spirits reside here. It's equivalent to a Xianxia Grand Array, also known as the world's top cultivation paradise. Haha, that little devil got off lightly. My father asked me to treat him well, but I didn't dare to give him a chance to escape, so I could only lock him up here. Young Divine King Aogu introduced softly, leading everyone along a thick iron chain into the cave. In just a few steps, he could already see that in front of the iron chain, at the center of the cave, there was a pitch-black altar, and shockingly, there was a huge skull floating above it. The shape of the skull was strange, it was over 30 meters in size, and it wasn't in the shape of a human, and it was slightly different from young godly King Aogu. It also had eye sockets and nostrils that flickered with layers of dark light, and it was extremely terrifying. Looking through the two black holes of the eye sockets, he just happened to see a human cultivator sitting cross-legged in the skull, quietly cultivating, and not moving at all. This is the little devil? Bone Race's Pafang's eyes were filled with dense killing intent the moment he saw the little devil. This was the person who killed his own younger brother and slaughtered more than 400 people of the Bone Race. For the Bone Race, which already had a small population, it was an indescribable loss and pain. When he saw Fang Xing, the feeling he got was like a human seeing a monster that had slaughtered hundreds of millions of humans, and he couldn't wait to kill him immediately. At the same time, the long sword at the waist of the small immortal realm's descendant, Fierce Dao, also moved slightly and let out a faint hum. Obviously, he also had the intention to kill. The death of the Child of Lightning had caused Divine King Wu Jian to be furious, and he blamed this anger on the small immortal realms. No one knew how much the 12 small immortal realms would have to pay for this, but now was an opportunity. As long as they killed this little devil, they could resolve this calamity. Haha, you two haven't forgotten what I said, right? Young Divine King Aogu turned his gaze towards them and asked with a light smile. Before the authenticity of that technique is confirmed, they wouldn't dare. The Nether clan's divine son, Tai Yuan, also noticed the hidden killing intent of the two. He sneered and strode forward. Behind him, the Night clan's divine sons, the fourth prince of the Kanglancy, followed closely. I haven't seen anyone for a few days, and I've been so bored. Finally, someone came to see me today. Within the gigantic skeleton, Fang Xing seemed to have also sensed that someone had arrived outside. Opening his eyes, he swept his gaze around and said with a grin. Then, he took out a green-skinned bottle gourd from behind him, pulled out the cork and took a big gulp. His eyes were extremely bright. I heard that you have a sage technique, and you plan to offer it to the Divine Master in exchange for your life? No one was in the mood to chat with him. The Nether clan's divine son, Tai Yuan, took a step forward, stood in front of the skeleton, and asked in a low voice. Yes. Fang Xing glanced at him and answered with a smile. Where did you get it from? Tai Yuan was very careful and directly asked about the origin. Fuyao Palace. That's their palace treasure, not something ordinary people can get their hands on. Fang Xing answered very calmly. Since it's the treasure of Fuyao Palace, how did it end up in your hands? Tai Yuan pressed, his eyes fixed on Fang Xing. You don't even know that I used to be the palace lord of Fuyao Palace? Your divine race's information network is also too slow. Fang Xing laughed and answered very casually, that group of women saved me from the Battle of Qiji Mountain. They said that I couldn't be without a master for even a day, so they wanted me to be their palace lord. They also very generously agreed to let me cultivate their Fuyao Palace's secret technique. Of course, I only found out later that cultivating that secret technique would bring about great hidden dangers. They didn't seem to have good intentions. In short, I cultivated that secret technique and felt that it was very useful. Later on, they abandoned me and ran for their lives. I was so excited that I became a hero, but later on, I regretted it a little. The world is big, but I'm not that lucky, right? I might as well hand over this technique in exchange for my life. What he said was reasonable and well-founded. All the divine sons believed him, and their breathing became a little rapid. Was it going to be so easy to obtain such a great merit? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, young divine King Aogu wouldn't have believed that these god's sons would be so excited. After being questioned by god's son Taiyuan of the Nether race, the god race's geniuses each had their own judgment. They believed that this matter was about 70 to 80% accurate. For a moment, they couldn't hold back their excitement. Everyone's eyes shone with undisguised desire. Among this group of people, only godson Pafeng of the Bone race, who wanted Fang Xing's life, could temporarily suppress his excitement. His expression was cold, and no one knew what he was thinking. After listening quietly for a while, when Zhu Xiu was silent, he looked at Fang Xing and suddenly said, "Even if you have the ancient Saint Tianyuan technique, how did you know that it can be offered to the Divine Master?" Hearing his words, Zhu Xiu was stunned. The Divine Master's search for the ancient Saint Tianyuan technique wasn't made public. Even in the god race, only the nobles who had access to the core secrets knew about it. Even the desolate Bone Palace and the Sea of Azure Waves didn't know about it. It was strange that this demon knew about it. "Haha, how should I address you?" Fang Xing, on the other hand, looked at Pafeng with a grin on his face. "I am the son of the immortal god king, the young master of the bone race, Pafeng. You should know me." Pafeng forcefully suppressed the anger in his eyes, but everyone could see his strong killing intent towards Fang Xing. "I've never heard of you." Fang Xing shook his head, as if thinking carefully, and suddenly said, "Bone race. Beko Keikyun, the one guarding the Beko Keikyun defense line, is my second brother Gue Mu, and more than 400 of my bone race clansmen." Pafeng gritted his teeth and said, the anger in his eyes hard to conceal. Oh, then I know." Fang Xing smiled. He looked very relaxed as he said, "When that ghost tree intercepted me, I discovered something strange. No matter how fierce the battle was, he was reluctant to kill me. Even if I killed all of his clansmen, he still wanted to capture me alive. Moreover, I also noticed that when I used the sage's method, he was startled. He looked at me as if I was a virgin. This young master isn't a fool. Even if I think with my toes, I can know that the sage's method is certainly of great use to your divine race. So, I took it out to try my luck." Fang Xing smiled. He looked very relaxed and said, "It's that ghost tree that intercepted and killed me." As he spoke, he seemed to have secretly used some kind of technique. The aura around him suddenly changed, and a faint flame appeared above his head. The flame was not the Samadhi true fire, and it even looked a little ordinary. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the flame was actually formed by the shadows of living beings. A large number of shadows were struggling endlessly, as if they wanted to escape from the flame. Among the countless shadows, Pafeng didn't know if he was hallucinating, but he actually saw the image of his dead brother. At this moment, Pafeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth. With a low roar, he took a step forward. Boom, there seemed to be a thunderclap between heaven and earth. A crystal bone sword appeared in his palm, and he pointed it at Fang Xing. The moment the bone sword appeared, even the void seemed to be cut in half by the cold light on the sword, and there was a sense of fragmentation. It was hard to describe how sharp the sword was, and it made everyone subconsciously feel frightened. The sword pointed at Fang Xing, and even before it stabbed out, it seemed like Fang Xing was sentenced to death. Even Fang Xing narrowed his eyes. He was inside the skull, so the bone sword might not be able to hurt him, but it was not a hindrance. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the bone sword, and in an instant, he came to a conclusion. No wonder this person could become the bone race's divine son. Ghost Tree, who was also the son of an immortal king, didn't even have 10% of his power. The best material in the heaven origin world was the fine steel refined by the cultivators over and over again. But the bone race's natural jade bones were 100 times stronger than refined steel. However, it was also at this time that the geniuses of the god race who saw the flame above Fang Xing's head and sensed his aura were overjoyed. They should have some sort of method or knowledge that allowed them to determine whether the technique Fang Xing was using was what they wanted or not. Once they saw this, they could confirm it. Their hearts were filled with joy, and they had many questions to ask Fang Xing. But it was also at this time that the Bone Clan's divine son's sword had alarmed them. They were all shocked, and many of them subconsciously rushed forward. The great merit was at their fingertips. If they were killed at this time, wouldn't it be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? But in the face of this sword, the dark race's Taiyuan, the night race's twins, and the others didn't dare to block it directly. In a hurry, the night race's twins let out a low roar, and a black sleeve gently swept toward Pafeng's shoulder, trying to distract him. Dark race's Taiyuan shouted in a low voice, "Pafeng, the cultivation method the Divine Lord needs is with him. Are you trying to ruin the Divine Lord's mission?" Buzz, the bone sword only pierced out halfway before it stopped steadily in the void. The surrounding clouds exploded with a loud bang. Like a violent gale. Pafeng's expression flickered. It was obvious that Taiyuan's words had struck a chord in his heart. Seeing him stop, the others hurriedly took a step forward, firmly protecting Fang Xing, not daring to give him another chance to attack. "Demon, you killed my brother and slaughtered my clansmen. This enmity is irreconcilable. My father, the immortal divine king, has vowed to kill you no matter where you go. You won't be able to escape unless you hand over the cultivation method immediately, or you may have a chance to live." He forcefully endured the sword and suddenly said with a ferocious expression, but the meaning in his words was extremely shocking. The Bone Race's divine son who hated Fang Xing so much actually wanted to give Fang Xing a chance to live. Even young divine King Ao Gu, who had been silent all this time, was shocked. He vaguely felt that things were out of his control. Whether it was him or Fang Xing, they had probably underestimated the importance of that cultivation method. The Bone Race's divine son had clearly analyzed the importance of that cultivation method in a short period of time, and also knew that it was unlikely for him to kill Fang Xing directly. Therefore, he immediately took this opportunity to threaten Fang Xing to obtain that cultivation method for the Bone Race. "It seems that this cultivation method is indeed very important to you. I've made the right bet." In the face of the Bone Race's divine son Pafeng's shocking words, Fang Xing didn't care at all, and instead laughed in a low voice, "I naturally intend to give this cultivation method to you. After all, I have to use it to save my life. However, it seems that your Bone Race really hates me to the bone. I also don't like you very much, and the price you offered is too low. It's not a good trade partner, you're courting death." The Bone Race's divine son Pafeng spat out a few words, and his murderous aura became dense again. "Haha, I feel that he's a smart person." Before Fang Xing could answer, another person chuckled and spoke. It was the Nether Race's divine son Taiyuan. His eyes were full of joy as he fixed his eyes on Fang Xing and said in a low voice, "You're right, the price the Bone Race offered is too low. I think you should have a better target to serve. Our Nether Race has wanted to accept your loyalty from the very beginning. This time, I came to the Great Desolation Bone Palace to a certain extent to save you. Now that you have the Saint's cultivation method, it couldn't be better. Give this cultivation method to me, and I can guarantee you on behalf of the 9 Nether God King that you will not only obtain the status you deserve in the God Race, but also receive the 9 Nether God King's protection." "Taiyuan, do you really want to become enemies with the Bone Race?" Pafeng flew into a rage. He turned around and shouted coldly at Taiyuan. Taiyuan only smiled lightly and said, "We're just loyal to the Divine Master." Pafeng gritted his teeth, but he didn't know how to refute. "You don't have to choose the 9th Serenity Divine King if you want to be protected. The Eternal Darkness Divine Palace can also protect you from death. I can even promise you in advance that after you join the God Clan, I can guarantee that you will be my father's Divine General, who will be second only to the God Clan. Whatever enemies you have in the Heaven's Origin sector and whatever unfulfilled wishes you have, I can promise you in advance and help you achieve them." The Night Race's divine son twin laughed softly at this moment. At first glance, it sounded full of sincerity. "Speaking of which, I think I should call you brother-in-law. Haha, don't you want to consider cooperating with the Xianxia first? My mother didn't agree with the marriage between you and Aosian at first, but now I think there's still room for negotiation. She's currently grounded in Sanglan Sea. I think if you're willing to hand over the sage's dharma to me, you'll be able to meet soon." The fourth prince of the Xianxia, Ao Kuang, had more or less figured out what was going on. He actually spoke with a smile. The successor of the small celestial realm, Xiongdao, wanted to say something but stopped. However, he still looked at Fang Xing. He was obviously tempted, but he didn't dare to say it in front of the celestial race's skyprides. He only sent a short but firm message: those who aren't of our race must have different intentions. No matter which one of these people you choose, I can guarantee that you'll be devoured until not even your bones are left. I don't have time to say more. I can only promise you that if you give this cultivation method to the small celestial realm, I'll guarantee that the 12 small celestial realms will join forces to protect you. With this great merit, we might even be able to establish a real human force under the Divine Master's rule. The Saint's cultivation method was something that the Divine Master wanted. As the representatives of the Divine Kings, who wouldn't want it? Even if the cultivation method was offered by the demon, whoever handed it over would have made a great contribution. In an instant, the celestial race's sky pride started to fight with threats and promises in front of Feng Xing. In the beginning, they were just trying to force the infinite celestial king and the immortal king to give up some benefits. But now, they were really fighting over Feng Xing. For this, they didn't hesitate to promise all kinds of benefits. Among them, there were both explicit explanations and hints, causing Feng Xing to laugh bitterly for a moment. Things were going so smoothly that he didn't know how to choose. Which side should he cooperate with? Each of the 6 parties had a background that couldn't be underestimated. Pafeng, the Bone clan's divine son, the Night clan's twin divine sons, and the Nether clan's descendant, Taiyuan, each represented an immortal king. The Xianxia mentioned the Dragon Lady and Ao Zhen, hinting to Feng Xing something that made Feng Xing's heart restless. The small immortal realm pointed out that even though the small immortal realm was the weakest among the 6 parties, it was still the human clan. They had betrayed Tianyuan long ago, but they were of the same race as Feng Xing after all. Obviously, he had considered it seriously, so he joined hands with Feng Xing and put forward a suggestion that he thought was very valuable, or rather, ambitious. That was to establish a human clan under the control of the Divine Master. Today's Divine Master controlled 3,000 deity clans and 12 immortal kings. 2 of them were appointed to the Tianyuan forces, one was the Xianxia, the other was the primitive Bone Palace. But strictly speaking, the human clan didn't have any status, which was also what the small immortal realm was worried about. At this moment, Feng Xing's eyes were also looking at the blue billow sea and the small immortal realm. The 4th prince of the Xianxia, Ao Kuang, smiled slightly, as if he had won. The small immortal realm's descendant, Fierce Dao, frowned tightly, as if he had suffered a great deal and suffered a great deal. However, under their expectant gazes, Feng Xing finally smiled gently. When he opened his mouth, what he said shocked them greatly, and their gazes changed. Since all of you are in such a hurry to rope me in, it means that the technique I'm going to offer is very valuable. Then why the hell would I want to work with all of you? Can't I just look for the Divine Master directly? Look for the Divine Master? The Divine Princes were stunned for a moment, then they sneered with different expressions. You think you're qualified to offer a treasure to the Divine Master? The one who spoke was Pafeng. He didn't dare to really kill Feng Xing, but at this moment, his face was filled with greed and disdain. Haha, maybe we didn't make it clear enough. Human friend, you're still a prisoner. Even if you have something that the Lord God needs, you won't have a chance to reach the heavens. I think it's better for you to choose someone to present the rare treasure to the Lord God on your behalf. When the Lord God rewards you, we won't mistreat you. It's more than enough to protect your life. The twin divine sons of the Night clan chuckled and shook their heads inconspicuously. They felt that Feng Xing's words were too childish. Hee, if I give you the technique, you will also be rewarded by the Master God. So, I just gave this technique to you for nothing? Feng Xing sneered and was even a little impatient. Dream on. Why don't you go out and ask around? When have I ever done a business that requires me to lose money? I'll leave it at that. I don't care if you're the descendants of the God King or some other bastards. I don't care about you. The only one who's qualified to do business with me is the God Master. I'll only offer this technique to him. Desolate Liao. All the God race skyprides were enraged and scolded. I think we acted too impatiently, and it caused this kid to overestimate the value of that thing in his possession. Haha, I have a suggestion. If he really insists on doing things his own way, then why don't we join forces to force him to reveal that technique, and then we'll split the benefits equally. The immortal God King and the infinite God King want this demon's life. The primordial bone palace wants to gain the friendship of all the god kings. The 9 Nether God King and the Eternal Darkness God King will definitely not reject the bountiful rewards from the Master God. As for the Azure Wave Sea, we will remember your favor. No matter what, I think there must be a way that can satisfy all of us, right? The twin divine sons of the Night Clan chuckled. He transmitted his voice to the bottom of everyone's heart so that Feng Xing couldn't hear him. His meaning was already very clear. He wanted to encourage everyone to work together and torture Feng Xing. After obtaining the technique, they would exchange benefits with each other. All in all, he wanted to dispel the thought of Feng Xing directly presenting the treasure to them. This method was perfect and logical. The divine son of the Bone Clan and the descendant of the Underworld clan nodded their heads and felt that it was feasible. However, young God King Aogu smiled bitterly and said, "This method is not bad. It's a pity that I have to report to my father. The skeleton that is used to imprison this demon is a supreme treasure of the primordial bone palace. With our strength, it will be very difficult to break its defense. Even if we break it, we will also destroy the treasure of the primordial bone palace. Only my father can open it. Otherwise, we won't be able to hurt him at all." Feng Xing, who was inside the skeleton, nodded without batting an eyelid. He knew that young divine King Aogu was reminding him. Haha, I also don't agree with this method. To be honest, if we are talking about closeness, our Azure Wave Sea has some friendship with this little demon. So, if he gives this technique to you, I will be very angry. However, as long as he doesn't give it to you, I can still accept it. After all, before I left, I said that this little demon still has some use, so I will try my best to protect his life. The 4th Prince of the Azure Wave Sea also smiled lazily. His indolent look was quite unlikable. Haha, you don't want to torture the technique out of my mouth and then discuss it among yourselves? After listening to the reminder of these two, how could Feng Xing not know what the other heavens prides of the god race were thinking? Sneering, he lightly gritted his teeth and said, "But I think you're thinking too much. As long as I don't want to say the secret in my stomach, I'm afraid no one will be able to get it out of me. At the very least, when I sense danger, I can automatically erase a part of my divine sense. At that time, if your plan fails and I destroy my divine sense, when the wrath of the God Lord descends, just you wait." No one answered him, but they also knew that what he said was very likely to be true. "Your Highness Aogu, I was imprisoned by your scheme, you have to take responsibility for me." Feng Xing looked at young God King Aogu with a smile and sighed. "Before, you didn't understand the importance of the treasure I offered, so you ignored me. But now that you know, I ask your Wilderness Bone Palace to write a letter for me, hoping that the God Lord can agree to my 3 conditions. First, I want to live well, I don't want to die, so I beg the God Lord to pardon my death sentence, and also ask him not to order a God King to kill me. Second, even if I pledge allegiance to the God race, no God King is qualified to order me around. I can pledge allegiance to him, but I don't want to submit to a God King. Third condition, wait for the emissary of the divine court to come." Although he spoke casually, the God race's heaven's prides were filled with anger and shouted, "In your dreams." But young God King Aogu understood the hidden meaning in Feng Xing's words and showed a wry smile, helplessly saying, "Everyone, the implications of this matter are too great, my Wilderness Bone Palace does not dare to cause unnecessary trouble. Please forgive me, I will report this matter to my father, so that he can write a letter to the God Lord, explaining the whole story. As for whether the God Lord pays attention to this matter or not, it's none of my business." The God race's heavens prides gnashed their teeth in anger, but they were at a loss for what to do. Young God King Aogu was not stupid, he knew what to do at this time. He invited these heavens prides to come down. It was nothing more than to judge the importance of the cultivation method Feng Xing spoke of through their reactions. Seeing that the result was better than he had imagined, he politely invited Feng Xing to come up and speak, while he secretly sent people to inform the Wilderness Old Dragon King. Before leaving, the God race's heavens prides secretly glanced at Feng Xing, all kinds of hints. It was very complicated. No one thought that Feng Xing would have the courage to directly go to the God Lord and present the treasure without the help of any of them. This also meant that this devil had given up the protection of any of their clans and seemed to have the ambition to form his own sect. Because of this small matter, the God race's heavens prides had to re-evaluate Feng Xing. whether he was an enemy or a friend, to protect or to kill, they all had to reconsider at this time. A human race rebel who was not even a true immortal had the guts to do business with the God Lord. This matter sounded really incredible. After all, the difference in status and realm between the two sides was too big. But no one thought that the importance of the ancient saint cultivation method was beyond anyone's imagination. The next day after the wilderness, old Dragon King sent a letter to the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace sent back news that Feng Xing, who was still sealed in the skull, was taken out by young God King Aogu using his divine power. In the hall, there was a bone mirror. I thought they would come so quickly, but it turns out they sent a voice transmission. Feng Xing thought for a moment. He originally thought that the Divine Palace would personally send someone over, and he didn't know how many days it would take, so he had the time to think about it. He didn't expect to receive news the next day. But thinking about it, the God Lord was in the outer domain, and he didn't know how far away he was from Tianyuan. No matter how powerful his divine power was, he couldn't cross the void and come to Tianyuan in one step. And from another point of view, the ancient saint cultivation method that Feng Xing offered was probably not worth the God Lord personally making a trip to Tianyuan. I can take this opportunity to see what kind of bastard that God Lord is, Feng Xing thought to himself and looked at the bone mirror. Welcome, Divine Emissary. Young Divine King Aogu bowed deeply. Soon, layers of ripples appeared in the bone mirror, and when the ripples calmed down, the projection of a living being could be seen in the ancient mirror. But when he looked at it, Feng Xing was a little disappointed. The living being looked like a human, with no facial hair, and an expressionless face. It was absolutely impossible for it to be the God Lord. At best, it was just a servant of the God Lord. Tianyuan Feng Xing, where are you? The living being in the bone mirror was clearly facing Feng Xing, but it lowered its eyes and asked in a drawn-out tone. Here, Feng Xing hurriedly waved his hand and called out loudly. He, you are Feng Xing? The divine emissary's gaze swept over indifferently, and then his pupils suddenly shrank as he shouted, Ignorant child, do you know your crime? The divine emissary's anger caused the sky to change color, and everyone in the hall fell silent. Only the abbot scratched his head in confusion. I don't know. In the bone mirror, the divine emissary's expression was not good. He was gloomy, and his triangular eyes looked at Feng Xing coldly. He said in a cold voice, Little brat, you are quite bold. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, in the boundless universe, there are not many who dare to talk terms with the divine master. Feng Xing's face instantly turned ugly. He raised his eyebrows and said, He doesn't agree to my terms? The oracle's eyes were cold. The Lord God never talks terms with others. Feng Xing, on the other hand, was slightly startled. He thought that things were a little troublesome, but he didn't expect that the messenger would scare him. His tone changed, and he sneered again. He said, But considering that you were born in the countryside and don't know etiquette, I'll let you off this time. I'm also reminding you out of goodwill. The next time you do a meritorious deed for the Lord of God, don't be so cunning. Tianyuan Feng Xing, accept the decree. Damn, what's going on? Feng Xing was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on. The God's messenger in the bone mirror didn't even look at him. He took out a scroll emitting golden light, dragged his voice, and slowly read, Tianyuan Feng Xing, as a traitor of the human clan, resisting the army of the God clan, you deserve to die 10,000 times. But considering that you have repented from the wrong path, abandoned the darkness for the light, and wanted to offer the ancient saint cultivation method to atone for your crime, the God Lord has mercy and pardoned your life. As the purple gold heavenly divine general under the God Lord's command, I hope you will remember the God's grace, and will not hesitate to take risks to serve the great cause of the God clan, and make contributions to the God Lord of the 9 heavens. And after listening to the decree of the oracle, Feng Xing's face became colorful. He finally understood what was going on. It seemed that the Lord God had agreed to his terms. However, the oracle was arrogant and had a lot of problems. He warned him before announcing the decree, which made him think that he had miscalculated just now. The other sovereigns of the God clan who were watching the ceremony also had an ugly look on their faces. There was a lot of information revealed from this simple divine decree. The Lord God had actually agreed to almost all of the conditions of the little devil. Not only did he spare his life, he was also conferred the title of Purple Gold Heavenly General and was nominally under the Lord God. This meant that although Feng Xing had submitted to the God clan, he was only under the command of the Lord God. Although the other heavenly kings were higher in status than him, they could not order him around. The oracle was expressionless. After reading a few sentences, he stretched out his hand. Offer the technique. The oracle's face had become a boat. The oracle's expression had changed. On the other hand, Feng Xing sat motionlessly in the skull. His head swayed left and right as he said, I have another condition. Upon hearing this, the oracle's face sank. His eyes were cold and unkind. Little Divine King Aogu wanted to go up and kick Feng Xing. To be honest, the Lord God had actually agreed to both of Feng Xing's conditions, which was quite beyond their expectations. Not only did the Lord God personally promise to spare his life, but he was also conferred the title of Purple Gold Heavenly General under the Lord God. This also meant that Feng Xing could not be controlled by the other heavenly kings. Such a good result was something they had never thought of when they made this plan. This devil did not hurry to thank them, but still wanted to put forward conditions. He didn't know if it was because the oracle had warned him earlier that he was deliberately going against it. If there is a condition, let me hear it. The oracle's face was neither yin nor yang as he spoke lightly. His eyes seemed to have grown hooks. This condition is not difficult. I have been living in this skull for the past few days. I beg the Lord God to have mercy and reward me. Feng Xing said with a smile. However, it was beyond everyone's expectations. The oracle's face became better. He sneered and said, Little thing, you are quite shrewd. Are you trying to use the Lord God's prestige to help you ask for something? I will not make the decision for you. That is the treasure of the primordial bone palace. You have to ask Little Divine King Aogu. As he spoke, he turned to look at Little Divine King Aogu who was standing on the left side of the palace. That look was clearly hinting to Little Divine King Aogu to agree. After all, the third condition of Feng Xing was really not big. Damn it, little devil, Little Divine King Aogu was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. He thought that Feng Xing was going to put forward some conditions. He didn't expect it to be this skull. This was a treasure of the primordial bone palace. After the implementation of this plan, he was afraid that Feng Xing would be assassinated while he was imprisoned. Thus, he specially took it out to imprison him. It looked like a cage, but it actually contained many mysteries. He originally thought that after the implementation of the plan, this devil would not casually ask for anything from the primordial bone palace. He didn't expect that he would be so bold as to propose it. However, the oracle represented the Lord God. It was not good for him to refuse. He could only smile bitterly and nod his head. He said, From today onwards, we are all colleagues of the Lord God. Since Divine General Feng has taken a fancy to this treasure, I will give it to you as a congratulatory gift. Haha, sure. Feng Xing let out a long laugh and agreed. After that, he operated his mental cultivation method, and a strand of divine sense appeared in his palm. Then, it floated and flew towards the bone mirror. It actually directly seeped into the surface of the mirror and traversed thousands of miles. In the end, it spun in the palm of the divine emissary on the other side of the bone mirror and turned into a white pearl of light. The divine emissary gently held it in his hand and examined it. His face was filled with joy. He waved his sleeve and ordered, Skylink Divine General. Feng Xing has contributed greatly by presenting the treasure. In 10 days, he will go to Tianyuan Divine Firmament Palace for an audience. The mirror flickered and the oracle's shadow disappeared. Zhu Xiao, who was in the hall, also heaved a sigh of relief. Haha, congratulations, Daoist Feng. From now on, everyone is a member of the Divine Palace. Little Divine King Aogu was the first to speak. His expression was neutral as he said with a smile. Haha, you're too polite. Don't forget to give me the method to control this skull later. Feng Xing laughed heartily and cupped his fists to return the greeting. Haha, a wild human cultivator is also worthy of being called a member of the Divine Palace. Bone Clan's divine son Pafeng's eyes were cold as he said, I hope you can live well and enjoy this glory and wealth. After saying that, he directly flew out of the great desolate bone hall and actually left. Daoist Feng has been bestowed the title of Divine General by the Divine Lord. This is a joyous occasion. We must hold a banquet to celebrate. How about everyone? Little Divine King Aogu smiled faintly and glanced at the people around him. Other than Bone Clan's divine son Pafeng, who had an undying feud with Feng Xing, the rest of the heavens' pride stayed behind. Even the descendant of the small immortal world, Ominous Dao, who came to the Chaos Bone Palace on behalf of Divine King Wu Ji, stayed behind. He seemed to be looking for an opportunity to talk to Feng Xing. Little Divine King Aogu also held an immortal banquet and invited everyone to attend. In the eyes of others, this was the Chaos Bone Palace purposely resolving the conflict with Feng Xing after seeing that Feng Xing was blessed by the Divine Lord. However, Feng Xing knew that he was celebrating the success of the first step. At the banquet, everyone had their own ulterior motives, but the atmosphere was warm. Toasts were exchanged and people were enthusiastically persuading each other. Haha, General Tong Tian, it's really worth celebrating that you've obtained the favor of the God Lord. However, you won't be able to accomplish anything great by yourself. The undying God King's temper is famous for being violent, and the boundless God King is also famous for holding grudges. Now that the God Lord has decreed that you've been pardoned, those two naturally won't dare to do anything to you on the surface, but in private, I feel that you should be more careful. In the banquet, the descendant of the Nether clan, Tai Yuan, said faintly. It sounded like a warning, but also like a threat. At this time, these people did not forget to rope in Feng Xing. Hehe, there is only one head, whoever has the ability can come and take it. Feng Xing didn't mind. He made up his mind not to pick a side. He shook his head and raised his cup. The rest of the heavens' prides only smiled and didn't say anything. However, at this time, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. Alright, I will take this head. That voice sounded extremely abruptly, but it was like thunder. In an instant, it rolled over and filled every corner of the world. In the next breath, at the northeast corner of the desolate Bone Palace, a terrifying and monstrous Xianxia suddenly rose. Even the clouds in that direction sensed it, forming the shape of a giant head. It was shouting loudly, its face full of anger. In the next breath, the phantom opened its mouth wide, and a white light instantly flew out from the clouds. In an instant, it flew thousands of miles, directly piercing the front of Feng Xing. That was a white bone spear. In the midst of the banquet in the desolate Bone Palace, in the demon abyss, an existence suddenly made a move and threw out a white bone spear. That existence's strength was really terrifying. With a roar, it threw out the spear with indescribable killing intent. Thousands of miles away, it locked onto a person's aura and directly threw the spear to kill. This was probably a remarkable technique that was close to the sage realm. In the face of this spear, even Feng Xing's hair stood on end. His eyes flashed fiercely as he stared at it. Boom, the spear flew straight, like a bolt of lightning, instantly passing through the layers of bone walls and corridors of the desolate Bone Palace. It headed straight for Feng Xing, who was still holding a cup of wine. By the time everyone came to their senses, the white bone spear was already less than 100 feet away from Feng Xing. Based on the speed of the white bone spear, it was less than a breath's time, and it could directly pierce through Feng Xing. How dare you! It was also at this moment that a roar sounded. A giant golden claw descended from the sky and destroyed a row of palaces. It rumbled as it pressed down and grabbed the white bone spear that had almost pierced through Feng Xing's chest. Then, the desolate Dragon King flew up and flapped his wings. He hovered in the air and shouted coldly, "White Bone Saint, you've gone too far. My desolate Bone Palace has never interfered with your affairs for thousands of years. Why did you suddenly attack today and want to kill a guest of my desolate Bone Palace? Ha ha ha, I just can't stand the shamelessness of the juniors nowadays." A voice laughed cruelly from the northeast corner of the demon abyss. When I woke up, it was already 10,000 years later. I didn't expect the juniors today to be so spineless. They're willing to sacrifice everything for their lives. How dare they boast about having a good head? So what if I take that head? Hee, you've escaped today. In the future, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands again. As the voice laughed, it gradually dissipated and became calm again. Everyone present also heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at Feng Xing, who was still sitting in the main seat of the banquet with a cup of wine in his hand. The scene just now was extremely dangerous. If the untainted era old king had acted a moment later, Fang Xing would not even be left with his remains. However, there was no fear on his face. Instead, it was extremely gloomy. After a long silence, he suddenly raised his cup and poured the wine into his mouth. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. Damn it. That was all he could say. For the sake of your safety, it's best that you don't go out alone for the time being. The banquet ended in a hurry because of the sudden assassination. Although Fang Xing was not injured, he could not raise his spirits anymore. As for the other geniuses of the God clan, their eyes were not clear, and they seemed to be taking pleasure in Fang Xing's misfortune. The person who attacked was a mysterious existence in the demonic abyss. It was said that he used to be an evil person. The White Bone Mountain in the demonic abyss was a forbidden land. Countless cultivators who had entered its territory by mistake had never left it alive. From the strange legends in the past, the existence of the White Bone Mountain was definitely not a righteous person. However, when he even wanted to kill Fang Xing, it showed how dangerous Fang Xing was. I'm afraid that the road to Xianxia Palace will not be peaceful. Zhu Xiu, who was in the primitive bone palace, had a plan in mind. When the divine emissary arrived, it had already been mentioned that in 10 days, the kings of the Shin clan would go to the newly built Divine Firmament Hall in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture to meet the Divine Lord. At that time, they would also ask Fang Xing to go with them. At that time, the journey would not be peaceful. Fang Xing was in the primitive bone palace, a place where the top cultivator in the world, the old dragon king of the primitive era, was guarding. There were people who wanted to kill him. When he left the primitive bone palace and went to the northern region of the Divine Prefecture, there would be many unknown dangers along the way. Can you not go to the audience this time? After Fang Xing was pardoned, the little princess of Yaoqi, Mu Xiaoqing, could appear openly. She had been accompanying Fang Xing for the past few days. When she heard that Fang Xing was almost assassinated by a dangerous existence on the first day of the banquet, she was very worried. This meeting is most likely to be for the important matter of finding the list of deification. I have to go. Fang Xing was also a little disappointed. After hearing Mu Xiaoqing's words, he replied with a bitter smile. Then I will go with you. I will protect you along the way. The little princess of Yaoqi was very serious, which made Fang Xing laugh. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. The little princess of Yaoqi glared at him and said solemnly, I won't be able to live if you die anyway. I'll protect you with my life. Good, good, good. Then my safety is in your hands. Fang Xing thought about it seriously and agreed. There were a total of 10 days left. 10 days later, he would embark on the dangerous road of audience. In these last 10 days, he hid in the wilderness bone palace and really did not go out casually. He also used this time to consolidate his cultivation, and also spent a rare period of leisure time with the little princess of Yaoqi and his own daughter. During this period, he had nothing to do. He either taught his daughter or flirted with the completely unromantic little princess of Yaoqi. It was quite comfortable. The biggest achievement was finally giving his daughter a name. Of course, a girl has to be beautiful. From now on, you will be called Fan Xiaomei. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Fang Xing had racked his brains to think of a name for the little thing. Before this, the little thing had always been following the dragon lady. However, the dragon lady had an honest temperament. She had always been waiting for her father, Fang Xing, to give her a name. Now that Fang Xing had finally decided on a name, who knew whether or not the dragon lady would regret her decision, Fang Xiaomei happily agreed. With a name, she finally didn't need to be called Little Thing or Little Thing anymore. The flying serpent was obviously very dissatisfied with the name. It squeaked and resisted for a long time. Finally, it was kicked into the lake by Fang Xing. The fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Kuang, had already returned to the Kanglan Sea to report on his mission. Before he left, he had a conversation with Fang Xing. He mysteriously invited Fang Xing to visit the Kanglan Sea after meeting the Lord God in the northern region of the Divine Continent. Fang Xing was naturally most concerned about the safety of the eldest princess, Ao Zhen. He repeatedly assured that Ao Zhen was very safe. From another perspective, this meant that she was now firmly guarded by the Kanglan Sea. Fang Xing didn't say much and promised to go to the Kanglan Sea. The successor of the small immortal realm, Ominous Tao, had also left. He stayed in the Chaos Bone Palace for 3 days, hoping to get some promise from Feng Xing. In the end, he didn't even get Feng Xing to treat him seriously. He could only leave this place in disappointment and go back to discuss with the elders. On the other hand, the successor of the dark race and the divine son of the night race stayed and invited Feng Xing to depart 10 days later. Is there nothing here that you need? On the 6th day, Feng Xing secretly ordered the little princess of Yaoqi to make a trip to the 100-Break Mountain range, hoping to find something useful. However, the result was not smooth. The 100-Break Mountain range was currently occupied by the orthodoxy of the god race. Although they couldn't enter because of the protection of the mysterious domain, they wouldn't allow ordinary human cultivators to enter. However, since the little princess of Yaoqi was following Feng Xing, she also had the identity of a member of the god race, so she could explore inside. She and Feng Xing used some kind of secret technique to connect their vision. They could see what Feng Xing was looking at, and what Feng Xing was looking at. She walked around the 100-Break Mountain range, hoping to find something useful to Feng Xing. Right now, the 100-Break Mountain range was protected by the Great Buddha Formation and the Great Cauldron of Pilgrimage. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to enter. However, Feng Xing had already crossed his tribulation and was rejected by the rules of the mysterious domain, so he couldn't enter. On the other hand, because the little princess of Yaoqi didn't cultivate very hard, she was still in the Gold Core realm. Feng Xing opened the door for her, and with the protection of the saint's white jade token, she could enter. The 100-Break Mountain range was the core of the mysterious domain. It could be said that treasures were everywhere, and there were countless opportunities. However, after one visit, Feng Xing was very disappointed. Now, his vision was very different. Soon, he discovered that although there seemed to be a lot of resources in the mysterious domain, there were very few that he could use. If he used those resources, he might be able to build an army of cultivators, but it wouldn't be very beneficial to his cultivation. Mysterious coffins from the heavens, 1 coffin and 1 palace. The things that are useful to you should be in the immortal palace. The desolate era old Dragon King saw through Feng Xing's thoughts. He used his divine sense to tell Feng Xing about an old matter. 1 coffin and 1 palace? This was the first time Feng Xing heard of this matter, so he was slightly startled. The desolate era old Dragon King said, ever since the first mysterious coffin descended into Tianyuan 700 years ago, there were already people of the older generation who discovered this problem. The true fortune of the mysterious coffin doesn't lie in the treasures and elixirs in the mysterious domain, but in the immortal palace. That is the real object of great fortune. 700 years ago, when the first mysterious coffin descended and the mysterious domain was formed, an immortal palace escaped. At that time, the world's top experts, including the old Dragon King of the Blue Wave Sea, Great Situ of Fuyao Palace, head of Lingshan Temple, and others, all used their great divine abilities to chase after it. However, in the end, none of them returned. This shocked the world. Because the influence of this matter was too great, it has already become a taboo in the cultivation world. When Feng Xing heard this, his heart trembled. He already knew what the desolate era old Dragon King was referring to. Nanzhan had once barged into the immortal palace at the Green Hill Cemetery in Bohai country. He had even seen many corpses kneeling there. Could it be that that place was the immortal palace that escaped when the first mysterious coffin descended 700 years ago? After that, the mysterious coffin descended on Nanzhan. The younger generation all barged into it to fight for the fortune. However, we were observing the whereabouts of its immortal palace. As expected, there was indeed an immortal palace that fell somewhere else. However, this time, no one dared to chase after it. The primitive elder Dragon King continued. After that, 2 Xian coffins descended from the Pure Land. The saints of the Divine Prefecture joined hands and pulled down another 5 Xian coffins from the sky. A total of 9 immortal palaces have already descended into the world. However, when the immortal palaces escaped, they affected the creation and changed the heaven and earth. They are formless and traceless, and it is impossible for us to catch up with their speed just by using our divine thoughts to chase after them. If we were to rush over with our real bodies, there might be great dangers along the way, and we might not even be able to return. Thus, even with our cultivation, we are unable to carefully investigate the whereabouts of these immortal palaces. However, my guess is that these immortal palaces are where the true creation of the Xian coffins lies. They should represent a type of inheritance, a type of great Tao. The 9 immortal palaces are waiting for the 9 inheritors. The immortal palace has its own spirit, and it is not an ordinary creation that can be fought over. Even the old dragon god of the deep sea, the head of the spiritual mountain temple, and the great Situ of the Fuyao Palace all ended up with no return because they forcefully chased after the immortal palace, let alone the others. However, correspondingly, those who are not fated to forcefully chase after the immortal palace will face great danger. Those who are fated might not chase after the immortal palace, but sooner or later, a great creation will fall on their heads. I feel that you don't have to deliberately search for it. With your aptitude, I believe that you are destined to be the inheritor of the immortal palace. Even if you don't look for it, the immortal palace will find you sooner or later. What you need to do is to strengthen your own great Tao. The primitive elder dragon king's words helped Fang Xing solve a great mystery in his heart. He remained silent for a long time. The 9 Xian coffins descending from the sky is not as simple as sealing the sky. The descent of the god race is only a temporary distraction. Even the 9 inheritors of the immortal palace have not appeared. How can the god race dare to say that they have truly defeated heaven's origin? The primitive elder dragon king laughed bitterly. His voice was old. The immortals of the human race in the ancient times are all powerful. How can they be treated lightly? So, young one, there is no need to go to the 100 shattering mountains to investigate anymore. There are still countless resources there, but there is nothing that can truly help you. At your level, if you want to take another step forward, you can only find the immortal palace and obtain the true inheritance of the immortal palace. It is better to put your mind on the investiture of the gods. I have some guesses that the 9 immortal palaces should be related to the investiture of the gods. Investiture of the gods. Immortal palace, Fang Xing muttered in a low voice. He thought of many things of the past and became silent for a moment. Father, I have brought the wine for you. The small and skinny Fang Xiaomei carried a jar of wine that was twice her size. Only then did she wake Fang Xing up. He reached out and took the large jar that the little girl carried on her shoulder. He did not care that the little girl sat on the ground and panted heavily. Fang Xing poured himself a cup of wine and drank it like a whale drinking water. The old dragon king's words had enlightened him. Bits and pieces of the past events in the Green Hill tomb appeared in his mind. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became. Ripples also appeared in his heart, and his eyes began to turn cold. The inheritors of the 9 immortal palaces, were they really destined to be? The old dragon king thought too highly of him. He believed that he was destined to have this kind of cultivation at such a young age. However, he clearly remembered that when he was in the Bohai country, the stone tortoise in the Green Hill tomb in the immortal palace swore that he did not have any destiny to become an immortal. If there really was a spirit of creation, then wouldn't it be his turn? As he thought of this, he felt a bit dejected. However, his ambition gradually rose again. Motherf *Ker, I did not rely on any destiny to get to where I am today. Who cares who he is? How can I miss out on a share of the good stuff in the world? If there is something for me, I want it. If there is nothing for me, I will steal it. I'm afraid it won't be a peaceful journey to the north. General Tong Tian better hide in the army and don't stray too far away from us. Fang Xing did not have many days of leisure in his life. These 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for him to meet the Lord God at the Divine Cloud Palace in the northern region of the Divine Land. He set off on the journey to the north with young Divine King Ao Gu of the Primitive Bone Palace, twin of the Night Clan, and Taiyuan of the Nether Clan. Princess Yaoqi accompanied him all the way, but his daughter Fang Xiaomei stayed in the Primitive Bone Palace. When he stepped out of the demon abyss, it meant that he was officially out of the protection of the old dragon king of the primitive era. His future was uncertain. Twin and Taiyuan looked relaxed. They teased him with a faint smile and led the 3,000 soldiers to the northern region of the Divine Land. Fang Xing did not reply to the ridicule of Twin and Taiyuan. It was rare that he did not talk back. Now that he had gone through 3 tribulations, he could be considered a middle-stage scattered immortal. It was hard to find a worthy opponent in the world. Naturally, they could not hurt him. However, there was still danger. There might be an old monster like the white-boned saint who found him an eyesore and would behead him. After all, the news that he had offered the ancient saint's dharma and pledged his allegiance to the god clan had spread all over the world. When there were rumors that he was going to pledge his allegiance to the god clan to save his life, there were people who defended him. However, when he offered the ancient saint's dharma and was given the title of Tong Tian Immortal General by the Lord God, it became a world of scolding. After all, there were reasons and facts. Even those who trusted him the most could not refute it. In addition, there were people who dug up Fang Xing's old scores and felt that he had always been acting strangely and had no sense of morality. He had betrayed his sect, killed his master, stole from others, and committed all sorts of vile deeds. Adding on the fact that he had betrayed his sect, it wasn't anything surprising. Even in the mountains and clouds, wherever they passed, there were many spying gazes, just to catch a glimpse of them. The result was obvious. Fang Xing, who walked with the god clan's heaven's pride and went to see the Lord God, was the irrefutable evidence of his betrayal. "Why don't you sit down and rest?" On top of the cloud, Fang Xing smiled bitterly as he looked at the little princess of Yaoqi, who was clad in armor. He felt very helpless. This girl had said that she would protect him, and it turned out to be true. Ever since she stepped out of the demonic abyss, she had changed from her precious armor to her long dress. She stood in front of his cloud with her hand on her divine sword. In the surrounding void, even if a bird flew past, she would glare at it fiercely, not to mention those divine senses that were spying on them. She even wanted to rush over and dig out those people's eyeballs. She was very dedicated. "I can't rest, I have to protect you." The little princess of Yaoqi was very serious. There was no room for negotiation. Fang Xing could only let her be. He had lived a free and unfettered life, but it was rare for him to be protected. "Do you think he's sincere in submitting to our god race?" Taiyuan, the descendant of the nether race, was conversing with the twin divine sons of the night race behind a cluster of cloud chariots. At first, it was probably to save his life. But now, he has no choice but to submit. The twin divine princes of the Yi clan chuckled and said, "Since he's offered the ancient saint's cultivation method, he's already a sinner of the heaven's origin sect in the eyes of all the cultivators in the world. How can it be easy for him to stay out of trouble? Haha, it's a pity that he's smart enough to offer the treasure to the divine lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wash away his sins so easily no matter which race he joins. At the very least, we won't be able to use him until we've set up at least 800 of the 1,000 restrictions on him. It's a pity that the divine lord does things differently from us." Taiyuan, the descendant of the nether race, said faintly, "The divine lord is the leader of the 3,000 races. He wouldn't stoop to such petty tricks. But if he needs this child to carry out that important task for the divine lord, I'm starting to have some doubts. Is he really that confident in this child? Apart from wholeheartedly submitting to the divine lord, what other choice does he have?" The twin divine sons of the night race pointed at the void and chuckled. "Look, along the way, many people have been looking at him with murderous intent. In the celestial race, with the personalities of the immortal king and of each godchild, how could they really spare him? On the surface, they might not dare to touch him. But in private, there are too many ways to get rid of a human traitor without the divine lord noticing. Then it's going to be a lively journey," Taiyuan said faintly. He glanced at Fang Xing, who was walking in front of him, and his pupils shrank. "His refusal to submit to us will be his biggest mistake. What a pity. There was still a chance to make use of him. The human race has always been short-sighted. If they don't suffer, how will they learn? I think those bastards are all cowards. When the celestial race descended, I heard that they didn't dare to resist. Later on, when the Pure Land's fate arrived, I didn't see them crossing the line to meet up. Even now, I don't think they will come to assassinate you," the little princess of the Jade Lake said sarcastically. After traveling for a day, her tense expression finally relaxed a little. "That's strange. No one came to assassinate me. Why are you so disappointed?" Fang Xing glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and teased. "Because your identity is different now. You're the big bad guy who betrayed Tian Yuan. If no one came to assassinate you, it means that they have no guts. But it's very troublesome. Think about it, those who hate you now are good people. But you're my man. I don't want others to hurt you. Say, if someone really came to assassinate you, should I kill them or let them go? Sigh, I want to kill whoever wants to kill you. But they are good people, I can't do it. The princess of Xianxia was already a little talkative. She was confused and couldn't stop talking. Don't worry. I don't think anyone can kill you now. Fangxing was also feeling complicated. He said with a smile, and then suddenly opened his eyes wide. At this time, they had arrived at the Tiangang mountain range in the central region. There were many strange peaks and strange cliffs. In front of them, there were several tall and sharp peaks. The group was flying around the peaks. The princess of Xianxia was worried about whether she should kill the assassins if they came. But suddenly, a magic arrow was shot from the mountainside. Before Fangxing could finish his words of comfort, the arrow had pierced through her chest. Blood splattered everywhere. The princess of Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at the arrow that had pierced through her chest. Lie down. Fangxing's face was instantly filled with shock and anger. With a loud roar, he jumped up and pulled her into his arms. Swoosh! At this moment, another arrow turned into a flowing light and flew towards the princess of Xianxia's head. Fangxing's reaction was very fast. He pressed the princess of Xianxia under his body, and then stretched out his hand. The flowing light was caught in his hand in a split second. It was a talisman arrow made of black iron. It was covered with all kinds of fine talisman characters. It was a long-range attack divine weapon that surpassed the flying sword by many times. Swoosh! An ominous glint shone in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Out of the corner of his eye, he happened to see a black-robed young man slowly putting away the iron bow in his hand on a lone peak thousands of feet away. His gaze was also looking in this direction. He spat on the ground forcefully and then cast his gaze towards the forest. There are assassins. The Protoss soldiers around were all shocked and formed a defensive formation. Boom! It was also at this moment that countless people jumped out of the rocks on the surrounding mountains. Surprisingly, they were all hidden experts, each holding a sharp divine weapon. Their formation was sharp and awe-inspiring. They stepped on the clouds and rode on their swords, heading straight for Fangxing, who was in the middle of the God Clan soldiers. At the same time, a thunderous roar resounded in the air. We are the righteous warriors of the human clan. We are here to take the head of Fangxing, the traitor of Heaven's origin sect. Irrelevant people, get out of the way. Otherwise, we will kill you without mercy. Kill. The Protoss soldiers immediately set up a formation and charged out, but a loud shout came from behind. Set up the formation. The one who gave the order was Taiyuan, the successor of the Netherworld race. His long and narrow eyes looked indifferently at the charging assassins. A cold smile rose on his face as he said leisurely to Fangxing, General Tong Tian, some people have come to die. What do you think we should do? His tone was sarcastic, as if he wanted to ask Fangxing how he should deal with these people. But he did not notice that Fangxing's eyes had turned blood red. The blood on the princess of Xianxia's chest had dyed her armor red. To a cultivator, this arrow was not fatal, but it was extremely fierce. Moreover, when the second arrow was shot, it was aimed at her head. If he had not grabbed it, her head would have been smashed into pieces. You're considering whether or not to kill them, but they won't be merciful to you. After helping the princess of Xianxia pull out the talisman arrow from her chest and feeding her a panacea, Fangxing's expression was extremely vexed. They are not bad people, right? The princess of Xianxia stretched out her slender hand and held Fangxing's hand. Her voice was extremely confused. Yes, they are not bad people. Fangxing nodded, then his eyes flashed with murderous intent. But I am. After saying that, he broke free from the princess of Xianxia's hand and took a step forward. Boom! 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 When he took this step, 3 astonishing streams of immortal chi suddenly erupted behind him. They were like 3 fluttering immortal ribbons that moved without any wind and flew behind him. At the same time, even the void around him began to explode, creating bursts of strong wind that shook the surroundings. The few God Clan warriors who were closer to him were sent flying by his immortal chi and were utterly defeated. At the same time, with this step, he was already more than 1,000 feet away. Kill. The group of assassins had already reached him. The one in the lead was an old cultivator who was at the Mahayana realm of the nascent Soul Emperor realm. He rode on an ancient sword that cut through the void, and like a black bolt of lightning, he slashed at Fangxing. Kill my ass. Fangxing reached out with his hand. The strange power contained in his fingers directly scattered the black lightning, and then pressed it on the old cultivator's head. Pfft! The old cultivator's face was full of shock. He opened his mouth to scream, but Fangxing directly crushed his head. Fangxing's reaction to the sudden assassination completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the successor of the Nether clan, Taiyuan, the twin divine sons of the Night clan, and young divine King Aogu, who was about to mock him, widened their eyes in astonishment. To them, this was just an ordinary assassination. Fangxing must have been mentally prepared along the way, and the woman who had been by his side was clearly unharmed. Why would he be so angry? As for the group of assassins, they were deeply shocked by Fangxing's terrifying strength. Wasn't it said that the demon was in the Yuanying realm? Why did he display such terrifying strength when he moved? The old cultivator who was leading the charge was already an expert in the Imperial Nascent Soul and Mahayana realms. He was a hermit who was invited by them at a great cost. Who would have thought that such a rare expert would be crushed to death by the little demon? Kill. The assassins who were following closely behind the old cultivator in an arrow formation had already reached the front. They were too fast to stop. Although the old cultivator had been crushed to death by Fangxing, it was too late for them to retreat. They could only bite the bullet and charge forward. According to the original plan, they instantly positioned themselves in the void to the left and right of Fangxing. Each of them took out a divine talisman. The talisman shone with divine light and green mist formed a large formation, trapping Fangxing in the middle. Just from this alone, it could be seen that this group of people was not a motley crew. Whether it was the choice of ambush location, the formation of the charge, or even the orderly arrangement of the formation after rushing to the front, the coordinated casting of talismans, and the assassination, they were all well trained. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the instant that they set up the grand formation, bolts of lightning appeared around Fangxing like chains of lightning, locking down the void. Sword lights suddenly appeared from all directions and intertwined with each other, slashing toward the center. This lineup of assassins was not weak. Not only was the layout brilliant, but even the assassins chosen were all strong. From their aura, Fangxing had already discovered that the weakest among them was a mid-stage Yuanying realm cultivator. With such a powerful lineup and such a surprise assassination, if Fangxing was still in the Yuanying realm, he would only have a 30% chance of escaping with his life. Even if he did escape, he would definitely be seriously injured. However, things were different now. One step into the Tribulation Transcendence realm was already a completely different realm, with the word immortal in it. Moreover, Fangxing had survived 3 Tribulation Transcendence realms and was already a mid-stage itinerant immortal. In the past, Fangxing, who had survived 3 Tribulation Transcendence realms, was already an existence that could shake the ancient families of the central region. A group of wild dogs wants to devour the heavens? Fangxing's face was filled with killing intent. He was trapped in the grand formation, yet he didn't panic in the slightest. He raised his right hand and clawed at the air, and then he lifted it up. His clawed fingers seemed to have grabbed something in the air, and with just a light lift, everything within the grand formation was thrown into disorder. The energy of the grand formation that was originally restraining him was instantly thrown into disorder, and the divine talismans that the assassins utilized exploded one after another. The terrifying strength contained within Fangxing's claw had exceeded the limits of divine talismans. At the same time, all the energy around Fangxing had become chaotic. The intertwining sword lights that slashed down like a large net suddenly became distorted and chaotic when they were just about to arrive before him, and they actually continuously moved around him in strange arcs. After that, they slashed randomly towards the assassins that surrounded Fangxing. In an instant, 8 assassins let out shrill cries as they were struck by the sword lights, and they fell down from the sky while drenched in blood. The others were thrown into disorder as well. "Give me your life." Fangxing glanced at the assassin that was closest to him, and his 5 fingers clawed at the assassin's face again. Oh no, the assassin was shocked. Clearly, Fangxing's strength had far exceeded his imagination, rendering their original plan useless. Seeing that Fangxing had raised his hand to grab him, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. In a flurry, he took out a tortoise shell. It was dark and unadorned, and there were natural runes on it. It had a heavy aura of a tortoise, and it blocked in front of him like a wall. As for the assassin himself, he didn't even dare to look back. He fled into the void. Pa! Fangxing's 5 fingers clawed at the tortoise shell, leaving 5 fingerprints on the incomparably hard shell, but it didn't shatter. He just frowned slightly, and the 3 immortal belts behind him floated in the wind, and his aura instantly increased by 10 times. Boom! His 5 fingers exerted force again, and he pushed forward again. This time, there was no accident. The tortoise shell suffered such a heavy blow, and with a boom, it directly exploded. The fragments scattered in all directions, and many assassins who didn't have time to escape were drenched in blood. The hand that he had stretched out extended infinitely, and it grew larger and larger. It seemed to have the power to cover the sky, and it grabbed the assassin that had already escaped hundreds of feet away. Save, the assassin was scared out of his wits, and he subconsciously opened his mouth to scream. However, he only managed to say one word before he was crushed by Fangxing, and turned into a mist of blood. Run! Run! His ferocious methods really frightened the surrounding assassins, causing them to scatter like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. You can't escape. Fangxing laughed coldly in a low voice, and then his figure soared into the sky, and he slapped down with his palm. Under the overwhelming power of his palm, even the void was shattered into pieces. The power of the palm enveloped all the assassins, and they were shaken to the point that blood spurted out from their pores at the same time. Their souls didn't even have time to escape from their bodies before they were turned into ashes. Swoosh! At this moment, from the distant mountain peak, suddenly there was an arrow radiance, and it went straight to Fangxing's body. The arrow radiance was astonishingly fast, carrying with it an indescribable speed. Even divine senses could not capture its trajectory. However, Fangxing's reaction was faster, and he sensed the danger. His figure suddenly turned, and he pointed out with his finger. Bang! With a violent sound, he pointed at the tip of the arrow, and a huge force that tore the void appeared violently. The talisman arrow was impressively broken into pieces by his finger. However, the huge force contained in it also made his figure slightly stagnate. His eyes looked forward like needles, and he happened to see that thousands of miles away, behind a cloud, there was a black shadow that flashed and disappeared. It was the young man in black who shot the first arrow. His face was full of arrogance, and his body was full of ferocity. After shooting the first arrow, he didn't escape, but waited for the opportunity to shoot another arrow. You're courting death. Fangxing's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he took a step forward with a rumble. He activated his unfettered body movement, and heaven and earth seemed to be inverted at this moment. In the void, his countless shadows appeared, and these shadows stretched into a long line, as if they had appeared in an instant, and directly pointed at the location of the cloud. The whole process took less than a snap of a finger. The young man in black was obviously shocked by Fangxing's terrifying speed, and his figure disappeared into the cloud and fled at top speed. However, Fangxing chased too quickly, and his figure was like a dark cloud, and he had already caught up with the young man. At this moment, his heart was filled with rage, and he had already revealed a ferocious desire to kill everyone. He didn't want to leave anyone alive. Even Taiyuan, the successor of the Nether race, seemed to be frightened by his violent attack. Only now did he react, and when he looked around, he saw that the field was already littered with corpses and countless assassins had died. A trace of gloom flashed across his face, and he tried his best to control himself to reveal a smile. His figure flew forward, his sleeves fluttering, and he seemed to be passing through the void, and actually managed to catch up. Just as Fangxing's palm was about to reach out, he suddenly raised his hand to deflect the terrifying power around Fangxing, and gently pressed it on Fangxing's hand. He laughed heartily, and persuaded in a low voice, "General Tongtian, don't be anxious. Let me help you capture the assassins, Fangxing turned to look at him, his pupils as sharp as needles. This person had actually managed to catch up to him after he had unleashed his unfettered movement technique with all his might, and had even managed to deflect the energy and stop him after he had unleashed his terrifying attack. His strength was indeed somewhat unfathomable, and at the very least, he wouldn't lose to a mid-stage itinerant immortal. What made Fangxing even more furious was a question that he had suddenly thought of after Taiyuan's attack. He was about to catch up to the assassins, so why did he stop him? The assassins' behavior was also very strange. They weren't weak, but why did they dare to assassinate him? Didn't they know that he was accompanied by at least 3 important figures of the celestial race who were no weaker than him? Even if they were hot-blooded and determined to assassinate him, why did they come in person and not use their Dharma forms? He hadn't thought too much about it at first, but now that he had calmed down a little, he instantly saw through many suspicious points. For example, how did the assassins know their route in advance? How did such a group of experts travel freely in the celestial race's central region, which was heavily guarded by the celestial race? With these doubts in mind, he looked at Taiyuan's anxious expression again, and his heart exploded with fury. Was this a form of probing? They didn't hesitate to kill the people around him just to test him? They didn't know that the little princess of Yaoqi could be reborn by his side. That arrow had been aimed at her life. Haha, I wouldn't dare to trouble you. Since these people dared to assassinate me, it's better that I take care of them. Fang Xing was inwardly furious, but he maintained a smile on his face. He knew that Taiyuan had approached him to stop him. His reaction had been too violent when he had attacked just now, and Taiyuan hadn't had the time to stop him at all. If he chased after the black-robed youth now, Taiyuan wouldn't just stand by and watch. Realizing this, he suddenly grinned and grabbed Taiyuan's wrist, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. I can guarantee that none of them will escape. Fang Xing's words were so ferocious that even Taiyuan, the successor of the Nether clan, was taken aback. He looked at Fang Xing coldly. At the same time, Fang Xing smiled. His glabella lit up and a beam of divine light flew out. 1,000 feet away, it turned into another copy of him. This copy had 3 heads and 6 arms and was filled with dense demon chi. It was completely different from the immortal chi of his original body. It was his demon body. A pair of sword demon wings grew on his back. With a flap of the void, he could travel thousands of feet at an indescribable speed. The bow-wielding black-robed young man had realized the danger when Fang Xing chased after him and fled in a hurry. In addition, Fang Xing was stopped by Taiyuan. With this delay, he had long disappeared without a trace. However, Fang Xing was no longer the same as before. His demon body rushed to the 9 heavens and looked around. He could see thousands of miles away, but he did not find any clues. He immediately knew that the guy did not run away but hid nearby. He must have used some kind of breath concealment technique, as if he was one with heaven and earth, demon eye of destruction. Fang Xing shouted in a low voice. A third vertical eye opened on the forehead of his demon body. Dense demon light swept across the area. His path of cultivation was divided in 2. His immortal body built his foundation and stabilized his cultivation. His demon body focused on all kinds of killing techniques. To put it simply, one was to correct and the other was to cultivate. In the primitive bone palace, after he accidentally obtained the Taisheng Dao-seeking scripture, he not only touched upon the mysteries and stepped into the tribulation realm. The Taisheng Dao-seeking scripture was a kind of enlightenment. It was a mysterious scripture that explored the direction of the great Tao. It could be understood as a kind of deduction technique. It could push the magical arts that had reached a bottleneck on the basis of one's cultivation to a higher realm. This scripture could not only be cultivated by Fang Xing's original body, but also by his demon body. The 3 heads and 6 arms demon form had been passed down from ancient times. It was a mystique that cultivated one's physical body. It was like a treasure vault. In the past, Fang Xing had cultivated 3 heads and 6 arms, but he did not know how to progress further. However, the highest Tao-seeking scripture had helped him push out the advancement path of this divine ability, digging out new potential from the original foundation. This demonic eye was one of the divine abilities. In the past, this demonic eye had been able to see through illusions, and had even been able to attack the minds of enemies, creating illusions. But now, to a certain extent, it could see through the essence of heaven and earth, tearing away all camouflage and revealing the truth. Simply put, wherever the demonic eye's vision reached, no disguise could be hidden. Whoosh, Fang Xing's demonic eyes swept across and his gaze landed on an ordinary cloud in the northwest corner. Then, all 6 of his arms bared their fangs and brandished their claws. A long sword filled with demonic intent appeared on one of his arms, growing longer and longer. Swoosh, the demonic sword slashed down, and the cloud was cut into pieces. But a person sprang out from within. It was the black-robed young man with the giant bow. He was extremely daring. He knew that his speed was not as fast as Feng Xing, so he pretended to escape. But in reality, he was hiding in a cloud. It seemed that he was very confident in his aura-concealing technique and thought that he could fool Feng Xing. But now, his face was full of fear. He did not expect that his aura-concealing technique, which he was so confident in, would not last a single second in front of Feng Xing. Whoosh! 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 The black-robed young man turned around in the air and continuously shot 3 talisman arrows at Feng Xing. At the same time, he flew away. The 3 talisman arrows were like lightning. They pierced through the void and pierced towards Feng Xing with terrifying power. Obviously, this was also a powerful divine ability and should not be underestimated. With your ability, you can pose a threat to me from 1,000 miles away. You can escape from me from 10,000 miles away. Feng Xing's 3 eyes were sinister as he growled in a low voice. But within 1,000 miles, you are no different from an ant. Boom! As he spoke, his 6 arms formed seals at the same time. As he used the half-step Great Dao technique, the 3 talisman arrows were immediately drawn in by an invisible force. They actually distorted their trajectories in front of him and flew uncontrollably into the void in all directions. At the same time, Feng Xing strode towards the black-robed young man, his second arm raised high into the air. He raised a mirror and shone it through the air. A hazy ray of treasure light immediately enveloped the black-robed young man thousands of feet away. The fleeing young man's body clearly slowed down, as if he was in a daze. In front of Feng Xing, this moment of being in a daze was enough for him to kill the black-robed young man 10 times over. Boom! With boundless ferocity, he rushed in front of the young man. His 5 fingers spread open and directly grasped the young man's neck, lifting him up in his hands. Oh no! Taiyuan, the successor of the Nether race, was obviously anxious and wanted to rush out to help. Haha, I already said I don't need your help. However, Feng Xing's main body held his wrist firmly. He wore a smile on his face, but his eyes were sinister. Taiyuan was immediately enraged and glared fiercely at Feng Xing. Feng Xing stared straight into his eyes overflowing with ferocity. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Just now, the successor of the Nether race had closed in and held down Feng Xing's wrist. Now, the situation was reversed. General Tong Tian, since there's an assassination, there must be a mastermind. Why don't you hand him over to me? I'll interrogate him strictly and give you an explanation. Taiyuan, the successor of the Nether race, was clearly anxious. Everything had happened too quickly. Before he could react, Feng Xing had already displayed his ferocity and killed most of the assassins who had rushed over. Even if he could not help but intervene, he could only try to protect the young man with the bow. However, he did not expect that humans were humans after all. Their magical powers and sorcery were not something the Shen race could compare to. He had stopped one here, but the other immediately flew out from between his eyebrows and continued the chase. Seeing that the black-robed young man had fallen into Feng Xing's hands, he could only change his tone and use the excuse of interrogating the mastermind to capture the young man. Of course, if he really did get his hands on the young man, only the heavens knew what would happen. Interrogate the mastermind? Haha, there's no need for that. Feng Xing saw the unconcealable panic on Taiyuan's face, but it was as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. This time, he laughed from the bottom of his heart. Looking straight into Taiyuan's eyes, he said, I know who the mastermind is. There's no need for all this trouble, don't do anything rash. The successor of the Nether race, Taiyuan, saw the smile on his face and knew he was in trouble. At this time, Feng Xing had already turned around with the black-robed young man in his hand. He smiled at the successor of the Nether race, his 6 arms grabbing the young man's limbs and head. Slowly exerting force, the young man's body began to emit a strange sound. You dare kill me? Do you know that I am? The young man was clearly scared out of his wits. He screamed as if he wanted to reveal his identity. I know, you're an assassin, replied Feng Xing. Then, he simply exerted force. With a splash, blood splattered everywhere. Boom! At this moment, the successor of the Netherworld race, Taiyuan, could no longer restrain himself and turned hostile. His Netherworld aura suddenly erupted from his body. Even Feng Xing, who was right next to him and holding on to his wrist, paled and retreated hundreds of meters in an instant. At this moment, the successor of the Netherworld race, Taiyuan, who had revealed his true strength, could only be described as terrifying. That monstrous power was even more terrifying than what Feng Xing had felt from some of the old monsters of the ancient aristocratic families of the central region. Roughly speaking, this person probably had the strength of a sixth-stage tribulation transcendence, if not for the fact that Feng Xing's main body cultivated the majestic immortal Tao and had a strong foundation. His immortal foundation would have been shaken to the point of instability. The successor of the Nether race, the chosen successor of the Divine King, was indeed no small matter. Unfortunately for him, it was all too late. Taiyuan clearly didn't understand Feng Xing and wasn't willing to expose the truth so quickly. He'd always thought that Feng Xing wasn't that daring. Even if he'd seen through some clues, he wouldn't have dared to actually tear the young man in black apart. He hadn't expected Feng Xing to actually do so without any consideration for the consequences. Someone so important that even he had to protect was killed just like that. Taiyuan, who'd unleashed his true strength and charged at Feng Xing's body, could only stare blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Haha, they're just a few assassins. Why do you care so much, Your Highness? Feng Xing chuckled softly. He dusted off his hands and tossed away the severed limbs, his expression unperturbed. You, Taiyuan glared coldly at Feng Xing, his eyes glinting fiercely. He couldn't suppress his anger. What did I do? Feng Xing's demonic body snickered and looked at Taiyuan with obvious provocation. Taiyuan's face was full of anger, as if he wanted to devour someone. However, he was good at maintaining his composure. As if he thought of something, his anger slowly receded, and a cold smile appeared on his face. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. What kind of trouble is considered great? Feng Xing didn't mind at all. He smiled faintly, the ferocity in his eyes even more intense than Taiyuan's. He was now absolutely certain that this black-clothed young man, as well as the assassins he had killed earlier, had been secretly arranged by Taiyuan. These people, including the black-clothed young man, were obviously human cultivators who had pledged their allegiance to him. They had disguised themselves as righteous human cultivators to assassinate him. Whether it was to test him or for other purposes, he could not be bothered. In short, since you dared to send people to test me, I will kill them all. I want to see who will suffer more losses and who will feel more pain. Taiyuan had strangely calmed down by now. He gazed in one direction and said softly, You'll find out very soon. Feng Xing's heart skipped a beat and he looked in the same direction as Taiyuan. At the place where he had torn apart the black-robed young man, the flesh and blood that remained in the void did not disappear. Instead, it burned like fire. Within the fire, the young man's spirit could be seen weeping unwillingly, like a resentful child. Faintly, a divine thought was released intermittently, Father. Father. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. He killed me. That demon actually dared to kill me. You have to avenge me. Boom. A few breaths after the spirit flame ignited, heaven and earth suddenly turned upside down and the void split apart. A gaze from the extreme north looked in this direction, and one could vaguely hear a shocked voice murmuring, My son, is dead? Where did such an abnormally powerful old monster come from? Zhu Xiao, Feng Xing, young divine King Ao Gu, and even the divine son of the Night Clan were all taken aback. Their faces were filled with vigilance as they stared at the torn void in midair. The shock in their hearts was indescribable, especially for Feng Xing. He had merely killed a human lackey under Taiyuan's command. How did he provoke such an existence? Most importantly, looking at the appearance of the roaring old man in midair, he was clearly a human. There was no doubt about it. My son. My son is dead. The old man looked mournfully at the blood-colored flame that was still burning in midair. An indescribable hatred gathered in his eyes. Who is it? Who dares to kill my son? Who is it? Who dares to look down on me? The old man opened his mouth and shouted. No one could hear his voice. After all, at this moment, he did not know that he was tens of millions of miles away. He had used a great divine power to tear apart the void, and his gaze traversed millions of miles to see everything that was happening here. However, his cultivation was clearly too strong. It was so strong that it was hard for the geniuses of the God Clan and Fang Xing to understand. The rage in his heart triggered muffled sounds of thunder. It was as if someone was howling madly, shaking the mountains and rivers, madly pouring his sorrowful roar into everyone's ears. Countless celestial race beings covered their ears in pain and fell to the ground. Even Fang Xing and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. They raised their cultivation and blood chi to resist the violent aura. "Brat, no matter who you are, I will kill you." After the old man's sorrow, he was immediately enraged. He glared fiercely at Fang Xing. Clearly, he saw Fang Xing in the direction of the black-robed youth's resentment in the blood-colored flame that had yet to dissipate. He knew that it was his doing. As he vented his anger on Fang Xing, the world was in chaos. The stars were slanting, and the sun was setting. It was noon when the sun was shining brightly, but it seemed to have fallen into midnight at this moment. Then, between the heavens and the earth, the wind and the clouds surged. Suddenly, a dense killing intent came from the far north. It was like a streak of starlight, and it carried an indescribably monstrous aura of ferocity. Shockingly, this was the furious old cultivator who had shot an arrow from an unknown place to avenge his son. It was unknown how many millions of kilometers the arrow had traveled, but it arrived in the blink of an eye, heading straight for Fang Xing's forehead. At this moment, Fang Xing's expression changed dramatically. His pupils were like needles as he stared at the arrow light. At the same time, he raised his hand to block. When he was chasing after the young man in black, he had said that the young man's archery skills could threaten him from thousands of kilometers away. The reason was that the talisman arrow technique was different from ordinary skills. It would easily arouse the vigilance of the young man in black when it was close, and its power would be lacking when it was far away. Therefore, its power could only be unleashed to its fullest within a certain distance. When the young man in black shot the arrow, he could only unleash the talisman arrow technique to its fullest extent from thousands of kilometers away. It was obvious that he had not mastered it yet, and was far from the old man's level. The old man shot the arrow from thousands of kilometers away, and it was like a giant knife placed on Fang Xing's neck. Boom, in an instant, he had set up at least 10 defensive skills. Even the void was completely distorted by him. However, when the arrow arrived, it destroyed all of his defenses as easily as breaking dry weeds. What kind of powerful divine ability was this? Fang Xing could not help but roar at this moment. The old man should not be a godly king. He was clearly a cultivator of the human race. However, how could a cultivator of the human race have such powerful abilities? Could it be that he was also one of the saints who were famous in the world? However, it was too late for all these thoughts to come to an end. The arrow shot by the old man broke through all of his defenses and hit his body squarely. Fang Xing, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, didn't even have time to say a word. His hands were still in the posture of pressing forward in a daze. Then, with a gloomy face, he lowered his head to look at the big hole in his chest. Countless cracks began to appear on his body. Finally, with a bang, he turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, he turned into strands of essence chi and disappeared like smoke in thin air. In the air, only a relic with a hole in the center was left. It was spinning and falling to the ground. Fang Xing? This horrifying scene shocked everyone around. They all shouted at the same time. Thousands of kilometers away, an arrow flew over and killed the 3-headed and 6-armed Fang Xing. This made them think that the one who died was Fang Xing's real body. But soon, they realized that it was not the real Fang Xing. It was only his demonic body. Fang Xing's true body frowned tightly at this moment, and his expression was livid. He practically didn't even think before flicking his sleeve, and a skull appeared in midair before he pounced over. His entire body hid within the skull, and his gaze was extremely ferocious. It's not the real body? The old man who was thousands of kilometers away was also surprised. He shouted, "You can't escape." Whoosh! Another arrow flew over. Like a meteor, it pierced through the sky from the extreme north. His arrow was too fast and too powerful. Fang Xing was an itinerant immortal who had passed 3 tribulations. However, he was not confident that he could survive this. He did not doubt that if the old man had not shot the first arrow at his demonic body, he would have vanished into thin air. Thus, at this moment, he could only summon the skull to protect his life with an ashen expression. This was a rare treasure from the primitive bone palace. When the primitive old Dragon King decided to carry out this plan, he took it out on purpose. It looked like he was being imprisoned, but it was actually a treasure used to protect him. It was extremely powerful and indestructible. Fang Xing was not confident that he could survive the arrow with his own strength. He could only borrow the power of this treasure and hope that it could help him block the talisman arrow. Bang! Almost in the blink of an eye, the second arrow had already hit the skull, causing a huge tremor. Like a muffled thunder, it swept through the surroundings. A huge fireball ignited in the air, like the scorching sun in the sky. On the other side of the fireball, the huge skull carried Fang Xing and flew for an unknown distance, like a meteor. Inside the skull, Fang Xing was in a complete mess. However, it was clear that he was still alive. When the second arrow came, he had made the right choice and used the skull to block the second arrow. Although he was inside the skull, he could clearly feel that the skull had received a huge shock and almost exploded. Fortunately, the skull was just like what the prehistoric era Dragon King had said. It was indestructible. Even if a saint were to attack, he would not be able to damage it with just a flip of his hand. Although the old man was terrifying, he was too far away from Fang Xing. After traveling thousands of kilometers, the talisman arrow was no longer enough to damage the skull. Why yeah, just a dead man's skull and you want to live under my arrow? At this time, Fang Xing was directly sent flying by the huge force of the arrow. Even young Divine King Ao Gu and the others who were close to him did not know whether he was dead or alive. However, the old man who shot the talisman arrow could clearly feel it. He shot 2 arrows in a row, but still failed to kill his son's murderer. He was already furious. In the midst of his angry roar, he seemed to be moving quickly. Then, the third arrow came. It was that terrifying arrow again, traveling thousands of kilometers, taking a person's life with one arrow. At this time, even Fang Xing did not dare to guarantee whether the skull could block it or not. He held back his anger in his heart and felt very unwilling. In this life, it was not easy for him to stumble and come this far. In the end, he was going to die so easily under an arrow. Even at the moment of his death, he still did not know who the old man was. However, fortunately, after the shocking first 2 arrows, the heavy land finally had a reaction. Many great cultivators who usually concealed their presence were alarmed. They flew out their divine sense to explore the strange flying power in this world. Boom! The first to make a move was in the northern region of the divine continent. An aura rose and turned into a strange cloud of the netherworld. It seemed to be shining with infinite golden light, but there was a deep cold blood chi in it. In the golden cloud, there was a golden armored warrior of unknown height. He flew straight to the 9 heavens, and a big hand reached towards the sky. When the third talisman arrow flew over the northern region of the divine continent, he actually grabbed it in his hand. Then, the strange power in his palm was annihilated, dissolving the terrifying power on the arrow. Chi. Although the talisman arrow was strong, the power on it was dispelled by the strange power in the big hand, and it actually stopped abruptly. How dare you? Who are you to disregard your identity and hurt the living beings of my divine race? In the golden cloud, the existence who stopped the talisman arrow shouted in a low voice, his voice rolling across the sky. It's my master. Even the successor of the netherworld race, Taiyuan, was stunned and murmured to himself when he sensed the existence's attack from afar. At this moment, because the crack in space that the old man had torn open still existed, they were able to sense the conversation. If they were to look with their physical bodies and divine senses, they would not be able to sense the conversation that had taken place tens of millions of kilometers away. Ninth Serenity God King, get out of my way. No matter who that person is, I will make him pay with his life for killing my son, the angry old man roared. Indescribably violent dark clouds surged in the northern sky. Haha, so it's a descendant of Peng Meng. You're quite bold. Since when did you dare to order me around? The ninth Serenity God King, who had risen into the sky of the divine continent, stared coldly at the north, his tone unyielding. When your divine race came to heaven's origin, my race did not meddle. Now that I want revenge, you'd better not meddle, the old man shouted angrily, his voice containing a hidden threat. How dare you? The patriarch of the netherworld race, the ninth Serenity God King, who was also one of the 10 great divine kings of the divine race, was enraged when he heard this. He sneered coldly, you pointed your arrow at the southern region. My disciple and the person the Divine Master wants to see are all there. How can I allow you to shoot randomly? How dare you talk nonsense about meddling? Our 3,000 divine race have descended. Those who are in power are invincible. Those who follow will live, and those who defy will die. How can I allow you to make a deal? This king is just busy with miscellaneous matters, so I temporarily allowed you to protect a few fish that escaped the net and live an ignoble existence. Do you really think your lair is a forbidden zone for the divine race? Do you believe that when this king is free, the first thing I will destroy with my troops will be your captive cliff? The ninth Serenity God King's words were not polite at all. He spoke as if he did not care about the so-called forbidden zones at all, but the old man's rage and murderous intent were unquenchable. Facing the Netherworld God King who guarded the divine continent, he showed no fear at all. He growled through gritted teeth, Jiuxin Cliff has always been here. Ninth Serenity God King, if you have the guts, try flattening my Jiuxin Cliff. Haha, you'll learn from the great sage Houyi's archery sooner or later. Why are you in such a hurry? The Netherworld God King laughed heartily. He did not make a move, but his words were not at a disadvantage. At this time, Fang Xing's face was gloomy. He had not said a word, but his eyes were burning with rage and ferocity. He could tell that something was wrong with the situation. That old man was the lord of one of the forbidden zones. After the divine race's arrival, some old monsters and mysterious existences who had not appeared in the world for a long time had appeared. Although they had not fought the divine race head-on, they had taken action and protected some of the human race's kindling. Even with the divine race's power at the time, they had not dared to provoke them. Thus, there was a saying that there were 9 forbidden zones. They were known as the 9 great forbidden zones of the heaven, and the lords of the 9 great forbidden zones were undoubtedly the 9 most revered and mysterious mighty figures after the 9 saints of the heaven. Even Fuyao Palace had once planned to seek refuge in the forbidden zones for protection. However, after thinking for a while, the 3 fairy ladies of the Jade Lake felt that although an ordinary master of a restricted area could temporarily make the God Clan afraid, he didn't have the power to resist the God Clan's great army. The current restricted area was only temporarily safe, thus, they ultimately chose to go to the Pure Land, the world's greatest forbidden zone. Fang Xing had never imagined that he would have a grudge with one of the lords of the forbidden zones. But what he did not understand was that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone was clearly an enemy of the 9th Serenity God King. They were not on the same side at all. Then why would the old man's son be in cahoots with the 9th Serenity God King's successor? Fang Xing was 100% certain that the black-robed young man, the son of the Forbidden Zone, had come to an agreement with the successor of the Netherworld race, Taiyuan, to assassinate him. However, if the Lord of the Forbidden Zone and the Netherworld God King were really in cahoots, why would they put on such a show for him? With his current status and strength, it was probably not worth it for the two of them to do so. Boom! Young Divine King Ao Gu spread his wings and flew over. He looked at Fang Xing with a worried expression and said in a low voice, "This time, we are in big trouble." Fang Xing sat cross-legged in the skull and quietly adjusted his breathing. He looked at him and asked, "Who is that old man?" Young Divine King Ao Gu shook his head and said in a low voice, "I've never seen this person before, but I've heard from my father that there is a mysterious tribe living in seclusion in the North Sea's prison Heart Cliff. Their ancestor was the disciple of the ancient great sage Houyi. His name was Peng Meng, and he learned the archery skills of the great sage Houyi. However, in the ancient times, there was a legend that Peng Meng stole an immortal pill and forced the great sage Houyi's wife away. As a result, the great sage Houyi was enraged and imprisoned the Peng Meng clan in the North Sea." The ancient great sage Houyi? Fang Xing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. After all, he had studied for a few years, so he knew some of the names of the great sages in the ancient times. The great sage Houyi's reputation was too famous. It was said that in the ancient times, 10 suns appeared in the sky and brought chaos to the world. It was Houyi who killed the 9 suns and brought peace to the world. No matter which legend it was, Houyi was the best archer in the world. It was said that when he was at his peak, he could cross the void with an arrow and slaughter an evil race far away from the outer domain. However, the most popular legend about him was the legend of his wife Chang'e flying to the moon, and this legend was related to Peng Meng. It was said that the great sage Houyi had a close friendship with the Queen Mother of the West in ancient Yaoqi. The Queen Mother had once refined a longevity pill and gifted it to the great sage Houyi, However, due to certain considerations, the great sage Hui did not consume it and instead, he saved it for his wife Chang'e unexpectedly. While he was not tempted by the longevity pill, one of his disciples, Peng Meng, harbored evil intentions. While he was away, he snuck into the great sage Hui's house to steal the pill. In the end, he was discovered by Chang'e. Peng Meng wanted to kill Chang'e, but Chang'e had no choice but to consume the longevity pill. This matter was recorded in ancient records, so it shouldn't be false. However, there was no fixed explanation for what happened next. Some said that the enraged Hui killed Peng Meng, others said that Peng Meng knew that he was going to die, so he turned to the demons to save his life. But now, this was the first time Fang Xing heard that Peng Meng was punished by Hui. His descendants were trapped in the North Sea, unable to come out into the world. The North Sea prison Heart Cliff is the descendant of a rebellion, so they are not favored by the orthodox sections. Moreover, before the path to heaven was broken, the ancient immortals did not want to befriend them. Thus, they have been obediently staying in the North Sea prison Heart Cliff. Although they have inherited peerless archery skills, they never had a resounding reputation. I didn't know that they actually had the thought of coming out into the world. AI, what a pity. I don't know what those disciples of the prison Heart Cliff were thinking. They actually came to assassinate you. No, they were killed by you. It is said that the prison Heart Cliff only has a single descendant. Now that you have cut off their roots, this is a huge grudge. I'm afraid that the prison Heart Cliff master will not let you go so easily. Young Divine King Aogu sighed softly, his tone was a little resentful. He hadn't seen through the trick of the assassination just now and thought that it was really an ordinary assassination. He couldn't help but feel that Fang Xing's murderous nature was too strong. Those people had come to assassinate him in a moment of passion, but he had slaughtered all of them and brought disaster upon himself. Fang Xing didn't explain, but his eyes seemed to be even more profound. There was something strange about the matter. It was probably not as simple as it looked on the surface. In the blink of an eye, he saw the Netherworld race's successor Taiyuan was looking at him with a venomous gaze. Anger surged in his heart. Could it be that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone's son had secretly colluded with the Netherworld race's successor without anyone knowing? It was at this time that the void suddenly lit up like a torch. Two sinister gazes looked straight at Fang Xing. Little bastard, you've done all sorts of evil before and provoked people everywhere. Now that you've submitted to the divine race, you've become the target of everyone's condemnation. Your crimes cannot be forgiven. Someone is protecting you today, so I'll spare your life for now, but I'd like to see how many times you can escape from my arrows and how long you can live. It was the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. He couldn't dispel the resentment in his heart and didn't hesitate to use his arts to stare at Fang Xing. With that person's cultivation base, when that gaze landed on Fang Xing, an indescribable pressure was enough to shatter one's courage and crush one's heart. But it was also at this time that Fang Xing opened his eyes coldly and looked straight at the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. He didn't try to explain anything, beg for mercy, or defend himself. Fang Xing just stared at him, unable to suppress his anger. Gnashing his teeth, he suddenly stood up from within the skull, extended 3 fingers, and slowly shook them. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth as he said, "Remember this, you old fart. I don't care if you're the successor of a great sage, or the lord of the restricted zone. I just want you to remember that you shot me 3 arrows today, each one of them trying to take my life. If I don't pay you back 10 arrows within a year, then I'll King, be your grandson." The old man who looked over from afar also raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised, but then his anger soared. He said this because he already had the intention to retreat. The scolding from the 9th Nether God King made him see the stubborn attitude of the god race. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to kill that brat today. Moreover, he was too far away from here. Shooting 3 arrows in a row and crossing millions of miles in the void was almost his limit. If he shot a 4th arrow, it might not be able to reach that terrifying power. Moreover, with the 9th Nether God King blocking the way, he almost had no chance. He decided to retreat and find another opportunity, but he didn't expect that at this time, not only was Fang Xing not afraid of him, but he even dared to face his anger and say such harsh words. Haha, good, my race hasn't come out for a long time, but even a little kid dares to roar at me. Forget it, this enmity is as deep as the sea, higher than the sky, there's no point in talking. Today, this old man swears that if anyone in the world dares to stop me from taking revenge, the arrows on my bow will not be merciful. If God blocks me, I will kill God. If Buddha blocks me, I will kill Buddha. Not only will I kill this demon, but I will also kill his friends and relatives, destroy his inheritance, forever and ever. This oath will not end. These words were obviously said with the help of a divine ability. The rumbling spread everywhere, announcing to the world, it was indescribably vicious. The surroundings were silent for a long time. Even the god race's Heaven's Pride and little divine King Aogu were shocked speechless at this time. They felt a deep fear. This was equivalent to being targeted by a character not inferior to an ancient sage. Ordinary people would probably be scared to death just by looking at it, but Fang Xing's anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and his courage grew. He suddenly jumped up and directly took out a slingshot. It was the god-striking bow. He waved his hand towards the ground, and a stone landed in his hand. Then, he put it into his leather bag and tightened his tendons. The veins on his neck were exposed, and he roared angrily at the old cultivator who was looking at him from afar. Today, this young master will return the first arrow to you. His manner of speaking couldn't be compared to the lord of the restricted area, and his actions were even more surprising. How could this arrow be returned? Could it be that this slingshot could be shot millions of miles away? However, the people present quickly understood his intentions, and they were all frightened out of their wits. Fang Xing shot out the slingshot, and the stone shattered. It turned into a divine light, and like a meteor, it swept towards a place. There, it was the blood flame that turned the son of the lord of the restricted area into after being torn apart by Fang Xing. It was clearly some kind of mark that was activated by the vengeful soul. At this moment, it was still struggling endlessly, crying and roaring with incomparable grievance, constantly urging his father to take revenge for him. Although it was only a mark, at this time, it undoubtedly represented the last trace of the lord of the restricted area's son in this world. But this slingshot of Fang Xing's slingshot towards the blood flame, poof, wherever the divine light swept, sparks flew from the blood flame. The vengeful soul in the flame screamed miserably and turned into ashes. I will definitely kill you. Dark clouds surged in the northern horizon. Fang Xing's move of angering the lord of the restricted area was like a madman, shaking the heavens and earth. Facing the surging clouds and wind, Fang Xing laughed loudly. Old fool, there are still 9 arrows left. Remember this clearly. The assassination incident soon spread like wildfire. From then on, no one could compete with Fang Xing for the title of the world's #1 villain. Although his lifespan wasn't that long and he hadn't cultivated for a long time, the things he had done were beyond people's imagination time and time again. It wasn't that there weren't people who betrayed their sex and defected to the enemy. In fact, there were many of them. In the current Tianyuan, except for the 9 great forbidden areas and the Pure Lands, how many people would dare to defy the god race's iron hoofs? But even if he defected to the enemy, the situation was different. In order to survive, this demon didn't hesitate to bend his knees and beg for mercy. It was already shameful. Later, he offered the ancient saint's technique to the enemy, which made him even more scolded. People thought that he was supporting the enemy. What was even more excessive was that he was cruel and merciless. After a shake of his body, he turned into a butcher. That's right, a butcher. Ever since the master of the North Sea's prison Heartcliff swore to the entire Tianyuan that he would kill Fang Xing, that incident had spread all over the world. There are hot-blooded warriors in the world. The young master of the North Sea's prison Heartcliff, Yu Shen, assassinated the evil cultivator Fang Xing. Unfortunately, he failed at the last step and was brutally killed by the demon. A group of 11 people, none of them survived. Blood flowed everywhere. Wherever the hot blood passed, red lotuses bloomed on the ground. The heavens cried for him. The heavy rain poured for 10 days, but it couldn't wash away the blood of the righteous warriors. The master of the North Sea's prison Heartcliff slammed the table and stood up. He swore to the heavens and the earth, this traitor must be killed. Some old cultivators in Tianyuan who were responsible for recording history had already shakily recorded this incident. For a moment, no one knew how many curses were directed at Fang Xing. What kind of existence was the North Sea's prison Heartcliff? After the god race descended, countless hermits were forced to come out of seclusion to guard the heaven origin fire seed. Captive Heartcliff was one of them. Only after the name of the 9 forbidden areas came into being did the branch of Clan Meng, who lived in the prison Heartcliff, become known to the world. This branch of sinners, which had been notorious since the time of great sage Hou-yi, gradually gained the name of chivalry because they protected the fire seed of heaven's origin. They began to be regarded as one of the supreme beings in the world by the cultivators of heaven's origin. The master of the forbidden area was undoubtedly righteous, and the devil Feng Xing, who had submitted to the god race, was naturally evil. The son of the forbidden area tried to assassinate the devil who had submitted to the god race, but in the end, he died miserably. What a tragedy it was. However, during this process, no one suspected anything else. After all, no one would connect the child of a restricted area with the divine race. As for Feng Xing, it was a situation where he couldn't explain himself. Fortunately, he had never refuted it, and was too lazy to explain. We can't just think about the present, we have to think about your reputation in the future. We can't let the world continue to misunderstand you. It's just that this matter is too difficult, we have no way to explain it clearly. If the son of the master of the forbidden area colluded with the descendant of the nether race, then the master of the forbidden area would probably not admit it even if you beat him to death. After all, the reputation of the prison heart cliff has always been so bad. Even our Fuyao palace, the various clans of the central region, and even the saints have never been willing to deal with them. Now that the son of the master of the forbidden area has died in your hands, the reputation of the prison heart cliff is getting better and better. He will definitely not admit that his son. On the other hand, little Princess Xiaoqi began to worry about this matter. Although she was seriously injured at that time, it was after all, not a fatal injury. In addition, her cultivation base was not bad, and with the help of elixirs, she recovered in a few days. As for the assassination, even little divine King Aogu could not see through the flaws in it. Her view was similar to that of Feng Xing, that there must be something fishy about this matter. The reason was simple. In the eyes of the orthodox big sects, the prison heart cliff was originally a place of evil. It was like the imperial family looking at the heavenly prison. What good could come out of the prison? Of course, the other reason was her unconditional trust in Feng Xing. Although Feng Xing only briefly mentioned it in front of her, she immediately understood the gist of the matter and understood the gist of it. Connecting the various details at that time, the more she thought about it, the more she agreed with Feng Xing's speculation. Coming from a famous big sect, she naturally cared more about reputation. She used to be excited to protect Feng Xing, but after the assassination, she finally understood that it was better for her to be protected, so she began to consider other things for Feng Xing. She had been thinking hard about how to clear Feng Xing's grievances, but unfortunately, Feng Xing did not care at all. With one sentence, he told her to go where she wanted to play. Then do you want everyone to continue to misunderstand you? Little Princess Xiaoqi was very unconvinced, and angrily shouted at Feng Xing, not everyone. Feng Xing was full of confidence. At the very least, I have a crow, a ghost child, a monk, a mute, and a few beautiful women who won't misunderstand me. Even if the whole world says that I'm not good, they won't believe it. Don't worry. After saying that, he smiled deeply and said disdainfully, as for the rest, what qualifications do they have for me to explain to them? Hearing Feng Xing's words, little Princess Xiaoqi could only say with a bitter face, I have to admit, you are quite handsome when you boast. The assassination was not without its benefits. At least Feng Xing's ferocious name had spread. Everyone knew that he was violent, cruel and merciless, and would not care for the slightest bit of affection. Moreover, his cultivation was already strong to the point that ordinary cultivators would be shocked. If they really wanted to assassinate him, they would have to be prepared to die. Therefore, many cultivators in the world hated him, but there were very few who actually dared to make a move. Even when he walked on the main road, there were a lot fewer spying gazes hidden behind the clouds. Almost everyone avoided him. Of course, there was also a more important reason, that was, in many people's eyes, Feng Xing was already a dead man. The master of the prison cliff restricted area made a blood oath to kill Feng Xing for revenge. Being targeted by such a great figure who was comparable to a sage, even if the little devil had the protection of the god clan, how many days could he live? Maybe in the next breath, he would be killed by a divine arrow flying from the sky. In addition, after that incident, the ninth Serenity Deity King also paid attention to their group, so the rest of the journey was much safer. And Feng Xing really did pay attention to the threat of the master of the prison cliff restricted area. After all, the divine arrow that could threaten his life was really frightening, so for the rest of the journey, he simply used the skull as a carriage, directly flying on it. It was really awe-inspiring. The only impact that the assassination had on him was the destruction of his devil body. Everyone knew that he had one life and two bodies, which was very lifelike and incomparably mysterious. Destroying that devil body was probably equivalent to destroying half of his cultivation base. In front of the Nether clan's successor Tai Yuan and the Night clan's twin god sons, Feng Xing also admitted this matter, lamenting that the arrow had destroyed half of his strength, which made the two look down on him a lot. Little Divine King Ao Gu was also very worried, not knowing whether Feng Xing, who had lost half of his strength, could still take on that heavy responsibility. Only when the little princess of Yaoqi came over to ask, did Feng Xing sigh and answer truthfully, "My spirit is of the same origin, and I have two lives. Even if my devil body is destroyed, as long as my spirit is still there, I can still nourish it, and in about a month's time, it will be as good as before. It's a pity that the relic was pierced by that arrow, and the runes and Taoist connotation inside it were destroyed, so from now on, it can no longer be used as a body." The little princess of Yaoqi was shocked. "Then do you have any other relic?" Feng Xing replied with a bitter face, "Every time I use it, it's one less relic, I don't have much left." The little princess of Yaoqi was worried that he would be unhappy, so she held his hand and comforted him. "Use the rest carefully." "How many do you have left?" Feng Xing let out a long sigh. "About 9,000 relic left. What the f***ck?" The little princess of Yaoqi was stunned for a moment, and then she threw a punch at him. When Feng Xing and the others arrived at the northern region of China, they realized that everything was different. The majestic pilgrimage mountain was still as tall as ever, and it was still the same, stabilizing the northern region of China. Unfortunately, when they were at the pilgrimage mountain, a strange black hall had been built. It had curved eaves and a giant pointed pillar, sitting on the highest peak of the pilgrimage mountain, and it looked like it was stabilizing the fate of heaven. This hall was the divine firmament hall that was built by the tens of thousands of divine generals sent by the ninth Serenity deity king in just a month or so. Its might shook the universe and dominated the divine firmament hall. The divine firmament hall was similar to the divine master's palace in heaven's origin. Feng Xing and the other deity king's emissaries all rushed to the divine firmament hall to meet the divine master. The god kings had already made sufficient preparations for this. Audience. Some people had always guessed that the divine master might even come to the divine firmament palace in person this time to bestow divine powers to the 3,000 Protoss prodigies he had summoned this time to strengthen their cultivation. Then, he would send out the main force of the younger generation to search for the legendary and most mysterious Taoist scripture, the investiture of the gods. Let's enter the hall. Now, the Protoss geniuses in heaven's origin and the human experts who have submitted to the Protoss have all entered the hall. Standing at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, the Nether descendant looked at the looming black divine firmament hall and said in a low voice. He exchanged glances with the others and was about to fly up into the sky. When he looked back, he saw that Feng Xing was still at the foot of the mountain. "We've been delayed for a long time because of you. Why don't you hurry up, screeched divine general." The Nether descendant was displeased and said coldly. "You guys go first. I'll walk up the mountain." Feng Xing replied calmly as he looked up at the rugged mountain road. The descendant of the Nether clan looked up and saw that the pilgrimage mountain towered into the clouds. The mountain path spiraled upwards, and no one knew how deep it was. Even with their strength, it would take a long time to ascend the mountain. He couldn't help but frown, thinking that Feng Xing was unreasonable. However, ever since the assassination attempt, there was already a rift between him and Feng Xing. The hatred between them could only be hidden in their hearts. Thus, the descendant of the Nether clan felt that it was beneath him to say anything. He casually waved his hand, signaling for the descendant to leave. Then, the descendant of the Nether clan flew up to the peak of the mountain. "Why are we walking up?" The little princess of Yaoqi stayed beside Feng Xing and walked side by side with him. She asked curiously. "There should be a few graves on the stone steps. Let's pay our respects." Feng Xing replied softly as he looked up at the mountain with a profound gaze. There were no tombs on the stone steps leading up the mountain. It was just that some old friends had died here. Feng Xing did not pay his respects. He clasped his hands behind his back and held his head high. It was said that the dead were the most respected, but he was much more dignified than the dead. His footsteps were a little slow. Every time he passed, he would stop for a while and look at the empty space. He did not say anything and only looked for a while before leaving. The little princess of Xiaoqi followed him curiously. She silently counted in her heart. He had walked past a total of 10 places. He stopped at some places for a longer time, some for a shorter time. He stopped at the 8th place for the longest time. In the end, he directly climbed up to the peak of the pilgrimage mountain. There was clearly a square there with ancient runes. The runes had not faded, as if something had been left there. If there's a chance, I'd like to ask you if you regret your deaths. He stood at the peak and looked down. After a moment of silence, he muttered softly. I've heard some things about you on the pilgrimage mountain. I think. The little princess of Xiaoqi carefully came up to him, as if she wanted to comfort him. Fangxing rolled his eyes at her. What does it have to do with you? With that, he waved his sleeves and turned to walk towards the divine firmament hall not far away. He looked extremely infuriating. The little princess of the Jade Lake was stunned for a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists as she chased after Quebec. Fangxing laughed and ran toward the main hall of the Divine Firmament Palace. The two of them were quarreling, which made the quiet Divine Firmament Palace livelier. However, when they were about to rush into the Divine Firmament Palace, several gray-robed old men walked out of the palace and looked at them with indifferent eyes. Their eyes seemed to be grayish-white, and they were full of the aura of a living person. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a couple fight before? Fangxing and the little princess of Xiaoqi were shocked by these people. They glared at them and turned back. How dare you mess around in front of the Divine Firmament Palace? The gray-robed old man seemed to be mute and did not reply. However, someone shouted from behind them. Fangxing looked through the gaps between the gray-robed old men and discovered that it was a tall and slender woman. She was wearing a jade-green chiffon dress, and her figure was slender and slender. She wore a pair of copper pants on her head, and her entire body gave off a faint arrogance. Her gaze was fixed on them indifferently. When Fangxing and the little princess Xiaoqi saw this lady, they were stunned at the same time and frowned. The woman smiled faintly and stood on the spot with her chin slightly raised, as if waiting for the two of them to speak. The little princess of Xiaoqi frowned as she looked at the woman. Her eyes were filled with deep dissatisfaction. Fangxing also frowned deeply. He stared at the woman for a long time before letting out a long sigh. She looks a little familiar. Who is she? The woman in the jade-green dress was a little smug. She was waiting for Fangxing and the little princess of Xiaoqi to speak. However, she did not expect that the demon would say such a thing. She was so angry that her face turned green. It seemed that she was furious that Fangxing did not recognize her. On the other hand, the little princess of Xiaoqi stared at her for a while and said coldly, she has an extraordinary identity. She is the goddess of the Xianxia family, one of the 8 great families of the Divine Prefecture. She is the eldest daughter of Xianxia Qinglu. I don't know why, she is here, Xianxia Qinglu? Fangxing's expression froze. He shook his head and said, I still can't remember. Xianxia Qinglu's expression was extremely ugly. He simply ignored Fangxing and looked at the little princess of Xiaoqi. He said coldly, if the little princess of Xiaoqi can come to the Divine Firmament Palace, why can't the people of the Xianxia family come? Haha, little sister Xiaoqing, I didn't expect that. I heard that the people of Fuyao Palace have gone to the Pure Land and raised the flag, intending to fight to the death with the Divine Clan. You are quite smart. You quietly abandoned the dark and joined the light. Or, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog? You are the dog. The little princess of Xiaoqi had a bad temper. However, she was not a sharp-tongued person. She was angry for a while, but she could not retort. Bitch, come back. Fangxing suddenly scolded, causing the little princess and Xianxia Qinglu to be stunned. Fangxing glared at the little princess of Xiaoqi. You can't even win an argument. How can you be a member of the Fang family in the future? The little princess of Xiaoqi was originally full of grievance. However, her expression suddenly became very interesting. Zhang Sunqing was the same. He was stunned. Before he could say anything, Fang Xing had already pulled the little princess of Yaqi's hand and walked into the hall. When he passed by Zhang Sunqing, he suddenly moved his head in their direction and giggled. "Smells so good." Zhang Sunqing took a step back in shock. His expression was uncertain. After a long while, his expression suddenly became vexed as he understood the meaning behind Fang Xing's words. Just now, when he said that the little princess of the Jade Lake was like a dog who married a dog, he secretly ridiculed the demon. However, he didn't expect that the demon would immediately smell him and say that he smelled good. Didn't it mean that he was scolding him indirectly? On the other hand, the little princess of Yaoqi pinched Fang Xing's shoulder. She said with dissatisfaction, "Why are you sniffing at her?" Fang Xing did not hesitate to pinch her back. "You can't win an argument. You even gave birth to a pig's head." The solemn atmosphere in the hall made the quarreling of the few of them very strange. After entering the hall, Fang Xing couldn't help but be slightly startled. This hall was built extremely majestically. It was 999 and 9999. 199 on both sides of the hall. There was a row of praying mats that were already filled with people. There were all kinds of living beings, and there were no less than 100 of them. Most of them were from the god race, but there was no lack of human race cultivators. At this time, countless gazes were fixed on Fang Xing and the little princess of Yaoqi who was dragged into the hall by him. Some were sneering, some were contemptuous, some were curious, and some were shocked. There was one thing: everyone had obviously gathered, and there were not many empty seats. Fang Xing was obviously late. "What do you want to do by looking at my little wife lecherously?" Fang Xing pushed the little princess of Yaoqi behind him and stared back at those gazes with vigilance. For a moment, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Who was looking at your wife?" Although the little princess of Yaqi's beauty was well known throughout the world, at this time, Zhu Xiu was more concerned about Zhu. It was not known whether Fang Xing was deliberately looking for trouble or pestering endlessly. After glaring at everyone, he fixed his eyes on an empty praying mat and walked over casually. Unexpectedly, before he sat down, there was already a cold shout beside him, "This is not where you should sit." Fang Xing looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a god race creature wearing an ancient robe. He had a human form, but he had 2 horns on his head and a tail like a snake behind him. He was looking at him coldly and did not hide the disdain and contempt in his eyes. He immediately sneered in his heart and moved his palm slightly, wanting to give him a slap. During this period of time, he had been very depressed, and he was afraid that there would be no one for him to vent his anger on. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to raise his hand, there was suddenly a clear voice from the opposite side. "Fellow Taoist Fang Xing, there is a seat here for you. Come and sit." The voice was very calm, but when Fang Xing heard it, he frowned and looked over coldly. There were many people sitting in front and behind the place where the voice came from. Without exception, they were all human cultivators. Among them, many looked familiar. Obviously, they were all geniuses that he had met before. There were also many people who never thought they would appear here. The descendant of the small celestial realm, Xiongdao, was sitting here. However, what attracted Fang Xing's attention was the person sitting below the descendant of the small celestial realm. He was quietly looking over, and he was one of the few people in the hall with a kind gaze. When he saw him, Fang Xing forgot about looking for trouble with the god race creature and turned to walk towards him. "You. Why are you here?" When the little princess of Yaoqi saw this person, she was also stunned and looked extremely shocked. If she was only a little surprised when she saw Xianxia, one of the 8 great families of the central region of the Divine Continent. Then when she saw this person, she was really shocked. Her face was filled with disbelief and it was extremely strange. The little princess of Yaoqi could not hide the shock in her heart and blurted out. However, Fangxing did not say anything. He walked directly in front of this person and remained silent, staring at him. Ever since I heard about you, I have been waiting for you. The person also stood up. He was tall and straight, his face was covered with an iron mask, and his green robe fluttered in the wind. He looked very handsome. Who is this person? After a moment of silence, Fangxing finally spoke with a smile and asked the little princess of Yaoqi behind him. The iron-masked man had not expected Fangxing to say this. He paused for a moment and then bitterly smiled. The little princess of Yaoqi slowly said, his name is Zhao Yatong, the eldest son of the ancient Zhao clan of the central region of the Divine Continent. From childhood, he revealed his talent and his cultivation is unfathomable. He was once one of the 4 young masters of the central region of the Divine Continent, along with Xiaositu of the Fuyao Palace, the divine child of the Yuan family, Yuan Buyu, and the head disciple of the Lihan Heaven, young Master Lihan. He was once ordered by the saints to guard the demon abyss for 10 years, a disciple of the saints. As the little princess of Yaoqi recounted her past, the iron-masked man, or Zhao Yatong, also bitterly smiled and said nothing. Meanwhile, Fangxing's expression had also become extremely strange. In this hall, he had seen far too many unexpected people, including Xianxia. But no matter how many there were, the person before him was the one who had surprised him the most. Time seemed to drag on as the two stared at each other with an indescribably complex look in their eyes. But in reality, it was only a few breaths of time before Fangxing began to chuckle. He patted Zhao Yatong on the shoulder and said, I didn't think you would also be here. You've truly surprised me. When did you join the divine race? As he spoke, he looked around. Where's your little sister? My little sister. I haven't seen her in a long time. Fangxing's drastic reversal in attitude caused a trace of worry to appear on Zhao Yatong's face. After a moment of silence, she bitterly smiled and replied. Fangxing appeared rather cordial. He put his arm around Zhao Yatong's shoulder and sat down on the prayer mat next to him. Little Princess Yaoqi cleverly shut her mouth and sat down next to Fangxing. Although she was both satisfied and dissatisfied that Zhao Yatong would appear here, she knew that Fangxing had to have his reasons. Thus, she cleverly maintained her silence and watched from the side. Haha, greetings, fellow Daoist Fang. This one is Dao Wu of the Lifefire Palace, this little brother is Li Jing of Qianyuan Mountain. As soon as Fangxing sat down, there were many people who wore smiles on their faces. Some of them even seemed to be trying to curry favor with him as they smiled and bowed. Without exception, these people were all heavenly prime cultivators. There were humans and demons, and with the addition of the minor immortal realm's successor, Fierce Dao, as well as Disciple Shui and the others, there were no less than 30 heavenly prime cultivators in this hall. None of them had very long lifespans, and they were considered young elites. There were also strong and weak cultivators, and many of them were disciples of saints who had once been renowned throughout the world. They could all be considered outstanding geniuses, but it was unknown when they had joined the divine race and were now gathered in Divine Firmament Palace, waiting to have an audience with the Divine Lord. It seems that I'm not the only one, Fangxing smiled as he responded to all of them, but he secretly glanced in the direction of little Divine King Aogu. From the eyes of that large silver lizard, he could see the seriousness in its heart. The fact was somewhat out of their control. Before, they had already known that the Divine Lord needed the help of the human clan's geniuses. At that time, they thought that after Fangxing joined the God clan, he would be the only suitable candidate and would definitely be chosen by the Divine Lord. However, at this moment, they realized that the God clan was indeed very dignified. The bones of Tianyuan cultivators were not as hard as they had imagined. They didn't know when the God clan had gathered such a large group of human geniuses, which made Fangxing's uniqueness a little weaker. I heard that Cliff Master Xianxia has already sworn an oath to the heavens and earth to kill you. It's a little surprising that Brother Feng was able to arrive at the pilgrimage mountain unscathed. Hehe, we've been betting on when you'll be shot to death by an arrow. Zhang Sunqing Lu had also come over. He sat down with a smile and said in a mocking tone. That old man? Feng Xing was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. I'll kill him sooner or later. His words caused everyone in the surroundings to be slightly stunned, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The lord of the restricted area had inherited the divine archery technique of the great saint, Ho-I. Even though its might was far inferior to the primeval great saint, Ho-I, it still couldn't be underestimated. How terrifying was it to take the head of a person from 5,000 kilometers away? In the past, the lord of the restricted area couldn't compare to the 9 saints in terms of cultivation, and his forces couldn't compare to the ancient clans of the Central Territory. Coupled with the fact that he was part of the prisoner line, no one knew about him. But after the God clan descended, the saints went missing, and the clans were annihilated. Because the inheritor of this bloodline protected a group of Tianyuan fire seeds, even the living beings of the God clan didn't dare rashly offend him, and his reputation was practically like the sun in the midday sky. The lord of the restricted area was even the supreme and strongest existence in the hearts of the cultivators of the heaven origin realm. When faced with such a formidable existence, this devil actually casually said that he wanted to kill him. At first glance, this was truly as absurd and laughable as the phrase "a toad swallows the heavens." Brother Feng, you've killed the young master of prison Heartcliff. You've done a good job. We're far inferior to you. Hee, there's something I don't know if I should say. A white-robed man sitting beside Zhang Sun Qinglu smiled faintly. He looked at Feng Xing and said, "We're all from the heavenly origin sinner's bloodline. Although we've been blessed by the heavens and submitted to the god race, our foundations are shallow and we can't gain a foothold. Therefore, we've come to a secret alliance. Senior brother Ominous Dao from the small immortal world will be our leader, and Divine General Hong Ying and Fairy Qing Lu will be our leaders." The successor of the small immortal world, Zhao Yatong, and the others all looked over with expectant expressions. Feng Xing wasn't surprised that they would ally together, but he hadn't expected them to try to rope him in like this. But then he thought about it. With his own ability, even a divine king could see through him, so how could this group of trash? Haha, what's the name of your alliance? An alliance of bastards? Feng Xing smiled as he looked at them. His words infuriated the surrounding people, causing them to look both embarrassed and angry. When it comes to bastards, senior brother Feng first offered his scriptures and then ruthlessly slaughtered them. We don't dare. Some of the more ill-tempered people couldn't help but speak up to dissuade him. Submitting to the God clan was naturally not a glorious thing, but those like Feng Xing who had done so much and still mocked others were even more of a bastard. After all, in their hearts, these people still felt that they were a little stronger than Feng Xing. We didn't offer our most precious and sacred ancient sage arts to the God clan, nor did we kill any hot-blooded and righteous people. Haha, then don't praise me. Everyone did very well. Feng Xing chuckled softly, looking disdainful. His eyes were filled with mockery, and there was no hint of a smile. It seems that fellow Taoist Feng is unwilling to become friends with us? Zhang Sun Qinglu sneered, his eyes brimming with disdain. Of course, now is the time for me to make a contribution. What if you drag me down? Feng Xing's words were a little shameless, but they made Zhu Xiao and the others rather unhappy, even angry. In their view, it was clear that Feng Xing was arrogant and looked down on them. As for Feng Xing, he had carefully considered this. What he wanted to do was too important and could not tolerate the slightest mistake. It was possible to deceive the God clan, but if he got too close to these former Heaven's Origin cultivators, it would be easy for him to give himself away. It was better to be arrogant to the end and let none of them have a chance to probe him. Of course, another reason was that Feng Xing truly did not like these people from the bottom of his heart and couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Then I hope that fellow Taoist Feng is on his own. The warmth and goodwill around him vanished without a trace. The atmosphere became abnormally cold, and no one paid him any attention. Even the descendant of the small immortal realm and Zhao Yadong found it hard to conceal their disappointment. However, the two of them didn't say anything. They just quietly turned around. On the other hand, Xueling Tu, who had obediently sat cross-legged behind the vicious Taoist, silently glanced at Feng Xing. The bystanders couldn't see it, but Feng Xing saw something special in his eyes, as if he wanted to persuade Fang Xing to agree to those people's demands. As he was thinking, a divine sense stealthily transmitted to him, the divine master doesn't seem to need so many human cultivators, but if he didn't want to use them, he wouldn't have specially summoned these people for an audience. I reckon that the divine court probably wants to choose one or a few suitable people from these people to participate in that major event. Brother Fang Xing, are you confident that you can win against these people? Fang Xing inadvertently glanced at young god monarch Ao Gu and nodded his head. He had also realized this problem. These human prodigies were of varying strength. Even the experts like Zhao Yadong and Zhongsun Qinglu were far weaker than the divine race's prodigies. To the divine court, which was searching for that strange treasure, these people were of little use. Summoning so many people for an audience could only mean that they wanted to choose the best. A fierce struggle was inevitable. Fang Xing didn't care about this. He was no longer the same as he was in the past. These people were no longer on the same level as him. The divine master descends, the children pay homage. It was also at this time that a grey-robed old man suddenly began to chant in a shrill voice from within the hall. The originally noisy hall suddenly became extremely quiet. All the heavens pridlings of the Shin clan, demon clan, and human clan quietened down. Under the gaze of the grey-robed elder, they solemnly stood up. These pridlings of the Shin clan were clearly familiar with this process. After standing up, they tidied up their clothes and bowed to the black stone statue at the head of the hall. After bowing once, they bowed twice, meticulously. When the other human cultivators saw this, they followed suit and bowed. We respectfully welcome the divine master's descent. The grey-robed elder swung his horsetail whisk twice in the air and then knelt to the ground, kowtowing. Boom! In the void outside the palace, there seemed to be a clap of thunder that was even more terrifying than the lightning tribulation. The endless sea of lightning almost covered half the void. Then, in the midst of the lightning tribulation, a ray of light flew down from the heavens and entered the black palace, drilling into the forehead of the black stone statue. At this moment, the black stone statue suddenly had an indescribable feeling. It was as if it had suddenly come to life and become a living existence. One could hear the sound of its blood flowing. We greet the supreme ruler of the universe, the master of all gods. All the prodigies of the god race trembled at this moment. They all bowed as their voices were filled with reverence. This is the divine master? As the others bowed, Fang Xing bowed as well. He seemed obedient on the surface, but he could not help but feel curious inside. He really wanted to know just what the divine master who had ruled over 3,000 god races, created a divine hall like the heavenly court, and even decided to invade the Tianyuan continent and turn all humans into slaves of the god race was like. As a result, he could not help but secretly raise his head and look forward. The stone statue was still a stone statue. Its appearance had not changed, but its temperament had changed greatly. It had come to life, and its stone eyes suddenly opened at this moment. Its awe-inspiring gaze swept downwards, and Fang Xing happened to meet its gaze. If it were anyone else, they would obviously be frightened, but Fang Xing was as bold as a dog. He sniggered at the gaze before lowering his head. Even the divine master became rather stunned when he laughed like that. He could not help but glance at him again. On the other hand, Fang Xing thought to himself, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Regardless of your background, all of you are great talents of our God's palace. The Lord God's eyes only stayed on Fang Xing's face for a moment before he looked elsewhere. He glanced around calmly, and everyone in the hall felt that he was looking at them. However, no one was brave enough to raise their heads to look at the Lord God like Fang Xing did. They bowed even lower in awe. Then, the Lord God did not say much. He only said some superficial words, such as your loyalty is commendable, and so on. Then, he ordered the grey-robed servant next to him to give them great rewards. The grey-robed attendants who were standing in the main hall immediately walked up with rosewood trays. There were many small porcelain bottles on the trays. The geniuses in the main hall each took one, thanked loudly, and put it into their sleeves. Fang Xing also took one. He curiously opened the cork and sniffed it. He felt a strong smell of qi and blood. He didn't have time to identify it, so he put it away. However, it should be something good. Judging from the joy on the faces of the Shin clan's talents, it must be of great use. Judging from the smell of qi and blood, it should not be elixirs or precious medicines, but healing and life-saving items. Thank you for your gift, Lord God. I will do whatever you want. When all the rewards had been given out, the gray-robed attendant retreated to the side. The prodigies of the celestial races once again expressed their gratitude and shouted in unison. The human race prodigies were all dumbfounded and didn't seem to understand the rules at all. When they saw the celestial races doing this, they quickly followed suit. Haha, I will remember your loyalty. After the words of gratitude, the Lord God said, lightly, I want to follow the example of ancient heaven and rule the 3,000 Shen clans. I will use the God's palace to deter the 3,000 worlds and establish the eternal God base. I hope that all of you will work hard and serve the God's palace wholeheartedly. If there are any meritorious deeds, I will not mistreat you. Whether you are a god, a human, a monster, or a demon, you will all have extraordinary glory, waiting for you to take it. Zhu Xiu bowed again when he heard that. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. All of you are great talents of my divine court. If you wish to contribute to the divine court, why do you have to go through fire and water? To everyone's surprise, the divine master chuckled and said, now, I have a task for all of you to do. If you succeed, all of you can take whatever you want in the universe, including the title of God King. Whoosh! 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 As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall became excited. Countless eyes lit up. The divine master was looking for people to do something big. Those who came to see him already knew about it, but they were still excited when they heard it in person. To the Shen clan Skype rides, they already knew what the divine master wanted to do and knew that they would be rewarded after it was done. However, when they heard that the reward was so great that they could even be crowned as God King, they were still surprised. After all, they were either the divine king's son or the divine king's successor. Although they all had a chance to inherit the divine king's position, who knew how many years it would take? They might only be a divine son or a successor even when they died, which was a long time away. However, now that the divine master had relented, it meant that if they succeeded, they might even be crowned as God Kings. They couldn't help but be excited. If they really succeeded, wouldn't they have a meteoric rise and be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other God Kings? As for the human cultivators, they were told that there was something they could do for them before they came. If they could do it, they would be able to improve the status of their race in a single step. However, they were still worried, so no one gave them a definite answer. Now that they heard it from the Divine Lord, they knew that it was true, and they were extremely excited. I'm willing to share the Divine Master's burden. Many people came to their senses at this moment. They stepped forward and asked loudly. Haha, there's no hurry. Children of the God clan, please step back for now. He waved his hand gently and ordered the divine princes to step aside. Then, he slowly looked at the group of cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector. His eyes were deep and he said calmly, you, the ancestors of the Heaven's Origin sector, have once offended the God race and made a huge mistake. You will never be able to atone for your sins. I have already decreed that all living beings of the Heaven's Origin sector will be slaves to atone for your sins. However, I want to build a God's palace, so I don't want to hold a personal grudge and ruin the great plan of the world. I also know that you have lost your way and have not committed a serious crime, so I want to show you a way to atone for your sins. I wonder if you, the young generation of the Heaven's Origin sector, can understand my efforts? The hearts of the living beings of Tianyuan trembled when they heard that. They felt an invisible pressure descending, scaring them so much that they tried their best to lower their heads. This old B** starred. He's still pretending to be obedient after getting what he wanted. Feng Xing was extremely daring. He wouldn't be able to make him lower his head unless the Divine Master really used his power to suppress him. The Divine Master's prestige alone couldn't make him feel any pressure. However, since the others lowered their heads, he lowered his head too. However, he kept cursing in his heart. Fortunately, the God Lord only scolded him before he looked away. He continued, this mission is supposed to be the path for the 3,000 young generation of the God clan to ascend. However, after some consideration, I have decided to give you young generation of Tianyuan a chance. It's a pity that there are too many of you. I don't need so many people. Regarding this mission, I want to appoint the 12 minor saints. The other 10 are already fixed. However, there are still 2 empty spots. I plan to select them from you. I wonder if you are willing to accept my order and serve me. The 12 minor saints? The human cultivators were overjoyed when they heard that. They immediately yelled, yes. They clearly heard that the Divine Master's 12 minor saint deity positions were specially conferred for this mission. The first 10 people were all geniuses of the divine clan. How high was their status? As for the remaining 2 spots, if they could get them, they would be able to stand side by side with the proud sons of heaven. For the lowly beings of Heaven Yuan, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. The divine positions and divine pets cannot be easily appointed. This is my goal. Whether you can succeed or not will depend on yourselves. The Divine Master waved his sleeve, and the gray-robed elders once again stepped forward with purple plates. On each plate was a banner. To the side, a gray-robed elder sternly said, "When the Divine Master descends, all races bow their heads." However, the Divine Master's decree has already arrived in Heaven Yuan, yet there are still people who are stubborn and do not respect the decree. This can be called a disease of the mustard. Today, the Divine Master has decreed that all of you can take the banner and attack the forbidden area in 1 month. No matter what method you use, the top 2 who break through the forbidden area within 1 month will be rewarded with the title of 12 minor saint kings. Whether it was Fang Xing, Zhao Yatong, or the others, they were all stunned by these words, their faces filled with disbelief. They had originally thought that the Divine Master would select the best from among them, let them fight or even put their lives on the line so that he could choose the strongest to carry out this important mission. They hadn't expected the Divine Master to directly give them the banner and order them to attack the forbidden area. It had to be said that the forbidden area in the God clan's mouth was the spark in the eyes of the Heaven Yuan race. The Divine Master actually wanted them to attack the forbidden area. Even if they were willing, they didn't have the ability. Just what kind of existence was the master of the forbidden area? How could they, juniors, provoke him? Many of the God race's prodigies smiled knowingly when they heard about this mission. The Divine Master was truly worthy of being the Divine Master. With just this matter, he had cut off all the escape routes of the Heaven Yuan race. It was impossible to guarantee the loyalty of these traitors from the Heaven Yuan race. If they used blood contracts or divine contracts to control them, it would be disadvantageous to the ambitious Divine Master who planned to establish the Divine Court of the 33 Heavens. Moreover, it would be very easy for others to take advantage of this loophole. After all, human cultivators were famous for having all sorts of magical abilities and techniques that were difficult to describe. Even the strictest contract could be broken by others. But if they couldn't be trusted and couldn't rest assured in using them to carry out this important mission, then, whether it was intentional or not, the Divine Master came up with this idea. He would order them to attack the forbidden area. One was a test, and the other was a show of loyalty. After attacking the forbidden area, they would undoubtedly forever stand on the opposite side of the Heaven Yuan race, and it would be difficult to turn back. At that time, it would be hard for them to not be loyal to the Divine Court. Okay, give me a banner. Fang Xing had also seen through the Divine Master's intentions, but he didn't even think about it. He walked forward and took a banner. Although the Divine Master's decision was very unexpected, he had no other choice. He had already promised the desolate Bone Palace and walked this path. What he did was not up to him. He had to take the banner first. Just like him, Zhao Yadong also walked up, taking a banner and holding it in her hand. The 2 looked at each other. Zhao Yadong seemed to want to say something, but Fang Xing ignored her. With a faint smile, he returned to his original position. After that, Zhang Sun Qing Lu and some of the more outstanding cultivators among the human cultivators went up to retrieve the banners and retreated to a corner. At a glance, there were 5 or 6 people who had taken the banners. Obviously, they were ready to fight for the small saint position of the God race. The others, on the other hand, felt that their strength was inferior, so they gave up on this opportunity. Very good. The day you break through the forbidden area will be the day my Divine Court is bestowed the title of sainthood. The Divine Master seemed extremely satisfied. He glanced at the people who had taken banners and lightly nodded his head in approval. You Heaven Yuan race, you may withdraw and begin planning for the attack on the forbidden area. The gray-robed elder spoke. All the Heaven Yuan race in the hall bowed to the Divine Master and silently withdrew. It was clear that the Divine Master's conundrum was far too difficult. Given their cultivations, all of them had heavy hearts. After leaving the hall, Zhao Yatong went to Fang Xing's side and sincerely said, "Brother Fang, the forbidden area is difficult to defeat. We must plan well. In my humble brother's opinion, why don't we join hands and first resolve our internal conflicts? Then we can gather the wisdom of the masses and discuss the grand plan." "There's no need, I already have a plan in mind." Fang Xing still had the same attitude of not wanting to interact with them. He chuckled and left on his own. Zhang Sun Qinglu came over. Gazing at Fang Xing's departing figure, he sneered, "That demon has always been arrogant and conceited, but he doesn't know that the Divine Master's decree is not aimed at us, but at the factions behind us. If we attack the forbidden area, even the weakest of the forbidden areas, how could a single person do it? He wants to fight with us alone, that's just courting death." After leaving the hall, Fang Xing went to the peak of the pilgrimage mountain, sat down and waited quietly. The mission given by the God Lord was very simple. With just a few banners, they were sent out. However, they needed to think about the specifics. The reason why the Forbidden Lands were called Forbidden Lands was because even the God clan could not take them down or invade them so easily. Of course, most of the Forbidden Lands did not believe that they could stop the invasion of the God clan forever. However, if the God clan wanted to invade them en masse, they would have to pay quite a heavy price in the end. If all the creatures of the Forbidden Lands attacked them at the same time, the Tianyuan continent would definitely descend into chaos. The chaos would not even be something that the three god kings who watched over the Tianyuan continent could deal with. Hoping for some heaven origin creatures to break through the forbidden zone by themselves was simply a fantasy. It was simply making things difficult for them. Fang Xing believed that the Divine Lord would not be so bored as to make things difficult for the younger generation. Then, he must have a backup plan. "You shouldn't stay out of this." As expected, someone came to find Fang Xing. However, what surprised him was that it was the direct disciple of the small celestial realm, Xueling Tuesday. He was obviously here to pass on a message. His tower-like body carried a desolate and domineering aura. His expression was cold. Other than the occasional glance that made Fang Xing understand that he was greeting him, he was just an arrogant disciple from the small celestial realm who did not put Fang Xing in his eyes at all. "I'm here on the order of Senior Brother Ominous to advise you one last time. This is a matter of life and death. Do not make a mistake." Fang Xing understood that there might be spies everywhere on the pilgrimage mountain. He did not dare to show his true colors, so he did not show it. He only smiled and said, "Oh, then tell me, what exactly is considered a mistake?" Xueling Tu said, "As a human, not helping Senior Brother Ominous is a mistake, a big mistake." Fang Xing chuckled but did not say anything. Everyone could see his mocking expression. Xueling Tu put on a cold expression and said, "If the human race wants to obtain a slim chance of survival, they have to give birth to a divine king." Fang Xing raised his head and looked at him doubtfully. He smiled and said, "I didn't say that I don't want to be the God King." Xueling Tu's expression was a little strange. He looked at Fang Xing for a long time before he pretended to be calm and said, "You can't be the deity king." "Why?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes at him and sneered. "Because you have no foundation and no fans." Disciple Xue said in a low voice, "You have your own extraordinary qualities. Among the living beings of Sky Origin Realm, you can be counted as a top genius. But, it's a pity that you are too arrogant, always laughing and joking around. You look like you're playing around, but in fact, you don't have any responsibilities. As a living being of Sky Origin Realm, you don't care about the fortune of Sky Origin Realm. As a son of mankind, you don't care about the fate of mankind. People like you are really..." He was silent for a moment, and couldn't hide the hatred in his voice. "What a waste of all my skills." Seeing his serious expression, Fang Xing found it a little funny. He looked at him up and down, but didn't say anything. "From the moment we confirmed that the fortune of heaven and earth doesn't belong to the living beings of Sky Origin Realm, our small immortal realm has started to consider the fate of mankind." Disciple Xue said seriously, "The 12 old realm masters have confirmed one thing from the very beginning. If they want the living beings of Sky Origin Realm to continue to flourish under the rule of the Divine Court, they have to fight for life in the face of the endless hatred of mankind. They have to find a deity king in the midst of death." From the current situation, you can see the dissatisfaction of the divine race towards mankind. The divine race has come to Sky Origin Realm, and they have appointed 2 deity kings, one in the Sea of Azure Waves and one in the Bone Palace of Antiquity. But there is no human race. And what our small immortal realm is doing now is hoping to win the position of the deity king of the human race. For this, the price we have to pay is far greater than you outsiders can imagine. Hearing this, Fangxing raised his hand to stop him. I just want to know, who have you chosen as the deity king? Disciple Shui was silent for a while, then slowly said, naturally, it is senior brother Ominous. He, Fangxing sneered, but didn't say anything. Disciple Shui was silent for a while, then continued, I advise you not to look down on senior brother Ominous. He is the deity king of the human race selected and cultivated by the 12 realm masters of the small immortal realm. Although we are fellow disciples, his ability is more than 100 times better than ours. All the resources of the 12 small immortal realms have been poured into him. Even the realm masters didn't hesitate to use their tribulation transcendence magic to cleanse his foundation. After 12 cleanses, he has long established his supreme foundation. At the age of 12, senior brother Ominous has already established his immortal foundation. At the age of 15, he has completed the 9 golden core transformations. At the age of 21, his cultivation base is at the 9 golden core transformations, but he is already invincible. Now, his lifespan is nearly 300 years, and his strength is no less than that of the realm masters. He can look down on cultivators of the same generation. Close shifter art, hearing this word, even Fangxing couldn't help but be startled, and there was some nostalgia in his eyes. As early as when he was in the Blue Cloud sect, he had already heard of the bridge shifter technique. It was a mysterious technique. After practicing this technique, it did not have much effect on the cultivator himself, but it could cleanse the foundation of others. To put it bluntly, it was a technique that sacrificed oneself to increase the strength of others. It was also the supreme technique used to cultivate the younger generation in the world. Even if it was a cultivator in the Golden Elixir realm, the effect of using the bridge shifter technique on others was already extraordinarily amazing. Even in the orthodoxies of the Divine Land, there were probably not many juniors who had this fortune. However, the successor of the small immortal realm, the Ominous Path, had obtained the bridge shifter technique of 12 cultivators who had passed the tribulation. This was even more terrifying. To some extent, it could be understood that the 12 realm lords had given more than half of their cultivation to him. Seeing the thoughtful expression on Fangxing's face, Xuelingtu was a little relieved. He knew that this demon finally understood the confidence that he had revealed to him. Xuelingtu continued, and this is just the foundation of senior brother Ominous Path. There is also a rumor that since he was a child, he had set a goal for himself to rise in the divine court and become the first immortal king of the human clan under the rule of the divine master. In order to achieve this goal, he once killed his most beloved woman with his own hands to strengthen his determination. He also once walked in the vast starry sky with a sword on his back, just to sharpen his cultivation. He even once obtained the inheritance of an ancient immortal in the vast starry sky, and now his strength is unfathomable. For him, his determination to become the immortal king has long been unshakable. No matter who wants to stop him, they must be prepared to pay a great price. Now, the small immortal realm and Tianyuan Zhu Xiu have all secretly regarded him as their master. Only you are willing to help him? What a good undercover agent, Fangxing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought that Xuelingtu's task was probably to say this last sentence. He wanted to see if he could help Ominous Path win him over. But Xuelingtu was so honest that he almost dug up the ancestral graves of the small immortal realm for him to see. Suppressing his laughter, Xuelingtu deliberately put on a cold face and said, "What if I don't want to help him? Then you'd better take care of yourself." Xuelingtu growled and threatened, "Do you think it's so easy to attack the forbidden areas? The 9 forbidden areas can stop the footsteps of the divine clan. How can they be easy? If you join hands with senior brother Ominous Path, under his command, you can gather the power of the small immortal realm, and the power of the orthodoxies of Tianyuan that have surrendered to the divine court to attack the lower-ranked forbidden areas. But if you want to attack a forbidden area by yourself, it's simply a dream. Not to mention success, you may even lose your life. Even if your strength is extraordinary, you have neither soldiers nor generals. If you want to complete the task given by the Divine Lord, you can only do it if you run to the sea to catch a turtle. After that, he sneered, turned around and left very decisively. But Fang Xing and the little princess of Yaoqi were stunned on the spot. They looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fang Xing picked his ears and said with a wry smile, "Was the last sentence of this bastard cursing me?" "It's not cursing you, it's true." The little princess of Yaoqi slowly reacted. She said in a low voice, "Now that he mentioned it, I remember. I've heard the three ants talking about the 9 forbidden areas. Some are strong, and some are weak. The strongest one is naturally the Pure Land, and the weakest one is a giant turtle in the sea. Strictly speaking, it's not a forbidden area at all. It's just a demon turtle that carried many creatures of Tianyuan to escape into the deep sea. If we can find it, it's naturally a forbidden area. This Xuelingtu has actually revealed the most important information to you. With our current strength, it's indeed the only forbidden area that we can break." "A giant turtle is also a forbidden area?" Fang Xing was a little surprised when he heard this. He asked a few questions in detail. Fortunately, the little princess of Yaoqi was usually naive, but she had a photographic memory. When the god race descended, the future of Fuyao Palace was uncertain. The three ants had indeed collected a lot of information. She was a lively person, so she listened to a lot of things. At this time, she had become the military advisor of Fang Xing, helping him to analyze the situation. It turned out that not every forbidden area in the world had an expert guarding it. The so-called masters of the 9 forbidden areas were just rumors. Their strength was simply not on the same level. The 9 forbidden areas only stopped the god race's footsteps. Experts such as the Pure Land Skyscraper and the Captive Heart Cliff's Cliff Master were really feared by the god race. They did not easily violate the boundary, but more often, it was due to some opportunities, or some mysterious rumors. For example, the 7th forbidden area in the world was actually a remnant array left behind by an ancient orthodoxy. Some creatures, in order to avoid being chased by the god race, escaped into the remnant array, and inadvertently activated the remnant array. Thus, it became a treasured land to resist the god race. Another example was the 8th forbidden area. It was located under a piece of scorched earth in the eastern region of the Divine Prefecture. It was just an underground maze built by 3 old Yuanian cultivators who were good at the earth-escaping technique. They borrowed the terrain to block the god race's pursuit. These forbidden areas, for most of the god race who only knew how to use brute force, might be at their wits' end. However, for the knowledgeable cultivators of the human race, it was possible to forcefully break through the forbidden areas with the help of the formation technique or the pushing technique. There was not much combat power inside, of course, even these forbidden areas could not be broken through by Fang Xing alone. It required a lot of manpower and material resources to measure and push. In the end, he even needed to organize people to outflank and search. Even the other forbidden areas were either guarded by masters or had strong troops. It was not something that he could covet alone. After some investigation, it was really as Xuelingtu had said. If he wanted to complete the god master's task, he had to go to the sea to chase the turtle. It's not that easy to catch a tortoise. Helpless, Fang Xing and the princess of Yaoqi began to think about how they could find the tortoise in the sea. However, it sounded easy, as if finding the tortoise was far easier than attacking the forbidden zone. However, after searching for it, they realized that the matter was far more complicated than they had imagined. The sea was vast, even larger than the 4 provinces of Tianyuan. No matter how large and eye-catching the tortoise carrying a person was, it was still a living creature after all. It might have swum to some remote sea region or dove into the deep sea. How were they supposed to find it? With just the 2 of us, it'll take us a few years to travel through the 5 seas of Tianyuan. The princess of Yaoqi did some calculations and said with a bitter face, "Where can we find the tortoise?" Fang Xing also smiled bitterly. He could not help but admit that the seemingly simplest forbidden zone was actually the hardest one to find. It's not like there's no way. If we go find someone for help. Fang Xing mumbled to himself after a moment of silence. The princess of Yaoqi was slightly stunned. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly saw a siren in silver armor with a fish head rushing over. It bowed to Fang Xing respectfully before handing over an invitation letter with both hands. Fang Xing was slightly stunned. He took the invitation letter and smiled bitterly at the Princess of Yaoqi without even looking at it. It came to me on its own. The Princess of Yaoqi opened the invitation letter curiously. She glanced at it and immediately understood. The person who had sent the invitation letter was none other than the fourth prince of the Sea of Kanglan, Ao Lai. He was holding a banquet at the foot of the mountain and had invited Fang Xing. Haha, brother Fang Xing, you've been summoned by the Divine Master and even received a divine decree. This should be a happy occasion. Why are you frowning? Not far from the foot of the worship Zen mountain, the former site of the Tianyi Palace had been renovated and turned into the temporary imperial residence of Ao Kuang, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea. Ao Lai was holding a banquet in the small mirror lake here, without inviting anyone else. When Fang Xing and the little princess of Yaoqi arrived side by side, Ao Lai was the only one on the big lake, except for a group of waterkind servants. He was drinking by himself. Seeing Fang Xing coming, Ao Lai laughed out loud and walked out to greet Fang Xing. He glanced at the little princess of Yaoqi with a malicious smile on his lips. If it wasn't for this god's decree, I wouldn't be so worried. It really makes one feel depressed. Fang Xing also behaved as if he was very familiar with Ao Lai. He bowed to Ao Lai and sat down while cursing. Such straightforward words made Ao Kuang's heart skip a beat. Hurriedly, he smiled and changed the topic. Is there any difficulty? Fang Xing gave the little princess of Yaoqi the wine pot and asked her to pour some wine for him. Then, he sighed, slapped his thigh and said, it's not a small problem. Among the 9 forbidden areas, which one of them is easy to mess with? Even the 3 great divine kings can't conquer the place, but they want us to attack it. Don't you think it's difficult? I think I'm not weaker than anyone, but I'm alone, I can't do it. Haha, Fang Xing and Ao Lai had the same thought. In fact, both of them were well aware of it, but they pretended not to know. When Ao Lai heard Fang Xing mention this, he knew that he was right to invite them to the banquet. However, he didn't say anything and only urged them to drink. He didn't expect that Fang Xing would really drink cup after cup. As he drank, he cursed, but he didn't mention the matter of asking for help from the Blue Wave Sea. Moreover, when he started cursing, he was really bold. In just a short while, he had cursed 18 generations of the ancestors of the 3 great divine kings who were guarding the sky origin. If he continued to curse, he would probably curse at the level of the Master God. Finally, Ao Lai couldn't help but interrupt him. He smiled and said, Brother Fang Xing, let's not beat around the bush. Why would the Master God let you do some mission that you can't complete? Haha, you probably misunderstood his decree. I remember that in the God's decree, there were the words no matter what means. What do you mean? Fang Xing threw a fat crab to Princess Yaoqi to help him peel it. At the same time, he glanced at Ao Kuang. What I mean is that all of you can do whatever you want. It's not like you can't ask for help from others. Ao Lai straightforwardly made his meaning clear. Fang Xing chewed the 2 crab pincers that Princess Yaoqi deliberately stuffed into his mouth and spat them to the side. He then looked straight at Ao Lai and said, but I don't know anyone, but I have a lot of enemies. Could it be that the Blue Wave Sea is willing to help me? Haha, it's not the Blue Wave Sea. If we talk about it, brother Fang Xing, you're not an outsider. Ao Kuang laughed and said, the Blue Wave Sea has millions of soldiers. If brother Fang Xing needs anything, just say the word. Sure enough, Fang Xing pondered for a moment. From the beginning, he had already thought that if he wanted to find the big turtle that escaped on the sea, he would have to ask the Blue Wave Sea for help. With the power of the Dragon Palace on the sea, it wouldn't be difficult to find the turtle within a month. Disciple Shui probably thought that he would do that. Moreover, if he had millions of soldiers from the Blue Wave Sea at his disposal, not to mention finding the turtle, he could even attack a forbidden area. However, the problem wasn't that simple. The Blue Wave Sea's intention to recruit him was already clear when he was in the Demon Abyss. Fang Xing never believed that the current Blue Wave Sea would have any good intentions. They must have some ulterior motives for helping and roping him in. However, he wasn't in a hurry to expose them. He just had to feign civility and deal with them first. If that's the case, then I have to thank the Blue Wave Sea. Although he was muttering in his heart, he put on a look of surprise and raised his cup to toast Ao Kuang. Hee, you're too polite. We're all on the same side, Ao Kuang laughed. He held the cup but didn't bring it to his mouth. Instead, he pondered for a while and said, however, the matter of borrowing troops is of great importance. Brother Fangxing, don't blame me for being long-winded. It's not something that can be decided with just a few words. According to my mother, Brother Fangxing is one of us, so there's nothing wrong with lending troops to you. However, as the son-in-law of the Blue Wave Sea, you've never been to the Dragon Palace of the Blue Wave Sea, nor have you paid a visit to my mother. You haven't even seen the betrothal gifts. Isn't this a little inappropriate? F*CK, is my mother-in-law chasing after me for betrothal gifts? Fangxing couldn't help being stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When my father-in-law betrothed his daughter to me, not only did he not accept the betrothal gifts, but he also taught me two great skills. A biological mother and a stepmother are really different. I wonder, what kind of betrothal gifts does my mother-in-law want? Fangxing put on a bitter face and asked carefully. As soon as he said this, his waist was pinched. The little princess of Yachi's face was already gloomy. This was the disadvantage of having many wives. Hee, we're all family. Why would I want too much from you? Ao Kuang laughed and then glanced at the little princess of Yachi. He didn't say anything directly, but sent a divine thought over. When Fangxing received the divine thought, he was slightly startled. Then, a trace of anger gradually appeared on his face. He looked at Ao Kuang with an indifferent expression. Ao Kuang looked calm and nodded slightly, indicating that he was serious. When Fangxing saw this, he stopped drinking and placed the wine gently on the stone table. After a while, he said indifferently, this mother-in-law has a big appetite. Ao Kuang smiled faintly and said, it's human nature. I think Brother Fangxing also doesn't want my sister to wait for too long in the ocean wave sea. Human relations cannot be abandoned. I'm just waiting for the day you bring the betrothal gifts and come to my ocean wave sea to ask for my hand in marriage. At that time, let alone lending you millions of soldiers, the entire ocean region will be ours. Why would you worry about not being able to stand proudly in the world? Let me think about it. Fangxing smiled and put down the wine cup. He stood up and was about to leave. Brother Fangxing, don't let my mother wait for too long. After all, the Lord God doesn't leave much time for you. Ao Kuang said softly and looked at Fangxing with a faint smile. Fangxing also glanced at him with a sneer and turned to leave. What do they want from you? As soon as they left the boundary of Tianyi Palace, the little princess of Yaoqi, who had been holding back for a long time, hurried to ask. Ransom. Fangxing answered without thinking. The little princess of Yaoqi was stunned. Those bastards detained my wife and are going to blackmail me. Damn it, I'm not her biological mother after all. Fangxing was still a little indignant and angry. The little princess of Yaoqi pursed her lips and muttered discontentedly, there are still people fighting for such a man? Fangxing's ears were sharp and he heard it. He sneered, don't be jealous. I have to marry 10 more in the future. Only 3. You want to marry 7 more? The little princess of Yaoqi was angry and her face turned red. Including 4 of yours, that means I have to marry 6 more. Fangxing explained with a cold face. The little princess of Yaoqi was furious. Bastard, you're greedy. I don't want to live with you anymore. Then find another one if you can, give me back my heart. I've refined it, but I can't give it back. As the two bickered, they flew forward. The little princess of Yaoqi momentarily forgot about the matter of Fangxing's wife. She just swore in her heart that she would tie this little bastard's mouth and not let those 6 vixens enter the door. Fangxing was immensely pleased with himself. If I want to marry a wife, I have to marry this kind of idiot. I'll definitely screw her over, but while it was easy to resolve this small conflict, it gave him a headache when he thought of the bigger picture. The deep wave sea was no fool and had meticulously planned everything out. He had already grasped his weakness in advance. If he didn't agree to their conditions, it wouldn't be good to borrow troops from them. Perhaps he would have to deal with the matter at hand. But whether it was the small immortal world, the deep wave sea, or even the God King of eternal darkness and the God King of 9 serenities who wanted to rope him in, which one of them was easy to deal with, as he approached the pilgrimage mountain, he happened to see rays of multicolored light up ahead. A group of cultivators were soaring through the clouds. His gaze was sharp, and as he looked over, he saw Zhao Yatong, Zhang Sun Qinglu, and the others. His heart immediately sank. Those people did not have as much trouble as he did. They had already made their preparations and were about to send troops to the Forbidden Land. In his vexation, Fang Xing suddenly had an idea. Let's go, follow them. He suddenly pulled on the little princess of Yaoqi's sleeve and whispered. Go where? The little princess of Yaoqi, who had been thinking about how to deal with those 6 vixens, raised her head in confusion, not knowing what was going on. To deal with those bastards, Fang Xing sinisterly said, I can't complete the Godmaster's mission, but I can make it so that they can't either. In the extreme west of the Divine Prefecture, there was a mountain called Jade Cauldron that belonged to the Kunlun Mountains. In ancient times, many immortal sages had cultivated here, leaving behind countless caves and ruins. Before the descent of the 9 coffins, this place, where the dragon vein of Kunlun flowed for millions of li, had always been regarded as the place with the most immortal destiny. For example, the current Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace had obtained the inheritance left behind by the ancient Yaoqi clan after they ascended. In this way, Fuyao Palace could truly be said to be the Taoist orthodoxy that had encountered the most great fortune since ancient times. Today, the Kunlun mountain range had been explored and searched by countless cultivators. Most of the ancient immortal caves hidden in the mountains and rivers had been raided by people. The treasures inside had been swept away, but some remnants of the ancient formations were left behind. Because of the vigorous spirit veins of the Kunlun mountain range, these remnants of the ancient formations were still intact after thousands of years. Many of them were still operating. These remnants of the ancient formations were the greatest obstacles and dangers for the cultivators in the past when they were searching for opportunities. However, when the catastrophe came, they became a shelter. When the divine race descended upon the heaven's origin and wantonly slaughtered, rivers of blood flowing wherever they passed. Countless heaven's origin cultivators had sought refuge in the boundless Kunlun mountains, borrowing the remnants of the ancient immortal formations to resist the divine race. This method was truly quite effective. The divine race was not skilled in formations and only knew how to attack head-on, so they really did suffer in front of these remnants of formations and were unable to penetrate deeper. In the Kunlun Mountains, the most famous formation was the Void Trap Formation of Jade Cauldron Mountain. It covered tens of thousands of li and grew endlessly. Although no one had maintained it for tens of thousands of years, it still relied on the power of the underground spirit vein to operate. It was said that several hundred years ago, Yaoqi disciples had wanted to dismantle this formation, but because dismantling it was too complicated, they had left it behind. This inadvertent action had actually helped Zhu greatly. Countless cultivators who had fled to the west of the Divine Prefecture had taken refuge in this great formation, and word of mouth had spread, turning it into a forbidden zone. Of the 9 great forbidden zones of the heaven's origin, this place was ranked 8th, only above the giant turtle that had fled into the deep sea. And the target of Zhao Yatong, Zhang Sun Qinglu, and the others who had submitted to the divine race was precisely this place. A group of people marched towards the Jade Cauldron Mountain in the Divine Land. When they were 10,000 miles away, they chose a place called Jumiao Mountain and stationed themselves there. Then, they were assigned tasks. The group of people was divided into 10 teams, each led by a master whose cultivation was no weaker than the Yuanying state. They circled around the Jade Cauldron Mountain in batches. The order was orderly, and the hierarchy was clear. Obviously, the person who gave the orders was quite capable. The son of the Central Region's Zhao clan, Zhao Yatong, has come to request an audience with the Lord of the Forbidden Region. Please inform him. Of the 10 groups that had split off, one was led by Zhao Yatong. They went straight to Jade Cauldron Mountain and shouted into the mountain. At this time, they were all in disguise. Their clothes were tattered and riddled with wounds. They seemed like defeated soldiers who had fought their way here. Zhao Yatong was also dressed in red armor and wielded a red tasseled silver spear. Her body seethed with sorrow. Zhao Yatong? Is it the young master red embellishment of the Central Region's 4 young masters? There were people on duty at Jade Cauldron Mountain. When they heard Zhao Yatong introduce herself, they were shocked. That's me. Zhao Yatong shouted. Please inform the master of the Forbidden Zone that I may temporarily borrow this precious land to avoid pursuit. Young Master Red Embellishment, please wait a moment. The people within Jade Cauldron Mountain were very polite. After a hurried shout, they disappeared, presumably returning to report. Not long after, a beam of divine light flew from Jade Cauldron Mountain to the mountain gate. It was a middle-aged cultivator wearing an apricot-yellow Taoist robe. He hurriedly glanced outside the mountain gate and shouted, "Is this really young Master Red Embellishment? Don't blame me for my rudeness. Do you have a way to prove your identity? This silver spear in my hand is proof." Zhao Yadong did not reply. He threw the silver spear into the air, and the red tassels on the spear immediately scattered. The body of the spear twisted, transforming into a strange dragon with white scales and a red beard. It roared as it circled in the air and returned to his hand, transforming back into the red-tasseled silver spear. This was the weapon that had made him famous. The people within Jade Cauldron Mountain immediately believed him. As expected of General Red Embellishment. This method of controlling a divine weapon cannot be imitated by others. The middle-aged Taoist cupped his fists and bowed, but he still did not open the gate. He hesitantly asked, "But where did General Red Embellishment come from?" "I came from the Pure Lands in search of my younger sister, but I encountered the divine race. I fought my way here and fled." Zhao Yadong's expression did not change. She had clearly come up with a plan and smoothly responded. The middle-aged Taoist was extremely cautious. He asked many questions, and after Zhao Yadong answered them one by one, he gradually began to believe her. Moreover, the 8 great clans of the central region truly had a resounding reputation, and Zhao Yadong was a heaven's pride of the divine prefecture. Moreover, she had already proven her identity. After a few questions, the middle-aged Taoist's suspicions were dispelled. He took out a command flag and tossed it into the air, ordering people to open the array gate and let them in. Of course, everything had gone so smoothly because Zhao Yadong had a good reputation. If it had been Feng Xing, things might not have gone so smoothly. With General Red Embellishment here, my Jade Cauldron Mountain has gained a bit more ability to protect itself. Please come in and chat. The middle-aged Taoist was extremely polite. He was only a Yuanian cultivator, and he had previously been an elder of a second-rate Taoist sect. After fleeing here, because he was skilled in array techniques, he had repaired the 10 Directions Remnant Array and protected the several thousand cultivators of Jade Cauldron Mountain. Instead, he had become the leader of Jade Cauldron Mountain's Forbidden Zone. Now, he even had a chance to befriend a formerly lofty and important figure like Zhao Yadong, so he was naturally excited. Well said. After entering Jade Cauldron Mountain's array, Zhao Yadong carefully examined it and then nodded. "Let's do something first." "What is it?" the middle-aged Taoist asked with a frown. Zhao Yadong turned around, sighed, and whispered, "My apologies." The middle-aged Taoist was even more confused by these words. He wanted to say more, but he suddenly saw Zhao Yadong raise the red embellishment silver spear in her hand. In a flash, it unleashed a majestic silver light, the silhouette of a dragon filling the sky, and killing intent surged. In a flash, the spear had pierced through the middle-aged Taoist's abdomen and then lifted him up. With a shake of the spear, a rain of blood rained down. This action took everyone on Jade Cauldron Mountain by surprise, and they all stared in shock at Zhao Yadong. Why did you?" The middle-aged Taoist's body was already torn apart, but he was still a Yuanian cultivator, so he did not immediately die. "We all serve our masters. Don't blame Hong for being rude." Zhao Yadong sighed. Her silver spear jabbed out again, bringing with it a vicious gale as it stabbed at the middle-aged Taoist's head. Although the middle-aged Taoist was a Yuanian cultivator, one level higher than Zhao Yadong, he was skilled in array techniques. Meanwhile, Zhao Yadong was a battle cultivator that the Zhao clan of the 8 great families had spent countless efforts to raise. Moreover, she had long since stepped into the self-severing realm and possessed terrifying strength. Coupled with her surprise attack, she had heavily wounded the middle-aged Taoist, leaving this Yuanian cultivator without a chance to retaliate. Squelch, the middle-aged Taoist's head exploded, and even as it exploded, his face still carried a look of shock. Kill. Following Zhao Yadong's attack, the group of people she had brought in also took off their cloaks, took out their magical treasures, and charged at the fleeing cultivators of Jade Cauldron Mountain who had yet to react. Each of them had savage techniques and profound strength. Although there were only 10 some of them, their ferocious auras threw the unprepared cultivators of Jade Cauldron Mountain into chaos and chaos. Now is the time to break the formation. At the same time, outside of Jade Tripod Mountain, in the cloud forest, several groups of people suddenly flew out. With the appearance of a flag in the air, they received orders and flew towards the sky above Jade Tripod Mountain. Among them, 8 groups of people rushed to a corner and used various Dharma treasures to push the array formation. Then, they used talismans to break the array formation and gradually cut off the power of the array formation. Another group of people flew in the air and continuously transmitted information between the people in charge of the array formation doors to each other. The division of labor was clear, but there was no chaos at all. Boom. 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 In the sky above Jade Cauldron Mountain, multicolored light appeared and flickered, but it was quickly suppressed. Amidst the chaos within Jade Cauldron Mountain, some people had long since realized the truth of the matter and rushed out in panic. Some people yelled for the formation gates to be reorganized to kill the intruders, while others yelled for the formation gates to be maintained to prevent them from being broken. Alas, all of this was within the calculations of Zhao Yadong and the others. Zhao Yadong had deceived the formation gates and escaped into the mountain precisely for this purpose. His strength was terrifying, and the red-embellished silver spear in his hand had long ago transformed into a strange silver-scaled dragon that danced in his hand. Wherever it passed, all the cultivators gathered within the mountain were scattered by him. Blood flowed like lava and severed limbs piled up like mountains. Because the people within Jade Cauldron Mountain had lost the middle-aged Taoist priest's command, their reactions were extremely slow and chaotic. This, coupled with Zhao Yadong's killing charge, infuriated them all. In such chaos, they could not even maintain the formation. For a moment, it was the outsiders who were breaking the formation. Zhao Yadong's extraordinariness was evident. He had practically relied on his own strength to throw Jade Cauldron Mountain into chaos. Whether it was the people trying to stop him or the people maintaining the formation, he had killed them all. Haha, elder brother Hongying is truly extraordinary. With his ability, once he forms an immortal nascent, he might not necessarily lose to that demon. In the midst of the slaughter below, there were still a few people quietly standing in the clouds outside Jade Cauldron Mountain. They had not taken action, only controlling the battle. One of them was the goddess of the Xianxia clan, Xianxia Qinglu. The more she watched, the more delighted she became. Once he achieves a great merit, what difficulty is there in helping him reach a higher level? Next to Xianxia Qinglu was a black-robed, black-haired man with eyes like distant stars. He was the successor of the small immortal realm, Xiongdao. Haha, in at most an incense stick's worth of time, this forbidden zone will be broken. Isn't that a great merit? Xianxia Qinglu smiled mischievously as she heard this. She winked mischievously as if asking for credit. Ha, it is. The successor of the small immortal realm, Xiongdao, also faintly smiled, then said, the next forbidden zone will depend on your performance. No problem, when the time comes, I'll let you see the mystiques of our Xianxia clan. The two spoke in low voices, already disinclined to glance at the battlefield below. Victory had already been decided. But what they didn't expect was that there were 2 little tails following them from the pilgrimage mountain all the way here. At this moment, they were hidden in the clouds not far from them, and a pair of bright eyes were staring down at them. As he gazed down the mountain at Zhao Yatong, who had been tricked into entering Jade Cauldron Mountain and was now slaughtering in all directions, Fangxing suddenly felt a surge of anger. He had seen too many people killed, and he had also seen too many people killed. He only treated it as a show to watch, but at this time, as he watched the cultivators of Jade Cauldron Mountain being slaughtered, he didn't feel very happy. Especially when he thought of that candid and honest Zhao Yadong of the past, and then looked at this divine general Zhao Yadong who had wholeheartedly served the divine race, who had used all her wits and bravery to take refuge in Jade Cauldron Mountain. He felt even more depressed. Come on, let's go down. Fangxing stealthily tugged at the little princess of Yaoqi, but he saw that the girl was absent-minded, as if she had just woken up from a dream. What are you thinking about? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about how to strangle those 6 fox spirits to death. Fangxing was dazed. He didn't have the energy to ask her who those 6 fox spirits were, only whispering a few instructions to her. The little princess of Yaoqi grew more and more excited as she listened. She incessantly nodded her head, clearly someone who liked to cause trouble, but towards the end, she furrowed her brow and glanced bitterly at Fangxing. What's wrong? You don't agree? Fangxing looked at her and shoved a bottle of pills into her hands. This is good, it's for the pain. Only then did the little princess of Yaoqi reluctantly agree and roll her eyes at him in dissatisfaction. As for Ho Xing, he was already prepared. He pulled over wisps of cloud and enveloped him and the little princess of the Jade Lake. Then, he quietly moved toward the location of the successor of the small celestial realm, Fierce Tao, and Xianxia Qinglu. His cultivation level had increased greatly, and he was already in the third layer of the tribulation-passing realm. Moreover, with the help of the newly matured divine soul devil shell, his divine sense was even more powerful. As he floated in the void, he was truly like a ghost. As long as he didn't use too much magic power to shake the void, it would be difficult for Fierce Tao and the others to detect him. Senior brother Ominous Path, forgive me for asking out of turn. That demon is truly not weak, but he's arrogant and unruly. He's not willing to listen to senior brother's orders, and he even has wild ambitions about fighting for the position of Divine King. How does senior brother plan to deal with him? At this moment, Xianxia Qinglu seemed to have casually asked a question. However, from the way she clenched her fists, it seemed that she was very concerned about this question. After all, as a creature of heavenly yuan, she had heard about the various deeds of the demon, Fangxing. Although she always despised him subconsciously because of her birth, and even showed it to her face a few times, she still shuddered at the thought of what the demon had done. Haha, junior sister Xianxia, don't worry. The successor of the small celestial realm, Ominous Path, was very calm. At this moment, he looked very different from when Fangxing first met him. Whether it was in the primordial bone palace or on the journey to the northern region, he had always been cautious and silent. It was probably because everyone around Fangxing back then, whether it was the divine sons of the Nether clan, the Night clan, the Bone clan, the young divine king of the primordial bone palace, or the fourth prince of the Sea of Azure Billows, they all had higher statuses than him, so he never revealed his true self. At this moment, Xianxia Qinglu seemed to have become a completely different person. He still had a gloomy expression on his face, but there was now a trace of domineering aura. It was the kind of confidence that came from a person who didn't bat an eyelid. That bastard wants to snatch the position of Divine King? It's just a joke. As if he wanted to explain everything to Xianxia Qinglu once and for all, Ominous Path, the successor of the small celestial realm, said indifferently, do you think it's so easy to confer the title of Divine King? The 10 great divine kings of the Shin clan are all invincible in the universe. Apart from those existences in the great celestial realm, I'm afraid it's hard to find a match for them. Moreover, they were the first to follow the Divine Master and have made great contributions. Now that the Divine Master has established the Divine Court and unified the 3,000 Shin clans, half of the great achievements were achieved by them for the Divine Master. It's only natural that they are conferred the title of Divine King. There's a reason for the 2 divine kings in the heaven's origin realm. Let's not talk about Xianxia, he also made great contributions. Back then, Lihan Heaven set up the immortal attraction ceremony to summon the small celestial realm back. That was part of our plan, but we didn't expect it to be ruined by that demon. It was Xianxia who set up the immortal attraction ceremony under the nose of the sage and finally succeeded in bringing the small celestial realm back. Then, the small celestial realm and Xianxia set up formation eyes everywhere to hide from the heavens. Finally, they achieved the goal of bringing the 3,000 Shin clans. It can be said that without Xianxia, there wouldn't be the current situation and the Shin clan wouldn't have descended. At this point, he turned to look at Xianxia Qinglu. So, do you understand the reason why Xianxia has a divine king? It was Xianxia Qinglu's first time hearing about this. She was stunned for a while before she nodded lightly. Even she, who had already submitted to the Shin clan, was a little speechless at this moment. This was a big secret that was meaningless to make public now, but it would shock the world. Who would have thought that the final reason for the arrival of the 3,000 Shin clan would be in the Xianxia, the successor of the small immortal realm, Fierce Tao, didn't care about her panic. He sneered and said, the primitive bone palace is different. The inheritance of this clan is too old, even older than the immemorial sages. The Divine Master bestowed the title of Primitive Dragon King to the Divine King, probably because he wanted to pry into some ancient secrets from him. This is only my guess, it can't be confirmed. However, according to the Divine Master's usual style, he definitely wouldn't bestow the title of Divine King just to rope in a certain force. After saying that, his expression gradually became serious, and his voice revealed a trace of coldness. Now, the only goal of our small celestial realm is to fight for the position of immortal king for the human clan. Only with the position of immortal king can the human clan be protected. Unfortunately, the title of Divine King is hard to come by. Who has the confidence to obtain it? Now, this is our only chance. The Divine Master personally promised it, so how can we not seize it? Haha, I'm determined to complete this mission. If God stands in my way, I'll kill God. If Buddha stands in my way, I'll cut down Buddha. That demon said arrogantly that he wants to obtain the title of Divine King. Is he qualified? In order to prevent him from spoiling my plan, I have to deal with him first. This time, I've decided to help you and Hong Ying to obtain the remaining 2 minor saint positions. At that time, the 3 of us will work together and make a great contribution to the Divine Lord. However, if this demon goes, with his character of wanting to see the world in chaos, let alone helping, he might even ruin things. Therefore, we must not let him succeed in attacking the forbidden area this time. The only thing he can rely on now is the Kanglan Sea. I've already sent someone to keep an eye on them. No matter what plan they have, it won't be too smooth. Senior brother is wise. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Qinglu could only clasp his fists and congratulate him subconsciously. However, he was relieved. With the power of the small immortal world keeping an eye on them, it wouldn't be so easy for the demon to complete the mission before them no matter how capable he was. After all, it was much easier to spoil things than to accomplish them. Of course, Zhang Sun Qinglu didn't expect that his idea had already been thought of by someone else. Bark. Which demon is gathering here? Come here and let me rob you. Before she could finish her thought, an inconspicuous cloud not far away suddenly burst into flames. It turned into a scorching and violent cloud and rushed over with endless fierce winds. The fiery cloud was too fast, and the more it burned, the fiercer it became. In the end, it was like a small sun that covered the heavens and the earth as it smashed over. The cloud where Zhang Sun Qinglu and the successor of the small immortal world, Fierce Tao, and the others were was like an ant in contrast. It seemed like it was about to be crushed. Robber? This inexplicable scene made Zhang Sun Qinglu and the others' hearts skip a beat, and they couldn't recover from it for a long time. Where did a robber come from out of nowhere in broad daylight? Moreover, who would be so daring to rob them? The extremely strange thought hadn't even flashed through his mind when the fireball arrived. The scorching flame intent on the fireball even made Zhang Sun Qinglu feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even have the thought to resist and subconsciously hid behind the successor of the small immortal world. After that, he felt his body tremble violently. The cloud under his feet was directly torn apart, and several shrill cries came from the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, he saw that 3 or 4 of the cultivators who were standing on the cloud with them were already dead. They were directly turned into ashes by the fireball that suddenly rushed over. He was only able to survive because the successor of the small immortal world, Fierce Tao, had slapped out his palm at this moment. An icy blue divine light appeared in his palm, and it was like a large hand that blocked the ferocious might of the fireball. How dare you? The successor of the small immortal world, Fierce Tao, shouted loudly with his brows raised. The murderous intent and power contained in the fireball were so strong that even he was a little frightened. This was simply the strongest attack released by a cultivator in the crossing calamity stage. What robbery, he was simply here to kill. As he shouted angrily, the divine light in the palm of his palm changed again. In the process of his figure rapidly retreating, he had already turned his palm into an icy blue long sword, and it slashed at the fireball eerily. With a bang, the sky was filled with flames, and the stars fell to the ground like a meteor shower. In the flames, only a cloud could be seen fleeing into the distance at lightning speed. Damn, not bad, next time I come to rob you. In the cloud, there was a voice that was still cursing. So it's you. The successor of the small celestial realm, Ominous Tao, instantly knew who the person hiding in the cloud was. He felt indescribably angry. Because he had seen the scene of Feng Xing's devil body being shot to death, he knew that Feng Xing didn't have a doppelganger, so he wasn't afraid that Feng Xing was lying to him. He waved his sleeve and chased after the escaping cloud. He shouted, "Demon, how dare you ruin my plan? Stay!" Rumble, the two of them, one in front and one behind, one chasing, one fleeing, flew away like a meteor. In the void, only Xianxia Qinglu was left. He patted his chest lightly and said with lingering fear, "This devil is really cunning." You just realized that, behind her, a giggling voice suddenly rang out. Xianxia Qinglu suddenly turned around and was so scared that his blood froze. The person behind him was wearing a long gray robe and was fluttering in the wind from all directions. His body was slender and sturdy as if there was a terrifying power in his body. He wore a mocking expression and did not look very handsome, but he had his own charm. To those who were familiar with him, his charm was that he was cunning and playful. However, in Xianxia Qingliu's eyes, it was a ferocious nature that made people shudder from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if he was looking at a ferocious tiger that was smiling at him. You, Xianxia Qinglu immediately stuttered and subconsciously took a step back. His eyes only looked in one direction. She could not understand. The descendant of the small celestial world, ominous Tao, had already chased after Feng Xing, so why was there another one here? Everyone in the world knew that this devil had refined a clone that was no different from his real body and could be replaced with the real one. However, many experts had analyzed the scene left behind when he used the clone and concluded that the devil must have a precious relic that he used to refine this clone. Moreover, the descendant of the small celestial world, ominous Tao, had already told them in private that Feng Xing's clone was destroyed by Cliff Master Qiuxin's arrow on his way to the Divine Firmament Palace. Even the relic was destroyed and fell into the mountains, and he did not manage to retrieve it. According to this, the devil should not have a clone anymore, so why was there another one left after senior brother ominous Tao chased one away? Devil, don't you dare to mess around. Aren't you afraid of the Divine Master disqualifying you for ruining our plans? Xianxia Qinglu could not get rid of the fear in his heart. He staggered backward while shouting. He was still full of arrogance as usual, but he appeared to be fierce on the inside. If all of you are dead, then who else can compete with me for the little sovereign position? Feng Xing took a step forward and stuck close to Xianxia Qingliu's face. He chuckled and said with a murderous glint in his eyes. "Ah, how dare you!" Xianxia Qingliu's pretense of calmness collapsed in an instant. She screamed and fled, her slender hands forming several seals. Countless divine lights and treasures were summoned by her, densely covering the space between her and Feng Xing. She, on the other hand, was as anxious as a stray dog. She screamed in an attempt to attract the attention of others. She stepped on the auspicious clouds and charged toward Jade Cauldron Mountain below. Sigh, I finally know what it feels like to treat others like ants. Feng Xing looked at the magic treasures floating in front of him and chuckled. Then, he spread out his palm and pressed down. Boom. Boom, boom, when he raised his hand, his fingers were already filled with divine light. It did not seem very eye-catching at first, but when he pressed down with his palm, the endless divine light seemed to turn into a huge palm that seemed to be able to cover the sky with a single hand. The magic treasures that Xianxia Qinglu had summoned exploded one by one under this palm, causing specks of light to appear in the void like fireworks. The power contained in Feng Xing's palm was simply too great, exceeding the limits that these magic treasures could withstand. Is this the magical power of your Xianxia clan? Feng Xing sneered in a low voice. His hand reached forward and pulled back, grabbing a thin figure in his palm. You. Don't kill me, I'm the goddess of the Xianxia clan. You can't kill me. Xianxia Qingliu's face was full of horror. She shrank into Feng Xing's hand and trembled like a frightened rabbit while screaming for mercy. I didn't even care about your Xianxia clan in the past, let alone now. Feng Xing snorted and suddenly clenched his fist. Don't kill me, I can help you with many things, I can swear loyalty to you, I can help you become a divine king. Xianxia Qingliu's divine power was powerless against Feng Xing's palm. All she could do was cry and scream. She spilled out everything that she thought was valuable. Unfortunately, Feng Xing was not moved at all. He clenched his fist and the huge hand formed by divine light closed up completely, instantly crushing Xianxia Qingliu's body and soul. How can this be? I'm an outstanding woman, I have great ambitions, how can you kill me? How can you really kill me? In the sky, a spirit flew into the air. It was still Zhang Sun Qingliu's appearance. Her face was full of tears and snot as she cried bitterly. Amidst the countless curses, her spirit gradually dissipated. Until her death, she was filled with endless hostility and resentment. Bam, Fang Xing did not care at all. He did not even feel that he had done anything major. He had just casually crushed to death this sharp-tongued young lady who had clearly been left far behind in terms of strength and cultivation but still held the same gaze as before. Killing was killing, being killed was being killed. It was rather difficult to understand her resentment, but he was too lazy to think about it. After casually crushing her to death, he coldly looked down below, his gaze like two rays of divine light sweeping across the battlefield. At this time, Jade Cauldron Mountain was on the verge of being breached. Inside, Zhao Yatong was still wantonly slaughtering. As she charged around, it was very difficult to find a worthy opponent. Although there was no lack of experts in the Forbidden Zone, the people were still panicking. Seeing Zhao Yatong charge in and the 8-division formation technique experts forcefully breaking the formation, they all believed that the Forbidden Zone would be difficult to protect. Even those with some strength thought of ways to escape, but no one dared to come up and fight with the seemingly invincible and fierce Zhao Yatong. And with no one to stop Zhao Yatong, there was no one to maintain the operation of the formation. Outside, the formation was being broken even faster. At least 3 of the formation gates were on the verge of collapse, and the formation light over Jade Cauldron Mountain was extremely faint. When one of our own attacks, she's even more ruthless than the divine race. Fang Xing's gaze was complicated, seeming to contain a certain viciousness. His teeth involuntarily clenched together. At the same time, he slowly took out the God-striking bow and coldly swept his gaze forward. Bang, his 5 fingers spread out and he swept them through the air. 100 miles to his left, there was a mountaintop. It was 1,000 feet tall and covered with black rocks. It was extremely sturdy, but as he soared into the air, the black mountaintop made cracking sounds and actually split open from the base, flying straight towards him. Outside the mountaintop, there was endless divine light wrapped around it. As it flew towards him, it was forcefully compressed and shrunk. When it flew in front of Fang Xing, it turned into a black pellet the size of a fingertip and landed lightly in his palm. Then, he put it into his pocket and pulled it open with force. For example, right now, my desire to kill you is even stronger than killing the divine race. Bang, as he gritted his teeth and uttered these words, the pellet flew straight towards him, under the terrifying power of the God-striking bow. The thumb-sized bullet flew out at a speed faster than a cultivator's will could scan. Almost in an instant, it reached the side of a group of cultivators who were deciphering the array door. At the same time, the divine power of confinement that Fang Xing had placed on it had disappeared. The divine power of earth contained in the bullet was also rebounding rapidly. Not only did it turn back into the size of a mountain, it even exploded. It was like a huge ball of thunder, covering a region with a rumble. Among those array masters who were breaking the formation, there were people who were in charge of alertness and defense in order to deal with any changes. When they saw the pellet flying towards them, there were also people who raised their heads in fear and wanted to stop it. Unfortunately, the pellet was too fast, and its power was too ferocious. They did not even have time to do anything. They only managed to shout twice before they were buried under the mountain top that had exploded out. Amidst the rumbling sounds, screams and moans rang out. Broken limbs and bodies flew up, but in the next instant, they had completely disappeared. With one shot, that team of array masters, about a dozen people, were almost all killed in an instant. What's going on? Enemy attack. The annihilation of that team of array masters also alerted the array masters of the other array doors. They all looked over in shock. The team in charge of patrolling was even more panicked. They ordered their men to get into formation as they charged towards Fang Xing. At this moment, Fang Xing did not even bother to hide himself. He just stood in the air with the God-striking bow in his hand. When he saw the chaos below, he laughed out loud. He had no intention of hiding. Instead, he made a grabbing motion in the air. The surroundings rumbled, and countless mountain tops were uprooted by him. From afar, they became smaller and smaller. When they reached in front of him, they had already turned into thumb-sized bullets, floating around him. Each of them contained an indescribably terrifying power. Since you are so cruel to your own people, then let me, a fellow clansman, have a taste of killing. His eyes flashed fiercely as he looked at the chaos below. Then, he pulled the bullets around him over and shot them out one by one. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the bullets flew out like shooting stars, exploding in the air like fireworks. And where the fireworks bloomed, what followed was the harvest of one life after another. The array masters below were not skilled in martial arts. Even if they were at the same cultivation level, compared to combat cultivators of the same cultivation level, their abilities were still far from it. Furthermore, Fang Xing was a combat cultivator among combat cultivators, and he had already passed the tribulation stage 3 times. As the bullets fell, no one could stop them. They could not hide, nor could they escape. They could only sit and wait for death to come. So you've finally come? The strange activity outside had finally attracted the attention of Xiao Yatong, who was wantonly slaughtering within Jade Cauldron Mountain. He gazed at Fang Xing in the air. Although the gray mist around Fang Xing made it impossible to determine his aura or make out his appearance, he immediately recognized that it was Fang Xing. Whether it was the calm attitude of an array master as he reaped the precious lives of those around him, or the god-striking bow that seemed laughable but, if used well, possessed an indescribable might, he instantly confirmed the identity of the person in the air. Then, I'll fight you. Xiao Yadong's pupils constricted, and then he roared. He charged out of Jade Cauldron Mountain, the red-tasseled silver spear in his hand as he thrust it at Fang Xing. Good, very good. Fang Xing gazed at the charging Xiao Yatong, his eyes dimming, and then blossoming with a vicious light. He put away the god-striking bow and charged down. In the sky below the mountain, 2 divine rays of light collided. The moment he saw Fang Xing, Xiao Yatong abandoned Zhuxiu in Jade Cauldron Mountain. His vicious aura did not change as he charged out of the mountain, brandishing his red-tasseled silver spear as he stabbed at Fang Xing. The situation was clear. The key to breaking through the forbidden area of Jade Cauldron Mountain were the array masters. Fang Xing had turned the mountain into pellets and was slaughtering these array masters one by one. This was to destroy any possibility of them breaking through the forbidden area. And Fang Xing had no idea what he was thinking. He could clearly use the pellets to keep Xiao Yadong at bay, but he did not do so. Instead, he put away the god-striking bow and charged down. His entire body transformed into a streak of divine light as he prepared to meet the charging Xiao Yatong head-on, one up and one down, both brimming with a boundless vicious might, collided with his opponent. Boom, 100 zhang from the ground, the two collided. Xiao Yatong, who had activated all his spiritual power, was struck down by the vicious force of Fang Xing's body. Fang Xing pressed a hand against the red-tasseled silver spear and effortlessly pressed Xiao Yatong into the ground. His back smashed a large hole in the ground while he was pressed to the bottom of the valley by Fang Xing, the red-tasseled young master of the Central Region's 4 young masters, who was both brave and intelligent, was no longer a match for Fang Xing, but he was clearly not satisfied. After being pressed to the bottom of the valley, he roared, "Silver Ghost Dragon Snake!" Hiss, the body of the red-tassel rotten silver spear that Fang Xing pressed in the middle suddenly changed. The rotten silver spear turned into a ferocious silver-scaled strange dragon. The dragon's body suddenly coiled around Fang Xing's arm, and then the dragon's head abruptly turned back, revealing its eerie fangs, spitting out a ghastly ghostly aura, and directly bit towards Fang Xing's face with incomparable ferocity. This was so sudden that it was hard for anyone to calm down. However, Fang Xing's face was cold and he did not panic at all. Seeing that the dragon's head was about to reach his face, he suddenly tilted his head and bit the snake dragon's neck. Then, with a jerk of his neck, he tore off half of the dragon's head with his palm, causing the snake dragon to squeak in pain. Then, he flung his hand and threw it far away. He did not even look at it. Xiao Yadong jumped in fright and stared in a daze at Fang Xing. "I'll give you a chance. What other moves do you have? Use them all." Dragon blood still stained the corner of Fang Xing's mouth, but his eyes were cold and sinister as he stared at Xiao Yadong. Xiao Yadong seemed to have suffered the greatest humiliation. His face flushed red, and blood seemed about to seep from his eyes. He roared, "Omnidirectional Thunder Control Talisman." Suddenly, 4 violet talismans flew out from his red armor. The talismans flickered with lightning and linked together to form a small square array of talismans. Then, a massive waterfall of lightning surged out of the array and exploded in front of Fang Xing. Astonishing bolts of lightning fiercely shot toward Fang Xing's face. Huff! Fang Xing's expression did not change. With a roar, the void in front of him shattered and the waterfall of lightning vanished. Continue. This roar shattered Zhao Yadong's lightning talisman, but he still did not move, only growled. Zhao Yadong's expression became even more furious. This man, who had always been refined and courteous in front of Fang Xing, who did not seem capable of getting angry, seemed to be venting all the anger of a lifetime. Fang Xing was clearly showing mercy, or else he would have already pressed him to the ground and scattered his soul. In the last two attacks, he had clearly displayed a terrifying strength that far surpassed his current cultivation level, but he did not seem to understand and had lost all reason. Blood Fiend Art. Evil Suppressing Armor. Soul Transformation Sword. He didn't stop shouting as he unleashed all of his divine abilities and rare treasures. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out his true life blood, which transformed into numerous blood ghosts that charged towards Fang Xing. The red armor on his body peeled off piece by piece, and they were like flying swords that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they stabbed towards Fang Xing. His divine soul broke out of his forehead, and he burned the power of his divine soul to form a divine weapon that slashed towards Fang Xing. He used all sorts of techniques, and it seemed like he really wanted to fight Fang Xing to the death, but Fang Xing's face was cold, and he didn't even move. Whether it was chanting an incantation, stealthily channeling his spiritual sense, or forcefully resisting, all of his methods had failed. When the smoke had settled, he was still crouching there, looking down at Zhao Yatong with cold eyes. Zhao Yatong, on the other hand, was gasping for breath. It seemed like he had been bombarded by all kinds of magical arts and divine abilities. His treasured armor was shattered and riddled with wounds. His blood-red eyes were filled with a terrifying bloody light as he stared at Fang Xing like a trapped beast. Anything else? Fang Xing looked straight into his eyes and calmly asked. Zhao Yadong clenched his teeth and stared at Fang Xing, saying nothing. It seems like there's nothing else. Fang Xing mumbled to himself. Then, he slowly raised his palm. Divine light began to gather on his palm. Now that I think about it, the two of us had some friendship in the past. You helped me once, and I've always remembered this favor. His palm was raised in the air, but he could not bring it down. He looked into Zhao Yadong's eyes, a little hesitant. I can kill anyone, but I'm not willing to kill my friends. You can more or less count as a friend of mine. Even if you've submitted to the divine race and sold your life to the other races, and I don't like you in my heart, I'm not willing to kill you. It's just that, just now, when I saw your bravery down below, I suddenly wanted your life. At this point, his voice paused slightly and he gritted his teeth. After a long while, he lowered his voice and continued, I gave you all the chance to resist just now, but you were useless. Don't blame me for this. Bang. His palms, which were filled with divine light, suddenly clenched tightly, and an explosive sound was heard. It was extremely terrifying. And that tightly clenched fist was about to smash into Zhao Yatong's face, but unexpectedly, Zhao Yatong, upon hearing Fang Xing's words, suddenly relaxed. The rage and resentment on his face vanished into thin air. Even his bloodshot eyes were suddenly filled with exhaustion. He was like an inflated balloon that had suddenly deflated. His voice seemed extremely powerless. Hurry up and kill me. As he spoke, he exerted all his strength to raise his hand and grab the corner of Fang Xing's robe. I deserve to die, you can kill me, but if you really think of me as a friend, Zhao Yadong struggled to speak, his eyes filled with a deep pleading. Then help me save my little sister. Your little sister? Fang Xing stared blankly. His fist did not land, but his eyes widened. Speaking of which, he had known Zhao Yadong's little sister before Zhao Yadong. That girl, who liked to wear blue, had already known him when Nan Zhan's mysterious coffin descended from the heavens. The two had even worked together to rob for a time and had left a rather good impression on each other. Thus, when he discovered that Zhao Yatong had betrayed the divine race, his first thought was to ask where his little sister was. What he feared the most was that his little sister, that gentle and lovely little fish, would follow him and defect to the enemy. However, when he asked, Zhao Yatong did not give a normal reply, so the matter was put on hold. Only now did he suddenly hear a few things from Zhao Yadong. My sister, she was captured by the small immortal realm, I can't not listen to them. Zhao Yadong's face was filled with exhaustion and endless frustration. Her voice was bitter. The Zhao clan was exterminated. The Zhao clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years was exterminated. The elders and seniors of the clan were all slaughtered by the divine race. My little sister and I tried to escape, but we were stopped by the people of the minor immortal world. I was useless. I couldn't save her. She fell into the hands of the minor immortal world. In order to protect her life, I could only work for the divine race. This time, if I couldn't break the forbidden land and obtain the minor sovereign title, my little sister's life would be in danger. As she spoke, 2 streams of blood flowed from Zhao Yadong's eye sockets. Just now, he had fought with all his might against Fang Xing, and his eyes were bloodshot. Now that he relaxed, blood flowed down like 2 streams of tears of blood, but he didn't seem to feel it. His eyes just stared straight at Fang Xing, and he said in a low voice, I'm already very tired. I've thought of all the methods, but I can't save my sister. I even have a premonition that something very bad is going to happen, but I can't do anything. I can only be a slave, act according to the orders of the small immortal realm, and do those things that bring shame to our ancestors. Sinner deserves death. I am a sinner, Fang Xing, brother Fang Xing, kill me, help me get out of this nightmare. But you must save my little sister. Your abilities are stronger than mine, so you can definitely save her. After saying these words, Zhao Yadong slowly closed her eyes. She seemed truly too tired, closing her eyes to wait for death. But when Fang Xing heard these words, his heart shuddered. No matter how hard he tried, he could not bring his fist down. He had always been a selfish person, and righteousness did not occupy much of a place in his heart. When he saw what Zhao Yadong had done, he would be angry, he would rage, and he would want nothing more than to punch this bastard to death. But when he heard Zhao Yadong's secret, his heart softened. It's not like I slept with your little sister, so why should I save her? Fang Xing slowly stood up and swung his fist in frustration. He angrily said, save her yourself. Zhao Yadong was dumbfounded. She slowly sat up and looked in confusion at Fang Xing, hesitating to speak. I will help you with this favor. Fang Xing grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Zhao Yadong's expression changed to one of doubt and confusion. He simply could not understand what Fang Xing was thinking. Even he himself knew that his actions were sinful. From a certain perspective, if not for his little sister's concern, he might have done better than Fang Xing in the matter of righteousness. At the very least, he could not understand why Fang Xing would let him, whose hands were stained with the blood of his clansmen, off after hearing about his little sister's matter. Seeing Fang Xing step to the side, he finally confirmed that Fang Xing was sincere and couldn't help but slowly speak. But he had only spoken a single word when he heard a whistling sound in the distance. This was an arrow that came from millions of li away. It soared through the air with unfathomable ferocity. It was originally aimed at Fang Xing, but Fang Xing dodged it and shot straight at Zhao Yadong. And then, Zhao Yadong's world vanished like smoke in the wind. The arrow came very abruptly, traversing the endless void and mountains in an instant. It was originally heading straight for Fang Xing, and its murderous intent was piercingly cold. It was impossible to avoid it. However, Fang Xing's reaction was not slow. As time went by, the huge foundation he gained after breaking through the 3rd level of lightning retribution was activated. It could be said that his strength was improving every day. Now was no longer the time when he was almost killed by 3 arrows in the Tiangang mountain range. When the arrow entered the area of 1,000 miles, he had already sensed it. Shocked, he instantly flew up and swept across the void. His body turned into thousands of shadows in an instant, and he fled hundreds of feet away, falling to the ground in a sorry state. Boom! When he landed on the ground, the first thing he did was to summon a huge skull and firmly protect himself inside it. Cliff Master Xianxia, F*CKU, hiding in the skull, Fang Xing subconsciously jumped up and down and cursed. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Now that his cultivation was in the 3rd level of passing calamity, how many people in the world could force him into such a sorry state with 1 arrow? He didn't even need to think to know who shot this arrow. The lord of the restricted area of the North Sea's heart Xianxia, the old man's son had been killed by him, but he had always wanted revenge. He had shot 3 arrows at him on Tiangang Mountain, but was stopped by the God King of 9 Serenities, who had forced him to live. At that time, the old man had said that he would not let him go, and would not stop until he took his life. In fact, he had always been worried that a talisman arrow would suddenly fly out and kill him. Therefore, he had always been vigilant, and had even used the ghost obscuring eyes technique to deeply conceal his chi. During this period of time, he did not encounter the elusive talisman arrow again. He thought that after he used the ghost blinding eyes technique, the old man could not do anything to him. He did not expect that the old man was also holding back, waiting for him to show a flaw. That arrow was dangerous enough. Just a little bit more and he would have lost his life. Luckily, this young master's reaction is fast enough. No matter what, he had still managed to dodge that arrow. Moreover, he had dodged it with his own abilities. Fang Xing felt a little proud of himself. He spat at Northski and turned around. Then, his expression changed and his body trembled. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Yatong sitting cross-legged on the ground, her face filled with shock. On his face, there was even a frozen expression of excitement and emotion from the conversation just now. However, all of their emotions had already become heavy. In between his eyebrows, there was a hole, and an arrow was stuck straight behind him, the body of the arrow. Still trembling, he had dodged that arrow, but it had struck the unprepared Zhao Yatong. Zhao Yatong's soul had already been destroyed, and her entire body was like a wooden statue. After a long while, a light breeze blew by and her body began to crumble to pieces. The divine energy contained in that arrow had been too powerful. As it pierced through her head, it had taken away all her vitality and blood, turning her body into a completely rotten shell. With a gust of wind, the shell crumbled, turning into ash that scattered through the air. Fang Xing's face was filled with doubt, and then it became incomparably vexed, mixed with a frenzied rage. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to scoop up some of the ash that was floating in the air, but at this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and another arrow flew over from thousands of miles away. With a bang, it hit the skull and sent it flying far away. It tumbled and flew for hundreds of miles, but when the skull stopped, it was still unscathed and unharmed. Humph, this old man wants to see just how many arrows you can dodge. Apparently realizing that he couldn't do anything to Fang Xing, someone coldly snorted outside the northern sky and then vanished. Meanwhile, Fang Xing crawled out of the skull, his face ashen, his expression still dazed. An angry sea seemed to have gathered in his heart, massive waves crashing against it, crashing into world-shaking tsunamis. After a very long time, all his shock and grief transformed into boundless rage. Fang Xing's 2 feet stomped on the ground, and his entire body soared into the sky with the massive skull. His spiritual power surged with demonic intent, even causing the skull to glow with a dark green flame. In the sky, it was like a green sun. Cliff Master Captive Heart, if this young master doesn't exterminate your entire clan, then I'm a grandson. His words left his mouth out of anger, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was like bolts of thunder rolling in all directions. This time, he was truly enraged. Zhao Yatong's death was both an accident and a blow that had caught him off guard. Buzz! As he roared, a ball of white light appeared at his side. Within it, one could faintly make out a figure slowly taking shape. Before that figure could fully form, an impatient voice came from within. What's going on? What's going on? Hurry and have the people of Jade Cauldron Mountain escape so we can occupy this empty mountain. That guy's really fast. I used all my strength to escape, but I only managed to lure him 10,000 li away. Even the Jindan self-detonation wasn't able to injure him. He'll probably turn around and come back soon. Within this ball of white light was naturally the little princess of Yaoqi. This was something she had originally discussed with Fang Xing. Fang Xing would take a relic and place it on her body, and then create a doppelganger to follow her. This would create the illusion that he was in the clouds, causing the successor of the small immortal realm to give chase. And when he was about to catch up, he would have the little princess of Yaoqi self-detonate her Jindan, causing him to chase after nothing. Meanwhile, Fang Xing himself would remain where he was, cleanly sweeping through Zhao Yatong's group, easily plucking the fruits of their labor, scattering the people in the Forbidden Zone, and then occupying this empty mountain. In any case, the God Lord had said that he would stop at nothing, so occupying this empty city should count as having completed his mission, right? I don't want this Forbidden Zone anymore. Feng Xing sternly replied, his face brimming with viciousness and his eyes glowing. Ah? The little princess of Yaoqi was dumbfounded, then urgently asked, why? I already have a new goal. Feng Xing sternly replied. He then pulled her into the skull and circulated his magic power. The green flames burning on the skull suddenly flared, illuminating the dark earth. Then the skull paused in the air and then shot off like a shooting star, traveling 1,000 li in a single leap. Like a green meteor, it shot off into the distance. Demon, where do you think you're going? But at this moment, a divine light flew over. It was the furious successor of the small immortal realm, Viciousness. He clearly knew that he had been tricked. He had been chasing after the demon, but just as he was about to catch up, the cloud in front of him suddenly cried out, Ultimate Great Mystique, Jindan Self-Detonation Art, and then it exploded with a bang. The monstrous might of the explosion almost injured him. This explosion had left him dumbfounded. Who would use the self-detonation of a Jindan as a mystique? More importantly, that voice was clearly that of a woman, not that devil's at all. Realizing that he had been tricked, Viciousness immediately rushed back, only to see the sorry state around Jade Cauldron Mountain. The array masters were all dead, the troops were all gone, and even the auras of Zhao Yadong and Zhang Sun Qinglu were nowhere to be found. This scene immediately made his blood rush to his brain, and he directly swatted his palm towards Feng Xing. Ice blue divine light filled the sky, and it was as if a raging sea had descended from the sky. With a loud rumble, it swept up half the sky, and directly rolled towards the skull. Get out of my way, this young master has no time to play with you. Feng Xing's face was cold as he rode the skull forward. Only now did he realize just how powerful the skull that had been able to block the master of Captive Cliff's divine arrow was. It was like an invincible turtle shell, piercing through Viciousness' palm energy and smashing a large hole through it. But the skull was not damaged in the slightest, and it continued on its way to the Divine Prefecture's northern region's pilgrimage mountain. In just a few moments, it had turned into a green dot and vanished. Demon, stay behind. The successor of the small immortal realm, Viciousness, angrily roared as he chased after him. However, Feng Xing did not pay any attention to him. He allowed him to chase after him, while he himself only focused on hurrying along. With their cultivation, it would only take them 2 to 4 hours to travel from Kunlun Mountain to the Divine Prefecture's northern region. Coupled with the fact that they were all loose immortals, their every move could be said to be world-shaking. The successor of the small immortal realm, Viciousness, was even more ferocious. He used all his strength in each strike, stirring up countless phenomena. As he neared the Divine Prefecture's northern region, he had alarmed many people and hurriedly soared into the air. Young Divine King Ao Gu, the successor of the underworld, the divine son of the Night Clan, and the 4th prince of the Blue Wave Sea were among them. What's going on? Everyone was a little dumbfounded by this sight. They should have been in a hurry to attack the forbidden area, so why had they returned so strangely? The successor of the small immortal realm, Viciousness, seemed to be chasing after Feng Xing, but Feng Xing was so calm, sitting on the skull, letting Viciousness hit him with palm after palm, but he wasn't hurt at all. They're all here. Feng Xing raised his eyes and looked ahead. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw all the geniuses that were rushing over. I agree to your Blue Wave Sea's condition. Are you willing to lend me your troops to slaughter a forbidden area? He was the first to look at the 4th prince of the Blue Wave Sea. The 4th prince, Ao Kuang, was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and smiled, of course. Feng Xing then looked at young divine King Ao Gu and smiled. The Chaos Bone Palace owes me a favor. It's not too much to help, right? Young divine King Ao Gu knew that he was hinting at him, so he didn't say it out loud. He smiled faintly. Since you've asked, I'll do it. Feng Xing nodded, then turned around. Behind him, Viciousness, the successor of the small immortal realm, was full of anger. Although he was no longer attacking the unbreakable skull, his face was gloomy. He was obviously thinking about how to use this matter to sue Feng Xing, to make Feng Xing suffer the consequences. However, he didn't expect Feng Xing to suddenly look at him, and his voice was filled with a domineering tone that no one could refuse. I'll help you ascend to the throne of the Divine King, but I need you to help me destroy a forbidden area first, is that okay? Viciousness, the successor of the small immortal realm, was obviously stunned, but after a while, he was pleasantly surprised and said, okay. End of chapter 11:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.